from Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you off and rolling on this Thursday morning, day before the 4th of July. Hope you're gearing up for a nice, tremendous summer weekend in the year 2025. We got a first-place Phillies team. Little split fill with San Diego yesterday. Take 2 or 3 of the series overall, so we'll talk about that. Eagles to training camp now in less than 3 weeks. We look forward to that. 76ers. What? Yeah. 19 days, John. 19.
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's...
That just gave me some, goosebumps.
Yeah,
That's so exciting.
It's pretty cool. So they're back soon. Sixers extremely quiet with NBA free agency. They kept Eric Gordon yesterday, but come on. We'll do more of me versus Jack. The baseball competition looms next. That's next week. And a lot today on Bryce Harper. So if you don't know, it's just a couple days ago, Bryce Harper, the midway point of his contract. So we called today Harper at the Half, a deep dive on obviously one of the great players in the history of Philadelphia sports. A lot of positives, some negatives, but way more positives than negatives. We'll talk today about Bryce's impact already and how you project it moving forward. The whole Bryce Harper thing out there today. Harper at the Half, 215-592-9494. Plus your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. You can only win them if you call Rich.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
July used to be called Quintilis.
When? And I don't mean in quintilis. I mean in what year?
Prior to 44 BC.
Oh, before Caesar did his thing. So is that a Latin term?
Quintilis means something to do with fifth, because it used to be the 5th month.
Yeah, interesting.
Then they added January and February.
Yeah.
Quintilis became the 7th month of the 12-month calendar that's now no longer the Roman calendar. Mm-hmm. It's the Gregorian calendar.
Look at you with these facts.
And
Look at this
Caesar, upon his murder in 44 BC, that's the reason they renamed it. They renamed it July.
That's pretty good.
Imagine
Julius
if someone
Caesar.
was just like, hey, guess what? 2 more months, guys. We're changing it all.
Yeah, and he also had that 444-day year because they had to adjust the calendar.
Yeah.
No,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
The longest year ever, and it really was. Super long.
They were all out of whack. All right, so Phil's from yesterday, you can weigh in. Look, obviously, concern has to start setting in on Abel and whether you trust him. And I'm not saying red flag alarm to the highest degree, but this is a season where you're trying to win a World Series. You're going to be obviously competing in the postseason. I mean, at least we think they will. And we know Mick Abel's not going to get a start in the postseason, but now it's like, okay, do you want him in the bullpen or not? So we'll see. He's not obviously the prospect Andrew Painter is, and we're starting to see some of the what's it called, the bloom off the rose? Is that the phrase?
I think so.
On Mick Abel. So, but Sanchez, great. And
he was really low-key despite all of it yesterday.
Were we talking about Abel or Sanchez?
Mick Abel.
Well, but he got bombed. He got hit pretty hard.
Yeah, he was bad. He couldn't get out of the second inning. That was horrendous.
On a day when you obviously don't want to go to the bullpen too much because you got extra players up because, the new rules and all. But anyway.
He couldn't throw strikes.
Yeah,
you walk
correct.
5 guys.
Right.
You walk guys home.
Right.
You can't win when Mick Abel plays like that, when he throws like
that.
But
what's good is, Sanchez is going to get a start in the postseason, and he was tremendous again. I feel like in many ways he's almost been the guy we've talked the least about that's been the best. When I say the best, I mean the best of the guys we've talked the least about. So anyway, a lot from yesterday to react to. Phil's 2 games up, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Harper at the Half. So I'm just going to roll out a series of topics related to Bryce Harper, and I want your assessment as you assess Bryce Harper at the half of his contract. Reminder, it was a 13-year, $330 million deal, which did not have an opt-out. And it's very notable, if he had an opt-out after, let's say, 5 years, holy mackerel, he would have been extended, and he would have likely been extended here, and he would have been extended into his 40s, and that would have hurt the Phillies. What we know is this. He came here saying all the right things. Now, there was a pandering aspect, some people think. I was one of them that thought that. But he said a lot right. He shows a lot of respect to the Phillies history, the baseball history. And obviously a lot has occurred. So let me just roll out a few things and then everyone's assessment, 215-592-9494. I'm curious, when you think of Bryce Harper at the half, when I say these things, what goes through your mind? The turnaround from a 500 club, which they were for a few years there, reaching the playoffs, 3 red Octobers. Prior to that, an MVP. Typically saying the right things, sometimes in people's mind, the pandering thing. Playoff disappointments. He has generally been outstanding. Not every series, but for the bulk of the postseasons, he's been outstanding. But obviously, 3 times they've hit a brick wall in October. There's great disappointment there. I ask you this question, and I'm going to get it right out of the gate, because I think in some ways it's maybe the most intriguing question today. Twitter poll question of the day is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevrolet wishes the entire Delaware Valley a happy and safe 4th of July. Armin Chevrolet, closer than you think. Together, let's drive. Poll question, do you hold it against Bryce Harper that the Phillies have not won a World Series during his tenure here? Yes or no? I want you to chew on that and get ready to call. Do you hold it against him? Now, what's also occurred, injuries obviously have set in. Some physical decline probably has set in. There's some concern moving forward. Your option, obviously, to determine to what degree. He has expressed a desire for an extension, which he's clearly not going to get now. We ask you his rank in Phillies history and Philadelphia sports history. Look, there's a lot there. John, let's just start with the big one. Do you hold it against Bryce that you haven't won the World Series? And your thoughts off the cuff on Bryce Harper?
Absolutely not. I do not hold it against Bryce that we haven't won. Before Bryce, we used to be an every other team. I mean,
win
by
one,
that,
lose one,
I mean,
win one, lose
yes.
one. Yeah, that's what 81 and 81
That's
is.
exactly what we did. That Joe, we as a show, like me as a person, as a fan, I didn't even pay attention closely. I knew it would be every other. Yeah. I knew it would be, oh, we won, oh, we lost. Oh, we won, oh, we lost.
I agree with you.
And everyone was just like, hey, you know what? It's not even worth engaging, because it's going to be in every other.
And then,
season.
by the way, those were in the better years, because that's 2018
this
and
is
17.
after we emerged from abysmal, like even worse than every other.
Yeah, like losing close to 100 games for a couple years. So I agree with you. So, John, you're much, much, much more pro-Bryce than those that dog him for the team not having won it. I agree with you.
Look, Bryce has elevated this team, especially in the big moments. I expect him to lead this group to another World Series, and I do not want to put the cart before the horse, but I know that that's the way this team is paid. I know that that is the window that we're talking about, and it is a highly explosive team. When things are working right, man, our offense can be great, and we know that's all we need, because the pitching is unbelievable. Yeah. The pitching is finally where we need it to be.
Yep.
There's this offense, we still have time to help. Yeah, of course, we could use some help reliever-wise, because our best reliever decided to, let us down.
Which, by the way, might have been why he was their best reliever.
Maybe. But look, the team is legit. Bryce has been a catalyst for on-field success. He won the MVP. Yeah. He helped lead us to a World Series berth, and in those postseason experiences proved how clutch he can be for us. That was a huge deal. He's become a clubhouse leader, a fan favorite. He helps boost that morale. I do think this year it became a problem when he sort of led the guys by saying, hey, we got to put the daycare behind us. I think that was ill-advised. I think he was trying to lead, and it sort of left the team in the lurch because they didn't know exactly how to be. And, they've gotten past that now, but, again, he is the guy who sets the tempo. He and Kyle, for reference and leadership, I'm sure, I do think his wrist needs some love and attention, and he's going to have to start treating his treatment of injuries differently. That you can't be the tough guy who ignores everything and fights through and, until it goes away. much longer because it's catching up to
Well,
him.
it is, and I think he's aware of that. Look, there's a lot on the Bryce thing to weigh in on, including Bryce the GM, which maybe is one of the bigger annoyances people have with him, that sometimes the selection of teammates that it feels like he has fostered, while better than they haven't been good enough, and maybe people hold that against him. Like the whole thing on the table, Harper at the half, 215-592-9494. Seltzer on any of this, what say you?
So I think the contract has been a success for the first half.
I agree with that.
I think that's the headline. The number one thing is that, for the money, what they've gotten both on and off the field, I think it's an absolute success.
Can I say one thing before you keep going? I actually think the headline, is the return of Red October.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to
sure.
It's a slightly different,
he brought the franchise back from the depths of despair.
I actually think that's the headline.
Sure,
but anyway,
sure.
But
my point is, yes, that because I think the headline is the contract success because of that. You know what I mean?
Like, as we sit here on about to be July 4th, I look forward in 3 months to knowing. Strongly believing my team's going to be in October.
I agree. Now,
and that's fun.
But
go ahead.
I'm not there yet to answer yes on the Twitter poll to do I hold it against Bryce, but I think Bryce would agree that if he doesn't win a World Series here, he would consider it in a lot of ways a failure. And I don't think the contract itself is a failure. I don't think he's a failure as a player. I don't think what he's done here is a failure. But I do think that if this Bryce Harper thing doesn't have a ring attached to it, it will ultimately be looked at as something of a disappointment.
Well, disappointment
even if the contract itself isn't, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do. So I'll say this. Disappointment, clearly. But then there's the degree to which you hold it against him. That's why the framing of our Twitter poll is, do you hold it against? Like, let me give you a for instance.
It will be held against him at the end of the day when he's talked about legacy-wise.
I understand.
Like it is with Barry Bonds, even though it shouldn't be, it is,
Let's talk about Philly sports for a second. Do I hold it against Brian Dawkins' Eagles to not win a Super Bowl? I do not. I think most people do not. Now, we hold it against Donovan. Ball's in his hands. He's the quarterback. He got greater influence in a game. So Donovan gets that tag on a negative way a lot more than Doc. Fair or unfair, it's just a fact. Do I hold it against Charles Barkley? The Sixers didn't win a title, and Allen Iverson title without them? No, at all. Because I thought they didn't have nearly enough teammates. Lindros, they had more. Those teams had more. So there are some interesting players in the history of Philadelphia sports where you say, do you hold it? And Bryce is now the main guy now. And Joel will be the other one. Joel and Bryce are the two guys in Philly sports who have been knocking at the door. Although Joel got not even nearly as close as Bryce. Not even close. Not even close to as close. Joel didn't get out of the second round. I get frustrated, John. I make this point a lot. When people view the Bryce thing as a pass-fail based on World Series win or not, there have been a lot of great moments in October, man. I treasure them. Now, I'm with you on lamenting the negatives in October, but I got to tell you guys, a lot more has been about, Trey Turner missing the ball.
He has given us so much to celebrate.
Last year, Jeff Hoffman and Strom and Kirkland fell freaking apart. They fell apart in that post. I know Bryce had the bad at bat in Game 6 of the sixth inning of Game 3. I know it. I saw it. It was brutal. It was 3 strikes. It was over fast. But, I trust him. Now, I might not trust him as much moving forward. It looks like physical decline is a big problem. Look, I am very pro Bryce Harper. I'm curious where you stand at 215-592-9494. There's the contract thing. There's the comments. I do think he represents us in a way we can be proud. I do think at times he pandered, and that did irritate me, and I said it. But I think he's a good guy. I know he's a spectacular player. I'm proud to have him as a Philly athlete. But you tell us, Harper at the half. What stands out to you? 215-592-9494. Calls up ahead. A lot going on today. We'll do more on me and Jack, the whole deal. There's a lot happening here on 94 WIP.
The humidity is thick out there. You've got the AC running on blast, the fans on, and the shades closed, but the heat still seems to be seeping into your home. That is until you replace your old drafty windows with energy-efficient, top-quality ones from Window Nation. I called 866-90-NATION, set up a quick appointment, and Window Nation changed my home. My Window Nation windows, they keep the cold in so well. I'm freezing when I wake up to put Carl out, even when outside is 90 degrees and muggy. It's unbelievable. I'm so glad Window Nation replaced our windows before all this heat. If you need new windows right now, you can get 50% off all Windows styles plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. And did I mention installation only takes 1 day? And in my case, 1 nap. And the pro installers were so silent, I didn't even wake up. Window Nation makes it easy to replace your windows, whether you're up against a packed summer schedule or mentally preparing for another busy fall. Personally, I wouldn't procrastinate another day if I could save this big on upgrading my home. Don't miss Window Nation's biggest deal of the year. Get 50% off all window styles now through July 30th, like I did. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A skydiving plane crashed shortly after taking off in Gloucester County. All 15 people on board miraculously still alive. Day 3 of the DC-33 strike after not much progress was made in talks yesterday. And the Philly airport is preparing for a big bump in flyers for the busy holiday weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Lots of sun, sticky, late day storms, high of 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina, the Phillies split their doubleheader with the Padres Wednesday, dropping Game 1 6-4 before bouncing back for a 5-1 victory in the nightcap. Christopher Sanchez, tremendous again in Game 2. He went 7 complete, giving up just 1 run on 5 hits. Offensively, both Max Kepler and Brandon Marsh homer for the Phils. After playing the first game, Bryce Harper sat in the second. Here's Rob Thompson on why Harper didn't go in Game 2.
Didn't want to risk it. He was available to pinch hit, but he felt fine. I just didn't want to get him heated up again. Now, if the game's on the line, yeah, we go. But that was the only reason.
Mets also split their doubleheader with the Brewers, so the Phils remain 2 games up in the NL East. Day off today. Reds come to town next for a 3-game set starting Friday afternoon. Enjoy Kona Big Wave and Mango Kart specials all summer long at Chesapeake Inn, home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Weather mostly sunny today with a high of 90. It's currently 70 in Philadelphia. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is Harper at the half.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, Harper at the half. What do you make of it? I mean, it is going to be interesting in the end. Is he in the title category or that grouping, of which there are great players? Doc, Donovan, Reggie, Lindros, Barkley, AI.
Sadly, most of the great players of our youth, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know, John LeClaire and see who else from the Sixers. I mean, the biggies, Barkley and AI. Yeah, they're the biggies.
Then Joel. I mean,
Joel. Yeah, I put Joel. Who would be the next Eagle? So Donovan Dawk. Who else would be a prominent Eagle that didn't win it all?
Like Deshaun and Shady.
Yeah, right. I agree with that. Yeah. All right, so all this on the table. We got TK in for Ray today. Ray off, Devin out this week as well. Both will be back next week, post 4th of July. TK, do you hold it against Bryce? No title.
No, I don't hold it against Bryce. I don't hold it against
Do you
Bryce.
hold it against people that hold it against Bryce?
Yes, I do. I think that's wildly unfair.
Wow.
I mean, guys, you look at the Bryce Harper tenure so far.
Yep.
How can it be anything other than wildly successful? I mean, John brought it up. This franchise was irrelevant from 2013 to 2018.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't talk about the
every
Phillies
other.
very much. And, think about the alternative. Where would you be if you didn't sign Bryce Harper? I think that led to all the other moves. It leads to Kyle Schwarber coming here, leads to Castellanos, leads to Trey Turner, even though I'm not the biggest Trey guy. But you look at all the moments he's had, Bedlam at the bank, World Series Game 3, Braves Game 3, Diamondbacks Game 5. It's just, for a player that comes through in the biggest moments, has meant what he's meant, is a true superstar. I was annoyed with the pandering at first, too. I spoke about that a lot, but bottom line, if you're producing, you're that good, do whatever you want.
All right,
So do you think Tom Kelly is looking especially
Was this in the John Ritchie?
John always
Tom
loves
Kelly,
to break
weird?
down my appearance.
Tom Kelly.
He can't help
Tom
it.
Kelly.
He can't help
Man.
himself.
Tom came in
That
today.
and nicknames.
I walk in
He
one-
doesn't
I
get
walk
help
in-
himself with.
I walk in one day and John's like, I'm having trouble. I just want to size you up. I'm like, what does that mean?
The
Size
funny
me
thing
up.
is, he does that with everyone who comes in here. If we Lewis,
No, but
Justin,
more
any
you.
of our people. But yeah, you're the go-to. But it is a
Hold
Richie.
on, what are you guys talking about?
All right.
No, but my point that I'm trying to make, Tom's got a new look he's working right now, guys. Has anyone else picked up on this?
I mean,
flowing
Tom Kelly.
locks.
Tune into YouTube and you can take a look.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Tom
Look at the
Kelly
people too
looks
excited here.
completely different. And I think you're pulling it off, man. I think
Thanks,
it looks
man.
cool.
I appreciate it.
You got a
I don't know what I'm doing,
sweet-
but
Well,
thanks.
all right. See if anyone else notices. I think you look completely different. I think you look, pretty cool.
I love it. Let's get those comments flowing on YouTube. What
Comment on Tom's appearance on YouTube, please.
What do you make of TK's appearance? All right, so check out our show on YouTube. Obviously, 215-592-9494 to weigh in. Harper at the half. What do you make of it? What do you make of what's been? How do you project what's up ahead? Thomas and Broomall kicks us off. Thomas, good morning.
Hey, good morning. About this Harper discussion. I mean, when we first signed him, I definitely thought we would have had at least one, maybe two World Series by now, honestly. I get that he's only one player. You got other players on the team. But when he's your top guy and your leader, I get we were there, we lost. I get we were in the playoffs, but I feel like it's a little bit of a disappointment. And now looking at him, I'm glad, hey, he went from the outfield to first base when Reese got hurt. I applaud him with that, with changing positions. But where we're at now, and now his injuries he's getting older a little bit. His injuries are coming up. I mean, the next 5 years or how many years he's with us, you think it's going to be a decline, a slow decline, or you think he's going to ramp it up?
No, I think it'll be a decline, and the question is how precipitous the decline. But yes, I do think it'll be. I mean, it's almost inevitable, and you hope you can stave it off for another 2 or 3 years. But I mean, it probably has already set in, Thomas. That's certainly what the stat line says when you track 2021 to 2023 to 2024 to 2025. It's very clear, in my opinion, decline's already set in. And look at his games played. I mean, he misses a lot of games, man.
And how old was he when he came up to the majors? 18, right?
It was either 18 or 19. 19, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're looking at that too. So I definitely, I'm hoping we can get at least one or two within the next few years. But Dave's a problem too. I'm not going to say Rob's a problem, but there's a lot of hands, and it's like a mixed bag with ownership. Well, not ownership, with Dave and the players. And, So
all right, Thomas, we got you, buddy. Appreciate the call. All right, John, I want to play some audio of Bryce when he signed with the Phillies. So if you remember, he signs with the Phillies in that. I mean, it was like a 4-month odyssey. Who's going to get him? Who's going to get Machado? And it ended by the way, Tatis, quickly, because I thought Machado, Padres.
Oh, dude, that was clearly
Tatis never
dirty.
runs.
Unreal.
Oh, and I wasn't saying that.
I was talking about him sliding into Trey.
yeah.
I thought that was clearly purposeful. Like, you could see him kind of slowing down and then extend the leg.
Yeah.
I thought that was absolutely a dirty play,
So,
personally. And you could
I'm
see
not
on
sure.
the next play, Trey, like did the double play where he kind of really
Skipped past
slid
it.
out because he was like, don't come at me
Yeah.
again. I think Trey thought it was on purpose, too.
Well, might have been. I don't know. I'm not sure. That wasn't even the anti-Tatis thing. I was going to say.
about never running.
I mean, it was at least 2 times he didn't run yesterday.
Yeah, a few of those guys don't. Maldonado
that's
had that one
that's
where he wasn't even
horrendous.
halfway down the line. It was like a deep shortstop.
I don't like the mojo of that team. There's something I don't like there. But I do like Bryce quite a bit. Now, the irony is he doesn't run at times, and I don't like when that happens. I don't like that. That's another thing to add into. But then there was the conversation of, well, maybe he's trying to protect his legs.
His body's breaking down.
Yeah.
Like, I
Because I felt like it started last year where it was very noticeable. Anyway, John, I want to play some audio of when Bryce signed. So it was a long 4-month thing to get him. They got him. A couple of days later, he holds a press conference, if you remember, in the spring training facility. Phils were like in the middle of spring training. Big press conference. You got Middleton, you got Bryce. I think Boris was up there, and I think Clintack was up there. And I was actually struck when I heard some of this audio earlier today of how young Bryce sounds. I'm curious if you agree he sounds younger. Here's Bryce. This is 7 years ago, talking about and at the time, obviously biggest in Philly sports, 13-year deal.
For me, it was all about the long haul. It was about, being able to dig my roots, being able to plant somewhere where I wanted to be for a long time.
I mean, does he sound young to you? Now, maybe it's echoey because it's something about that ballpark and the acoustics. I don't know.
He sounds different.
I thought so, too.
That's just kind of
He's gone from 26 to 32.
Yeah.
He's going to be 33 in October. Like,
man,
that's a big...
Did he strike you as younger there, James?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and those are formative years. I mean, I was a completely different human being from 26 to 32. Like, completely different.
Yeah. James, you still got the voice of a 12-year-old, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, you can only do so much.
James, what would have happened?
Just a 2. Yeah. It happens to all of us, okay?
Yeah. James, what would have happened if Bryce had an out after year 5, which would have been after the 2023 playoffs?
He would have got a new contract.
From the Phillies, right?
Yeah, I mean, Machado did it. Machado had an out. I think it was after year 4 or something like that, and Machado re-racked his contract and got more money.
So dumb by Bryce and Boris to not have it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
I get it. I get the whole, I'm committing, I'm here, and we appreciate it.
No, that did set a tone.
I think it set a tone. It mattered to us, but financially, yeah, of course it was.
All right, 215-592-9494. How do you assess Harper at the half? Also coming up, your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. We'll get to that. Something really cool last night in the world of baseball. We'll talk about that as well. Phone calls on all of these topics. Plus, we will get to some Eagles. Training camp in 19 days. The countdown is on 94 WIP.
The Phillies get the fireworks ready for the Reds. Tomorrow, leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos lines one down the line and right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Phillies went 1-1 Wednesday in their double dip with the Padres, falling 6-4 in Game 1 while bouncing back in Game 2 behind Christopher Sanchez. Went 7 innings, allowing just 1 run. Phils got behind early in Game 1, doing part to another rough outing for Mick Abel. He went just 1 2/3, allowing 5 runs. He also walked 5. Remains to be seen whether or not Abel will make his next start. Meanwhile, the plan with Andrew Painter has been to rest him through the break. Between games, Rob Thompson was asked whether or not that plan could change.
Committed, Rob, to waiting until after the break, Banter?
Yes.
Any flexibility there?
I don't think so, no.
Phils remain up on the Mets by 2 games in the division. They start a 3-game set at home with the Reds Friday at 1:05. You can hear that game right here on 94 WIP. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather mostly sunny with a high at 90, currently 73 in Philadelphia. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to Harper at the half.
This fan base, this city, I love them.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field. Tatis looking up, and that ball is gone. Max Kepler with a towering 2-run home run to right field, and the Phillies are in front 2-1.
Well, great job of the Phillies in Game 2 yesterday. So you get a Kepler homer. You get a let's see here. You get a Marsh dead center.
Yeah,
that was a bomb, man.
Yeah,
Dead center.
Kepler's was a bomb too. Just,
it was.
Pulled it.
Cassidy with the single for the run, and then Bohm with the triple. So, well-pitched game by Sanchez. Now, the Mick Abel thing's got to be, a bit of a concern. I mean, it certainly seems like he's kind of coming
back to earth.
So you don't want
that. Which isn't crazy for a 23-year-old.
No, it's not. It's not. 215.
I could not get over. Did you? I don't know if you guys had a chance to watch the interviews afterwards with Mick Abel. He is as low-key as anyone I've ever seen. Now, I know that pitchers are like that.
And you sure it wasn't because he got bombed?
Well, no. I mean, this is just how he is, and this is how he is.
Zach Wheeler's low-key.
You're right. You're
really
right.
Aaron Nola's low-key.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
Very, very much so.
Yep.
But it's almost like those guys rubbing off on Mick Abel, who's low-key to begin with, has taken him past low-key to where it's it's barely even resonating. Like there is no
key.
There's no key. Yeah,
no key.
right.
That's right.
Exactly.
So let me give you a key on something, and it's a key annoyance. I mean, Eric Gordon. Really? If you missed it, yes, the Sixers signed Eric Gordon. Guys, he's entering year 17. I mean, come on. Now, part of the problem is you got no money to sign people externally and all that. I mean, it's a little cheapy deal. Come on, now. Eric Gordon, year 17. That's irritating. 215-592-9494. All right, one of the reasons we love having TK in here. Oh, by the way, YouTube. Get the questions and comments in on YouTube. We'll try to get to some of them as we move through the program today. One of the reasons we love having TK in. No Ray and no Devin today. TK doing the updates and with us is TK.
Voluptuous hair.
That's
voluminous.
That's why.
Sorry, voluminous.
That's why you
hair.
like having
TK, you are a rantsman.
I am a rantsman.
Like you are known.
Oh yeah.
For
yes.
Someone can just wind you up. Someone don't even have to wind you up. You just wind yourself up. Bang!
I'm ready to go.
All right. So I'm gonna.
He wakes up in the morning ready to rant.
I'm gonna fire at TK a couple random topics today. He does not know in advance what they are. And we're just going to see where Tom takes it, and then obviously everyone can react on the phone lines, 215-592-9494. Topic number 1, Tom Kelly. Joe versus Jack. What's happened so far, where it might head, how people have reacted.
Oh, I can't wait.
Tom Kelly, what's gone on so far? Your rant, sir.
Well, I think this is pretty clear. I mean, Joe is in Jack's head completely at this point. I mean, the footage that was released, the video of you, your commentary during the match, you lie 7, lie 8. You listen to the afternoon show. I think you're in everybody's head. I mean, Ike maybe not so much. He's a pro sports guy, he's been in it. He's been through
can handle it.
But you listen to Jack, you listen to Spike. Joe, you are in his head right now. There's no question. And I got to commend you because that photo yesterday from the Plymouth White Marsh baseball field.
Thank you.
I mean, that, everybody, they're playing checkers. Joe's playing chess. I just got to say. I mean, this is...
For those who didn't see it, describe the photo.
So Joe takes a photo from behind home plate. What did it say? It said basically like this is the site of our competition next week.
I'll read it.
Joe very much painting himself as the underdog.
So
not to mention the fact that like the subtle part of that is that he's at the field scouting out the field. Like I know that's the point. Like there's the underdog thing in there, but there's also the I'm here of it all.
No, I'm digging in. So, John, here's what my caption on the photo was. So it's a big picture. By the way, beautiful field, and we encourage people to get out there Wednesday of next week, 12 noon, Plymouth White Marsh High School. Obviously, the kids will be off because it's summertime, so you'll have great, easy access to park and come attend. I looked at where people will be standing. I think it'll be down the first baseline and third baseline, like right behind the fence. Like, you'll have great sight lines. Beautiful field. Here's my tweet, John. I tweeted out, along with a photograph of the empty field, from behind home plate where you see where I'll be standing and the pitcher's mound where Jack will be standing. And I wrote, this is where it will go down next Wednesday. Plymouth White Marsh High School, baseball versus Jack Fritz. With his background as a college baseball scholarship athlete, this will be a big challenge for me. I understand why he is such a heavy favorite.
Unbelievable tweet.
Okay. Let's go to phones.
So funny.
Just
hilarious.
Listen, guys, this is going to be really hard for me.
There it is.
My God. I mean, I told my mom in 6th grade I was done playing baseball. And this guy played college baseball. That's a hell of a challenge. I'm going to do my best, guys. I'm going to try and make you proud. Let's go to
Are
the
you
phones.
picturing Lou Holtz while you're doing this?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Let's go to the phones.
Because you're holding it up. Like can you maintain through next Wednesday is the question.
Well, it
is so unlikely.
We'll see.
You'll be able to hold this.
It's just a really big challenge, and I want to make people proud. I'm gonna do my best and go in there.
Do you think maybe you're pouring it on so thick, or that it might be poured on so thick before Wednesday
Possible.
that it's just we can see through
what
you're doing?
But there's also this reality, like he did play college baseball. Like he really did. That's not fake. That's real.
Played is in quotes. He made a college baseball team.
It was a
Probably a better
scholarship.
way to put it.
Someone gave him a scholarship. Let's go, phones. Talk to Tasty Cake Dom. Dom, how are you, pal?
Joe, how are you doing?
Fantastic, sir.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Super, Dom.
So, Joe, I called you earlier in the week to say I was a Jack Fritz guy.
Yep.
I want to call you today to tell John I'm a huge Tom Kelly guy. All the way back, right, Tommy?
That's right, Tom.
Wow.
Thanks, man.
Good.
You got.
Have you seen his new hairstyle?
I have not.
Man.
But I wanted to tell you that you got to respect what Tommy did. He used to do at my shop right where I delivered to, Joe. Tommy would do the remotes there
That's
and
great.
other
Yeah.
places.
Yeah.
And here's a guy that,
We used to do a remote at shop, right?
We did.
Were we there at your shop, right?
Yeah, it was with you.
I met
Williamstown.
you many times, John.
Dom. Yes.
That was my shop right.
So we are bonded together, you and me, just like you and Tom are bonded
He's
together.
not necessarily telling you that. He's expressing.
Said he loves Tom.
Yeah, he's not saying he loves you, John. If you paid attention.
no.
Stop trying to grab Tom's thing.
Yeah,
okay?
you're trying to take my moment?
So what?
Well, let the man finish his point.
Yeah.
My God.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, John, Joe, you mentioned that John tries to size Tommy up, and I just wanted to say he's aces all the way.
There you go.
And Joe, this is on the week where I found that Tommy doesn't know who Don Henley and Glenn Fry.
That's a shame.
What's wrong with you, Tom?
I
What's
love
on
that.
your
Like,
brain?
many
what a
things wrong
shame.
with me.
That is
Wrong
a
with
shame.
me.
It is a shame.
That's
You know,
not
Joe
So, Dom,
Walsh
do you
is
like
there.
him less now that you know he's so ill-informed on important material?
Yeah, that's not great. All right, what do you got, Dom, on Harper at the half? What are you making of our guy Bryce Harper?
I just think he's phenomenal, and I think this is the year. I'm convinced now that this is going into a playoff series when you got Zach Wheeler and Ranger pitching 4 games. You're winning 3 of them, right, Joe? You're going 3 of those games.
not necessarily. Listen, Dom, I'll tell you this, man. I'll tell you, it's going to be a fascinating thing for October. Does Rob Thompson and Zach Wheeler go to the 8th inning to the 9th inning? I mean, this is a shaky bullpen, man. And let's remember, last year's bullpen wasn't until the very end of the season when Zach Wheeler left a game with a 1-0 lead in game 1, and then the bullpen spit it up. I think it was Hoffman that day. I mean, like, it's amazing how many times Zach Wheeler has pitched superb in his games and not gotten the win. And sometimes the Phillies don't even get the win. So I will be fascinated, Don, to find out the strategy that Rob Thompson utilizes in October when Wheeler's rolling. Does he let him keep going? Because we also know he didn't let him keep going in Game 6 of 2022. And then that Alvarez guy, was that his name? Alvarez hit the homer off of Jose Alvarado. All right, Dom, good call, buddy. Appreciate it. Always good hearing from you. It's good having you as part of the program now. I know he's normally an afternoon show caller. We applaud him for calling us. By the way, we've added a second Twitter poll question because our first poll question was, do you hold it against Bryce that the Phillies haven't won a World Series in his tenure yet? Second poll question. And this is an on-the-record day, John. Do you think the Phillies will win a World Series with Bryce Harper?
Yes.
I do too. Look, 6.5 more years, which means 7 Octobers. If you ask me, in the next 7 Octobers, now we don't know that he'll play all 7 years. He, by the way, could play 3 more beyond that. He could play 10 years. He could play 4 years. Maybe the situation he retires early due to injury. Who the hell knows? There's no way to know. But we asked this other poll question. Gut feeling. Do the Phillies win a World Series with Bryce Harper, yes or no? I mean, the last 3 years show it's not easy to do. 12 teams make the playoffs. You can get clipped by a freaking Diamondbacks team that's not as good because you don't play as well. But do you think the Phillies will win a World Series with Harper? Think about it. Get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter and on the phone lines 215-592-9494. Also today, let's give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. It's his You're My Best Friend tour happening September 19th here in Philadelphia at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Now, how we're going to give away these tickets today is we're going to ask you for, we need an elite club. Give us an elite club. Now, why? Why do I ask that question today? Because yesterday, Clayton Kershaw joined a very elite club in baseball history. So 20 guys now have had 3,000 strikeouts. Congratulations to Kershaw, by the way. One of the great pitchers not only this century, one of the great pitchers of all time. 20 pitchers have had 3,000 strikeouts. Only 4 have been left-handed pitchers.
What, CC?
Wow.
Carlton,
obviously, as Spahn.
Probably Spahn and him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd have to look it up.
No,
but
Randy Johnson. Duh.
Yeah, so not CC then.
Not Spahn. No, CC's in.
Oh, he is in?
It's Spahn.
Okay.
Spahn's on in then.
Well, okay, so it's a very elite club.
Because CC is absolutely, he got in for sure.
All right, well, it's an exceptionally elite club. By the way, speaking of elite, let me just give you some facts about Clayton Kershaw, because this guy deserves his due. Look, he hasn't been as good the last 5 years. It's like the Bryce thing. Guys get older, they get banged up. Sometimes you're in, sometimes you're out. You're not as good. But just basic facts on Clayton Kershaw. John, this was prior to last night's game. These facts, obviously, they haven't, changed since last night. Dodgers won last night. Here we go. Kershaw, since 2008, number 1 in baseball in ERA. Since 2008, you ready for this? Now, we're talking about close to 20 years. 2.51 ERA. For almost 20 years. The home runs per 9 innings, 0.75, number 1. That FIP thing, people talk about FIP, number 1. The WAR thing.
People talk about FIP.
No, I don't get whipped up into this. I'll talk about WHIP. He's number 1 in WHIP. He's number 1 in something called
WHIP is pretty.
WAR. No, I get it. 3 Cy Young Awards. He's won an MVP as a pitcher, which is rare. Point is, Kershaw deserves his due. Congratulations to him. He joins an elite club. So there is a club of 3,000 strikeout guys. By the way, there's even a smaller club of left-handed 3,000 strikeout guys. I ask you today at 215-592-9494. Can be from the world of sports. But we know some of the biggies, 500 homers, 3,000 hits. Like, I get it. Baseball, those big clubs, 500 homers, 3,000 hits, 300 wins. Okay, boom. I took 3 big ones off the board. Give us an elite club. Non-sports, there are many. Sports, there are many. When you think of an elite club, and again, everyone, 215-592-9494, whoever provides the best answer is going to win the Adam Sandler tickets. Richie, an elite club, what do you got?
NFL players. I really do feel like a community.
The fraternity.
Amongst NFL players. I appreciate that fraternity. I appreciate getting a chance to talk to guys. Old heads who, like myself, played a long time ago when everyone was a dinosaur and, everything was made out of stone. Things were different.
Well,
I appreciate the fact that we played when we actually had to tackle people in practice and wear pads and all that stuff.
So some would say this is too big a club, but here's why I'm going to give John the benefit of the doubt. There's something extra admirable in that sport to play that sport. Like Jaws has on his door at NFL Films for years had things. I think the line was it was a plaque and it said football isn't for like playing football isn't for everyone. Like playing football wasn't for me, John. I love football. I love watching football, but playing football wasn't for me.
Yeah.
So while you did just take a couple 100,000 people off the board through the years in football history, I don't know, maybe 50,000 people played pro football. I don't know. A little bit of a big club, but a club nonetheless. Fair enough. Seltzer. A club, sir.
I'll go with the smaller elite club.
Okay.
12 people in my club. And it's
12 people?
Pretty cool one to be a part of.
What?
12 people have walked on the moon.
That is a cool club.
I didn't know that.
12 people on the moon. Does that include General Zod and Superman 2?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure
12
it doesn't.
people on the moon. Everyone, think about it. Give us an elite club. There are a lot in sports, a lot non-sports. TK, what do you got?
First thing that came to mind for me, Joe, I know a club you're a member of, the Mile High Club.
I am not, actually.
No?
Yeah. But the Mile High Club. Okay.
First thing that came to mind for me.
Oh, yeah. Sexy Joe.
Yeah.
Mile High Club. That's a big answer. Give us great answers. An elite club. What do you got? 215-592-9494. Patrick in Tabernacle. Hi, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing great, Patrick.
Hey, listen, talking about Harper, and, this guy is, I'm so happy to have him in town. When he came into town, I had a granddaughter named Harper, not after him, but she came into the world as he came to Philly.
Nice.
So, and also timing with that, John Ritchie, is just how he really just rejuvenated my love of the game that I was struggling with.
I think a lot of
How
people
about
were,
that?
Patrick. I mean, look, I'm a big
Yeah.
baseball fan, Patrick, but it was hard to watch the Nick Williams Phillies, the Maikel Franco Phillies, the Freddie Galvin
Nick
Cesar.
Williams.
That was tough, man.
Wow.
That was tough.
Listen, I struggled with just following baseball. I mean, I still followed it,
Yeah.
but I wasn't immersed in it like I had been, just because of how the game had changed.
Well, that's part of it, and I also think, Patrick, they just weren't promoting, and still aren't promoting the sport well. That's why I wanted to give Kershaw a moment there on our show, because that's a big achievement last night. And, that's the kind of thing I think 30, 40 years ago would have been more celebrated, and now people just kind of, gloss over it. But that should be embraced. That's a great thing by an amazing player.
Well, it is, but you know what, too? The thing with, what you just read with his stats, was it 2.51 ERA? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, for 18 years. It's absurd.
Yeah, that really is absurd. And real quick, talking about the Phillies, I heard this last night after the game. I look at series wins. I think I heard we're 19-8-1 in series this year.
Wow.
And that's a really, you look at that number versus, what are we, 550, where are we at with our winning percentage? 580, whatever it is. That's a big number. That I like looking at, and I'm always looking at the series. Are we winning this series? Are we winning that series? And I try to stay away from losing streaks per se, as opposed to are we winning the series that we're playing.
Yep.
But back to Harper, man. This guy to me is as advertised. I didn't like, and I don't like these long contracts. We never really saw him too much before. A whole lot in sports, but I don't know what the back end will bring. But listen, this guy he brings it. He's to me, he's a Philly guy, with his bravado and his approach and a little.
He plays hard, and he wants to win very much. He does.
Yeah, and that really translates. Like you said, he wants to win. He does play hard. He's you think about it, for him not to get a World Series, if his career, ended without one, that's a damn shame, because this guy does play the game.
Yeah.
Well, listen, he came up 18. How he's represented the game and himself. I mean, come on.
I agree.
He's
I
been
agree with
around
that.
A long time, man.
I agree,
Yeah.
Patrick. Give me an answer. An elite club.
You know what? Tom Kelly took my answer, TK. How about this is off the wall? But how about a club sandwich?
Club sandwich is a good club. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that. So play on words. We're allowing them.
What is?
Of course, yeah.
What exactly?
Now, I probably would have sold
did we
it as
ask for?
if I were doing that answer, I would have gone, how about some turkey, lettuce, tomato,
Gotcha.
and sold it that way.
Yeah.
But I think it's a great answer.
What exactly? Say exactly what we're asking for the side.
What is an elite club?
An elite club. A turkey club is absolutely
So
an elite
play on
club.
play on words is fair. I mean, we typically allow the play on words.
Why wouldn't that count?
Yeah.
That's good.
It's an elite club,
and that is an elite item.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I also got a little extra mayo. Extra mayo for
I
dipping.
would have
I'm
liked
a big
for him-
club guy.
Me too.
Yeah.
Big time. Yeah,
I
it's
kind
one
of
of my
need him to
favorite
go
sandwiches.
turkey bacon club. I kind of need to.
Oh, I agree with you.
No, that's
It's bacon's
that
part of
imply?
it.
Because
Bacon's
otherwise
implied.
it's just a turkey sandwich.
Yeah,
I
bacon's
know.
implied.
Yeah, no, yeah. It has to be.
I think it has to be lettuce, tomato, mayo, turkey, bacon.
With multiple,
it can have more, but that has to
multiple
be
layers
Double
of
stack.
bread.
Of course, well, of course,
That's,
yes.
that's
It's
what
got
that's
the extra
correct.
layer.
Correct. That's
Perfect
right.
lunch food.
Oh,
Perfect lunch
it's
food.
tremendous.
Oh my
agree
gosh!
with you. It's
I
a
think
great
it might
lunch
be the
food.
greatest sandwich that was ever invented.
It's up there, man.
I think
So
it might be my
can we order
favorite.
from a diner?
I'm getting so hungry as we're
Wait
talking.
a second. Do you guys like sauerkraut on a sandwich?
No.
Are you guys
No.
into that?
No.
Because I think maybe that's on me from coming from the middle of the state. Sauerkraut, like on a Reuben or something, it really
on
is
a Reuben.
critical.
I can do a Reuben with sauerkraut, but just not on most sandwiches.
I'm
But
writing-
a Reuben, I'm in.
I'm writing this down for 7:30 today. Order from a diner. I want to see if we can pull this off by the end of the show and actually get someone, if they can please bring us 4 turkey clubs. And I like mine white bread, lightly toasted, and I need a little extra mayo on the side for dipping. It's got, oh, by the way, and fries and ketchup, if you can.
You dip?
If you can.
You
Yes.
dip it in mayo?
Just because a lot of places don't give you just enough mayo, so I always get a little extra just so I'm secure. Let's go to the phones. Go to the phones.
I'm fine with the extra. I wouldn't get extra mayo, but extra stuff, good for you.
And I'm also fine with if someone wants to bring us 4 turkey clubs. Again, white bread,
We'll be okay with
lightly toasted. We'll be extraordinarily appreciative. Dan and
Don't
Philly.
they always lightly toast a club?
I think so.
I think so,
they
but
kind of have to.
But I just make sure that we're on the same page. That's all I'm saying.
Can't hurt to say.
What up, Dan?
What up, boys?
Hi, Dan.
Yo,
Hey, did you
know you can get
Go
can
ahead.
get 4 clubs if you just DoorDash instead of begging on the radio to all
Yeah,
of Philadelphia.
absolutely.
I guess
it's that
that's
easy.
true. I kind of like the begging thing, though. It's sort of, in my nature.
No shame, huh? Yo, what's the details for your the baseball game?
I'm up there 10 times. I got to get on base 4. And it's
Danny,
Wednesday of next
where-
week, and that's at noon in Plymouth White Marsh.
When are you going on with the afternoon show to hash it out or whatever?
Sometime today. I've been
Oh,
asked
it's
to go on.
today. Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's
Hash out.
So whenever it is, tune in, everybody.
They
Find
want
out the rules.
They want to talk about stuff. So I'll talk. I mean, what we've already said, Dan, is I'm up there 10 times. I got to get on base 4 times. He brings defenders, and it's at Plymouth White Marsh High School. And there's an umpire at home plate, and there's an umpire at first base. I guess that's what's been hashed out. Now, what beyond that they want to discuss, we'll see. But that's what's been agreed upon.
All right. Just wanted to know.
Yeah.
The poll questions with Bryce Harper. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to win a World Series with Bryce as this team is constructed today. I definitely think we need some different pieces around him moving forward after this season.
Well, know this.
Because
You'll
team-
get Dan. You'll get him. I mean, with
I hope so.
6 more years after this, you're gonna have a very, very different looking team in the next 2 to 3 years. Very different.
I don't think he carries any blame for the reason why we haven't won a World Series. I mean, he's been nothing but clutch in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, he can only do what he can do.
I agree.
That's the nature of baseball, But I don't know. We'll see. I do feel bad for the pitching, these gems that they pitch, and then, like I've been saying, the rest of this offense, for whatever the reason is, they just can't turn it on when they get pitching gems like that, which worries me in the playoffs. To your point, Rob Thompson, I don't know how he's going to go. It is going to be interesting to see how he goes about this postseason with his moves, with his bullpen. So.
I mean, I would go beyond interesting. I would go to fascinating. Zach Wheeler's through 8. He's pitched 111 pitches. Does he get the 9th inning? The Phillies are leading 2-1. I'd give it to
so
him.
fascinating. I mean, what do you do? I do think that him saying he's going to retire in 2 years can factor into that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
It could. Yeah.
Because it's like you're not thinking about the next 5 years with Wheeler anymore. You're thinking about this postseason, the next one, and the next one. That's it.
And James, I thought that was part of the thing with Saquon. Not that he's going to retire per se in 2 years, but last year the Eagles only had him under contract for 3 years.
Yeah, so it's just
it's like, it's not year 1 of Saquon anymore. Like, let's just use him. Whether that's right or wrong, and last year it certainly proved right. I could see them kind of just using Zach this year.
Is that realistic that he's going to hold to that? Jimmy?
John, his quotes, we can dig them up.
They
His
were
quotes.
I know
very
that they
strong.
felt strong.
Yeah.
And
it seems like the people
lots of conviction
who know
there.
him believe him. Which
Then
is
again, boxers always say, I'm going to retire, and then they come back
so
for...
many. I mean, Brett Favre. I mean, we've had a million of these things where guys are like retired and then back and all that. I mean, Aaron Rodgers seems like he's like on the edge of retirement.
But we also know this. Zach Wheeler doesn't seem like an Aaron Rodgers attention.
No,
nope.
he sure doesn't.
What's the next word?
There is no next word.
He doesn't say much, so when he says something, I tend to believe him.
I'm with you. Dan, I need an answer. Give me an elite club.
It was established in 1832, and it's a well-known club. It's still one of the most secret clubs ever, the Skull and Bones.
Oh, you got it,
Good
man.
answer.
That is a good answer. 215-592-9494. Speaking of answers, coming up next, from NovaCare Rehabilitation, a doc, to give us some answers as he senses it with the Bryce Harper wrist. With this being, Harper at the half, we're trying to get an assessment of, what is going on in that wrist. What could it be? So we're going to talk to a doc who's got experience looking at wrists, and, what could it be? And how big a problem is it or not? We'll do that. NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report up ahead. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
So, you get in your car and head to work, and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle, and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ahead, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. In one corner is the union representing 70,000 plus global soccer players. In the other, you have FIFA's ruling oligarchy. That's right, oligarchy. The union is begging FIFA not to schedule World Cup games in the daytime heat for safety reasons. Nonetheless, count on next year's final to begin at 3 p.m. Eastern at MetLife Stadium because money talks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Harper at the half.
It is Bedlam at the bat.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, maybe Bryce Harper will never leave and play for another team moving forward. I mean, a 13-year deal, that's saying something about a commitment of a team to a player and a player to a team. And, of course, with no opt-out, that was a celebrated aspect when he signed with the Phillies back in 2019. And he's given the Phils a ton and the city of Philadelphia a ton. Unfortunately, one of the realities is he's also banged up. And so while we do Harper at the half, 6.5 years in, we know that the second half for him individually will almost assuredly not be as good as him individually in the first half of 6.5 years. So for that, and we want to turn because the wrist has been a thing, and there's been a lot of injuries. Guys got hit in the face. He had the elbow. I mean, a major reconstruction. But the wrist is the latest issue. It impacted him last year. Obviously, it's impacted him again this year. Now, before we go further, I want to bring on Dr. Michael Pensack, orthopedic surgeon from NovaCare Rehabilitation, in a moment. But I first want to play for Dr. Pensack and everyone listening what Bryce said earlier this week when he returned to the lineup. So Bryce, of course, came back. This was just a few days ago. And he had been trying to work through the wrist thing and improve it more. And he got to a point where he felt like he only improved it to the level he was going to improve it. And kind of, John, took the suggestion of a few callers who were like, well, if it's not really going to improve, how about you at least just play? And he's like, all right, that's true. I'll play. So listen to what Bryce said, and then we'll get the doc's sense of it. Here's what Bryce said a few days ago.
I didn't think I was going to take any other steps forward of feeling better or anything like that. I thought we were kind of at a standstill of it feeling the same the last couple of days, and from BP to live and things like that kind of gave us the same result each day. So I thought today was a good one.
So when we heard standstill, that kind of gave us a shudder. Like, all right, he's improved, but he's not nearly where he wants to be. And so what does that mean? Well, that means we turn to the NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report. Dr. Michael Pensack is an orthopedic surgeon specializing in hand, wrist, and upper extremity care. He holds a subspecialty certificate in orthopedic surgery of the hand, which is a designation granted to board-certified surgeons in hand surgery beyond those of other orthopedic surgeons. He's a real expert in this area, right there where the wrist is. Dr. Pensack joins us. Dr. Pensack, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So we're really fascinated to get your perspective. For everyone listening, full disclosure, Dr. Pensack has not, treated Bryce and obviously is able to comment in a generic sense because he's just talking as a doc what it could be. So, Doc, let's get to it. Based on the fact that it impacted Bryce last year, he rested it. There was no surgery. It improved. He started playing this year. It set back in a more extensive way. He sat out. It improved, but it was a plateau. What would be your guess of what the issue is? What range of possibilities could it be?
All right. So my take on this is most likely a soft tissue problem. If you focus on the MRI that was just performed and is out there suggesting inflammation in the wrist, you're really talking about 5 or 6 structures at play. You've got bones, you've got nerves, you've got tendons, muscles, ligaments, joint capsules. It's probably not a bone bruise. You typically wouldn't refer to a bone bruise as an inflammatory condition. You're talking about an occult fracture you only see on MRI or swelling in the bone. So I don't think it's a bony issue. That would most likely slowly resolve over time. Typically, if there was a nerve problem, you'd be referring to that as more of a neuritis. So it can be inflamed, but there's more descriptive language you would use to describe a nerve problem. So I'm focusing more on tendons, muscles, joint capsules, and the associated ligaments. This, to me, sounds like an acute on chronic situation where there's been damage to soft tissue that has given time to heal, and then it gets re-injured, re-exacerbated from whatever forces the athlete is putting his body or that region of the hand and wrist through. So a couple of things that I think about that I see commonly in my practice are ulnar-sided wrist pain. That's pain on the pinky side of your wrist. So there's a soft tissue disc there, very similar to the meniscus you have inside your knee, known as the TFCC, triangular fibrocartilaginous complex. That's prone to tearing. That can be a very nagging source of ulnar-sided wrist pain. It can wax and wane. So that's one thing that stands out to me. That disc has a poor vascular supply in the central third of it. The outer rim of it has good healing responses. There's a rich blood supply there, but that can tear. And depending on how much rest, it can calm down and then flare back up again.
And you're saying the poor vascular supply, Doc, that means essentially it takes longer to heal. There's not as much blood there, so it's just you got to be more patient with that, coming back from that sort of thing.
Parts of those discs don't heal, and if they ever progress to surgery, sometimes we just have to go in and debride or shave down the tissue that is unable to mount a healing response.
Oh, jeez.
Would you
I'm
feel
not
that
saying that's what it is.
would an off-season surgery, in your opinion, fix it if the situation calls for it?
It certainly could, but there's still a host of other pathology at play that may not even require the surgery. You know, there could be a very bad tendinopathy. You could have an ECU subsheath injury. You can have a bad case of de Quervain's tendonitis, which is on the thumb side of your wrist.
Man.
These are extraordinarily painful conditions, and it depends what sort of conservative care the athlete or patient wants to employ. You know, this could simply respond to immobilization, anti-inflammatories, corticosteroid shots, but, you know, there are many athletes who don't want to put some of that stuff in their body, and that could prolong the healing response. I could tell you, if you were like a weekend warrior in my office, you'd most likely be getting a cortisone shot for any of the pathology around the wrist, if it's a tendon or TFCC type of injury. But an athlete may want to, professional athlete at that level may want to hold off.
But but that is, like you said, that is an option that could make it feel better, that could reduce the inflammation. When you say it could respond to immobilization, that's the way that we dealt with everything. Like in football, in my sport, when it was wrist, you just tape it. You know, like that's. But I know that in baseball, why is it so difficult to just tape it?
Well, hold it. Well, let me just say this.
Baseball,
think about a bat. Think about swinging a bat. Like, it is so
all on your wrist,
directly. It is right there.
Why is it so difficult to just tape it?
It's very hard. The wrist has very complex kinematics. You're talking about 3D motions that you have eight wrist bones. There's 2 rows of wrist bones that articulate with either the hand and or the forearm. In order to get the proper kinematics to swing a bat at their level, to catch balls and throw balls, you just can't shut the wrist down without affecting their performance and motion. So some types of bad wrist pathology, they require, 6 weeks of immobilization and something called a Munster splint to shut down all their pronation and supination. That's the rotational motion about the long arm, about the long axis of the forearm.
Wow.
And that may not be feasible in season.
Wow.
And that's why I think this is, definitely a soft tissue, very close to being a soft tissue thing definitively because of the acute on chronic nature of this. It seems like it responds to rest and then flares up with activity.
So, Doc, final question here. I'm going to combine short-term and long-term. Short-term is this year, of which there's, 4 months if they go all the way through the World Series. Long-term, there's 6 years after that. Short-term, how much of a problem to play with and through? Long-term, how much of a problem as you perceive it?
Again, it all depends on the detailed findings of that MRI, which I'm not privy to, as he's not my private patient. But this could be solved in potentially 2 to 6 weeks if it's something that would respond well to a corticosteroid shot. If it requires surgery down the line, it's possible he could be temporized through the season and then something in the off season, and that could solve it for the rest of his career. I mean, there are plenty of people who do respond well to a wrist scope and a debridement or repair of their TFCC, and that's the end of it. But there's not enough information out there to opine further on that, and I don't want to circumspect beyond that because there's a lot more detail that goes into that kind of.
But it seems like he wasn't.
prognostication.
It seems like that wasn't part of the plan for the last few years, the debridement in the off season.
Yeah, a little concerning that it wasn't taken care of last year into this year.
Yeah,
Because-
why would that be the case, Doc?
That could be player preference. Again, without looking at the images and seeing what is actually damaged, it's hard to further opine on that.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, Doc, I appreciate your time. I'll tell you what, if I have one of these issues in the hand and wrist region, I'm coming to you. Dr. Michael Pensick, an orthopedic surgeon specializing in hand, wrist, and upper extremity care. He sees patients at Ocean Orthopedic Associates in Toms River and Old Bridge, New Jersey. For more information, go to michaelpensick.com. PensicMD.com, all part of the NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report. Doc, thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You got it. Very interesting. Well, kind of like I expected. Could be fixed or maybe not. And again, tough for the Doc without having seen Bryce specifically and his wrist. But it gives you a range of possibilities of what it could be. 215-592-9494. It's Harper at the half. Coming up, some of the notable things that Bryce has said through the years. And, hey, you know what, James, Harper at the half? I think we got to play Bedlam at the bank. I just think it has to happen. Also, drop of the week. We'll have some fun with that. A little early this week. Normally we do it on Friday in the 9 o'clock hour. This week we'll do it around 8 o'clock. Plus, Brandon Graham weighed in this week on WIP. His advice to Jack Fritz, as Jack obviously looks to bounce back in baseball next week against me. All of that on the table. Your calls, your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
The humidity is thick out there. You've got the AC running on blast, the fans on, and the shades closed, but the heat still seems to be seeping into your home. That is until you replace your old drafty windows with energy-efficient, top-quality ones from Window Nation. Just like I did. I called 866-90-NATION, set up a quick appointment, and Window Nation changed my home. My Window Nation windows, they keep the cold in so well. I'm freezing when I wake up to put Carl outside, even when the weather outside is 90 degrees and muggy. It's unbelievable, and I'm so glad Window Nation replaced our windows before all this heat came and hit us. If you need new windows, right now you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. Did I mention installation only takes 1 day, or in my case, 1 nap? And the pro installers were so silent, I didn't even wake up. Window Nation makes it so easy to replace your windows, whether you're up against a packed summer schedule or mentally preparing for another busy fall. Personally, I wouldn't procrastinate another day if I could save this big on upgrading my home. Don't miss Window Nation's biggest deal of the year. Get 50% off all window styles now through July 30th. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION like I did, or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
1 round down.
I chip one in the green. He concedes.
1 man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive? The hammer! Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detailed? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please. Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A skydiving plane crashed shortly after taking off in Gloucester County. All 15 people on board miraculously still alive. Day 3 of the DC-33 strike after not much progress was made in talks yesterday. And the Philly airport is preparing for a big bump in flyers for the busy holiday weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call. having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades, my mom a patient for 3 decades. I've been very fortunate to always be in good shape with my teeth, in part due to the great care of Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. I've never needed the restoration and replacement of teeth. And maybe you, like me, in good shape. And if you are, good for you. And get yourself there. For year-to-year maintenance, they can take care of you. But for the people that have big old issues, and there's some people with some serious pain, major, major issues. Maybe you don't like the way you look and it actually creates a self-esteem issue. Well, know that PI Dental Center, they are the originators of the Teeth in a Day, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. Put another way, they can really fix you up fast. So get yourself to Fort Washington, where PI Dental Center is located. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Phillies split their doubleheader with the Padres Wednesday, dropping Game 1 6-4 before bouncing back for a 5-1 victory in the nightcap. In Game 2, Max Kepler and Brandon Marsh each homered, while Christopher Sanchez led the way. He was awesome, going 7 complete, giving up just 1 run on 5 hits. Here's Rob Thompson on his young left-hander.
He's been just wonderful. Strike throwing ability, the changeup, his swing and miss. Other than there might have been a couple of balls hit hard off him tonight. So many, so much soft contact. He's been unbelievable.
Mets also split their doubleheader with the Brewers, so the Phils maintain a 2-game lead in the East. Day off today, Reds come in next for a 3-game series starting on Friday afternoon. Enjoy Bud Light and Mick Ultra specials all summer long at Chesapeake Inn, home of the best live music and tiki bar on the CND Canal. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Weather mostly sunny with a high of 90, currently 75 in Philadelphia. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Back to Harper at the half.
Harper sends it into the second deck.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The 0-1 pitch. As this pitch hit in the air, deep center. Going back, Merrill to the track, at the wall. He won't catch it. As it's well into the hedges, Brandon Marsh, dead center field, has homered. And it's 3-1 Phillies.
All right, well, good bounce back from the Phillies yesterday in Game 2. Obviously, Christopher Sanchez way better than Mick Abel. And the Phillies end up taking 2 of 3 overall from the Padres. Good morning to you. So it's Harper at the half. It was just a few days ago that the Phillies passed the halfway point of the season. John digging the
Can
music.
you do the robot?
No.
I wish.
I can't either.
I wish
really.
I could.
I mostly do the stand and watch people dance thing.
I bet Tom's good at the
That's
robot.
you're not doing a bad robot, John.
He's not.
Well, no, it's pretty bad.
I wish I could. No,
I mean,
it's not
I like
good
when
at
you
all.
do the
This
arm
thing,
and it
yeah,
kind of
the-
hangs.
You gotta
yeah,
stop. Like,
the
I'm not good
broken
at
arm.
the pop and lock
Whoops.
type of thing to begin with. I wish I were better at it.
I wish I could do like a better wave.
Yeah.
But
I
I,
don't
can
know,
kind
John.
of do it.
It's not bad,
I can,
John.
do,
John's
I
not
can
bad.
do some stuff with my feet.
Yeah, I feel confident in dancing, but I can't do like the actual moves type stuff that I wish I could.
Like I feel confident while I'm doing it. It just doesn't look good.
No, I think it looked.
John,
I
you were good
honestly
there.
thought it looked good, John.
That was very
It
solid.
moving around pretty well. In
I
You're
was very
just
impressed.
saying that, Tom, because I've been pumping up your sweet hairstyle all day.
That's right. Yeah.
This
It's
is
a
why,
mutual compliment
That's
society
right.
we got
This is
going on
weird.
here.
guys, that's why you got to watch YouTube, everyone, because you get to see this stuff now. John dancing, Tom's hair, TK in for Ree and Devin both off today. Both will be back next week. We hope you have a good 4th of July, up ahead here. Phil's, back at it with a new series, 2-game lead in the division. Phil's off today, back at it tomorrow. Reds, am I remembering that right?
Correct, yeah.
The Reds.
Reds. So Phil's
105 game tomorrow.
105. All right.
Hey, can we real quick
Yeah.
just thank whoever it is that the Phillies are actually playing on a holiday for once? Like they didn't play on
Yeah.
Memorial Day. They're like all these days they're always off. It feels
You're
like
right.
we got a July 4th baseball game.
It is
Yeah.
cool.
Like that's great, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right. So one thing we love about having TK here is he really does rev up a rant. And so I haven't told Tom the categories of any of these topics that I'm going to throw his way today, looking for. And I need a little more bravado
I
this
came
time.
in expecting this, and
Yeah.
it's phenomenal. I
All
knew
right.
you were going to have rants ready, and this is great.
All right, TK. I need a little bit more bravado with this one, and I think
Yeah.
you'll provide.
Okay.
So rant potential number 2, if you provide it, the state of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Fertile ground.
Tom Kelly, floor is yours, sir.
The state of the Philadelphia 76ers is honestly more optimistic than it was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But as long as Joel Embiid and Paul George are here, this team is destined to go nowhere. I mean, the Joel Embiid thing, it didn't work. He never became a leader. He never got in shape. I mean, the fact that Tyrese Maxey still last year, Joe, needs to tell him it's important to show up on time. It's important to do the right things. That's ridiculous. And Paul George, I'm telling you, somebody within that organization, they need to tell him during the season, shut that podcast down. I cannot take it. Every time, like, I don't need to see a podcast peak clip coming on my Twitter timeline every day. I don't care what Paul George has to say. I don't care what he has to say about basketball. I don't care what he has to say about the Eagles. I don't care what he has to say about anything. I just want him to play basketball and not give his thoughts on every single thing that happens in the world. So whatever. I wish he wasn't here. Unfortunately, he is. But I don't need to see him do the podcast anymore. He needs to shut it down.
All right, that's
and Daryl Morey needs to make him do it.
John, I'm giving TK a 7 out of 10. I mean, there's been better, but it was solid. No, solid, but there's been better. There's been better.
To be fair,
was pretty good. I mean,
it was very good. To be fair, most rants naturally happen as you're getting worked up about something.
Yes,
that's
the
true.
like rant on a dime
Yeah.
thing is a
Right.
tougher ass to give TK a little
Well, it's
credit.
like I'm looking at Tom and saying, be a clown. Like,
Exactly.
be, and
What
that's,
am I here to amuse you?
Exactly.
All right,
Right.
so
I'm funny how?
So we'll have some fun with Tom as he's in here today. By the way, also, me and Jack, we get back at it on Wednesday of next week with the baseball challenge. I do want to throw this one question out to everyone because we had a poll question, I believe, 2 days ago. With me up 1-0, best of 5. Who do you think's going to win overall? End of the show, 59% of respondents said they think Jack will still win. So I'm just going to ask this question. To the 59% that think Jack will win, why do you think that? To the 41% that think I will win, why do you think that?
Because you're mentally stronger.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's one reason.
Because you are taking it so seriously, and he is not taking it nearly as seriously as you.
He may start now. So anyway,
we'll see.
I'm just curious.
I don't know, though, that I think he will take it more seriously. I don't know that he can. I don't think he can take it as seriously as you do.
I
don't think he's as competitive as
John,
you are.
I went to the field yesterday to scout it out.
I just don't think he's as competitive as you are. Like, just as a base level thing.
Probably
yeah.
true. But look, I'm rooting for him. I really am. I don't want to see the guy, suffer the disgrace of being swept. He could get swept in this thing. But I really hope for his sake it's not that. We'll see. Anyway, I'm just curious. Why do you think he will win or I will win? You can weigh in 215-592-9494. Also, Harper at the half. Before we go any further, let's get to what I would say on the field was Bryce's first, dare I say, grand moment. Grander came in the form of not a grand slam in 2022, Bedlam at the bank, a way bigger deal. But the first really, really, really cool Bryce Harper moment was in the summer of 2019. Well, maybe the first really cool moment was the introductory press conference.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're going to get some of that audio, too.
Huge.
Yeah, that was good stuff. But he hit a grand slam during the 2019 summer to win a game. Larry Anderson was so excited. Fransky was so excited. Tom McCarthy on TV was so excited. I think we got the TV call. Let's listen to that moment from 2019.
2-2 with the bases loaded and one out.
Oh, my God.
Deep to right field. Way up there and way out of here. Second deck walk-off home run. Grand slam, Bryce Harper. Wow.
Pretty cool. Really, really cool.
I remember
amazing.
it so
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I remember it so. I think it was during an Eagles preseason game the same day. If I'm not
Eagles
mistaken.
Jaguars. I
Eagles
think
Jaguars. Yeah, exactly.
How do you remember that? I didn't
because
remember
I was
that.
watching the Eagles game.
Yeah,
I missed the Grand Slam.
We
because I
had
was
an
watching the
event. So
preseason
I
game.
saw the Grand Slam, but we had an event, I think. We were doing an event on a rooftop or whatever. And I remember it so well because Jack and I weren't going to record a podcast. We were like, all right, no, and we ended up having to do an emergency pod because of the Grand Slam out of nowhere. We were like, all right, hurry up, I got to record. Like,
that's great.
I remember it so well.
All right, so with Harper at the half, we have a ton of different topics we've thrown out, including, the introductory press conference, the recent wrist situation, everything in between. Do you think he pandered? Do you think he still panders? Bedlam at the bank, how average they were, how much, 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 much better than average they've become, how he did, play very well in these Octobers, but they haven't won a World Series and are, in the case of a lot of people, the way they judge it based on October, going backwards, even though they've won more games every regular season. Look, I'm very pro Bryce Harper. We have two different Twitter poll questions of the day to sort of assess two elements of where you are with Bryce. So Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevrolet wishes the entire Delaware Valley a happy and safe 4th of July. Armin Chevrolet, closer than you think. Together, let's drive. First poll question. Do you hold it against Bryce Harper that the Phillies have not won a World Series during his tenure here? Yes or no? Interesting that amongst the four of us, we all say no. We don't hold it against him. But I know there's a lot of people out there that do, including one caller that called us earlier. But generally, the calls have been very pro-Bryce. But I know there's some people out there that think it's his fault. I don't. Do you hold it against him? Yes or no? Second poll question. That's what's been and how you assess what's been. Second poll question, looking forward. Do you think the Phillies will win a World Series with Bryce Harper? 6.5 years down, 7 Octobers to go, and that's unless they extend him and or maybe he leaves before his contract's over. You never know. Do you think they win a World Series with Bryce? Yes or no? Let's go to the phones. There's a lot to chew on here.
I do, Joe, and that means that's going to happen soon.
Well,
that means what we're talking about is we're at the halfway point.
Yeah,
we're
but it could be in 5 years.
We're at 6.5 years. Yeah, and I don't think it will be in 5 years. I think that the iron is as piping hot as it's going to get right about now. We just need, a couple
pitching-wise it is.
Couple things to round us out.
They'll have a better lineup at some point. I'll say this. I'm struck by this fact. When Dr. J finally won a title with the Sixers, he was no longer their best player.
Wow, that's really interesting to think
that
about.
happens sometimes.
You're right.
Happened with David Robinson. When David Robinson finally won a title in San Antonio, Tim Duncan was their best player.
Interesting to think
happens
about.
Sometimes.
So,
wow. Maybe and listen, some would say he's not their best player now. Some would say Wheeler right now. So, but then there's the everyday player thing. Okay, let's go to the phones. What do you make all this? Neil in Northeast Philadelphia.
The mask needs to be fixed.
Neil!
Oh, no.
Neil!
What are you working on, buddy?
He's not with us. I was.
Neil.
Yeah, I just wasn't there.
We went all Dead Poet Society.
It sounded like he was at the hardware store.
All right, let's go to Gary in Whitehall. Gary, it's Harper at the half. What do you make of it?
Good morning, gents. How you doing today?
Good, buddy.
Awesome.
Hey, Joe, you gonna wear your elbow guard?
I don't know. It was an interesting idea yesterday. Maybe the Barry Bonds elbow guard. I know this. Whether I have an elbow guard or not, I will not be intimidated at all. And look, it's not fun to get hit with an 80-mile-an-hour fastball, but if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Well, he hit me a couple years ago with a pitch. So
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I remember it.
I don't think he's going to hit 80 for what it's worth.
I don't either.
I think he's going to be mid-70s.
Was it 80? I don't know what it was a few years ago, but I think it'll be in the 70s.
When he hit you, where was it?
Calf.
Wow.
Yeah, calf.
You don't remember he came in, he had a welt on his calf. He showed it to
Yeah, that's
us.
for about a week or so.
vaguely remember,
Yeah.
If he hits you with a 70-mile-an-hour ball, Joe, that arm's coming with the ball. So I got faith in you, brother.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, but let's get to Harper at the half.
Sure.
Let's look at the alternative. We could be talking about Manny Machado, which thank God we're not, because Bryce Harper took the Phillies a lot further than Manny Machado would have.
True.
I agree with that.
No, I agree with that too. Machado's done a nice job also. Let's not act like the Padres haven't entered the world of playoffs also. But I like Harper more, and I think he's better.
Yes, very, very much. I think he gives you a lot more. He embraced the city. He embraced the city. He didn't make us come to him. He came to us. Exactly.
Do you think Gary? Do you think he did pander?
Of course he does.
Yeah.
Come on, he's the golden boy. I mean, come on, he was on the face of Sports Illustrated at 15 years old.
It's okay.
I have no problem with pandering.
It's okay
Pander
to put that
That's
effort
great.
in.
I'd rather you pander to me exactly
No doubt.
than just like ignore it or not care what I think or whatever.
It means something.
I'd rather he not pander, but it's
us
not
he
the end of the world.
cares.
He does care. I agree with that. But
I have zero. Even if it was purposeful pandering, I have zero problem with it.
Okay. All right, Gary, I need an answer. An elite club. What do you got?
Well, being that Rhea and Devin aren't there, let's do a little Rascals, the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
All right, you got it, Gary. Appreciate the call. Let's go back to where it started with Bryce as a Philly, which other than pen to paper to sign 13 years, $330 million, which, by the way, we always say 330. It ends up not being 330 because the pandemic year.
It's prorated for that year. You're
Yeah,
right.
I think
which is funny because technically where he still has, if he stays healthy, there are more games left in the 6.5 years, the second 6.5 years and the first 6.5. Technically, he's not halfway through the games he would, in the contract because it was only 60 that year.
So that year, he got like a third of what he would have gotten. So, but it's going to end up being about $315 million or something like that. So, but let's go back to where it started with the press conference. And one thing that was very clear very early, he knows his baseball history, and he was clearly very properly deferential to Phillies history. Remember, he was number 34 with the Washington Nationals. So people wondered what happens, upon him joining the Phillies. He said this early in his press conference. He set a tone for respect, and a lot of people rightfully really appreciated this.
Of course, I wore 34, but I thought Roy Halladay should be the last one to wear it. He's somebody in this game that, is greater than a lot of guys that have ever played it.
So, Halladay had passed away a year before that, maybe? Something like that?
Something like that. It was definitely during the history of our show. So,
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So, he obviously, Bryce garnered a lot of appreciation upon that decision.
Also, I think it showed, and I don't ever remember this with another press conference, just how much preparation you could tell that guy put in for a press conference.
Yeah.
To your point about setting a tone, I thought it was really impressive how much he cared before the press. Well, no offense, Nick Sirianni, he came in just cold, and was not ready for anything they were going to ask him.
You're right.
Harper was so prepared for that press
Well,
conference.
I'll give you one more piece of audio because he said so much that was what you want to hear. I mean, he said, as people will use the phrase, he said all the right things. He did. Listen to Bryce. And by the way, he sounds so young. Holy mackerel. He sounds so much younger than just a 7-year difference from then to now. Here's another part of that press conference where I thought he really said so much of the right thing.
I want to be on Broad Street on a freaking boat or whatever, a thing, bus, whatever it is, and, have a trophy over my head and do that, because that's what it's all about. That's at the end of the day, I want to be able to go to sleep and know that I gave it my all and was able to bring back a title to the Philadelphia Phillies organization, to Mr. Middleton, to Mrs. Middleton, and to the whole city of Philly, and to the fans, to everybody that's part of this. That's what I want to do. That's what I feel like I want my legacy to be, is all about winning, all about playing the game the right way for a great organization and for a long period of time.
I'll say this, from what I remember, very similar to John Ritchie's introductory press conference in 2003 with the Eagles.
Oh. There wasn't even one of those, I don't think.
No, I'm playing around.
How long did it take till the lilt wore off his voice? That does sound so completely different.
I mean, think about it. He didn't have kids at that moment. He's got, like 3 or 4 kids now?
Yeah.
I mean, one of his kids
Oh.
is 6 years old almost or something like that.
That'll put a little wear and tear on you.
It does change things. It really, again, it's a 26 to 32 is a big 6.5 years.
All right, so where are you at with Bryce? Do you hold it against him that he hasn't won a title? They haven't won a title. I don't. Do you think they will get one while he's here?
Yes. Do you?
I do. If you said to me, do I believe the Phillies will win a World Series with Bryce Harper, yes or no? You got to place the bet.
Would you bet your house on it? Bet your house on it.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I bet anything of that nature.
Would you, the most you would bet on, what you're comfortable betting, would you bet that on this?
Look, I'm just telling you, I think they're going to win a title with him.
So you'd bet on it?
Yeah,
I'm just hammering down how. Because I wouldn't. I could say, I think they have a real chance.
$100.
I hope they win a title. But if I had to bet something of real value, like not $100, but $1,000, $5,000, whatever, I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, I probably won't do that either, just because I'm not going to bet a $5,000 thing. But do I think that they will win a title?
But I'm saying if I had to bet $5,000 one way or the other, I would bet
I got
no.
you. But
Do you know what I mean?
I do. What I'm getting at, though, is trying to find out from everyone, do you think they'll win one with him? The Sixers did with Doc. The Phillies did with Moses, with Schmitty. The Eagles never did with Donovan and Doc. The Flyers never did with Lindros. The Sixers never did with Barkley or Iverson. You have these guys that are they're the guys, and sometimes you get it done, and sometimes you don't. Do you think it'll happen while he's here? Let's go to the phones. Also, me versus Jack. Why do you think he'll win, or why do you think I'll win? Baseball next week. And, of course, the Phils take 2 or 3 from San Diego. Christopher Sanchez, way better than Abel. And we got to start getting a little concerned on Abel, who probably will be in the bullpen for October, but that's no sure bet. He's obviously not going to start.
Could get traded still.
He could get traded. And trade value is going down a little bit.
Probably, yeah. Now, I think most Major League teams understand it's a 23-year-old in his first experience in the majors, and there's going to be ups and downs, but it's not helping.
It's not helping.
Painter, Abel, how do we compare those?
Well, there's 2 different categories.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They've
Way
been lumped
different.
together, but they're not really.
They're not. I mean, Painter's been top 10 on these lists
Yeah.
forever.
And
Abel's not even on him.
Abel's like 87
At best. He usually isn't even on the top 100 list for most of them.
Yeah, they're very different tiers.
Okay. When do we get to see more of Painter? Because I thought that was going to be this year, guys. And then Abel came up and sort of surprised us that he had a little greater capacity than what we expected.
There's no spot. Well, I guess the spot in the rotation would be taking Abel's spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then Noel's going to...
Is it possible that we see Painter now again? Because I thought it was going to happen this year.
I would not expect him in the month of July.
I think we will see Painter this year, yes.
I do too.
But that's very exciting.
But not in
it
July.
comes at the Mick Abel cost, unfortunately for him,
but Abel
right?
could go into the bullpen. I mean, saddle up.
He could be traded by then. There's a million different things that could happen.
Or what would be really annoying if they move Abel and put Taiwan back in the rotation
come
until
on.
they think
Would
Painter's
they
ready to
really?
go.
All right, let's go to John in Allentown. John, good morning.
Oh, my God. Me and James, our radio friendship is over.
Oh, no. What did he do?
Uh-oh, what happened?
He tells me to be prepared, like I'm going to be up soon. And then he takes my answer.
Oh, no.
Wait, what was your answer?
He robbed you.
Robbed me.
Wait, hold on. What was your answer?
landing on the moon.
Well, I took that before you even called, John. I said that at 6:45.
No, you put me on hold, then you took it.
Well, you never said it to me. It's not like I stole it from you.
You read his mind, Jimmy. You read John's mind and stole his
You should be mad at Joe for not taking you sooner, I guess.
John, we're going to do life advice with the Hammer at 9:15, and as I've said many times with advice, don't steal someone else's answer. Unless you're in a class in school and you don't know the answer, and then you should cheat by looking over at the kid's desk next to you.
So how often would you actually cheat?
I really didn't. It wasn't my style. One time, there was a teacher, here's what I'll say. There was a teacher that allowed, I'm not making this up, allowed talking during a test.
What?
Always.
Why would the teacher do that?
She had no
Come
control.
on.
She had no control. Okay, I'm being honest with you. She had no control. And so I asked the kid, hey, what's the answer?
Come on.
And he wrote it down on a piece of paper, and then and I didn't want it on a piece of paper, and then it fell, and then she found it, and it was a whole problem.
Oh, no.
Yes.
So you actually got busted.
Kind of, yes.
Kind of?
Kind
of.
The
kid wrote the answer on a piece of paper and handed it to you.
Yes, it was not my fault. All I did was ask. All I needed was an answer, and he wrote it down.
You asked for the answer, and he gave it to you.
Sounds like it was your fault, Joe.
Yes.
All right,
you prompted him.
All right, John, what do you got on Bryce Harper? Harper at the half. What are you thinking?
Well, Joe, let me tell you this first. I think there's a better chance that the Hammer sweeps than Bryce winning a World Series with the Phillies.
The Hammer sleeps?
Sweeps.
Yeah, sleeps. I agree. Sleeps.
And I actually think he will win a World Series with the Phillies.
Oh, so you think both are going to happen? Interesting.
I think
that was his way of saying a sweep's a lock, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lock.
Well, John, I went to the field yesterday, Plymouth White Marsh High School. Like, I'm scouting it out. You got to get the feel of it.
John.
I wanted to see exactly where I'll be in the batter's box.
That doesn't mean that you're going to win,
No,
Joe.
it doesn't mean
and
I'm
then
going
you have to race him. John, you know that these other events, Joe has, like Jack is really going to have to melt down beyond
I think Joe's the favorite
what
in
we've
tennis.
seen.
I think Joe's the favorite in tennis, right?
Baseball's really key.
Baseball's everything.
Baseball's really, really
yeah.
key. You can make a case whoever wins baseball wins this thing.
I agree with you.
But I'll say this, with him as a, scholarship athlete in college baseball, that's going to be hard for me. That's going to be really hard.
Mind games.
It should be, but I'm questioning whether he was really a college athlete in baseball.
He was. All right, John, go ahead. Harper at the half. Give me a quick comment.
Harper at the half. I watched, I was in Lake Placid in 2019 with my family.
Yep.
And when he smashed that home run, we were watching it. We're chilling out, and drinking some beers. It was fantastic, man. Listen, he definitely has been as advertised, and he does pander, and I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
He panders, and he comes up big when it matters.
He has played great in October.
Yeah.
Three times in a row. He really has. All right, John, I need an answer. An elite club. What do you got?
Since there's only been 47, how about the President of the United States?
You got it. Absolutely. And we say 47, but it's really 45, right?
Yeah, because two people have
been twice.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah. So, 45 people have been president. Yep, absolutely. We'll see if I get there someday. All right, let's go to Neil. He's calling from Northeast Philly. Hi, Neil.
I was sorry about before, but anyway, Gon, and did you go with the league kid to the fireworks game?
I go to what?
Yesterday?
No, he asked if John went to the fireworks game in Alicia.
Neil, I need you to have your TV or radio off in the background, please.
Okay, sorry.
Let me put you on hold while you get that done, because we've talked about this before. Kind of driving me nuts now. No more of that. I love you, but off. Not low, off. Andy in Deptford. Andy, good morning.
Morning, team. We live. We blazing hot outside.
Yeah, it's a little hot.
I'm over in Jersey, man. I smell that Philly trash. Come on, Mayor Parker. You got to get that together. It's Independence Weekend, one of the biggest cities in the world, place of our independence. You got to get the trash together. Pay them people. Give them the money they deserve. Period.
Andy, here's my statement on the matter. I don't know enough about it to comment. I don't.
The future president, Joe DeCamera.
Yeah, I will straddle that divide like an Adonis.
All I know is it could get very smelly in the city.
Oh,
if this
sure.
doesn't get
Straddle that
sorted.
divide like an Adonis.
Well, it's in a line from the West Wing. That's the only reason I said it. Yeah. All right, Andy, go ahead, buddy.
You got dumpsters everywhere and trash. Come on, get that together. All right, now, let's get to this Fritz thing before I hop on Bryce Harper.
Sure.
Before this started, right, I had zero confidence in you bringing this thing home, Joe. Okay, I watched them videos yesterday. You know, I seen how you were striking that ball. I mean, it looked like a foul pop-up every time you hit your drive. I seen how Fritz was just killing the ball.
Yeah, he mashes
But,
it.
I mean, he's just mentally super soft, right? But then I look at the videos of you guys next to each other. I mean, he's towering over you physically.
Yeah.
Once this thing gets physical events, I don't know, my guy. I think he's still in real big trouble.
Well, listen, we'll see. Most people think he's still going to win. It could be very close. We'll find out. I mean, I know this. I'm taking it serious, and I'm trying to dig in to improve and get as good as I can in any of these sports. So we'll see.
But after one event, I think one thing was definitively proven so far. That it's really only two athletes on the radio station. You got Ike and you got John. Yeah, the rest of you guys.
What about Hugh?
Huh?
What about Hugh Douglas? What about Ruben Amaro? What about Ben Davis?
I'll give you Ruben. I mean, maybe 30 years ago. Yeah.
Don't be ripping Ruben. Don't do it. Don't even do it.
All right, so, I mean, I don't want to waste my time on a GM that had a stacked roster that could never win a World Series.
Oh, no.
So,
all right,
let's get to
go
Bryce
ahead.
Harper.
Yes.
Let's get to Bryce Harper, right?
Yep.
Here we are at the halfway point, right? So, if I was to ask you another question, 6 more years later and we don't win a thing, don't you think this whole contract was, I don't want to say a waste, but it wasn't a success?
No, I don't think that. I don't. And it's a fascinating and now, Andy, it's a fascinating question. I mean, look, I'd have to know what happens in the next 6.5 years to definitively answer it. But I'll say this. I don't think it's his fault they haven't won in October. I think he's done his job in these first 6.5 years. And there are guys like Doc and Iverson and Harper, in my opinion, at this point, who have given it everything they can. And sometimes you don't win at all. I wish it was otherwise. But I hope he gets into the win it all category. He may not. Time will tell. I wouldn't call it a waste. I wouldn't call it a failure. I just don't think that's. That's not the way I look at sports.
My concern with him is we got 6 more years, and you got to be honest with it. That we're not going to see the first 6 years of him that moving forward.
I totally agree.
Opinion,
totally agree.
His best years have passed.
Yep.
His power has dissipated. I mean, he's not the same player he was 2 years ago than what he is now. So, I mean, you know, and then the whole pandering, of course he pandered. He came out to Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like, come on, with the damn Fanatic socks. He's a Cowboys fan. Let's not forget that.
Well, he's allowed to be. He
Cowboys
only got here in 2019. But the pandering annoyed me. All right, Andy, I need an answer from you. Give me an elite club.
An elite club that I always wanted to go in as a kid. I mean, I'll take it back to Married with Children. How about Al Bundy and that garage men's club?
You got it, man.
That sounds like an Andy from Deptford kind of club.
Yes, it does. So, for those that missed it, we had about 40 minutes ago a Novacare rehabilitation doctor on to talk about Bryce's wrist. The doc
acute on chronic was the statement.
The doc hadn't seen Bryce, but we wanted to get a perspective of someone who's an expert in that kind of thing for him to guesstimate what it could be. John, what did you make? For those that missed it, how would you relay what the doc said and what you made of his perspective?
It was a lot more nebulous than what I was expecting. But the root of it, acute on chronic. Basically, you've got chronic problems, something that is lasting, that does not go away with acute, influence now. So it's flaming up, sort of, so to speak, and getting worse and instead of better with the rest, which is incredibly discouraging. And it doesn't sound like we know anything that can make this better in the here and now.
Although he did say surgery in the offseason may be possible.
The surgery in the offseason is something that, again, I'm confused as to why that wouldn't have happened after last year.
I agree with you.
Because we know that these issues existed after last season. So it feels like this was something where they tried to hold off. They tried to see if, just letting it rest in the offseason and then some would give it what it needed, and it didn't.
Yeah.
So that's really unfortunate. And now it comes, I'm assuming that it comes to this point where he just has to grin and bear it and figure out a way to try to get it done.
Yeah.
to the offseason where he can fix it.
Yeah, no, that's the same assessment I had based on what the doctor said. Look, I hope there's a surgery that can fix it. We know sometimes there is, sometimes there's not. Joel, we kind of get the impression there's not a surgery that can fix it. Chase Utley, there was not a surgery that can fix it.
But
Sometimes
the doctor
there is.
talked about how complicated all of these parts are in the wrist. There's so much that's going on in there. And for my sport, it really was simple, where you just take a roll of tape and put it around your wrist and make it secure, and that really was all you needed.
But
in
think
many
about
cases.
if it was a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like, that would be a different thing.
A quarterback would never be able to do that because of the small muscle control that's necessary. When you're talking about the bat and all that small muscle control, taping it up solid, that's not going to work.
Tough spot, man. So, like at Harper at the half, a lot of that on the table. Coming up in the next 10 minutes, you're going to hear Bedlam at the bank. You're going to hear James. We're doing an early drop of the week because we're all not here tomorrow.
Damn right, buddy.
4th of July. So I guess you're going to have a lot of me and Fritz stuff in there.
Yeah, it's almost exclusively.
Ike's reaction was funny.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I am drilling down, trying to prepare for Wednesday. We're going to be at Plymouth White Marsh High School, noon on Wednesday. You can be there. You know, one of the things to prepare is obviously to really, for me, study up on hitting. I mean, for Jack, it's about pitching. For me, it's about hitting. I actually talked last night to did I tell you this, James? One of the greats of all time. I talked to Ted Williams last night. Did I tell you that?
Oh, really? Yeah, that would be hard to do.
No, it's not that hard. Because you remember when he died, he was hung upside down and decapitated to come back to life.
Ted Williams was my coach here in
that's a different Ted Williams. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, because I actually have the audio. Ted Williams to me last night, talking about Fritz versus me. This is what Ted Williams told me.
There's no way that you can improve any hitter in this game. Your number one thing you're always thinking about, absolutely, is getting a good ball to hit. Good ball to hit is something you see real good, that looks good to you, that you could hit.
Look, I'll be looking for it. A good ball to hit. Ted Williams told me.
Ted Williams audio was on her.
Ted Williams told me to look for a good ball to hit, and like I said, that's the plan.
Do you have the
how much of a dork am I?
all-time great eyesight that Ted Williams had?
I
Because
would
that
say
seemed
no.
like an important part of picking the pitch.
Well, it'll be interesting to see
The fighter pilot eyesight.
just
that
how
the man
out
had.
of the strike zone is Fritz. All right, so TK, what is your prediction on who wins baseball?
I think you win baseball, Joe. I don't have the confidence that Jack can throw strikes. I think you're in his head at this point. I don't have confidence he throws the ball over the plate. I hope that you try to hit the ball.
I certainly want to try to hit the ball.
I don't want you working walks. I think you need to try to hit it.
Well, if he's not throwing strikes, I'll take the walk.
If he's not throwing strikes.
I mean,
but
one thing Ted Williams and Barry Bonds knew, take the walk.
If it's borderline, if it's on the corner, swing away. That's what I would say.
He's not going to do
He
that.
is
Come on,
going
Joe.
to
Think about that.
glue
Come on, Joe.
that bat to his shoulder.
I
man.
will say, and maybe this is something that you can, influence.
Yeah.
The more people there, the better for you.
Well, I really want Anthony in New Jersey there.
I really do think that. I think the bigger the crowd, the worse for Jack.
I actually agree with that. Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, I need you there on Wednesday at noon. I'm begging you, please. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, Joey D, Johnny Hendricks. How we doing this morning, fellas?
What's up, Anthony?
Anthony, you're my guy, and you are my guy times 10 if you tell me you'll be there Wednesday next week, Plymouth White Marsh. Because I'm picturing that. Remember that Robin, whatever his name is, Fickle or whatever, that used to sit behind the Washington Bullets bench and give the business to the opposing players? Like, Anthony, if you are in, I'm telling you, dude, if you're there, it might be a guarantee.
Might be a guarantee. Hey, Joe, how about this, Joe? We make it a guarantee because you bet your ass off on
Oh,
me, man.
my man.
What a
So are
king
you
Anthony is.
guaranteeing a win?
I'm
What a
not
king Anthony
guaranteeing.
is.
I'm not guaranteeing at all. Because, Anthony, this will be hard for me. He's a college athlete who got a scholarship, but you being there will help me, and I appreciate
Anthony,
that.
we can hang out because I'm coming too.
Oh, of course, man, because you know he had Spike with him, he had Ike with him. Man, the camera, you didn't need all of that, man. But now they trying to, man, I'm there.
Look, as long as I got Anthony in New Jersey and Ted Williams in my corner, that gives me a better shot. I appreciate that.
Let's go, Hammer. Let's go, Hammer. Let's go. Oh, man. Yo, I was not even expecting this, man.
Well,
I was not.
I need you.
Hey, Hammer, man,
Yeah.
I'm there for you, man.
Thank you.
I'm there.
All right, Anthony,
there.
you can win these Adam Sandler tickets. Give me a great answer on an elite club.
Hey, Hammer.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. The hell with Adam Sandler, man. You just made my day. You just made my week. Come on, hey, Hammer.
Yes, sir.
I'm there for you, man.
I appreciate that.
Anthony's the Hammer fan club, and he's the charter member.
All right, Anthony, God bless you, my man. I'll see you next week. Have a good 4th of July, Anthony.
Hey, man, you guys too, man. Everybody, you guys and you guys' family, man. Have a great week. Have a great weekend, man. And be safe, man.
Thanks, pal. You
Thank
too.
you,
All right, Anthony, New Jersey, quickly becoming a legend.
How about that? I'm going to hang with Anthony. I'll be there.
I mean, it is a club.
I'm
of
coming.
one.
I'll be there on Wednesday.
You are going to be there?
I'm coming.
Good.
I'm foregoing my nap.
Okay.
To come hang out.
Are you Switzerland? You going to be neutral on who you root? Or?
You know. I'll do. Here's the thing. I don't know that if I did root for you, that Jack could handle it. So
Okay.
I
Well,
gotta
then root for him.
I gotta keep it
Or
tight
be-
with
or-
everybody.
or be-
okay?
if you
I'm
need-
rooting for I'm rooting
Fine.
for a great competition.
That's fine.
But I will be there.
I got no problem with that. So one thing, speaking of rooting, October of 2022, Game 5, Phillies and Padres. We were, all rooting for the Phillies. But it was a tight game, and the Phillies were actually down in the 8th inning with the possibility of this thing going back to San Diego, where you could have had a Game 6 and 7, and it could have gotten really scary. But Bryce Harper was up. It wasn't yet Bedlam. Help me on the circumstances. Down a run.
So they're down. Yeah, they went down.
2 outs or 1 out?
So there's 1 out for Bedlam at the bank. 1 out.
Okay.
1 on.
1 on.
Down a run, and it just rained. Remember, they were winning, or it was either tied or they were winning, and then the rain came. And then Sir Anthony was out there, and the run scored, and it felt like this whole, felt like 08 again, where we're like, how did they let that play through the rain, and that happened because of the rain?
And also there's we might have to go back to San Diego
absolutely,
thing.
And we all thought that they were going to Hader in that moment. We thought they were going to go get Hader out of the bullpen.
Yes. And we found out later.
Yes.
When his comments came out a year or two later, what was it, James? He doesn't like to pitch more than an inning?
He wouldn't pitch more. He would not because he didn't have a contract yet. He refused to pitch more than an inning.
What a bum.
So couldn't bring him in the 8th.
What a bum.
What a bum.
What an absolute bum Hader is. All right. So it's not Hader. It's a guy named
Robert Suarez.
Suarez, that's right. Let's listen to Scott Fransky. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen, with it being Harper at the half, let's listen to Bedlam at the bank.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Suarez delivers. Swing and a drive. Left field. It's deep. It's going.
Yes!
And it is gone.
Yes!
It is Bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, his 10th career home run in the postseason. And he may never hit a bigger one.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
4-3 Phillies in the bottom of the 8th inning.
It's crazy. Crazy. Worth every penny of that contract.
One of the things that has always stood out to me thinking back to that moment is, I'll speak from my vantage point, but I think this probably resonates with just about everyone. I think we knew immediately that it was one of the biggest moments in the history of the Phillies. Like instantaneously, you had this sense of, I'm watching one of the biggest moments in the history of this franchise that I've been watching since I was as early as I can remember. Because you knew in the next inning they're about to probably go to the World Series.
Harper knew it. Remember
Right,
that
the
video
whole
came
crowd
out
knew
where
it.
he was like, I can't believe that I just did that. Like he literally said, I can't believe I just did that. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
And
my
we all felt
God.
that.
So great. All right. So you can react, Harper, at the half. We're going to get to the Scott Boras comments because most of it's been positive, but there's also he wanted more money, and Scott Boras came out and talked about that. And so Harper at the half. We're glad to get your assessment today, 215-592-9494. We also want to do a little drop of the week right now. We normally do it Friday, 9 o'clock hour. But we're not here tomorrow because 4th of July. Hope everyone has a good, safe 4th of July. Have fun with family and friends. We're moving drop of the week up to today. We're doing it now. There's a lot related to me and Jack, maybe some other stuff. Seltzer, let's roll the drop of the week.
Hallelujah.
It's the drop.
Shashesky. Shashesvi
of the week.
Whoa. Did it fall? All right, Seltzer, what are we looking at, sir?
All right, let's dive in. We got a lot of Joe versus Jack content for this
Do we
drop.
have anything else?
So there's one drop that has, or two drops.
Okay.
One technically has to do with it, but it's not because of that. But anyway, all right, let's dive in. First and foremost, started off, I will not play the full 15-minute breakdown, detailed breakdown of hole by hole. But when Joe told us what happened in the golf match,
he took, I think, 8 or 9 straight shots.
Oh, no.
I'm lying 4. He's lying 13. I chip onto the green. He concedes 1-0 hammer.
I am so proud of you.
Thank you.
Well done.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I like that. Big old smile on my face right there.
Man.
Thank you, sir.
Deserved. Now,
Thank
I
you.
will say, we've had this high road hammer thing going this week, which is, it had its moments.
You find it a little annoying, don't you?
A little annoying.
Tom, have you been following this? I'm not. There's none of, and there's none of, not doing any of that.
None of it.
First off, there's still work to be done, and I think it's. And also, I don't want to bury Jack emotionally, so I'm looking out for him.
Well, I don't believe that for a second. I think that's getting in his head is your seeming lack of confidence that we all know is not really lack of confidence.
That's right. Oh, we got a comment about your confidence too coming. But luckily, since the hammer decided not to take the low road, we have our guy Anthony in Jersey who hammered out for us.
Let's go to Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, John, you like that? You like that? You like that? Man, UFC.
Yeah, I guess.
UFC, the hammer, and 3. Bang! That's what you do. Boom, bomb. How you like that? Hey, Hammer, I don't care what you say. Don't rub it in his face.
I'm not rubbing it in his face.
I'm calling the afternoon show at 2:55. I'm calling the afternoon show at 2:55. I want to speak to that oaf. I told him Friday. You couldn't put a locker in the locker. You oaf. Let's go, Hammer.
Thanks, Anthony. That's pretty good.
That was really
That's
good.
pretty
man.
good.
Anthony bringing it. That was really good stuff.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's keep it rolling. I hated to do it, but it's funny. So this was my comment about Jack.
Yeah, I would say he was in much better shape after the first shot. But
well, let's go to Jack for comment.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
Wait, and that's his friend.
Wow.
I had to. I saw the opportunity for good content, and I had to take it. I'm sorry, Jack.
Do you think that bothered him?
I'm sure, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta have fun with stuff.
Yeah.
It's what it is. That the way I get with you and Hammer. We're doing a radio show here.
Yeah.
That is my primary thing that I'm talking about.
Let's not take it so serious.
We're doing
right?
a radio show. We're having fun with this, so I'm gonna have fun with it.
Okay.
Nothing personal,
Fair
bud.
enough.
I love you. I love Jack.
I know you do.
All right.
By the way, so do I. He's a great guy.
I love him. He's one of my best friends on the planet.
Yes.
All right, let's keep it rolling. The one thing that has nothing to do with Joe versus Jack, but it had to be in here because when Richie screws up the end of 7, you got to put it in.
Next, we have in the movie 7, when Brad Pitt realizes that the love of his life's head
What's
is
in the
box.
What's
Not
in the
bad.
box?
Yes. All right. That's a big one. That was great.
You can't imitate the line if you don't know the line, John. Come on, man.
You know what's messed up? There was a bag with a head in it, and it was in the Clash of the Titans. Clash of the Titans, which was formative for
I thought you
me.
were talking about the Joe
different
Pesci, right? Isn't there 8 heads in a duffel
Oh,
bag?
there's
the Joe
that
Pesci
one
movie?
too.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, TK, I don't know if you know, when Richie saw Ransom afterwards, he said, "Give me back my daughter!"
I've never seen Ransom. I'm not going to lie. So I don't know that reference.
It's to give me back my son.
Can you imagine it just misquoting all the lines?
Yeah, that would be. With a lot
Luke,
of confidence.
I am your mother.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
All
All
right,
right,
let's go.
that's great. Let's keep it rolling. The afternoon show commented. Jack Fritz, here was his opening statement, or at least a piece of it, on the debacle at the golf course.
Rick Ankiel, Mark Elfoltz, Scott Brocious, Jack Fritz. I mean, that's what yesterday was. Yesterday was not the camera beating me. Yesterday was me losing that. And it was a total embarrassment, an absolute embarrassment. That's probably the worst round of golf I've played in 20 years. And I think I got totally psyched out of my own mind.
Bad time for your worst round of golf.
Poor
in 20
guy.
years.
So do something about it, Jack. I don't think that he even accepts responsibility. It doesn't feel like he's taking that and saying, you know what, next time I do this, I won't let that happen again. That's my fear.
Well, so I think that's their fear too, because he's saying stuff like this.
Baseball, there's a mental aspect that I am not worried about. Yesterday, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, he's in his head about it.
He's so in his head.
Yeah.
Are you
That's not
kidding
good.
me?
That's not good for
You're worried about the mental aspect for baseball. Dude, you got to fix that. It is on you. Figure it out.
Yeah,
I hear you,
he
dude.
definitely has to. He also, I mentioned it before, he is learning something that we on the morning show have known for a very long time, that Joe is insanely confident.
I tell you what, he's got some kind of confidence thing.
Well, he's
where
always had
it just
that.
blocks it out.
He
It's
thinks
crazy.
he's going to be president.
And he might.
He might.
That was a good response.
That may have actually made my week more than winning in golf.
That was really funny. All right, we got to get to Ike, because Ike, shout out to Ike, because Ike really just calls it
Ike
like
was disgusted.
Ike calls it like he sees it. This was probably the haymaker line.
Yesterday was disgraceful. Let me just put it out there. I don't know what else.
It was horrible.
I don't know any other way to say it.
It was horrible.
Mike, I don't know any other way to say it.
That could win.
I love Ike so
Honestly,
much.
the video of Ike out as the caddy on the course trying to
Like
instruct
loving him up and
to get out of the fescue is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Ike's the man. Big fan of Ike. All right.
I love Ike.
Ike's the best. Let's
Yeah.
keep it rolling.
By the way, I think Ike may have surpassed Ray Diddy as the most popular person
He's in
for
the
the general
discussion.
public at
Yeah,
WIP.
yeah.
Tom Kelly, Ray Didinger, Ike Reese. Who is more
Oh,
popular?
yeah. Throw him that grenade.
Ray.
It's
And I
still
love
Ray?
Ike. Yeah, I mean, Ray's
Is Ike,
number
Ike,
one every
Ike in second place, though?
Yeah, Ike's in
Ray's
second
like
place.
emeritus status.
Ike's
with
in
that.
second
It's
place.
just what
And I
it
got to
is.
say, John's probably in third.
All right, let's keep it rolling. We couldn't do a drop of the week without a touch of sexual innuendo there. In this case, it came at Jack's expense.
Just make it look like the sport is supposed to look.
You do wonder about his performance capability at this point.
I think he's like Alec Bone, slamming the bat, every once in a while.
a lot
I
of
think he's a great
similarities.
player.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah,
talking about baseball, but that's okay.
Oh, go ahead, and you just keep rolling through. And it's so clear when you hear it what you're doing. That was pretty good. Wouldn't be drop of the week without it.
Fair enough.
All right, a couple more. John, has been very, positive on Jack's chances.
Oh, he's done. This is a wrestling move. It's a heel turn.
Is turning.
I think Jack is all about facade. I think he's all about bark, and then there's really no bite. None. To speak
Wow,
of.
after calling himself the big dog, he took that shot. I love it. How about it?
I hope what he's saying
Richie's
is true.
really turning here.
I
This
mean,
is good.
I
He's
wish I
flipping
felt.
completely.
I wish I felt
He
like
is turning.
Look,
Yeah,
and I
big
appreciate
time.
it. I appreciate it a great deal.
Look, I wanted Joe to learn a lesson.
I love it. I really do.
It's
My
pretty good.
reaction to John's turn is
Thank you, Mark.
yes.
You know,
Very
this
happy.
is not. It's not close to over.
We know.
No, I'm
We
not
know.
saying it is.
I feel like I don't know.
But
I feel like
your opinion of Jack and his chances has changed. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's clear.
I mean, as everyone has.
unassailably,
Nobody deny,
it has
yeah.
changed. I mean,
Yeah.
night and day.
Yeah.
Flip flop. Much to my chagrin.
I can tell.
Man,
I think it's bothering the former athletes the most.
Most, by
the
far.
former
Yeah,
professional
yeah.
athletes, I think, are the most
Yeah,
bothered.
because they're like, how could you do this?
Wasting.
Like,
Yeah. Well, they also know they get
Wasting
criticized
ability.
Yes,
by,
too.
like,
It's like,
by
hey,
the
maybe
Jacks of the
remember-
world.
Yeah.
You know.
All right, we got one more from the show, and then two quick pieces of audio from the video that came out. Quickly, the last from the show had our guy Jolly on. He was great. Shout out to Jolly, but Jolly had this really funny line towards the end.
How clueless do you think Jack is to think that he had never hit a bad shot previously? Doesn't that seem like he was ill prepared for, I don't know, any level of adversity in competition?
It seems to me, John, if he'd never hit a bad shot, he wouldn't be on WIP, he'd be on the PGA
Nice work from Paul.
That was great.
Jolly inserting himself into all this has been amazing.
Dude, Jolly's become like this like Zelig of WIP. He's just everywhere and pops up on let's get Jolly on. I love it. It's
I do
phenomenal.
too.
All right, two quick ones from the video that surfaced. If you haven't seen it, you can check it out on the WIP Twitter. A moment that was talked about a lot on the show We actually got to, and you should see it so you can see the video. But this is the moment where Jack takes the putt to win, misses. He's about 1.5 feet away, maybe less, somewhere in that range. Yeah. And Joe won't let him.
And let me just say this. Yeah. He picks up the ball.
He picks up the ball.
Which is outrageous,
Yeah, he
by the
didn't
way.
even ask it first. He's like, assumed.
Yeah, John, he didn't even ask. And by the way,
he missed the shot.
And he misses the next putt. Let me think about it. But what you're going to hear is my reaction to him with his club scooping up the ball, which is totally outrageous in a real competition.
So here's what happened.
Nice putt.
Get in.
Oh!
Oh, no, whoa. No, I'm not conceding that at all. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just not conceding. No. It was not. It was right around here.
And that last part is he did go to put it back, like way closer.
James, he went to put it back
like right next to the hole.
2 inches from the hole.
It was very different.
He missed that?
Yeah, he missed
Yeah,
that.
he missed
2-footer.
It was probably about
like
18 to 24 inches.
I would guess it was 1.5 feet if I had to.
18 inches.
Put it.
He missed it, but there was a little slope, and that was part of why I'm also like, dude, no way. I mean,
you look. He didn't make it, so you're right not to give it to him.
Correct.
Like one leads the other.
Correct.
Like there's no other. All right, last thing. We heard you say it. Here's the actual moment when Jack concedes and Joe wins golf.
9-6. You're good. Good? Yeah. Okay. Good job, buddy. Nice match, man. Good match. Good job. Nice shot, man.
You conceded up there.
1-0.
You were going to play that game with strokes.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
You can even hear Spike whining a little bit there.
They're bad strokes. Yeah.
But hey, that was it.
Yep.
That was the moment.
All right. Well,
and a muted hammer there too.
Oh, you listen.
There was no celebration from you.
No. I'm trying to be very respectful, honestly. All right. So what wins there?
I think it's Ike. Just the
I think it's either Ike or Anthony.
Yeah, and maybe Anthony.
John,
actually.
Anthony or Ike?
I think it might be Anthony. Actually, now that I think about it.
Jeez, it's sort of hard to keep track.
Anthony was basically hammered out with the bangs and all that stuff, and then Ike was that was disgraceful.
Yeah.
Was what he said.
I really liked Ike. His matter of fact. Yeah, I mean it's a toss up for me.
TK, Ike or Anthony?
I liked Ike. I like the Ike sound.
You know what? We're a big show. We have no problem giving an award to the afternoon show.
Absolutely.
Congrats to Ike. We love you, buddy.
I agree with
you
that.
deserve it.
We do love Ike.
All right, so that's Drop of the Week. That's a segment, by the way, we normally do Friday in the 9 o'clock hour if you're not used to hearing that segment, if you maybe get into work sometime soon. But that's a segment we do Fridays in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, Brandon Graham's advice to Jack Fritz upon another competition soon coming up and the need for Jack to bounce back. More audio of Bryce Harper through the years, including what Scott Boras said about 2 years ago. Bryce's desire for a new contract. That and more. It's Harper at the half and your chance to assess. Harper at the half. What do you make of it? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on WIP.
Man, it is thick and it is hot and the humidity out there is crazy. You got the AC running on blast, the fans on and the shades are closed, but the heat still seems to be seeping into your home. That is until you replace your old drafty windows with energy efficient, top quality ones from Window Nation. I called 866-90-NATION. I set up a quick appointment. Window Nation changed my home. My Window Nation windows keep it cold. It keeps the cold in so well that when I wake up to put Carl out in the morning, I am freezing even when it's 90 degrees and muggy outside. It's unbelievable. I'm so glad that Window Nation replaced our windows before all this heat. If you need new windows, right now you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. And did I mention installation only takes 1 day, or in my case, 1 nap, and the pro installers were so silent, I didn't even wake up. Window Nation makes it easy to replace your windows, whether you're up against a packed summer schedule or mentally preparing for another busy fall. But personally, I wouldn't procrastinate another day if I could save this big on upgrading my home. Don't miss Window Nation's biggest deal of the year. Get 50% off all window styles now through July 30th, like I did. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
The Phillies get the fireworks ready for the Reds. Tomorrow, leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos lines one down the line and right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detailed? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like?
Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. Former NFL Players Association head DeMaurice Smith filed the initial complaint against league management for colluding to avoid fully guaranteed contracts. An arbitrator recently ruled that, although the NFL encouraged owners, somehow he found no proof of collusion. You gotta be kidding me. New union chief Lloyd Howell has declined to appeal. You can bet Smith would have. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Phillies split their doubleheader with the Padres Wednesday, dropping game 1 6-4 before bouncing back for a 5-1 victory in the nightcap. Christopher Sanchez, tremendous again in game 2. He went 7 complete, giving up just 1 run on 5 hits. Offensively, both Max Kepler and Brandon Marsh homer for the Phils. After playing the first game, Bryce Harper sat in the second. Here's Rob Thompson on why Harper didn't go in game 2.
Didn't want to risk it. He was available to pinch hit, but he felt fine. I just didn't want to get him heated up again. Now, if the game's on the line, yeah, we go. But that was the only reason, just precaution.
Mets also split their doubleheader with the Brewers, so Phils remain 2 games up in the NL East. Day off today, Reds come to town for a 3-game set starting Friday afternoon. Do you have failing or thinning hair, wearing a hat too much this summer? Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at Glatt Hair CTR. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to Harper at the half. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Different series.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I would not have thought that.
Well, in 2022 alone, they played 4.
Well, that helps.
Yeah, so, But anyway, we'll get to his playoff stats and lay that out. We ask you if you hold it against Bryce that they have not won a World Series. One thing people, I think, do hold against them is that desire to, and public request for a new contract, which, Scott Boras kind of was the one carrying the flag. But that was,
that
I
got
thought,
dicey.
People didn't like that. People didn't like that.
You're talking postseason statistics.
Yeah.
His postseason OPS is over 1,000. Holy cow!
Whole career, you factor in the Washington stuff, and
Yeah.
he's been a big time performer. Wait till I give you these numbers. It's really impressive.
All
stuff.
time amongst the all-time greats in OPS in the postseason.
Yeah, he has stepped up, man. There's no doubt. I mean, again, I've said this before. I'll say it again. In my opinion, there's 2 people that it's absolutely not their fault that they haven't won a World Series. One is Bryce Harper, and the other is Zach Wheeler. The others, I can point to moments. Schwarber less so, but you can think of big moments when Trey or Castellanos or guys in the bullpen. I mean, Nola, I'm a Nola fan, but let's be real. In 2022, as great as he was early in the postseason, he tailed off in that postseason. You also, and I love Ranger, but Ranger lost a Game 7 versus Arizona. Nola lost a Game 6 versus Arizona. There have been some big moments where guys haven't delivered. To me, Bryce and Wheeler have. Now, look, Bryce Harper's not. He's going to have his games where he goes 0 for 4.
Well, Wheeler struggled in the first outing of the World Series, the game 1 of the World Series. Yeah, he had a bad outing in that game. Yeah.
Maybe his only.
I think it might be.
His only
but
bad.
That was a big spot, and he wasn't good.
It was a big spot. But man, oh man, I mean, I think Bryce, you're going to have your 0 for 4s because you're a hitter, and you play every day, and you're not going to have a hit every game. Otherwise, you're Joe DiMaggio and a hitting streak we still celebrate close to 100 years later. I mean, let's be real. The guy's going to have his 0 for 4s, but on the whole, he has been superb in the postseason. All right, Harper at the half. What do you make of him? Also, we'll do a little bit more in the me versus Jack thing, something Brandon Graham said on WIP earlier this week, his advice to Jack. We'll get to that shortly. Let's talk to Ed in Phoenixville. Hi, Ed.
Morning, team. Happy early 4th of July.
Thanks, Ed.
You too, buddy.
You too.
It was not a defining Bryce moment, but I believe it was opening day or opening series against the Braves, March 30th, 2019. We were up like 6-4, and Bryce Harper was up against a lefty, and he hit just one of those typical Bryce moon shots into like the third deck. And then he gets called out for the curtain call, and I think that was just for me like the catalyst that kind of brought me back from the 6 or 7 year lull that we had been in. It's like, okay, we're back now. Let's do this thing. And
That's cool.
That was sort of like the inflection point for, I didn't know what was going to, where we were going to be 3 years later.
So, Ed, I have a slightly different one from that same time area, that range. I thought a great moment was the first time he ran out to right field, home game at the beginning of that season. And seeing like right field fans especially kind of rise up.
Well, remember he used to do the bow to them thing too? And that he did that the first time, and it was like really neat.
Because, Ed, like I used the thing Nick Williams earlier, like you knew the Nick Williams days were over. I mean, like it was a different era now.
When he said, "What did the computer make the lineup?"
that was another one.
Nick Williams' days are over from that moment.
Oh my God! Anyway, and I agree with you. That was special stuff. But it still took him 3 years to get off the ground as a team because they were still kind of 500 there until 2022.
Yeah, and I just don't want to harp. I don't want to dwell too much on the negative here, but it just. An eerie comparison with their situation with Harper's injury and Joel Embiid. Like, how do you, knowing that you're probably not going to get the full Harper again going forward, do you like play him a game or two, sit him, play him, sit him? Like, we need the full Harper to win a series.
No, I actually don't think that's true. I'll say this: they certainly could use the full Harper, but the pitching could do it. I mean, Ed, at some point he's not going to be their best player, and he may not be even now. And he may not be again. Like, this thing could transition. I referenced earlier, Dr. J, when the Sixers won the title, was no longer their best player. And by the way, some people will tell you they think Andrew Toney had also passed Doc, not just Moses. So, look, he's going to be here for a long time. I'm glad he's going to be here for a long time. You hope to get the best out of him, but I tend to think they've already gotten the best out of him. It doesn't mean, though, that they can't win it moving forward, even if he's diminished. It certainly will help, though, if he can still play at an extremely high level, and we're all waiting to find out whether he can or not.
Exactly. Like I hope everyone has a great, restful 4th of July, except for Dombrowski. He better be on those phones.
You're right. Give me an elite club, Ed. With an elite club, you can win Adam Sandler tickets.
Well, it's the club in which they awarded the Heisman Trophy until 2005. How about the Downtown Athletic Club?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Pretty elite.
And they still do. What does he mean they don't award the Heisman Trophy?
Must not. I'm assuming it changed. I could check.
Well, they changed buildings at one point. I guess he means that, but I believe it's still called the Downtown Athletic Club. I could be wrong, but certainly I remember that name being said for many years. Let's go to Mike right now. Hi, Mike.
Joe, how are you doing, buddy?
Fantastic, pal.
Very good. It's been a while because I've been just riding the high of the birds right to the new season. And all the sports could just ruin it. So I've just been focusing on the Eagles year-round.
That'll work.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, that'll work if that's what you want to do, but that's not my thing. I mean, I like to spread it out to all. I just wish the Flyers and Sixers would, do better. But look, how about the Sixers? John, come on back. Eric Gordon. Holy hell.
Yeah, he's good.
John, year 17. Eric Gordon, I mean, he's had a nice career. Don't get me wrong. I'm not ripping him. I'm just saying, what a disappointment that, this is our guy, Eric Gordon, year 17.
About as pedestrian as it gets, isn't it?
All right, go ahead, Mike.
So, all that said, there is a competition that has kind of got me, a little reinvigorated, and that is this Joe versus Jack competition, which has been absolutely played like a maestro by you, Joe. I am so impressed with the way you've been handling this and the mental game that you are playing, whether it's intentional or not. You are showing to the young buck that mental toughness beats everything. It doesn't matter what kind of physical talent you have. It doesn't matter that you were on a college squad. It doesn't matter if your golf swing is prettier. Guess what? Mental toughness beats everything. And you showed him, and right now he doesn't know what to think. His mind is a mess. And you know what, Joe? I don't care if he throws 80 miles per hour. You're going to beat him in baseball because those first couple at-bats, if he's moving the ball all over the place, and if he walks one of your first or two at-bats, or if you even spray a single, it's over. Game over.
Well, here's the thing, Mike. So I want him to do well because I care about him, and I don't want him to, I'll use the word suffer. I will say this. I think there's going to be people there at Plymouth White Marsh High School Wednesday at noon. When he walks out to the mound, now he's a big favorite because this is baseball and this sport he played in college. But when he walks out on that mound, James, you've said what? It's the loneliest place in sports is the mound?
Well, that's the famous Vin Scully line from the Sandy Koufax Perfect Game where he said, the mound here at Dodger Stadium is the loneliest place in the world for Sandy Koufax right now.
Mike, when he walks out there.
Such a great line because it's such a perfect way to describe it.
Mike, when he walks out there, I know he's going to have 8 defenders with him, but that ball is going to be in his hands. There's going to be a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Now, he's very lucky to have the talent he has in baseball, and good for him. He cultivated that, and he's obviously, considered a much better baseball player than me. That's why it's a tough challenge for me. But I'm going to do my best. But I wonder how much that mound thing will be in his mind. I'm out here. I'm talking from his standpoint. I'm out here. And, you're going to have Anthony in New Jersey, barking at him. That's going to be tough for him. But he's got great talent. He's got great talent.
Meltdown mound. That's what we're going to call it. Meltdown mound.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if he answers back. Mike, give me an answer for an elite club.
It's a club of one, and it's the 50-50 club, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
Interesting.
Good answer.
Wow, that is pretty good.
Amazing.
All right, speaking of answers, we got an answer from Brandon Graham this week on advice to Jack, which, Sean, is ironic because obviously BG knows pro athletes, the you guys of the world. You guys get ripped sometimes, and I think he probably enjoyed, Jack being humbled just a bit. Let's listen to Brandon Graham. This is a few days ago after Jack had lost in golf. Here is BG on with Spike, Ike, and Jack.
I was wondering if you could give Jack any sort of advice about dealing with the pressure.
The weight of expectations.
The weight of expectations. What could you tell him to make sure that he is locked in the next competition?
Hey, well, what I could tell him is, show them players some grace when you talking stuff about them. When you say, the pressure, you're a pro athlete. No, for real though. But you know what? It's all in your mind. It's all in your mind. You got to really talk to yourself in a positive way. You got to flush it and move on. That's the biggest thing. You got to let it go. Next play, because honestly, it is that's the only thing you can control is the next competition.
Well, BG is right, John. Does Jack strike you as a let it go kind of guy or a dwell on it kind of guy?
That's the root of the problem, isn't it? That he can't get past his previous. He can't stop thinking and dwelling, and I think, that's going to be his downfall. I hope he can rise above. I think this is on Ike. In Spike to try to talk sense.
Well, they're trying.
And get him leveled out. It's just about leveling him. Just get him to where he can be even keeled because he should be able to.
He should be able to beat me in
rely
baseball.
on his natural skills here.
Yeah.
This is his sport.
There's
even
no
if you're
question.
not feeling top notch that day, come on, man. Do your job.
Yeah.
In this case, it is throw strikes.
Yeah, based on natural
Mick-able it and walk guys home.
You're right.
That's all you got to do.
Based on natural talent, he is a very heavy favorite in baseball.
Should be.
There's no question.
But is he a heavy favorite after the debacle that we witnessed?
I don't know. We're going to find out. All right, 215-592-9490 where you can weigh in on all this, the Jack and me stuff. We're having some fun with look at this. Lewis, thank you, sir. Lewis walking in here.
They have the turkey clubs?
Lewis, are these the turkey clubs?
Wait.
Look at
How about that?
What happened
fries?
here?
We got fries. Let me.
Beautiful.
Our fries.
This is unbelievable. Did you get Lewis to do this?
Huh? Thank you, Lewis.
Lewis, you
Thank you, Lewis.
Thanks, Lou.
And pull out my sandwich here.
Luckily,
Sandwich.
Lewis is a paid employee and
All
not
right,
an
Lewis,
intern.
get back
Otherwise,
here.
we'd get into some
Hey,
trouble.
Seltzer, we got you a club.
About it.
Hey, TK, John and I wanted to get together. We got you a club.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
turkey clubs all
this is
around.
great.
Beautiful. Turkey clubs
Look
for
at you.
Seltzer.
What a
TK.
kind human.
Just a few guys cutting it up, having some turkey.
From me and John, we wanted to treat you guys and have some fun on it.
Oh, look at you guys.
We enter the 4th of July holiday weekend. By the way, it's like more like a turkey sandwich with bacon at it. He couldn't find a place with a classic turkey club. Lewis, thank you.
Great job, Lewis.
Good work,
Lewis was ordering this, but anyway, John and I wanted to make everyone feel good for the 4th of July. So we actually got this stuff. James, we'll get you some ketchup. I think I got extra ketchup over here, something like that. All right, let's go to the matter of facts. Yo, Lewis. There's no ketchup.
We got ketchup.
Oh,
in
no.
Okay,
We got
okay.
ketchup. We got ketchup. My fault. My fault. All right, let's go to the phones. Jordan, he's calling from Princeton. By the way, happy 4th of July to everybody. Good morning, Jordan.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, morning show, and happy 4th of July weekend to you fine people.
Yeah, Jordan, do me a favor. Talk for the next 12 minutes so I can eat a sandwich.
Yeah,
here.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you ask my wife, she will tell you I will have no problem talking to you for 12 minutes. So feel free to put the headphones down, turn the microphones off. I got you. No, actually, I had two neat stories. One, a general Phillies story, and one a story specific to Bryce Harper. But I've called this show, I wax poetic a lot about the game of baseball. And thinking about these two, it reminds me why I am so passionate about the game of baseball and why even when the Phillies disappoint me in the playoffs, I still love the game and I still keep coming back year after year. So yesterday was my birthday, turned 42. Woo!
Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday.
Nice.
Thank you. I was at the Phillies game. Great afternoon with my wife. We decided around 10 a.m. My kids are at overnight camp, decided around 10 a.m. to go to the game. And it's a Padres early game doubleheader loss. 32 years ago yesterday, I was at an early game Padres.
No way. You were at it?
I was at the early game.
Wow.
And my father, who I have mentioned on this show before, I love my dad for some reason. He was cool hanging out through the rain delays. And I think we left around 11:30. It was still game one. But I saw the early loss and didn't stay for the late win because Jordan had to go home and go to bed.
Well, of course.
So
And by the way, there were only minuscule thousands there for the second game. Now, what is key, and this is a true thing, more people joined when the bars got out at 2 a.m.
100%.
No way.
The crowd increased after 2 a.m. John,
Sort of makes sense.
The game was begun after 1 a.m.
Yeah, it was like 1:20
Larry
or something like that. It was
Larry
something
said
like
that during the game yesterday, that more people were at the end of game two than the end of game one.
And even so,
true,
it is
yeah.
wild. When you watch the clip, like you could tell there's like no one there. It's wild. I mean, it's 4:40 in the morning. The game ended. John, we would be here getting ready for our meeting when the game was ending. Think about that.
Yeah, that is so ridiculous.
Incredible.
And real gameplay in the first game was very delayed. I mean, I don't think they were really playing baseball until the 9 o'clock hour, maybe the early 10 o'clock hour. And I just remember huddling under the concourse. My dad's buying me sodas and popcorn and everything. And he really stuck it out that night. And I appreciate it. It was my 10th birthday.
Wow.
They do the confetti thing. I had a picture of it. Seltzer has the picture, actually. I was showing the picture at all the ball girls and just having a great time. So even though they lost yesterday, it just doesn't matter because, for decades I've been spending my birthday with the Phillies.
That's very, very cool, Jordan. Yeah, and look, and nice, and you say they lost, and they did, but also nice job by Christopher Sanchez in the bounce-back game because he pitched. I mean, he's not getting his due today. We're in a lot of directions with what we're discussing, but let's be real. He's very reliable. He's outstanding.
On fire.
Yeah.
Now, on Harper real quick, I've been going to spring training with my sons for 8 years now. We've been going. We missed the COVID year, but other than the COVID year and the lockout where we were down in Clearwater with no baseball, we go every year. And also shout out to my older son, Harrison, who turns 12 today, away at overnight camp. This is him in this story. We're going down for our second year in Clearwater. It's an early March game. It just so happens it's the first time Harper is in a Phillies uniform.
Wow.
They signed him. He goes through the physical, and we have these amazing tickets I can get once a year where you're right behind the managers at the dugout.
Wow.
And so Harper, this star, is there in a Phillies uniform, and he's 2 feet from us. The very first time he goes and he takes an at-bat, and he does score a run in that game.
Did his voice sound different when you heard him talk that day?
He was just as surly. He's never been, if you see him up along the fence line, doesn't chat with fans. The guy obviously doesn't sign. He's been very consistent. I wish he'd be a little friendlier. You got a lot of friendly guys in this clubhouse, but here's the thing with Bryce. Bryce brought a lot of people back to Phillies baseball.
I agree with that.
Bryce brought a lot of people together in this city, and he really adopted the city as his own. And, say what you will about their performance in the playoffs, and I saw too many losses in person in the playoffs, but Bryce is a guy who brought baseball passion back to people in Philadelphia who had lost it. And I think we should all be fortunate for that, save for the ticket prices, because holy crap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting expensive. That's why we have a great fan base.
Yeah. All right, Jordan, excellent phone call. Give me an elite club. You can win Adam Sandler tickets.
I was going back and forth on 2, but I'm going to settle on the Union League Club of Philadelphia.
Oh, wow.
Iconic to the city and also memorialized in Trading Places, which is the best movie of all time.
And I believe begun during the Civil War. I believe Union Club began during the Civil War. All right, we got TK in for both Rhea and Devin today. Both off. Both will be back next week. So one thing we love about TK is the rant capability. Now, Tom,
the hair.
And the hair. Tom, I've been throwing topics at you, and then you're responding with a rant, if you can rev it up. But this time, no topic. This time, the topic is whatever you want to make it. It can be about sports. It can be non-sports. A Tom Kelly rant. Tom, what is something we should know from your brain?
Okay, well, I'll just say this right now, because we're talking a lot about Bryce Harper, talking about this era of Phillies baseball. And as we lead up to this trade deadline, Joe, Dave Dombrowski's got to do something. Because you look at the last 2 years, Dave Dombrowski has failed. You look at the reason why the Phillies have not won a World Series. It's not because of Bryce Harper. It's not because of anybody else aside from Dave Dombrowski. 2023, who did he go out and get at the deadline? Michael Lorenzen and Rodolfo Castro. Awful. That's why the Phillies lost the World Series. You didn't replace Kimbrel, even though it was obviously he was going to fall apart. He always falls apart. He did in the Diamondback series. It killed them last year. You go out at the deadline, Tanner Banks, Carlos Estevez. Not good enough. Not good enough. You look at the outfield. We are still for a third straight year doing the Brandon Marsh, Johan Rojas thing. I get Marsh is hot right now. He's had a nice couple weeks. We know what Brandon Marsh is. He's not a starting center fielder. Rojas is not a starting center fielder. You can get the Max Keplers of the world, the Austin Hayes of the world. But the bottom line is you've had one real outfielder for almost 3 years now. And that's the biggest reason why the Phillies have fallen short. And Dave Dombrowski needs to get on the phones at this deadline, and he needs to make moves to get this team over the top. That's bullpen pieces. That's a bat. I don't want to hear that the market was too rich for our blood. I don't want to hear we didn't want to give up prospects. You got to go get guys to go for this thing, because this is the last year of this core. We know Schwarber's probably gone. We know they're getting older. Bryce Harper's getting older. We know Castellanos is coming to the end of his contract. He's disappointed. But you need to go out and get pieces for this team to get over the top, because we can blame Rob Thompson all we want. We can blame the players. The bottom line is Dombrowski is most to blame. He has not gotten them the pieces they've needed, and he better do it this year.
I got to tell you, that one, John, was
That was a 10 out of 10. That was a 10 out of 10 right there. That was phenomenal.
That was his best one.
I can feel the rage. I can feel the rage coming.
All right, I like it. Also, I like the Twitter poll questions of the day. One's a look back, one's a look ahead. Both are brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevrolet wishing the entire Delaware Valley a happy and safe 4th of July. Armin Chevrolet, closer than you think. Together, let's drive. First poll question, do you hold it against Bryce Harper that the Phillies have not won a World Series during his tenure here, yes or no? All 4 of us are a no. I know some people do. Do you hold it against them? Second poll question, with 6.5 years to go on the contract, put another way, 7 more Octobers. Hopefully they get to 7 Octobers, we'll say. Do you think the Phillies will win a World Series with Bryce Harper? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. One thing we know is the Phillies did not give in to his request. I don't know if demand would be the right term, and it's probably not the right term, but certainly his desire for a new contract, which first surfaced after the 2023 playoffs. So after the Phillies had made the playoffs the second time, they had another really good run. They ended up losing in Game 7 Arizona. It was brutal fashion. But again, Bryce had been outstanding. Not Game 7 he didn't get a hit, but he had been really good in that postseason. And certainly this is after year 5 of his contract, where if he had an out clause, he would have exercised it and gotten a whole big new contract from the Phillies. But he didn't have an out clause because he famously said he didn't want one and wanted to attach himself to Philly for 13 years. And that's part of what brought him goodwill and bought him goodwill early. But 2 years ago was maybe the main misstep he has had. That for some people it's like, that's not cool. He was 5 years into a 13-year deal for $330 million, and he wanted more money paid into his 40s. Let's listen to what Scott Boras said when Boras went public with this. This is with, let me find this here. This is with John Heyman. Yep, this is with John Heyman. Scott Boras talking about 20 months ago. Here's that exchange.
Is there anything that you can do? He's obviously not putting in an opt-out. Can you extend that contract, or is that crazy?
No, Bryce has mentioned that he wants to sit down with ownership and time and talk about, he wants to achieve all of his goals in Philadelphia. He wants to obviously play into his, early 40s. He has all those goals. He wants to really do everything he can to put up Hall of Fame numbers. I think he's committed to the game, committed to his city, and all those conversations will be coming forward at an appropriate time.
So if you notice what Boras did, he said it without saying it. You know what I'm saying? He put it out there, but he didn't say yes, we want a new contract. But what he's saying is, yes, we want a new contract. Would you guys agree that that's the number one thing that bugged people about Bryce to this point?
Yeah. Because we valued the fact that it came with the no trade clause so much initially, and then you tried to pull the rug out of it.
A little bit, right? I take it back. It's almost I take it back.
Right. You did the no trade clause initially, but then, now you really don't want the no trade clause. Like you're bending the rules.
You keep saying no trade. You mean opt-out.
The opt-out.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. You don't change the rules on us. That's part of what we valued so much, that loyalty.
Yeah. James, which do you think people bugs them more, that or that they haven't won in October?
I think that. I mean,
about him.
Yeah, because obviously not winning October overall.
Yes.
But I think about him, it's that, without a doubt. Here's my question to you, though.
Yeah.
Do you think if he, and I know it would be earlier in the contract, so that's an issue, but if he had done it after 2022, after Bedlam at the bank and all that, do you think the reaction would have been the same?
I do, actually. So, look, here's the thing. He was riding high after 22. He was still pretty high after 23. But I think the fundamental thing is this. This is what I think cheese people. Number one, at John's point, it did feel like, hey, give me goodwill for not having an opt-out. Oh, by the way, I essentially want to achieve the same thing as having an opt-out. Give me a new contract. That's number one. But I think the main thing that rubbed people the wrong way, the main thing, and I know baseball contracts with Ohtani and others have gone higher since Bryce, but I think the main thing is for the regular person in society, okay? All of us that are just routine regular people. The concept of someone having a $330 million guaranteed contract where there was still $200 million and something left, being like, yeah, but I want you to extend me. And I know, by the way, do it into my 40s. It's come on.
The optics weren't good.
It just doesn't work for the regular person. Maybe the famous Hollywood star is yeah, that's right. Use the leverage while you can. But the regular person, of which 99.99% of us are just the regular person, it's come on. That ain't right. Especially when it's the team you root for, and paying him into his 40s is pretty freaking dumb. Let's be real. Really is. So, and I applaud John Middleton and Dombrowski for not giving in on that one, because some organizations would have.
They just swatted it aside, really.
They really did.
Just yeah, okay.
They really.
Sure. Good for you, Bryce.
And do we also factor in the fact that, they are paying Trey Turner $300 million, and that's partially, I think, due to Bryce Harper wanting him here.
I agree with that as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. By the way, Bryce, so you can react on the contract thing. Bryce's stats, let me just get to this from the postseason, because they're very, very impressive. I'm going to give you only Philly stats, because he played some games with Washington in the postseason. But here are his Philly stats. He's played in 34 games with the Phillies in the postseason. They've played in 8 different playoff rounds. They have won 5 of those rounds. They have obviously lost 3 times in the postseason. 34 games. He's got a .316 batting average, which is excellent. It's 117 at bats, by the way. He's also walked 24 times. And we know sort of famously when you consider that teams like Arizona just flat pitched around them. That's where it was like, remember when Bohm wasn't coming through, John, in the Arizona series as the 4-hole hitter? All right, so .316 batting average, .432 on-base percentage, which is big time. In 34 games, he's got 12 home runs, 24 RBIs, 29 runs scored. I mean, those are big numbers. Slugging percentage, I hate to say it, it's the only thing I actually couldn't find in my research. It's hard to describe. Just the way the stuff is online, I couldn't find just Phillies slugging percentage. I actually had to add up the on-base percentage myself. Slugging percentage, I couldn't find it. Here's what I can tell you, John, and this is very impressive. In the 8 series that the Phillies have had, because I do have his slugging percentage by series. In the 8 series the Phillies have played. Now, some of these series are only 2 games. Like they beat the Marlins in 2 games.
Cardinals.
Beat the Cardinals in 2 games. Mm-hmm. The longest series they've had, I guess, would be the Astros. The Diamondbacks. Yeah, Diamondbacks 7. In the 8 series he's played, he's had, in 5 of the 8 series, a slugging percentage of .714 or higher.
That's asinine.
What is asinine?
It's beyond.
You know, his
that's
OPS in the
incredible.
postseason is 1.016.
And you're including the Nationals years there, right? Yeah, no, he's a red light player. I mean, the lights are bright. He's, so look, he's, like I said earlier, he's going to have your 0 for 4 in the postseason. It's going to happen. I mean, it's, you're not going to get a hit in every game, but man, for the most part, I mean, he's been superb in the postseason. All right, 215-592-9494. A lot you can chew on and react to with our program today. We'll get to some of the comments that have come in on YouTube, phone calls as well. Life advice with the Hammer. Busy 9 o'clock hour up ahead on 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Hey, it's Spike. If you've always thought about getting a house down the shore, I have a guy who can help you make that happen. Adam Kasabi of Long and Foster in Bethany Beach. Ksebe. He has been the official realtor of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast for years, and he's going to help you get into a shore house at the Delaware beaches. You say Delaware? Why Delaware? Well, Delaware is just as fun as Jersey, except the property taxes are much lower. And if you think it's too hard to find a house, that's why you have Kasabi. He knows the Delaware beaches better than anybody. He helps you find the house. You have other people rent it out for a lot of the summer, basically pay your entire mortgage. Then you have your own beach house to go to when you want to, and an investment. Call or text Adam 302-864-8643. That's his direct cell. Adam Kasabi, Ksebe, 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com. That's processrealtor.com. Stop spending thousands for somebody else's beach house and get your own.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
With patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protect yourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. After a record-tying 23 seeded players were eliminated in the first 2 days at Wimbledon, 5 more seeded women joined them yesterday. World number 1 Aryna Sabalenka is the only top 5 player still standing, and even she struggled. Next for Aryna is 2021 U.S. Open winner Emma Raducanu. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Phillies went 1-1 Wednesday in their double dip with the Padres, falling 6-4 in Game 1, while bouncing back in Game 2 behind Christopher Sanchez, went 7 innings, allowing just 1 run. Phils got behind early in Game 1, due in part to another rough outing for Mick Abel, went just 1 2/3, allowing 5 runs. He also walked 5. Here was Abel on whether the 10-day layoff between starts had any effect.
More about how important preparation is for every time I go out there. I think it was definitely tough this week getting scratched in Atlanta. But, that's no excuse for going out and doing what I did today.
Phils remain up on the Mets by 2 games in the division. They start a 3-game set at home at the Reds Friday, 1:05. Hear that game right here on 94 WIP. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at AA.com. Weather sponsored by PDQ Signature Systems. Mostly sunny, high in 90. It's currently 76 in Philadelphia. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit PDQPOS.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field. Tatis looking up, and that ball is gone. Max Kepler with a towering 2-run home run to right field, and the Phillies are in front 2-1.
Mark, you're having a great start to your Wednesday morning.
Thursday morning.
Thursday morning. I'm all spun around with the 4th of July. It's really weird. Yeah, 4th of July tomorrow. Hope you have some nice things planned. I'll tell you, Kepler does have some power. You know, he's got the 10 homers. He would have had 12 if he wasn't robbed twice. And you just got to get the average up. Because, like, he's on track for about 20 homers, which is fine. That's good. But you just don't want to see that what is he? 15?
Like 202. Yeah, I was going to say 210. 20,
yeah.
Like he was 207 heading into yesterday, so maybe he's like 210, somewhere there.
Like, give me at least like a 250, at least. I mean, so.
He's got pop.
He does have some pop.
It's a little bit better than what Schwarber was giving us average-wise last year.
There's a pretty good glove out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can move around.
2 years ago, Schwarber was about average. Last year, he was okay.
Yeah. By the way, someone said it to me the other day. I forget who. And it's a good point, I think, that I hadn't considered. He improved as a hitter, and his consistency was better when he stopped playing defense. I didn't. Yeah, but it doesn't mean don't play defense. I mean, James, I get it. If he plays defense, you're not going to get necessarily the same level of Schwarber, but I'll still take that over like freaking Rojas, right? And I can put Marsh in center. I can put Schwarber in left. Like Marsh is already in there at times. You know what I'm saying? You can do Marsh. You got options. My point is, all right. Phone calls. What do you make of it? Harper at the half. We'll get to some life advice with the Hammer this segment. Also, some of the questions and comments that have come in from YouTube. Reminder, Wednesday of next week at 12 noon, we will be at Plymouth Whitemarsh. At least some of us will be at Plymouth Whitemarsh High School for me versus Jack in baseball. You can be there. We'd encourage you to get there if you can, whether to cheer, boo, heckle, whatever it might be. Noon on Wednesday. The radio station will be doing a remote broadcast from 10 a.m. through 6 p.m. at the McGurk's in Fort Washington, which is about 10 minutes away, I believe, from Plymouth Whitemarsh High School. So 8 hours of broadcast and get there if you can. And we look forward to seeing you. It should be quite a day. I'll be interested to find out if I win or not. Obviously, Jack's a huge favorite because it's baseball and that's the sport he played. So
you'll be interested to find out if you win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the one thing I'm a little bummed
about.
I
would think you have a lot of control over whether you win or not.
I was going to say something else, and then I zipped it. And I just talked out my hiney with a non-comment. I realized I had Kevin Costner from Bull Durham in my head saying, don't pop off.
You were going to overstep.
That's good. Crash Davis got to you. That's good.
TK, what are you saying over there?
No, the one thing I'm bummed out about, I'm in for Joe next week, so I'll be at McGurk's. I won't be able to come watch the competition, unfortunately.
Well, you know what I hope that we can do, and I don't know, we got to talk to the program director about this. I'd like to have 2 people at the field that do play-by-play of it live on WIP.
Well, I mean, I'll be there.
Like, we really should have. Like, where are the Phillies that day? I mean,
They're in San Fran.
Yeah.
So we can't have Fransky, for instance.
No.
I don't think so.
Can we get...
I don't know.
James, is maybe you and Devin?
I mean, I'll be there. I'm coming no matter what.
Seltzer on play-by-play. That's a tough go.
I did it for your freaking free throw.
How about Mark Zumoff instead of doing basketball? We'll get Zumoff for baseball. We need TK, who can we get to do play-by-play?
I don't know. I mean, I know Buzz is always angling for these kind of spots. I don't know. He'd probably be interested in doing it.
Is he a good play-by-player?
I don't know.
Well, Buzz is an umpire. Buzz is the first base umpire.
No, I think they replaced him.
We're talking about Dan.
No, he's the first base umpire.
I heard
they replaced him at home, not at first base. He got replaced. He wanted to be the home plate umpire.
Oh.
They didn't let him do that. They let him be the first base umpire.
I got you. Oh, okay.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah. Well, he certainly shouldn't be the home plate umpire. That's ridiculous.
What do you expect the crowd to be
he
like?
does a lot of umpiring.
Fair enough,
like with Little League
but
and
it's got to
stuff
be
like that.
someone
He
who's
does?
higher level than Little League umpiring.
Why do you think that you? So, what level umpire do you need?
Well, apparently the guy that was chosen is like a legitimate high school varsity umpire. So, take that. TK, what the crowd?
That is important to.
What do you think the crowd's going to be like? Do you think it's going to be a pro Hammer crowd? Do you think it's going to be a pro Jack crowd? Do you think they'll be boisterous? Like, what do you expect?
Here's what I think. I think there'll be more people there supporting Jack because there typically have been with this competition. But I think those that are supporting me that heckle him will affect him more than the people that heckle me will affect me.
Okay, fair.
I mean, do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I think that's probably the crowd factor. I think works in your favor.
I think Anthony. Let me say that. I think Anthony, New Jersey, is worth at least 100 people on the other side.
I think
100.
The first at bat of this is extremely critical. I mean, there's no question about it. Because if you get on the first time, he's going to be rattled. If he's able to get you out on that first at bat, he's going to be feeling.
Tom, let me make it even more micro. The first pitch is unbelievably critical. The first pitch. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Steve in Willow Grove. Maybe Steve will be there. Steve, good morning.
Hey, I wish I could be there, but unfortunately, it's conflict of interest.
Okay.
But if I didn't have the doctor's appointment, I would be there for sure, guys.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Hey, listen, the best rant for TK is when he does Flyers rants.
Ooh,
they're the best.
Okay, we can rev that up.
Yeah, man, they're the best. And Richie Rich, it sounds like he's trying to copy your hair. Your hair.
Is that what this is, Tom?
Is that what's going on?
No, I don't have a hair thing.
But
Tom looks.
I do idolize John. I mean, that is.
Oh yeah, Tom's looking good. Tom's got his summer style.
He's styling and profiling, just like the Richie Rich.
TK, he's obsessed with you.
I know he is.
It's a little weird.
I am.
It's
a lot weird.
Yeah, a little bit. All right, Steve.
Kinda.
Steve Harper at the half. What do you make of it?
So my glass is half empty on this, and it's half empty because you had mentioned earlier about Dr. J winning the championship.
Yeah.
And then how about Mike Schmidt winning his championship?
Sure.
And at that time, what they did, they had to replace the coach and they had to replace the manager. And yesterday, in the eighth inning, 85 pitches, you've got to send them out for one more batter. You're up 4-1. It's the manager, okay? As long as this guy's here doing what he's doing, I feel Harper won't win a championship. All right, so let me.
Okay, and Steve, you may be right, but let me ask you a question because I think I misunderstood your initial comment there. When you say glass half empty, are you glass empty on the Phillies, but not glass half empty on Harper specifically?
On Harper specifically, I feel I'm getting another Embiid here, unfortunately.
Well,
he can play. He's good, yes, but I feel I don't know.
Steve, you might be right. You might be right moving forward. Steve, hold on. You might be right moving forward, but I want to make one really, I think, critical comment. To lump Harper postseason with Embiid postseason is a gross injustice to Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper has consistently raised his game in October. Joel Embiid, when he made the playoffs, which was 7 straight years, I think his average went from about 28, 29, 30 points a game down to 23 points a game. He consistently went down. His numbers went down in the postseason over years.
Injury.
Okay, well
I feel, he obviously Harper, I feel is a better athlete than Embiid and has more of a brain than Embiid and cares more than Embiid, which is important.
Very important, yeah.
It's half empty because this manager, to me, I don't see, and
you don't trust him. I got it. You don't trust him.
Billy Cunningham, they win a world championship. They bring Dallas Green in, they win a World Series. And they had all the players. They have the great players back then, and we have great players now. But this guy, and I'm just going to yesterday's games, 85 pitches, Just bring him out for one batter in the 8th inning just to see. And I just drives me crazy.
Steve, give me an answer, buddy, for an elite club.
How about, in baseball, the clubhouse?
Oh, sure. The clubhouse. It's all right. It's okay. I mean, not the best, but it's play on words. We'll take it. All right, Seltzer, YouTube. We like when people watch our program on YouTube, and we particularly enjoy when they comment, and then we get to react to their comments and questions. James, what are people saying today?
BK says Harper is washed, career over.
I don't know that.
That is not at all
unlikely.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
what about... But his excellence might be washed.
I mean, Mr. Cranky also says Harper has hit the wall. It's over.
Come on, Mr. Cranky. Your name is appropriate. What about comments on Tom's look?
Here we go, yeah.
We have no comments on Tom's look. I think you're the only one obsessed with Tom's
You
look.
are. You're the only one obsessed with me.
I think there might have been one that was generally, it was like I didn't think
Have you been
James, you don't have to spend 37 seconds finding that one comment. We can move on.
I didn't think Tom looked like that.
Have you been getting out and like getting the UV?
Getting the UV?
Rays?
No, I have not been getting the UV.
Because you
as
got
much as
like
I'd
a
like
glow.
to. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, John.
It's getting weird.
It is getting.
It's getting so
you guys
weird.
I'm starting to feel uncomfortable.
No, it's
Tom,
getting
you
really
are allowed
weird.
to go to HR at some point.
I might have to.
I mean, it's really
Because
uncomfortable.
it makes me really
What do you
like.
mean?
I just look and he's just staring.
Dude,
at
I'm
me.
uncomfortable
like
just
the
being a part
entire
of it.
show.
Complimentary.
I'm uncomfortable being a part of it.
Sometimes
Just
you're
being a
complimentary,
party
sometimes
to
you're
it.
not.
I'm being totally
You're not really
complimentary.
being
No, but
complimentary.
it's weird. You just keep coming back to it. Like we're trying to talk about like Bryce Harper, and you're like, by the way, Tom, your hair.
All right, what else on YouTube, James?
Rick W makes a great point.
I'll
Well, I'll be the judge.
I
I'm
will
saying
be
it's a
the
great point
judge.
because it's something that you do.
Oh, well,
Jalen gets ripped by this idiot for winning a Super Bowl, and Bryce gets a pass. Bedlam at the Bank was 3 seasons
I
ago.
did not rip Jalen Hurts for winning a Super Bowl. No, think about what he said. I ripped him for winning a Super Bowl.
You don't give Jalen Hurts nearly
Well,
the
then-
credit
then-
he deserves for the role that he played in bringing this team to a Super Bowl.
Then frame your comment correctly next time.
Yeah.
sir.
I think the idiot part was on point.
Poorly phrased comment.
Good work right there.
Is that it on YouTube?
That was strong by him.
Yeah. It's
All right, let's get to...
one more.
What?
A very elite club fishing says people have beaten Jack in 1-1 match play. The Hammer.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that great deal. Mark in Lafayette Hill. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, pal.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, cool. All right. First, Bryce thing, I just wanted to weigh in real quick. I think he's going to need the World Series victory or another MVP. He's been successful at the halfway mark, but I think he needs something significant to really secure his legacy as an all-timer, more than just playoff.
I disagree with you, but you may be right as people perceive it. I'll just say this. I think, this is me, I got him in the group right now with Barkley, Iverson, Doc, Lindros. Like, these guys were awesome, but they all didn't win a title.
But I think he's left himself room for a second half.
Yes.
That's an improvement on the first half.
Well,
that championship
team, maybe,
in my mind, needs to be part of the second half. Like, that's why we brought you here.
Look, I guess, Mark, here's what'll be interesting. And I don't know the answer to this, but it will be fascinating. If they do not win a title with him, will he be viewed more as Brian Dawkins or Donovan McNabb?
Yeah.
Right? Because we view Donovan and Doc very differently.
Unfortunately.
Even though they were the best player on offense and the best player on defense, they were teammates, overlapped that whole time, but they are perceived differently. So, it'd be fascinating. James, which would he be? 15 years from now, if they haven't won a title, is he a Doc or a Donovan?
Somewhere in between.
TK?
He's more Donovan.
He's more. I think he's more Doc. I think it's less Donovan.
If they don't win,
that's my point.
Isn't that an interesting thing, though? He
I think Donovan's viewed the way he is because he's looked at as not coming through those games. I don't think we'll look at Bryce the same way.
Well, I think the thing that really hurt Donovan, and Donovan
win.
created it, he had the ball in his hands at the end of some of those games and did not get it done.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rams game, he had to go 50 yards. The Cardinals game, he had to go, I don't know what it was, maybe 60, 65 yards. It just, And then obviously the slowdown in the Super Bowl.
I do think he takes some undue heat for that Cardinals game, though. The defense was not good.
Defense was bad. Defense was bad. There's no question.
Can I weigh in on the Joe Jack thing real quick?
Sure, yeah.
I'm enjoying this psychological warfare that you got going on versus Jack. I think I love some of these bits. You're like trying to say you're taking the high road, but you're being totally passive aggressive.
Well, nothing's a bit. I just give you my honest opinion. He's obviously
the high
a
road
huge
hammer is a bit of a bit.
I mean, Mark, he's a huge favorite in baseball.
You're like basically holding your smile in with some of the things you're saying as you're saying them.
What are you talking about?
Two suggestions for you with the baseball coming up, because I think you're playing it. I think you're playing it smart. You know, putting the Field of Dreams out there.
Yeah. And Ted Williams also, when Ted Williams says find a pitch to hit, what he's also saying is don't hit a pitch that's a bad pitch. And I intend to follow that advice.
That's my first piece of advice. I would do the old Johan Rojas and put that bat on your shoulder and don't swing at a blessed thing until there's a strike, maybe two.
I don't think you need to tell him that.
If you listen to Jack's clips, even in the pump up after he lost the golf, he was saying, I'm just worried about walking him. I'm worried about walking him. So my other suggestion is, could you get through your contacts there, maybe some kind of a sports psychologist on, take some of Jack's self-talk, which is clearly negative and worrisome.
Well, that's up to the afternoon show. I mean, listen, I am looking out for him in that I want him to not feel the weight of the world too much, Mark. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he's got to show up on Wednesday, and he's got to prepare for it. I can't prepare him for it. I mean, I do care about the kid a lot. He's a great kid. But I got to prepare to try to win myself. I mean, I'm not going to help him by giving him a sports psychologist. If he wants to get one, he's got to find it.
No, I'm saying you bring the sports psychologist on.
Yeah, I don't need one.
And have that guy break down some of Jack's audio and tell you what a bad situation he's in mentally. That'd psych him out even further.
Well, maybe. I'll think about it. It's not my style to do that. All right, Mark, I'm entertained by your call, buddy. Give me an elite club. What do you have?
All right, I think you're going to like this, especially with your political aspirations. How about living ex-presidents?
Yeah. So what do we got right now? About 3 or 4?
So Obama, Clinton,
Bush 2,
and that's
and
it.
Biden.
Well, Biden, yeah, of course.
We normally seem to have between 3 to 5.
Yeah, generally.
Right?
Which makes sense.
Yeah, generally 3 to 5. Yeah, living ex-presidents is always an interesting group for sure. All right,
I guess Trump counts too because he's an ex-president and the current. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
Kind of, right?
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. All right, life advice with the hammer. It's something that we do typically, at this time on Thursdays. Let's hit it.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The hammer.
I'm an idiot.
All right, life advice with the hammer. It's brought to us by the wonderful people, and they're phenomenal at what they do. MHS Lift. Look, here's the deal, guys. If you're looking for a forklift, warehouse efficiency assessment, or any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, it's real simple. Get yourself to mhslift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need some help with today? I shall try to give some good advice.
All right, we're going to help Jason out on the text line. Jason says, "Hey, Hammer, I need some help. I've been struggling to enjoy the moment lately. I have a lot going on in life and some things that are stressing me out, and I can't seem to stop thinking about those things even when I'm supposed to be having fun. Do you have any advice for how to enjoy moments more and not spend so much of my mental energy dwelling on the negative?"
Well, that's a tough one, man. I've dealt with that myself. I still deal with that myself quite a bit, frankly. So how do you enjoy the moment? Well, I got to really think on that one. You may need a psychologist, so it may have to go way beyond this, 2-minute advice thing I can give you. How do you, John, help me out here. How do you enjoy the moment when you're struggling?
Honestly, I try to think about this concept.
Okay.
When I was in 11th grade, I used to have acne.
Okay.
When I would get a zit on my cheek, it would hurt, and I felt like everyone in the world was staring at that zit on my cheek.
It's a tough spot, yeah.
no one was. Like, in the grand scheme of things, I need to remind myself that that's not at all what anyone cared about. No one even noticed that.
And even if
I
they
am
do,
too hard on myself.
Well, yeah.
Like you are too hard upon yourself.
I am, yeah.
And you need to remind yourself it's okay. Give yourself some grace.
So I agree with what you said there. Here's the thing I'll say. I do think people do stare at that type of stuff, but here's the key. It doesn't define you. It doesn't define you.
If they stare at it, it doesn't matter. They won't remember. They maybe they notice it, maybe they don't. It meant so much more to me, it seemed.
Well,
and that's a mistake.
But billions of people have gone through that.
Myself
I know.
with that.
We've all been through it.
Yeah, it's
Look,
a waste of time and effort.
But this guy's asking something a little different. How do you enjoy when things are good? I don't know, man. I really don't know how to answer your question. I would actually tell you to talk to a doctor. I mean, it sounds like you might have a little OCD in that you fixate on some stuff that is not right in front of you, but it's occupying your brain too much. So maybe you're a little obsessive with...
Well, that's the thing.
I don't know how to assess that.
We do end up getting hung up on stuff that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I have serious OCD. I know I do. So... And it's not the easiest thing to go through in life. I don't know, there's things that are way worse, but, maybe you have OCD. Maybe you should see a psychiatrist or psychologist. I don't know. I don't know. James,
really
do you have any? I don't know what to say to this guy.
You can try and find methods to calm yourself down in situations, whatever those methods are. Some people use breathing. Some people use other things, whatever. Try and find things that, like obviously he's talking about specific situations, but try and it is a very Joe DeCamera thing, but find things that make you feel comfortable, find movies you love, find things that, bring you back to a place in time where you were feeling better, where you were able to enjoy the moment, and try and use that as a way to recreate, to spur those feelings would be the best advice I can.
Yeah. My advice, honestly, is talk to a doc if it's that bad. And that is life advice with the Hammer. I'm sorry to not come through for you. I'm doing the best I can. Let's get to JB in Chestnut Hill. Hi, JB.
Good morning, Joe. I thought there was going to be some life advice from Jack Fritz calling in for his own advice. I thought that would work.
So I'm in a tough spot, JB, because I do care a lot about him. The degree to which I kind of drill in there as a competitor or back off because I don't want him to feel it too much. I really do care about him.
For the weak.
What'd you say?
Mercy is for the weak.
Yeah.
And you got to go after him like Karate Kid style. Put him in a body bag.
Here's the problem, JB. That? I think he's actually struggling. I don't think it's fake struggle. I think he's really been affected by this. And if that's true, I want to say to him as a friend, dude, don't be so affected by it. It's just a game. It's just a fun little radio thing we're doing here. 2 coworkers in the summer. It's not a big deal.
Having fun.
One of us is going to win. One of us is going to lose. I don't want him to be too affected by this.
Right. I think the problem with Jack is you'll still be a pretty smart, inquisitive guy no matter what happens. He will no longer be part of the athlete club.
I've heard them talk about that.
Good point.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I also think it may diminish the wise-ass element that he can bring to the show and life about other actual professional athletes.
Yeah.
Because that's his thing. And if he crumbles, how can he then criticize the guy who crumbles?
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's why, JB, I'm starting to think about I might have to throw this thing.
Nah.
I might.
Stop it.
No, I might have to because I don't want to see his career get derailed.
Way too thick now.
You're going too far.
James, you ready for this, James?
Yeah,
I have thought about it.
Oh, God.
I have.
Yeah, but maybe Jack can work on next week's commercials can be like, hey, I took the Blue Chew now because they love doing those commercials to build my confidence back up after Joe beat me down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, John, do you know what the shortest war in recorded history was?
Ooh.
Yeah, Zanzibar.
Correct.
It was 38 minutes
just
or
trading
something.
facts.
What is going on here? That is very
38
impressive.
minutes long. It was over Zanzibar being a shipping lane between the Germans and the English, and the English put it very quickly over in 38 to 45 minutes, they said.
That's an impressive fact by both of you guys. All right, JB, give me
how many people died in the war?
Yeah,
something like 1,400, I think they killed
I
inside
was
of 38
kidding.
minutes.
38
does
minutes?
seem like some pretty active.
Oh my God! I thought it was like a paper war,
What is
like
this
clerical
nonsense?
war. Wow,
No,
there's
they-
actual war.
No,
Wow.
they bombarded the consulate
No
so
way.
heavily
No.
that they were like, "We quit. It's over. We're sorry."
No! Wow!
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow!
That is wild.
I thought it was like paperwork, essentially.
Even our thing with Noriega took longer. Remember, Noriega went into the Catholic.
Yeah,
He went into the what do you call that? Well, anyway, he hid behind the Catholic. He went to the church.
He went to the rectory.
The rectory. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
That
Yeah,
was unbelievable.
you're right.
It was around 1990 or 91. Noriega.
Yep.
Wild.
Wow.
JB, give me
Yeah.
an answer for an elite club.
By the way, Harper should be more on the Dawkins remembrance if he doesn't win a championship. The guy's done everything right, and he can't pitch the games. He's been all in. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with you.
yeah. How about coming off your presidential discussion? How about a guy who's a one of one? Barack Obama is the first African American president, and he is
Absolutely right. You got it. All right, JB, appreciate the phone call, my man. 215-5. I named the only president from Pennsylvania. We've had one. I obviously have a shot to be two. Come on, guys. We've only had one president. Who is it?
It's a bad job here.
John Adams.
No, it's not
John
John Adams.
I don't know. I don't know where these people are from.
Grover Cleveland.
Nope.
Zachary Tyler.
Nope.
No, not Zachary Tyler.
Well, no, we all know where John Adams is from. John Adams is famous. Like, what are you talking about? He's the second president.
Where's he from?
That was a great response, John.
Where's
That
he
was
from?
great.
You know where he's from?
Massachusetts.
Yeah, he's
I
a
don't know where
Boston guy, man.
Yes.
Because they were all Virginia or Boston back then.
Yeah.
Like back
Okay.
then, until Andrew Jackson, they were all
The
either
Boston Tea Party, the whole
Boston or
thing.
Virginia. The answer is James Buchanan,
I would have.
who I believe is
You could have given
considered
me
a
40.
horrendous
Could have given me
president.
44 guesses. I probably wouldn't
He
have.
was
guessed it.
real bad.
Well, he was the guy I think right before Lincoln. Was he 15? I think
Lincoln was 15.
No, Lincoln was 16.
16.
Yeah, Lincoln was 16.
Definitely 16.
I think Buchanan might have been 15. I think he's the guy that, like, the Civil War is all about to occur because he's got no handle on anything.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was Buchanan.
Bad
Wasn't the worst one
job by our
Jackson?
PA
Who?
guy.
Andrew Jackson? I
Was
thought
7.
he was.
He was 7.
Yeah, he was 17, I think.
No, 17 was Andrew Johnson.
Yeah, you're doing
Oh,
Andrew Johnson.
all right, my bad.
And Andrew Jackson was 7. Yeah. I read a book on Andrew
Andrew Jackson was a
Johnson.
bad guy, it seemed. Andrew Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
When
Real
you're
bad guy.
Yeah, when impeachability is thrown around.
Well, that's Andrew Johnson who got him.
Andrew
Johnson.
Johnson, yeah. You're saying Andrew Jackson's a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like Andrew Jackson.
Really?
He did some
Wait,
bad stuff, but
So you seem like a bad guy. though.
Well, he did some bad stuff, but he was a tough dude.
But why did you
Sure,
like
tough
him?
dude.
Seemed like a
Well, I
bad
didn't
guy,
like him.
though.
He was a tough guy.
Why?
It would stick up or making comments about Rachel, his wife, and he's like, no, we're going to duel over that. Oh, Andrew Jackson was a
So
duel.
he just went around dueling people over his wife?
He was a dueler.
Why did he have to duel
Andrew
people
Jackson was
over
a
his wife?
badass because he got with his wife. If I remember this right,
Hold on, he got with his wife.
I think the wife had been married to someone else. And then there was talk about either whether like the person had already died or divorced or something.
And wait, did he just
weird.
come in and duel the guy and say?
No. Now you're getting a little weird.
Now he's just dueling everyone.
There was something with Rachel Jackson and Andrew Jackson.
Man.
Time's yours and phone calls up ahead on 94 WIP.
If you spent time building the right roster and earned the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system. It's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
One round down.
I chip onto the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive? Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's up, everybody? It is Sean Bell here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Steelers just made a blockbuster trade to acquire Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. With Aaron Rodgers at the QB, I think the Steelers are going to continue to be aggressive this offseason. The win total is set at 8.5, but you know Mike Tomlin. He always goes over that, so I'm picking the over on that number. I'm Sean Bell from the BetMGM Network. That's smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Ike Reese here. This 4th of July, we're honoring the brave and keeping it local with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical, who are right here in Bala Kenwood. Skip the overseas gamble. Glad Hair is all about real results, expert care, and hair restoration that's made in the US of A and trusted by Philly guys just like you. Go local, go Glad. Check out Glad Hair this 4th of July. Visit GladHairMM.com or call 610-980-4000 for your complimentary consultation.
Celebrate the 4th of July with red, white, and huge savings at Mattress Warehouse. You can save $500 on Tempur-Pedic's best-selling Breeze mattresses, built to sleep up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Plus, my team at Mattress Warehouse is throwing in $300 in free accessories with your purchase. Enjoy 0% interest financing and free next-day delivery so you can start sleeping cooler sooner. It's all happening now during the 4th of July sale only at Mattress Warehouse. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vid. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Laborers District Council Lesset Fund. Phillies split their doubleheader with Padres Wednesday, dropping Game 1 6-4 before bouncing back for a 5-1 victory in the nightcap. Game 2, Max Kepler and Brandon Marsh each homered, while Christopher Sanchez led the way. He was awesome, going 7 complete, giving up just 1 run on 5 hits. Here's Rob Thompson on his young left-hander.
He's been just wonderful. He strike throwing ability, the changeup, his swing and miss. Other than there might have been a couple of balls hit hard off him tonight. So much soft contact. He's been unbelievable.
Mets also split their doubleheader with the Brewers, so the Phils maintain a 2-game lead in the East. Off day today, Reds come to town next for a 3-game series starting on Friday. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Weather mostly sunny today, high at 90, currently 81 in Philadelphia. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is Harper at the half.
Are you kidding me?
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Little Zeppelin action, getting you ready for the 4th of July. Harper at the half. So let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day and round out 2, I think, interesting poll questions here. Both of which are brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevrolet wishing the entire Delaware Valley a happy and safe 4th of July. Armin Chevrolet, closer than you think. Together, let's drive. All right, so the first poll question. Do you hold it against Bryce Harper that the Phillies have not won a World Series during his tenure here? Yes or no? John, how do you think people voted?
I'm going to say no, 69%.
No, 83%.
Wow, good.
It's a nice job by people.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised, honestly. I thought this was going to be much closer to 50-50. Calls today have been very supportive of Bryce. But you know, so maybe part of it is without him, you can feel the lag in the lineup. I mean, you really can. I know they had a little stretch like a week or so ago where they hit the ball all over the place. But for the most part, you know, come on, let's be real. So now, TK, we're doing some rants with you today. What do you say, because I know you would have voted no, what do you say to the 17% of people that say that they hold it against Bryce Harper that the Phillies haven't won a World Series with him?
I say, did you watch the playoffs the last 3 years? Like, did you watch this guy in the postseason? There have been Phillies who have not come through in the big moments. Trey Turner, Nick Castellanos, not Bryce Harper. I mean, Bryce Harper, I can rattle off the top of my head. Big series against St. Louis. You look at that first Braves series, the series against the Padres, obviously, Bedlam at the bank, Game 3 of the World Series against the Astros. The next year, Game 3 against the Braves, the stare down for Arcia. Game 5 against Arizona, which is a game we don't remember because they came back and lost 6-7, unfortunately.
Right, that's right.
But Harper was huge in that game. Last year against the Mets, I mean, Game 2, I think they get swept.
They do get
if
swept.
Harper does not hit a 2-run home
You're
run
right. I agree.
to wake them up and get them going. So, yeah, I mean, Bryce Harper, the fact that anybody would hold it against him is crazy.
I agree with that. I think it's well said. All right, the other poll question we have is, do you think the Phils are going to win a World Series with him? Let's all go on the record. I'm a yes. If I got 7 more cracks at it, hopefully they make the playoffs. Well, hopefully 7 times, but maybe 5 or 6 times. They're going to have deep budgets, good pitching, at least for a couple more years. I'm going to say give me 5 to 7 more cracks of the postseason. I'm going to say yes, they break through. Now, it's not easy. 12 teams make the playoffs. I mean, we all know the deal. But if you say to me yes or no, I say yes. John, you say?
Yes, and I'd like to see it done with Kyle Schwarber, so let's hurry up.
I agree with that. Seltzer?
If I had to bet on it, I would bet no.
Okay. TK?
I want to say yes, but my gut says no. The Dodgers have had the best team in the league the last 10 years. They didn't win one aside from the COVID year until last season. And I feel like the Phillies, unfortunately, in my mind, they missed their best chance. I think 2023 is their best chance.
You know what I think the hurry up about it is, actually, John? I think the hurry up about it is Zach Wheeler related. Because as much as these other guys are great, and they really are, he's great on such a different level. And, look, you can lose him and still win. I mean, it happens sometimes, but you just got this window with him when he's saying he's going to retire after 2 more years.
Yeah, that's alarming.
It's very alarming. All right, well, anyway, John, I got the poll result.
And you think that's real?
I do. Based on what he said, I do. I think he's going to retire in 2 years, which is, I mean, if he's still riding high, that would be. What player retired at the height? Height's not the right. What player retired at playing the best that anyone's retired in Philly sports? Is it Kelsey?
I mean, he was an All-Pro that year, so he'd be up there. Yeah, I mean,
who else would you say retired and was still outstanding? I mean, Dr. J was diminished. He was still good. He wasn't elite, but he was still good.
We haven't had many of those.
It's a hard thing to have.
Yeah. Well, it happens more in football now. I feel like the last decade, since the CT stuff, all that stuff's
seen that.
You've seen a ton of guys like Patrick Willis, like all these guys at like 30 are
so
like,
I'll bring it down a couple levels. Chris Long was still contributing in a nice way. He walked away. Who else was pretty good and
Well, Fletcher Cox. I mean,
Fletcher Cox
had a
was
good
still
last
pretty.
year.
Absolutely,
Yeah. Trent Cole. He was still pretty good when he retired, right?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Fletcher Cox actually stepped it up.
He did.
His last year
he was
good.
significantly better.
I agree
his
with you.
final year than the 2 or 3 years prior.
Yeah.
Man,
I think Kelsey's probably the answer. Though. I mean, he was an All-Pro his first team.
But I think
All-Pro.
Cox is second.
Yeah, Cox probably second.
And then who would be the completely fell apart guy? So Ryan Howard.
I mean, Bynum, he wasn't here long. But
No, he didn't retire here. He played for the Pacers.
Actually retired.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just talking, yeah.
So, it was a shame, and I saw him last week at Kelsey's event. Do you guys remember in 2016 who couldn't play anymore, but he still had a whole year left? Connor Barwin. It was such a shame.
It was awful.
He was
so bad.
He was such a good Eagle. And then in 2016, they moved him to the other position. He just couldn't, and he just,
He couldn't play in Schwartz defense.
But he also was just, the age had caught up to him. Remember when Haloti Nada was here?
I mean,
he was awful.
Halliday's one.
Yeah, but that was kind of injury.
It was, but
little
you're
different.
just talking strictly
just
play.
kept playing and so Ryan Howard's this.
Yeah, I mean it was injury, but then he kept playing after it.
Yeah, he just kept playing.
Yeah, I think Ryan Howard's probably the perfect example.
And Carlton totally fell apart, but Carlton retired
Peters.
elsewhere.
Jason Peters.
Yeah, and he technically retired elsewhere.
Retired elsewhere.
Yeah,
that's true.
And he played for
Jason
2 or 3
Peters
or 4
is
more.
still playing somewhere. I mean, seriously,
On a practice
he
squad
might still
somewhere.
be playing.
You'll get that notification
Oh,
week
man.
6. He signed to somebody's practice
I
squad.
think he might still be playing, guys. I'm not joking.
I thought he retired in the offseason. Anyway, John, 56% say the Phillies will win a World Series with Bryce. We'll see.
I believe that.
Time will tell. Let's go to the phones. Talk to Jeremy. Jeremy, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today?
Doing well, Jeremy.
I think it's definitely possible that they can win the World Series with Bryce. I don't think he is holding them back by any means. I think there's a lot of other things that are holding them back. And as far as his whole tenure, I mean, just the other day when Bryce came back, with all the problems that we do have, I was still just ecstatic to watch him play baseball. And I was never really a big baseball fan, but the thing that sits in the background of my mind is that I don't know that we're going to get the former 100% Bryce Harper back.
I worry about that a lot too, Jeremy. It's I would say at this point probably a likelihood. He might still be able to be 92%, maybe 88%. Now maybe he goes as far down to 70%, but I think the old 100% Bryce Harper probably consistently. He's going to have his weeks and his months, but consistently outstanding, I think is probably unlikely to occur again.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, he's going to be somewhere between a Donovan and a Doc because, he has delivered, but I don't see him, and this could just be me not paying attention enough, but I just don't see him as the big vocal leader of the team.
Well,
So,
I don't think he ever
if
has been. Yeah, I think that's right.
I don't think he can reach the Dawkins level without being that guy. So
That's an interesting way to frame it. All right, Jeremy, give me an elite club.
So an elite club that whenever anyone in the building sees these people, they all say the same exact thing. They say, I want to do that. Zamboni drivers.
That's a good answer.
That's so funny.
That's a great answer.
That's really funny. Well, I don't think it's going to win, but it's not a.
I don't know, man.
I want to do it.
I really
That would be
do
awesome.
want to. Bad.
Yeah, but
No, it's probably not being living presidents or whatever the other.
I thought he was actually about to say Secret Service because they're an elite club, right? I mean, you're sworn protector.
But I don't think when you see it, you're like, I want to do that.
No,
it takes a certain
when
type
he said
of,
that,
yeah,
I thought, okay,
yeah.
no, it's not that because I don't want to. I don't want to have to take a bullet.
Yeah, I'm good.
Did I tell you? Did I tell
TK, you want to
guys-
take a bullet?
No, thanks, Joe. I'll pass.
Have I told you guys about the Secret Service people that I went to college with when I was there with Chelsea Clinton?
Oh, no, not really.
They were dressed up like kids.
College? No way. That's hilarious.
Very clearly adults who were they had backpacks.
It's like
they
Steve
put
Buscemi and Billy
on.
Madison.
They're wearing like grunge outfits.
That's great.
With earpieces and backpacks, and there's like 6 of them walking like a wall.
This
and
is
then
an
you're
amazing
like, oh,
image.
there's Chelsea.
Who'd they think they were fooling with this?
I know.
Like, just wear your suits, guys. Like, it's
Come
all
on.
good.
It was crazy.
That's really funny.
It was crazy. And then they're in the dorms. Like they are in the dorms. They're living in the dorms. You know, they have their own thing.
Sure. I mean,
their own room.
If she's there, you got to protect
Exactly.
her. Yeah, you got to. No
Imagine
question.
that being your college experience.
That's a shame.
I feel bad for her. Like, for
I
that
did
to be
too.
your college years. You
I
know?
felt bad for her because, remember, Monica Lewinsky took place while she was a freshman in college. They're following her around, filming her reactions to everything, which is just a shame.
I heard the Bush daughters one time say they went up on the roof of the White House.
Really?
Yeah, they went up on, and I think they might have been with guys or friends, the girls, like because I mean they live there and like
Yeah, sure.
you know,
breaking the law a little bit. You're a teenage kid.
they went up on the roof of the White House.
Wow.
Anyway, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
All right, now that we're in presidential talk, we're going to ask Tom Kelly, and he's not going to know the answer.
No boy.
Tom, what president from the 20th century had someone that married another president? You got 2 presidents. Kin, is that the word kin?
Yeah, kin is correct.
2 presidents kin married each other. Who married who?
Was it FDR and his cousin?
Well,
He's not wrong about these.
Is that what you're asking me? I was confused by the
close
question.
to what he's talking about.
All right, so the FDR thing is that Eleanor Roosevelt was Teddy Roosevelt's niece.
His third cousin, right, or something?
Well, I'm going to get to that. Just so you know, Eleanor Roosevelt's father was Teddy Roosevelt's brother.
Okay.
And Teddy Roosevelt loved Eleanor Roosevelt, and then she ends up marrying Franklin Roosevelt, who's like her 5th cousin.
That's weird.
Who was also a cousin to but anyway, that was back in the day.
And he pardoned my great uncle.
Yeah, Rough Riders.
Yeah.
Correct. Now the answer is an Eisenhower married a Nixon.
Okay.
So,
Jeez.
and remember, they were linked because also Nixon had been Eisenhower's vice president. So
No way.
Yeah, wasn't it David Eisenhower married?
I don't know.
Yeah, someone married someone in the branch down the line. A Nixon married an Eisenhower.
That's unbelievable.
Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds and at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
You just played Bedlam at the ballpark. Oh, my God.
Whoa,
I got
whoa, whoa.
tears in
Stop
my eyes.
it.
I got
Stop
chills.
that.
I
Stop
was
that
there
call.
with my
Stop the
2
call.
best friends.
Stop the call.
Bedlam at the ballpark.
Bedlam at the ballpark? Now, we'll get back to you,
That
sir.
was tough. That
Dude.
was a tough scene right there.
Bedlam at the ballpark? Now, I'm going to let you start this point over. I think you're going to get it wrong again because this is pre-recorded. But, sir, it's called Bedlam at the bank. Let's see if you can get it right.
You just played Bedlam at the ballpark. Oh, my God. I got tears in my eyes. I got chills. I was there with my 2 best friends, and I literally tackled my friend when it happened. I went crazy. It was the best moment of my life.
So let me ask
Well,
this
maybe
question.
that's what. Did you concuss yourself or something? Because you can't remember that it's at the bank.
All right, let me ask a question. What is the best non-championship winning moment of our lifetimes in Philly sports? You got Bedlam at the bank. I got Mitch striking out Bill Pecota, Game 6, 93. Beat the Braves.
Oh, man.
I'll say Jalen Carter's sack on Stafford. Eagles going to lose that game if Carter doesn't sack him.
It's a big one.
I love
It's a big
that.
one, but
That would've been one of those
I was in
brutal
the
losses
building.
ever.
I was in the building for Bedlam at the bank. Like, I can't nothing else.
It might be.
Being there for it's
It
like
might be.
it's one of the great communal experience moments I've ever had.
I'll
tell you, when
walk-off homer, guys. Remember that?
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
When Vince Carter missed the shot, that was pretty freaking big.
It was.
But we
that was
saw
really
the walk-off.
Big. Yeah. And then anything else?
That was only one call.
Eric. I was going to say Eric Desjardins. J.J. Daniel's goal might be my number one.
That's a big one. I was too young for it, but it was a big one.
For anyone that was alive, Game 6, 87, my God, when J.J. Daniel scored, that was amazing.
You know what, Joe? Since you're daring Fritz to hit you, I'm going to dare you to do something. Charge the mound.
Good idea.
No, I'm going to say you hit this arm. Why don't you hit the other arm?
What an amazing athletic challenge for Joe DeCamera. Standing in the batter's box, praying to get walked like it's Little League all over again. How do you possibly train for this?
It is the Little League thing. There was always the kid where you just yell, "Walks as good as a hit! Walks as good as a hit! Don't worry about swinging, kid!"
So part of me, while I want people there, doesn't want too many people there because I want Anthony's voice to be heard by Fritz.
I don't think that'll matter.
If you have like 1,000 people,
I think there could be 1,000
out.
people and Anthony would still rise above the top.
How many people is Anthony worth?
100 for sure.
I think
you're
so,
right about
too.
that. Anthony is loud and emotional, and he brings it, and he doesn't stop. We made that call. It was 45 seconds. I could have made that call longer. It wasn't done. He kept going. It was just 45 seconds of him going.
It means so much to him.
If he bow-bonds him, and I think he will, if he just keeps bow-bonding and oafing him,
bow-bond!
Like, especially after a ball, and then another ball, and then he bow-bonds him, like that.
Like Anthony could be the deciding factor in this competition.
I think so too.
He could wreck Jack. Wreck him.
We could have a Malice in the Palace type situation
You're
here
right.
where Jack goes
You're
after
right.
Anthony.
Jack, he's here charging the mound. What if charge the stands? How about that?
And with that, time is yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, to the phones. Let's talk to Lou right now. Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm thinking before I give my unique club, you're talking about is Harper more like Donovan or Dawkins? I have another comparison. To me, he's more like a Lindros.
And flush it out, meaning what?
Gets derailed by injuries,
Yeah.
had so much hype put on him, and the supporting cast around him did not live up either and did not help him and had to do everything on his own and still came up short.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he's more like a Lindros in my mind because of the hype from when he was 16.
Yeah.
Joe.
Look, it's
That is an interesting comp.
It's a very good comparison.
Yeah.
It's a and I do think it was certainly much more about Lindros not having enough around him instead of Lindros not doing more himself. I mean, not every series was he great. Obviously, the Red Wings series he wasn't great, but they just never had the stellar goaltending, and the defense would get shaky in the postseason.
And they still don't.
And they didn't have they didn't have a great second line. I mean, Brindy was on the second line some of those years. Third lines were pretty weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an inch. To me, there's like a Lindros and I'd say Iverson. Oh, look, Barkley had no shot. Barkley's playing with frickin' Roy Hinson and Manny Moe and Jack. He had no shot. The 86 trades destroyed Barkley's career, which is a shame. Iverson had the shot in 01, but only because him and Larry Brown created it. I mean, they didn't have enough around them. It wasn't his fault he's playing frickin' next to Matt Harper and starting in 0-2.
The Lindros Harper thing though, with the whole career is it's a really fascinating. He was like the Lindros and Harper of hockey. Vice versa.
That's pretty good, Lou. That's
my unique club.
Well, it doesn't have to be unique. It's elite.
Or excuse me, elite club.
Yeah.
How about two sport professional athletes
Wow.
like Bo Jackson and Dion?
That's a really
You wanna
good
talk
answer.
about almost impossible.
Yeah. So who else is in there?
Brian Jordan. Remember Brian Jordan?
Danny Ainge.
DJ Dozier, I believe.
He is?
Yeah, for a hot
DJ
minute.
In what sport?
He wasn't.
Both football and baseball.
DJ Dozier.
I don't know
from Penn
about that.
State?
Almost positive. Almost
No
positive. I know he
way.
played for the Mets. 100% he played for the Mets.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he got to the NFL. I'm not 100% on that, but I know he played for the Mets.
I
for
thought
sure.
he might have been with the Jets also then.
I'm surprised by that.
DJ Dozier might have been a Jet.
John, do you know that Danny Ainge played for the Toronto Blue Jays?
No.
Yeah, he played for the Blue Jays.
No, I didn't know that.
All right, and Tom Glavine didn't play in the pros for each, but he was drafted, first round of 3 sports?
Yeah, DJ Dozier. How about that poll? Come on. Give me a little on that. DJ Dozier,
I didn't know-
two-sport athlete.
I didn't know that. You know what I am, Seltzer? 5 sport athletes.
Of course.
You know what those sports are? Golf, baseball, what's after that? Tennis, running and basketball. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer for an elite club. 2 sport athletes, pretty good answer. What else we got here? We've got, the Skull and Bones, the club sandwich. We've got, we got 3 different types of presidents. We got all presidents, of which there have been 45. We've got African-American presidents, of which there's been 1. We've got living ex-presidents, of which there's normally between 3 to 6. Shohei at the 50-50 club. That's amazing. And he's the only one in it. We got the Union Club. I was thinking of the Union League. He said the Union League, yeah. No, he said the Union Club.
I think it's the Union League Club.
Oh, is it? What are we going with here? Got the Downtown Athletic Club. I like 2 sports athletes.
I like that one,
really like
too.
it too, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was a haymaker at the end.
I mean, there's really not
And
many.
it's
But
creative.
it's kind
creative,
of not
too.
even a club. It's so small. Though.
Jim Thorpe would be. Jim Thorpe and Babe Zedrikin Zaharis, whatever her name is.
I was waiting for EGOT.
They're like
No
in the
one said
10 sport
EGOT
club.
all show. I was waiting for
EGOT's a
EGOT
good
would
one.
have been a big answer.
Let's go with the 2 sport athletes.
I love it.
It's a good, hey, Lou, good answer right there near the end. Hey, everyone, have an awesome rest of the day. Have a great 4th of July. We'll be back as a group. Some of us Monday, some of us Tuesday. Looking forward to next week. Have a great time. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-593-0319. 800-593-0319. 800-593-0319.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Step up to the plate and add your favorite players to your lineup with Prize Picks. The best place to cash in on your favorite sports? The app is simple. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code ROAM and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Of course, tomorrow, Joey Chestnut, the GOAT of competitive eating, seeks his world record extending 17th Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Championship. Now, last year, he missed the iconic Coney Island competition due to a contractual dispute. Chestnut, who holds the record with 76 hot dogs and buns consumed in 10 minutes, calls the Nathan's contest the Indy 500 of competitive eating. I'm Boomer Science.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Back in the studio after a couple days.
Let me turn my mic
Yeah,
on.
that'd be good. That'd be good. We're pros, everyone. We are professionals. All right, sometimes. Lot to get into today. Of course, it is Harper at the half. Good night for the Phillies last night. Your guy, Max Kepler, had a home run. So the Phillies don't get swept, I should say, and they split the doubleheader, which gives them a series victory over the Padres. Day off today. Back at it tomorrow against the Reds. So overall, a pretty good series against the San Diego Padres. All right, 215-592-9494. It is Harper at the half. We'll get into it here in a second. Jack's going to join us. Jack Fritz at 12 o'clock today.
All right.
Jack was, when I was doing evenings, Jack was my producer at night. That was during the Harper pursuit. So we're going to kind of go back in the memory bank of the days that the Phillies were chasing Bryce Harper. Have some fun with that. Talk about Jack's new book. Of course, we got to see how Jack's feeling mentally as we get ready for Jack vs. Joe in baseball next week. Good morning, Hugh Douglas.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Listen, I think I need to say this. Just because it's the holiday weekend, doesn't mean you have to overeat. There's not, a requirement that you go out there and you just eat like a pig.
Can you let people be?
No, I'm just saying. It's funny because we are at the time of year where people will say they got some events coming up. They might be going on vacation or something. Yeah. And you've heard it, Francisco. Oh, I need to lose 10 pounds or 5 pounds before I go on this trip.
All the time.
And then you go on the trip or you get ready for the holiday or whatever, and then you put that 5 pounds right back on.
Because you want to look good in the photos on the trip.
Yeah, but it's still, but what's the point? Because you're going right back to where you were. If the plane takes off, you don't want it to land 5 minutes after it take off. Just keep that thing going, man. That's all I'm saying.
Can you let people be?
It's not required.
They want to eat and drink as much as they want tomorrow.
It's not required to overeat. It's kind of like the holidays. We get Christmas and all them other holidays. Yeah. People sit around and they'll be full and they'll be like, oh, I'm going to go in there and get me another plate of food. For what?
Thanksgiving, you got to put the sweatpants on at night because you can't fit into the regular pants anymore.
This is too much.
Yeah, it is fun, though. All right, 215-592-9494 to hop in. We got a lot to get to today, including we have to decide whether or not Hugh Douglas should attend his community block party tomorrow. The first vote is
no.
The first vote from me is yes. All right, Fran is in for Kyle today. Hugh, you used the word there. It's kind of interesting as we have a Harper at the half special here on WIP today. We are halfway through this thing. Bryce Harper signed a 13-year, $330 million deal in the winter of 2019, leading into the 2019 season. And we are now halfway through the Bryce Harper contract, which makes me feel a little bit old. I'm not going to lie. Wow, we're halfway through this thing already. I remember exactly where I was the moment Bryce Harper and the announcement came down he was signing with the Phillies. You guys probably do too. We're actually going to bring you a little moment here in a second about what that sounded like on WIP. But Hugh, you used a word there a few seconds ago that I think is interesting. You used the word required, right? You're saying it's not required.
It's not required
to eat, like a crazy person or, kind of stuff yourself on a holiday or overdrink or whatever. Well, I think for a lot of people, a World Series championship is required out of the Bryce Harper era with the Phillies. To make this a true success. Because I heard the morning show and they were discussing, has this been a success so far? And I would say to that question, Yeah, Bryce Harper has lived up to his end of the bargain. He won an MVP. He's been one of the better players in baseball. I wouldn't say he's been the best player. I mean, we could be honest, right? Like, Shohei Ohtani exists and Aaron Judge exists, but Bryce Harper has been, for the last 6.5 years, one of the best players in baseball.
Stalwart.
Yeah, and there's been some injuries, but when he's on the field, he has produced at a very high level and clearly in the postseason. But there is a conversation of, what if they don't win? Like, what is this without a World Series? Hugh Douglas, you used the word required, so I'll ask you the question. In order for us to remember this thing as a true success, when it's all said and done, we're halfway through, does the Bryce Harper Phillies era have to have a World Series championship to be a true success?
Will you allow me to long talk?
Always.
Just for a moment.
Only in the first segment. That's the only time it's allowed.
I feel like this is one of those questions. It's a sticky question.
It is.
Because there's a lot of layers to this story. So it's not, for me, this is not a yes or no situation. This is one of those situations where I have to long talk just a little bit.
Filibuster's coming. Here we go.
Well, no, I'm just saying I have to long talk just a little bit. Now, I was in Atlanta when Bryce Harper first became a Philly. And I remember before that happened, it was a baseball wasteland, if you will. I remember people talking about from afar how nobody was going to the park. Nobody wanted to go. A Dubo Herrera era. That's what I like to call it, the Dubo Herrera era.
Yeah, what a wonderful era that was.
Yeah, and when he got here, I just remember hearing the cut of how excited Ike and everybody was. And Bryce has brought the fans back to Philadelphia. He's done that. And I think he's done that by, we call him names like the Panda-in-Chief and all the other good stuff. He's brought the fans back to Philadelphia. He's made baseball fun again. But with that being said, Joe, the team that he left, ironically, wins the World Series.
Wow, 10:05. 10:05. Douglas goes there.
This is wow. It's hard, but it's fair.
It's true.
Because
it's true.
That's what we look at when we see Bryce Harper as fans. We look at World Series championships and a guy that's going to help bring them to us. So, this is the two-part question. This is a two-part answer for me. Has the Bryce Harper experiment been good so far? Yes.
Yeah, clearly he's played really well.
Yes, it has. But if he goes the next 6 years and doesn't win a championship.
No, I'll cut that one. Yeah, some good audio.
Then I'm going to say no.
Okay. All right. Let me chime in here. It's Hugh Douglas. 5 minutes in brings up the fact the Nationals won the year.
I'm just saying, it's hard, but it's fair. That's what every athlete of that caliber is measured by. Okay, for example, Myles Garrett. As good as he is, Myles Garrett is probably a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, clearly.
But when you look at his career, be like, I didn't win nothing.
Yeah, but he plays for the Browns.
But that don't matter.
It does matter.
It don't matter.
He's a defensive pass rusher.
LeBron played for the Cavaliers and had to leave to get his, and then came back and gave one.
Now, I do think, and it's interesting you bring up him. I think this, depending on the sport we're talking about, there's a little bit of different weight on it. I think of all the sports, the NBA superstar is the most responsible for his team winning or losing.
Yes, because it's five guys on the court.
Right.
And,
So if you don't win one and you're considered one of the truly great NBA players, then there's something wrong with your tenure. I mean, that's just the reality of the way it works. Football's probably the next closest with the quarterback. Now, it's not only the quarterback, but
it's the team as a whole. But the quarterback makes it go.
The quarterback makes it go and has a large role most of the time, and if the team wins or loses.
Yes.
Baseball is not quite like that. Now, it's a big part of it. Like Bryce Harper's a big part of the Phillies. But Bryce Harper can be great and the Phillies could be mediocre. We literally saw this when he won his MVP in 2021. Here's the way I view this. I believe this has already been a success, regardless of what happens the next 6.5 years. I consider the Bryce Harper era a success, even if the Phillies don't win a World Series. You mentioned what it was like before, and I remember being here before, the Bryce Harper experience, and it was dull. I mean, the Phillies were dull. In the national landscape, they were dead. They were dormant. No one talked about the Phillies. Locally, it almost felt sad. We had to talk ourselves into Nick Williams and Aaron Altair and Mike Franco, guys that were just placeholders for when the real baseball would arrive here in Philadelphia a few years later. They were placeholders. We had to talk ourselves into it. It was, in retrospect, it was silly. We're like, oh, maybe Mikel's really good. Maybe Odubel's really good. They weren't. I mean, they were just placeholders. And that was kind of the state of the Phillies until Bryce Harper got here. He revived baseball in this town. I remember the shows that I would do back in the day, and then as a station, it was tough to talk about the Phillies. In 2018, Gabe Kapler was clearly the most interesting part of the team as the manager.
And he's the manager.
He's the manager. If the manager's the most important part of the, or most important or interesting, you
What
got
are we doing?
You
Yeah,
got a
what are we
dull
doing?
team. And then Bryce Harper got here and it was like, oh my goodness, we have something that we want to watch every day. He revived baseball in Philadelphia. He has lived up to his end of the bargain. He won an MVP. He has been incredible in October. I mean, one of the great hitters in the history of the postseason. Now, I know they haven't won. They got to a World Series. They lost. I know that. But I already have decided the Bryce Harper experience is worth it. And it's a success, even if they don't win a World Series. I think this whole thing was a success and is a success, even if it ends without a World Series. Because what were the Phillies before Bryce Harper?
Nothing.
They were nothing.
I mean that's kind of strong, but it's apropos.
Now, I mean, historically, they
conversation,
obviously had some great runs, right?
Yeah.
07 to 11 was great, and the late 70s, early 80s was great. I'm not saying in 100 years they were nothing.
No, but I get where you're coming. I can pick up what you're
But in the moment, they were nothing without Bryce Harper, and he has helped usher in an era where the Phillies matter again. They didn't matter. I mean, they didn't matter, and he made them matter, and he's lived up to his end of the bargain. I don't need a World Series for this to be a success. I don't. Now, that would be the cherry on top, but Bedlam at the bank, the World Series run in 2022, postseasons 3 years in a row, probably a fourth this year. This is success to me. Yeah, see, you're being hard on him.
Well, I'm not being hard on him. I'm being illogical, like most fans are.
Oh, you're admitting you're illogical.
No.
Yeah, why would you do that? Yeah.
Because see, this is the thing, young Rojas. I'm about to school you right
I thought
now.
you said he was old the other day.
Well, he old ass young Rojas.
Old ass young Rojas. Okay.
But see, here's the thing. We as fans, most of our takes, because I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, and they were like, well, as a matter of fact.
You were
since
take
we're here-
talking?
Well, we were talking about it because somebody asked me about you.
Yeah.
And said, well, why
How do
does
you
Joe,
work with that idiot?
And I said, listen, man, Joe is a fan. He's a diehard fan. And when you listen to most fans talk, Joe sounds like a fan. Now, the biggest difference is we have this big old signal that we're on every day. But I talk to people every day that if for the sake of this argument to have crazy takes. That's what most fans have. And unfortunately, the basketball era, the way that most people are measured, most athletes are measured by championships. Now, it started in basketball, but it has trickled down into every other sport.
Ring culture.
Yes, it's the ring culture. And I know that a lot of guys are trying to downplay that ring culture and all the other stuff. But the fact of the matter is, when we have our conversations as fans, the thing that is the no-brainer, the thing that shuts down most conversations is championships. That's what most premier athletes are measured by. Bryce Harper's a premier athlete.
Yes.
No question about it. You're talking about on the face of the cover of Sports Illustrated.
At 16 years,
a baseball phenom and all that. And unfortunately for him, the team that he was on won after he left.
And
not only that,
and the Phillies haven't won. Yeah.
and not only that, he was considered for a time a cancer as a player. So now you come to a new team, Joe, and on this new team, you have a lot of cachet. You have a lot of say. You have even gone as far as to handpick some of the individuals that are here, right?
Absolutely.
So now you've done all of that, and you still haven't won one. That's a failure, unfortunately. Respectfully.
So I respect the way you're saying it, and a lot of athletes I would say that. Now this might be me more ripping the Phillies than Bryce Harper. The Phillies don't exactly the Phillies aren't the Yankees. The Phillies aren't the Cardinals. The Phillies aren't the Dodgers, right? The Phillies don't have a rich history of rolling parades down Broad Street. It's not been the franchise. So if he went to the Yankees, if he went to the Dodgers who didn't win, then I would say maybe you're the problem. He came to the Phillies. As much as we love the Phillies.
And we're happy that he picked us.
Yes, but let's be real about what the Phillies have been for 100 and something years. They've had two pockets of excellence. I mean, that's it. And you might want to consider this the third pocket. But they've had two pockets of excellence, and most of the rest of the time they bumble around. I mean, that's who the Phillies have been. So can I judge him solely on championships? I'm not doing that. I think the era. Now, if he didn't play well or he didn't live up to his end of the bargain, I'd have a different feel. But clearly, he's lived up to his end of the bargain. The team hasn't gotten over the hump yet. We all hope they do. I don't know. I mean, they have a shot this year. I don't know if it's going to happen. I do know this. I already consider this a success, even if they don't win a championship. 215-592-9494. Hugh does it. Where do you come down? Let's get Francisco's take, and then we got to go back in memory lane here and hear how it sounded the day Bryce Harper arrived to Philadelphia. Fran, where do you come down on this? If the Phillies don't win a World Series, can the Bryce Harper era be considered a success?
So this is about the Bryce Harper era of baseball, right? We're not talking about necessarily Bryce has done his part. We talked about this. Bryce has done everything that he's been able to do. He's won an MVP here. He's been productive. The playoff numbers have been there. Bryce has done whatever he's been able to do. But this is about, look, when Bryce was brought here, this is about going to win World Series, man. We're going to win titles. Look, even if Bryce does even if he's productive, even to the second half of his career here, Philly's got to win a World Series. That's what he was brought here to do. They've put teams here together the last couple of years that's supposed to be contenders, and still, I mean, some consider them now.
Well, so they obviously are a contender.
Yeah. So I would say they still need to win a World Series.
You need to get over the hump, man.
Okay.
For the era of Bryce Harper baseball, the era, just like the era was with Jimmy and Cole and everybody there, they have to win a World Series.
All right. 215-592-9494. Does the Bryce Harper era need a World Series to be considered a success? I don't think so, because it's to me, the Phillies being this good and him being this good, this is what I signed up for. Like this, as a fan, I signed up for. He's got to hit, and a lot, and he has. And the team has to be a contender, and they have been. Now, they haven't won it all. In 2022, they were this close. 2023, this close. But when a player hits this much in the postseason, is this good for this long, I consider the whole era a success, even if they don't win a World Series. Where do you come down? Let's go back in the memory banks here. I remember where I was. I was in the car. I was driving into WIP to do my night show. It was around 2:50, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I forget the date, or it was late February, whatever the date was. But I forget, it was like maybe a Thursday. Whatever the day was, I remember where I was late February 2019 when Bryce Harper officially, the news broke, he became a Philly. Here it was, the afternoon show at the time, Marks and Reese, produced by Ben Livingston. Here is how it sounded.
Do I think the Phillies in Philadelphia is the top of his list? No, I don't think there's anybody that thinks that. Do I think that maybe he has some reservations about playing here for the next 10 years, or his wife does? No.
John Heyman, Bryce Harper to the Phillies!
No way!
Official blue check mark and everything. Bryce Harper is going to the Phillies. Stop everything you are doing.
Bring on the music. Hold on, we got to make sure we verify first. Make sure
we verify. It's verified. It's
verify
him.
Everything, Ben, before
it's
we
him.
turn on the music,
Bryce
Ben.
to the Phillies. You said sort of breaking news.
Yeah, what the hell is sort of breaking news? Pump it up. Pump it up. Hey.
I just funny.
A celebration. Oh, yeah! Hit it objectively now. Celebrate good times. Come on.
Come on, Bryce.
Let's celebrate.
It's one of my favorite WIP moments of all time. Them celebrating, singing, Ike screaming.
Yeah, that was
terrible.
Well,
awesome.
I just wanted to sing it.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was a great time.
It was a great moment.
It's a great moment. But
people in the hallway screaming, jumping up and down. I think
that's the best part. Yeah. Background, you can hear everybody. Yeah.
I think it was Jack Fritz in the background, jumping up and down. All right, 215-592-9494. Harper at the half today, as we're halfway through the 13-year, $330 million contract. I think it's a success, even if it doesn't end with a World Series. Ring culture Douglas over here needs that ring.
Coming from a guy who did win a ring. But as a side note, the Max Kepler thing, because people are asking me, I didn't hit. Because I didn't bet it. I bet it the first time, and he didn't do it. So I didn't run it back.
Okay.
So
you should have.
I should have run it back.
Yeah, you should have. He still stinks.
But thank you for everybody who was concerned that I didn't get it. I'm gonna lay off betting for a little while. I've been catching L's.
Wow.
Lately. Well, when I say a little
Kyle
while,
and I try to tell you this was happening.
When I say a little while, I mean just for a couple of days.
Yeah, until tomorrow. All right. Before we get to the phones here, let's also hear Bryce, the introductory press conference a few days later down in Clearwater. It's amazing how young Bryce Harper sounds. Here's Bryce, early March 2019, as he's introduced as a Philly.
somewhere I wanted to be, and of course the baseball side of coming in there and having success, playing in front of great fans, being able to come in every single night and like you said, get booed a little bit, but I love that.
I don't think they're going to boo you for a while.
But that's a fan base, that's what it's all about. That's something that I enjoy. I love coming in and knowing that these fans care. They care about their team. They care about the guys around them. They care about their city, and that's what it's all about.
Hugh, doesn't he sound young in that?
Young as hell.
Well, I mean, he was only 26, so
yeah, he sounds super young.
Yeah, that age, when you go from like mid-20s to early 30s,
and wore him out. He sound all grizzled and,
it's like
and hardened.
Sitting president when they age. Philadelphia ages athletes and coaches dog years. No, he does sound young, but I felt it from the beginning that he had a connection to this place, and I think this place had a connection in from the jump. 215-592-9494. It took about a month and a half for someone to boo him here, so it didn't take that long. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Harper at the half. Can you consider the Harper era a success if it ends without a World Series title? Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy 4th of July Eve, man.
Happy 4th of July Eve.
July 3rd. What's up, Chris?
All right, guys, let me tell you something. It's nice if he has a great career. It's nice if he goes to the Hall of Fame. It's nice that the team is in the national spotlight. It's nice that, people care at the national level. I'm not John Middleton. These things are nice. I'm not him. That's nice for him because his pockets get fat. These things are all very nice, Joe. But his career is not a success unless he wins a damn World Series. I want a parade. Full stop. That's it, Joe.
Well, I do too. But this era, if they go 6.5 more years of contending and they just don't win it, it's not a success. I can't put that all on one player.
No. Listen, I heard you say a lot of things in this opening, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of nonsense that came out of your mouth. You haven't heard
Nothing new.
I haven't heard so much loser talk.
Loser talk?
Loser talk. Oh, well, look at the history of the franchise.
Well, it's the truth. Chris, it's the truth.
Joe, you sound like Jack Fritz on Monday. That's what you sound like. You're, oh, my God. Well, it's tough. I don't care. I care about the past 5, 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Today, live in the present, Joe. This isn't 1920, okay? 1920. I know Fritz is, whether we believe it or not, Fritz isn't playing for the Black Sox, okay? Live today. Today is what I care about. I want this team. This team has been loaded. We have one of the highest payrolls. We have the best starting pitching in the history of the Phillies. We need a damn World Series championship.
I agree with that, but if they don't win one, it doesn't mean his era is not a success.
No, it's a failure.
It's not a it's a failure without a World Series.
Oh, come on. A ring. This is what we're about. This is the new gold standard, Joe. We play for rings. We ain't about we want to be the bridesmaid. I don't want to be the bridesmaid.
We want
to be on top of the hill.
He wants to be married. He wants to be married.
Second's only the first loser, Joe.
Okay.
You can stand in that line. I'm not. And you know what, Hugh Douglas?
Yes.
You better not be rude. Go see your neighbors. Be a good human.
There we go.
Go to that block party. Go.
He said be a good human. I'm sorry. I'm not going.
And get your KEYS.
I'm not getting them. He can have them keys.
Go hang out with Skip tomorrow. Go ahead. All right, 215-592-94. Is that the kind of nonsense we're going to hear today? I'm really curious what everyone comes
ring
down
culture,
on this.
man. Ring culture.
No, we don't need to do ring culture. We could be real about this. This guy.
No, we're not. You're asking fans to be real about something. We're irrational. We are irrational.
Well, I want to hear what you think. Whether you want to be rational, irrational, ring culture or not, does the Bryce Harper era need a ring to be successful? I don't think it does. I think it's already been a smashing success. This guy has hit as well as anyone in the history of the postseason. He's won an MVP. The Phillies matter again. And you don't want to care about national? Okay, they matter here again. They're a huge thing again, and they weren't before this guy got here. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. All right, your phone call is coming up. We'll hear more about Bryce and his relationship with the fans coming up. And just listening to the last caller, Chris, and his nonsense, and Hugh's nonsense there, it made me think of another Philadelphia athlete, one that is revered here And I want to make a comparison because no one ever seems to say his era was a disappointment. We'll come back to that. Your phone calls, 215-592-9494. And should Hugh Douglas attend his community block party tomorrow? We got to talk about that. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing Happy Dad malt seltzers at our tiki bar. Or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week. Enjoy Happy Dad malt seltzers now available in Delaware and Maryland. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A skydiving plane crashed shortly after taking off in Gloucester County. All 15 people on board miraculously still alive. Day 3 of the DC-33 strike after not much progress was made in talks yesterday. And the Philly airport is preparing for a big bump in flyers for the busy holiday weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is a special alert for Americans who owe more than $10,000 in back taxes. Get ready for a toll-free hotline number. Call and get free information on how to take advantage of new initiatives that could significantly reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Call Stop IRS Debt today at 800-655-6697. Learn how you can stop collection calls, IRS letters, bank levies, and wage garnishments, all by using a proven A-plus BBB-rated tax system that negotiates with the IRS for you. If you haven't filed returns in years or you're already in a payment plan, you can still get tax relief. The government is ready to work out a generous program that can resolve your tax debt quickly. Be warned, this situation won't last forever and your tax debt will only get worse if you don't act now. Do not try to handle it yourself. Call Stop IRS Debt now for free information. 800-655-6697. That's 800-655-6697. 800-655-6697.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Back to Harper at the half.
This fan base, this city, I love them.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Jill, you guys been on 215-592-9494. Harper at the half. We are halfway through Bryce Harper's 13-year, $330 million contract with the Phillies. Can this be a true success without a World Series championship? I believe so. I don't need it to have a World Series title for the Bryce Harper era here in Philadelphia to be a success. Hugh Douglas, Mr. Ring Culture over here, yes, he says, it needs to have that World Series. It needs to have that, otherwise there's not a success here.
Icing on the cake, man.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. See, we already have a cake. We've baked a good cake here. It's just icing.
No, I mean, the cake is good. I'm not disputing whether or not that's the case, but...
You came on here today talking about people shouldn't have fun on July 4th.
Well, I didn't say they shouldn't have fun. I said you shouldn't overeat just to be overeating.
Yeah.
That's something totally different. You know, just to eat just because the food is there, that seems like a lot.
What's a holiday?
Yeah, but it's okay. So on the holidays, that's an excuse to just eat as much as you want.
Yeah, and drink as much as you want.
I mean, I don't mind.
Debauchery,
drink as much as you want and debaucherize.
Well, we
as much
know
as
you
want.
don't eat and drink at the same time.
No,
so
I don't. I'm either going. It's either one or the other.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. But go ahead.
A little bit.
Yeah,
but it's the culture that has developed over the years, Joe, and I don't subscribe to it, but it's a fact. When you hear people talk about, especially fans, when you hear them talk about their favorite athlete, if a championship is not next to their name, then they're not as good. They're not as great. And that's the way we think nowadays. I'm not saying that it's the right way to think, but that's the way most fans think of it when they think of transitional or like players like that.
Yeah, special players. So I'm glad you said that, because I want to bring up an athlete that we all know very well in the city. And ironically, he wore the same number as Bryce Harper. If I polled 100 people in Philadelphia and I said, was the Allen Iverson era with the Sixers a success? Yes.
You know why?
And they both got to one championship round, right? The World Series, NBA Finals. The Phillies got closer to winning, right? They were up in the series 2-1. Sixers just won the first game with the step over of Tyronn Lue. People reminisce about Allen Iverson. I think 15, 20 years from now, we will reminisce about Bryce Harper and Bedlam at the bank and the big moments, even if there's no parade, because number one, he played well, just like AI. And number two, and they're totally different kinds of personalities, but they both connected with the people. People loved Allen Iverson, even though the team didn't win a championship. People love Bryce Harper, even though they haven't won a championship. I think there's some similarities.
I think you draw a good comparison, but this is the difference between the two. Allen played in an era where, like, the ring culture was prevalent, but he was on a bad squad, and
he carried a team.
And we saw that.
Yep.
And we love AI because he was Mighty Mouse, in a sense. He was a smaller guy. He was smaller in stature, and he overcame a lot. He played through a lot of physical ailments, and that's why we love him here. But to your point, it's the same comparison, but the biggest difference is this. Bryce Harper came in the favorite son. Bryce Harper came in and became the fanatic light.
Well, and he was
the pander and the chief.
He was also, when he got here, the face of baseball, a superstar. Right? Yes. A lot was expected. A lot was expected.
And here's another thing. And it's not fair. Like, I'm not saying all this to say that it's fair. But let's be honest, as fans, we move the line for certain athletes. We do. And that's just the reality of it. We move the line. But for Bryce to have reckless speculation here, but it feels like that's the case, he has a lot of say upstairs about some of the moves that are made with this team.
Well, with a couple things that are clear. He in 2020, he held up money signs when JT would get hits, like basically saying to the front office, pay him.
Yes.
And then the year before they signed Trey, I think Bryce was hurt at the time, and he was on the broadcast. And he said Trey Turner is his favorite player to watch in baseball.
And
so there's obviously a lot there.
And that's why Bryce Harper is held, in my opinion, to a different standard than any other athlete that you compare him to. Because Allen Iverson was us. He was one of us. You know, and the aura that was Allen Iverson. We appreciate and we love that underdog, gritty mentality. That's what Allen was. He embraced that. He embodied that. He was Rocky, if you will. And I think that's why people endear themselves to him. And then in that finals, to win that first game and have that viral moment when he stepped over Tyronn Lue, people remember that. But let's be honest, Shaq, Kobe, and that support, man, it was an uphill battle all day.
Now, to be fair, the Astros were way better than the Phillies too, right? They won 100 and something games. The Phillies won 88 games, like 87 games. Now, who was a bigger underdog? I don't know. Probably the Sixers to the Lakers, but they were both underdogs, and neither won. I'm just saying, if we consider AI a success in his era, Bryce is a success, even if they don't win. 215-592-9494. Let's get to the phones here, and then we'll play some of the Bryce and his connection to this fan base, which is obvious. I mean, he is connected here and gone out of his way to connect, whether by hook or by crook, the whole time. People love Bryce Harper, and since the time he got here. Jay is in West Philly on WIP. Good morning, Jay.
Hey, yo. This got to be the silliest thing you ever said.
What's that?
Jay, come in, sweet.
What you mean what you said?
He's throwing
the
hooks.
silliest thing you ever said. You giving him a pass because he ain't won the championship?
No, it's not a pass. I'm saying the era is a success, even if they don't win.
Him a pass.
No.
You said if he don't win a championship, I'm okay with it. I'm all right.
Well, I still would consider it a success.
Handler,
I mean, I said it clearly.
He the right fielder. He the first baseman. And you letting this fraud get away with everything?
Has the fraud? Hold on. Let's
let it be Jalen and Joe. Oh, they need to go. They need to go.
Hold on a second.
But this fraud come in here stabbing people in the back, and
stop.
you let them go.
All right, so let's go through it. So
Wait a minute, who's stabbing the back?
I don't know. Let's go through.
He stabbed Reese in the back. He stabbed.
Let's go through the fraud, as you say, Jay. The fraud that has the best numbers in the history of the best numbers in the history of the postseason for the Phillies. What do we say about that?
Yeah, let that risk be all right if they give him a contract extension. How fast he grabbed that pen?
So we're just going to ignore things. We're going to ignore facts.
If it wasn't for Dean Segura, they wouldn't have went to the World Series. They're CNI single, but everybody, Bryce let him there. Bryce let him there. He also let him to sign them other dudes. Signed to everybody. Schwarber, Castellanos, everybody.
The Schwarber thing hasn't worked out for them?
Do I got a championship?
Bryce Harper is the highest OPS in the history of the Phillies postseason. He has more home runs than anybody in the history of the franchise in the postseason.
No way.
Yeah, because they need more than him, Jay.
Because it's extra rounds now.
Because of what?
Extra wild card rounds. He's a bum.
Okay, he's a bum. You're a joke, Jay. You are a joke.
I'm not a joke when you giving him a pass.
You are a joke. To call him a bum, you are a joke.
You got a Super Bowl winning quarterback that started two Super Bowls.
We off and running now.
You keep getting on him.
No, Jay. No, here's why. Here's the problem. Jay, here's the problem. We'll put Jay on hold. The problem is Jay's listening comprehension skills are bad. I mean, they're not even close to good. They're bad. Earlier in the show, I said, Bryce Harper, since he got here, has been one of the 10 to 15 to 20 best players in baseball. Did I ever say that? Did I say he's a top 5 player? Do I think he's as good as Aaron Judge? No. Do I think he's as good as Shohei Ohtani? No. Because I'm not ridiculous about it, Jay. I say the same thing about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. I don't think Jalen Hurts is as good as Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. I do the same thing for Bryce Harper. I never sit here and say he's better than Ohtani or he's better than Aaron Judge. He's not. He's a really good player. That's all I say, just like I say it about Jalen Hurts. But you can't listen because you just have nonsense you want to spew. Go ahead, Jay.
If he the GM and the best player on the team, and the team keeps descending every year, but you said you're going to give him a pass, for what?
Well, I didn't say I'm giving him a pass. You said I'm giving him a pass.
You want to be the best player. You want to do all this pandering stuff. You want to read up on Philadelphia, say all the right quotes, and then come in here and stink.
Well, when you say, who cares what he wears? When you say stinks, you come off as a moron. I mean, just a total moron. How do you say he stunk?
He stinks. Did he win? Why don't Nationals win a title after he left?
Did Allen Iverson stink in Philadelphia?
He was overrated too. He had 1 year.
Did Donovan stink? Did Donovan stink?
No, he has a sustained.
Hold on. So Donovan, hold on. Time out. Donovan McNabb's era is a success, but Bryce Harper's isn't. What's the difference?
He went to 5 NFC Championship games.
He went to one Super Bowl. He went to one Super Bowl and he lost.
Yeah, he lost to the cheating team. Now back to these frauds.
The Astros are a cheating team. It's the same thing.
It is fraud, Harper.
Oh, no. You're caught now. You're caught because your logic is ridiculous. If you think the McNabb era is a success and Bryce isn't, you're lying to yourself. The Phillies are becoming close to as successful as your Eagles teams did, Hugh. I mean, it's actually.
I'm not.
I know you're not. I'm just saying because it kind of hit me that Jay went there. It's pretty close. It's obviously a lot of playoffs, one trip to the championship, to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. and a loss.
Didn't win it.
Now, Bryce has 6.5 years left to fix this. Obviously, Donovan couldn't get over the hump, and that was unfortunate because Donovan was a heck of a quarterback. But to consider Donovan's era of success and this not, Jay, you don't make any sense.
I do make sense.
No,
you don't make no sense. Donovan had a sustained period of winning.
And what's this? What are the Phillies? What are the Phillies done the last 4 years?
We went backwards every year.
They've won more games every year. They've won more games every year.
I think what Jay's talking about in the playoffs, they're regressing.
Yeah.
You keep talking this regular season stuff. You don't give Donovan no respect. You don't give Jalen no respect. But you want to get
I just gave Donovan. Donovan was a very good player and had a successful career. Do you listen?
Quarterback, second best quarterback in the history of this team.
Who's that?
Donovan.
I agree. Yeah, Donovan. It's Jalen and Donovan. I know that.
Even the best first baseman that ever played for the Phillies.
What?
What? Yeah. Who the best? He ain't better than Ryan Howard.
Well, he is a better player than Ryan Howard.
No.
I mean,
no, he's not.
Sure he is.
Look at the stats.
No, I mean, I know the stats.
Half a year for Ryan Howard.
He's a better player than Ryan Howard.
The disrespect, y'all, this love y'all got for these.
Well, I just think he's a better player. I mean, he's gonna go down with a better career. I mean, you realize that, right?
Yeah, because he got all them steroids he's been using.
Well, now we recklessly speculating.
I know. Jay, happy 4th of July. I mean, sometimes you just let people just lie. I mean, Jay just told 7 lies in one phone call.
Jay came in hot.
Yeah.
He came in.
You know what's funny? Obviously, and you could feel this every time Jay calls. Bryce Harper hasn't connected with Jay in West Philly. Am I right?
He hasn't.
He has. I mean, you hear that? But I do think for most fans, Bryce Harper has a connection with a lot of the fan base. Or let's hear some of that. Bryce Harper, after his 300th home run, talking about the fans and the connection here in Philadelphia.
I love being a Philly. I mean, plain and simple. It's something I dreamed about. Just really, this fan base, this city. I love them. I really do, plain and simple. I feel like I'm, part of this family, and they're part of our family as well. And there's nothing like it. I mean, I go on and on. I mean, everybody thinks I pander a lot, but it's real. I mean, it's so real. It's from the bottom of my heart, and I'm just thankful to put this jersey on every day.
He was talking to you there, Hugh Douglas.
No, I mean he does. He know he does. I mean, and that's okay. I mean, the fans love it. The fans love it, man. It's okay. It's unfortunate for Bryce. Bryce has had a successful career up until this point. 8-time All-Star, 2-time MVP,
345 home runs.
345 home runs. That we're not talking about that. But we're talking about is his legacy here.
Right. Yep.
And to have those type of numbers and not win a championship, I think that most fans look at that and be like, that's not good.
Well, but he wouldn't be the first, and he won't be the last.
No, he won't be the first.
I mean, Ken Griffey Jr. had a wonderful career.
Yes, he did.
No championship. Didn't even get to a World Series.
But the culture has changed, Joe, and it's all athletes are measured by that. It's not the rules that I make. It's just what I hear on a daily basis. When I hear these kids,
you could be an agent of change.
No, it's not. It's never.
Instead of perpetuating silly stuff,
it's never going to change. Well, you know what? I take that back because now there has been a pushback, especially in the NBA, of younger players saying that the rings are not as important. But I don't subscribe to that because that's your legacy. It's a lot of guys that have played in championships that are like the fringe guys. That when that ring carries weight.
Oh, I mean, a guy like Robert Horry in the NBA won a million rings.
It carries weight, man, and I don't subscribe to that. I don't think it's the end all to be all. I think that's unfair. I think that part is unfair, but that's the way most people think when they think of their teams and they think of their generational players. I should say, not transitional, generational players. They think of guys that brought championships to their team. LeBron, for him to go back to Cleveland and win in the fashion that he won in, regardless of how you feel or what side you fall on as far as the debate goes, Michael or LeBron.
It put him into a different stratosphere.
It put him into a different stratosphere.
Yeah, when he did that, he went from, I thought, no matter what, an all-time great to he's in the conversation of the GOAT.
Kevin Durant, you could say what you want about him, but he understood that, and he went out and got 2 of them. That's what it's about. When you talk about, who was it, Damian Lillard and those other cats, Spider, those cats, they were all mentioned in that same breath as some of the great players. they're not even talked about like that anymore because they didn't win.
So I understand that. But I also think in baseball, there's only so much one great player can do. Like Mike Trout, for example. Now, you could say Mike Trout's a loser for staying with the Angels all these years, right? But when he was young, and he was the best player in baseball for an extended stretch, he only got to the playoffs once. It wasn't his fault. And I look at Bryce Harper and I say, he has performed as well as anyone we've ever watched in the postseason. And it's not just like one series where you're like, oh, it's a small sample.
He has moments. He has some great moments.
I mean, he's got and his overall numbers in the postseason are legendary, like some of the best ever. When Devin was on with us the other day, she mentioned it. I was looking up this morning. I'm like last year against the Mets, they went out in 4 games. His OPS was over 1,000. Like he did what basically you could do, and it still wasn't enough to even get him to a Game 5.
You know what the problem is, though, Joe. Is this. And again, it's unfortunate that that's how people think, but this is how fans think. Bryce Harper, for the most part, when I think of him as a guy who has handpicked some of the guys that are here. We're getting good pitching, and we're still falling short. And it's not fair, but that's the way people think, and that's the reason why I feel like most people think that if he doesn't win a championship, it's a failure.
Yeah, I think I'm curious where people come down today. 215-592-9494. Can the Bryce Harper era be a success without a World Series ring? I mean, they've been to a World Series already. They were up 2-1. We know what happened there at the end of that World Series. But, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't have a crystal ball. I would like to think the Phillies are going to win one with him. But I don't know. I mean, they may have already missed their best shot being in the World Series, being up 2-0 in the NLCS, being up 3-2 against Arizona. I don't know where this goes. All I know is this. Even if they don't win one with them, I will consider the era a success. 215-592-9494. Let's hear one more, Bryce, on the fans. This is post-NLDS 2022 talking about what it's like here in Philadelphia.
When I think back in 2015, 16, 17, 18, all the way through, Jason Worth said, there's nothing like Philly when it's winning, right? And that's what it's all about. When you see the alumni that come back and they all talk about it from the 80 and 93 team, they all talk about what this city does and how they get behind you and how fiery they are and how passionate they are. And I think every single night we see that. And, for them to be able to come out the last 2 days, it's been so much fun. I said it yesterday. I kind of just sat there and was like, whoa, like this is incredible. This is insane. It's electric. We do have the best fans in baseball. I mean, I've never heard a stadium louder than that. And it's incredible to see. I'm just excited for the opportunity to do this. And, hopefully Friday we get back. I know it's going to be jamming again, and it's going to be rocking, and hopefully we're right where we need to be.
So when I heard that, and I re-listened to that this morning, it is true. I mean, it's an incredible fan base. Citizens Bank Park has become a place over the last 3.5 years that is a party again. And I think back to the time before he got here. I mean, you could stand in left field and shout out to someone in right field some of those years in 2015, 2016. You could hear him. Nobody was there. Beautiful ballpark. Only 10 years in, 11 years in, no one cared. No one went. The team was dormant. And do they get back to this level if he didn't? I think it's fair, Hugh, and when you brought up and one of our callers brought up, he's kind of the de facto GM, right? Mm-hmm. So if we're gonna talk about him, we also have to say, well, maybe he wanted Trey here, right? And Trey hasn't been great or whatever. But if he doesn't sign here, do any of the other guys follow? And then what are they? If it was almost like a domino effect, right? Mm-hmm. He came, and then the team came alive again. Now, they haven't been good enough to win the World Series. I hear you. But if he doesn't show up and they don't land him, what does this look like?
Yeah, I mean, from a financial perspective, yes, it's a success. When you talk about rejuvenating a fan base, yes, it's a success. But I would ask those fans that are listening in earshot of this station right now, when they signed Bryce Harper, what was your first thought? And I would guess that probably was, if it wasn't your first, it was definitely your second World Series. Because you feel the way that most fans feel, yeah, he's going to get the players here. He's going to get the right guys. He's going to push the right buttons. And they're going to put themselves in position to win the World Series. Yeah. Now, this story isn't done.
No.
It's not written yet.
And they're in first place right now. I mean, this could change in October.
It definitely can. But I feel that for most people, especially since I remember what it felt like when we won the World Series. And I remember the tears coming down people's faces. And I remember some of the stories that I heard about people talking about how long it's been since they felt this way and how long it's been. And while you're playing, that was the first time a championship that I can remember that was brought to Philadelphia. And I remember vividly, it was cold that day. And that's when guys were climbing poles and falling off of stuff and wilding out.
Yep.
And I told you about the intern that used to work here that was crying and talking about how much this meant to him. That was the beginning of it. And people wanted to feel that feeling. And then when you won the Super Bowl, like this city's different when it's like this. And you know what? And coming from the perspective as somebody who's played here and didn't win a championship, that's one thing as I get older, and I'm pretty sure my teammates that work here, they'll say the same thing. It's regrettable because you see, even though we get treated great here, thank you to all the fans that remember and all that stuff. I appreciate it. But one of the biggest regrets that I have is going to the Super Bowl and not winning it. You know what I mean? Because that's different.
Mm-hmm.
That's a feeling that I don't know what that feels like. When I see Coop and those guys, and I'm a little envious because I'm like, damn, this cat only been in the league for a year. And he already knows what it feels like to win in a city as great as Philadelphia. Like, wow. I admire that. No question about it. I admire that. And he knows, like, he's on another side of that.
Yep.
And I think that when people see Bryce and all the stuff that he's doing, in the back of their mind, they might be okay with it now, but in the back of their mind, if it doesn't end with a championship, they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, here's the word I would use. I think it'd be bittersweet if because the sweetness is, hey, they revived the franchise. Hey, he lived up to his end of the bargain. They went to the World Series. There's going to be a bunch of playoff appearances. They matter again. But there'd be some bitter to it. Like, man, they had this player. They had this guy that few of us probably thought they could ever land in free agency, and they didn't finish the job. Brett in Newark is up. What's up, Brett?
Hey, guys. Happy 4th of July weekend.
Hey, happy 4th
You
of July,
too,
man.
Brett. What's up, man? What are you feeling on the Harper thing?
I think this is a tremendous success so far, and at the end of the tenure, we'll look back and say this is a great success, whether we win a World Series or not.
How? I'm curious how. How is it a success?
I say that because, I've watched baseball for my whole life, and to see the up and downs of the Phillies and the non-success that we had, to be in the playoffs, to get the chance to have the ring in our hands, I think that's a success. It's so hard in baseball to reach the pinnacle, to get to the end, to win the World Series. Just getting to the playoffs, to give yourself a chance to get the World Series is a blessing in itself in my eyes.
Yeah, and Brett, to go off what you're saying, you're talking about the history of the Phillies and how hard it is. Like, we can make a case right now that this run, right, they're on from 2022, 2023, 24, this year so far. This might go down as the third best era in franchise history, even if they don't win one, right? You have the late 70s, early 80s. Obviously, that there was a championship. You have 07 to 11. We know what happened there, a title and another trip. Brett, this might be the third best era they've ever had, which kind of speaks to what the Phillies have been for all these years.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And, we can't take it for granted. Like, it's great right now in Philadelphia baseball and all sports, really, for the most part. It's amazing to watch. It's amazing to be a part of. But I want to dive into a little bit of the psychology of baseball and why it's so difficult, even for a guy like Bryce Harper. Your stars, your best players are going to fail 7 out of 10 times. Your best player is Bryce Harper hitting 300. He's going to hit the ball 3 out of 10 times for a base hit. He's going to get 4 at-bats a game to make his impact. Your best player is getting 4 chances. Your worst player at the 9-hole in the lineup is also going to get 3 to 4 chances probably to make an impact. You're as opposed to, say, football, the quarterback's got the ball in his hands every single play to make an impact, to change the
He's
whole
right.
level
This
of
is
the game.
true. This is Brett's speaking facts here. Or Brett, like in basketball, like it's as if the fifth guy on the floor, like the fifth best player, gets as many shots as the best player. It doesn't happen.
Right, exactly. Your best player in basketball is going to get 20, 30 chances to shoot. Your worst player is going to get 5 to 10.
Right.
That doesn't happen in baseball. Your best player is going to
This
get
guy's speaking
4 chances.
fact. Well,
Your worst
what
player
he's
is
trying
gonna
to
get
say,
4
Hugh, is that
I don't
baseball
understand. What's the
players
correlation?
only have so much impact.
I didn't say. See, Brett. This is.
See, Brett's speaking facts.
Brett. I started this whole conversation with saying that most fans are illogical. You bring in way too much logic.
Well, no,
to this
I
conversation.
invited logic.
No, but I'm
Brett.
trying to, Brett. Listen. I understand where you're coming from, and I get what you're saying. This is an illogical conversation that we're having with fans. I need you to get out of your logic bubble.
No, stay in there, Brett. Don't listen to him.
And get into your fan bubble.
See, Brett's a fan, regular fan.
No,
he gets it.
No, Brett's in his logic bubble.
Brett, good call. Brett gets
it. Get out of that logic bubble. Get out of there.
So to win the debate today and getting people on your side, you're asking people to be illogical.
No,
I'm asking people to be logical.
I am asking you to be the fan that you are when you go to the game. Now, Brett strikes me as the type of guy that when he goes to the game, if they win or lose, his mood is not affected.
No, I don't believe that.
I believe that.
No.
I believe that to be the case. I believe that Brett is the type of individual. The way that he just broke down baseball for me that I didn't really need to hear.
I mean, he was right.
Right now. He was right, but I ain't trying to hear that. Not
you know what? This you know what this is? This has been an hour of filibuster because Hugh doesn't want to go to the block party.
It's not.
You don't want to go to the block party.
I'm not filibustering. What I'm saying is this. Most fans are illogical. The dudes that paint, we got 50-year-old fans out there still painting their face, man.
No,
what the hell is wrong with those people?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, leave people alone.
That's fun. You don't like to have fun. That's fine.
No, just because you don't like block parties. 215-592-9494.
Okay, fine.
This is all because you don't want to attend the block party.
Y'all taking what I'm saying out of context.
Well, that's what people do to me every day. All right, we'll come back. Your phone calls. We'll hear the best moment of the Bryce Harper era, and we'll dive into a little bit of what do we expect in the next 6.5 years. Touch and go, obviously, now with the wrist stuff and as he ages. Bryce Harper, we're halfway through the contract. Is this a success if they don't win a World Series? Where do you come down? Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies get the fireworks ready for the Reds. Tomorrow, leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos lines one down the line and right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vid. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th, so hurry.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The New York Knicks finally landed on Mike Brown as their next head coach. They go to a 2-time Coach of the Year who's become a bit of a coaching journeyman in recent years. He knows great players, and one of his strengths is getting them to play defense. We all know Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns can put the ball in the basket, but how do you get enough defense out of that lineup as he takes over a Knicks team that has a great shot to get out of the depleted Eastern Conference next season? I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
He's choking. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Suarez delivers. Swing and a drive. Left field. It's deep. It's going. Yes! And it is gone. Yes! It is Bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
Are you kidding me?
His 10th career home run in the postseason. And he may never.
You know, as I hear it again, Scott, I don't know if Scott realized the weight of what he was saying, but he's probably right.
What's that?
He may never hit a bigger home run in his life. I mean, unless he hits a home run to win the World Series. That's it. I mean, that's probably, and that's, I don't mean that as any sort of negative. It's a great moment. But, like, what a call by Scott to kind of nail the importance of that.
Scott scared me yesterday, too. He scared out of me.
You can imagine Scott Fransky scares many people. Doesn't come off as scary.
No, because, we were locked in the show. He was banging on the glass.
We were at the stadium, yeah.
And I was
I did see you get started. I was like, what's going on out there? It was just Scott.
It was just funny.
Yeah, what a moment. The Bedlam at the break. All right, coming up later in the show, I'm going to rank my 5 favorite Bryce Harper moments in his Phillies tenure so far. Jack Friss will join us coming up at 12 o'clock. Jack was with me on the evenings during the pursuit of Bryce Harper, and we literally talked about a Harper rumor every night for like 3 straight months because the thing just dragged into February. It was a fun time, and the Phillies, of course, landed a player that has become one of the best they've had. And I think this tenure, I think the Bryce Harper era with the Phillies is a success, even if they don't win a World Series. Mr. Ring Culture Douglas over here disagrees. Early on, though, in the poll, a couple polls up today, Hugh, people are agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Well,
a little victory lap, Douglas.
Well, no,
peacock
not
and
a
Douglas.
peacock, because I think I almost feel like a lawyer on a day-to-day basis, and I have to litigate my case.
Yeah, and you're losing.
And the fans, you people, they listen to what I'm saying, and I have to make a compelling argument.
Have you listened to what you people say about you?
No, I don't listen to you people because you people say mean stuff.
Yeah, they do.
For the most part. But I think if you lay out a compelling argument, a lot of times people can because they need to understand where you're coming from.
Gotcha.
So I did a great job of framing where I was coming from. So that's what it is. Thank you. Thank you for all those people that are voting in my favor.
We're doing thank yous at 11:03.
Yeah, we going on vacation.
Okay,
we about like the kids say, we about to turn up.
Yeah, aren't you here next week? You're not on vacation.
I'm here.
I'm literally
but
going on vacation.
I got like what 3 days? I got 3 days of debauchery.
Yeah. Is that what's going on this weekend?
Nah,
well,
really.
Speaking of that, let me get to the poll about Hugh Douglas going to his community block party. Can the Bryce Harper Phillies era be a success without a World Series championship? 68% saying no. They're with Hugh. 32% with me. But this is actually the poll question I am more interested in. Should Hugh Douglas attend his community block party on July 4th? Skip and Claymont, of course, wants him to go there. Okay. Yes at 83%, no at 17%. Fran, where do you come down on this? Should Hugh go to the block party tomorrow?
I mean, it's an obvious yes. I think Hugh, I know you talked about the whole socializing thing. You got to break out of your shell a little bit, man.
I break out my shell every day I crack this mic.
It's a good idea.
I break out of my shell every day I crack this mic.
I think you should go to the block party tomorrow, socialize with the neighbors, Skip and Claymont, get the keys back, the whole thing.
Don't you want to give good vibes out to the neighborhood? Yeah. Like, you don't want to just be like, there's Hugh again. Like,
no, I don't really care about the vibes. You know,
but you should, though. You should.
Francisco, I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. Not a fan of small talk. Not a fan of breaking the ice conversations. Not a fan of, so what do you do now? And then they say, I work at WIP. Oh, I listen to that station every day.
You're really scarred by this one conversation last week.
It carried over yesterday a little bit.
Yeah.
Went to the leasing office.
Sometimes people struggle with small talk.
Well,
they don't know what to say.
Just say hi.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, hi. That works. Like, just saying hi works. I mean, I'm not an ogre, but I'm not an ogre. But when you have the small talk, friend, I don't feel like answering stupid questions.
Yeah,
I just
what
don't
do you
feel like
want to
doing
talk
that.
about? What would you rather talk about?
I would like to talk about nothing.
Well, that's not a conversation.
Well, I would like to sit there, and if we talk, say if we strike up a conversation.
Yeah.
Like, for whatever reason, I tend to gravitate more towards people that have, like, witty banter. Like you meet somebody. Like, one time, I remember I was downtown, and dude was he was pulling out, and I was trying to pull where he was going.
Okay.
So
like
he
a parking
was like,
spot?
Yeah, parking spot. So he's pointing one way, and I'm pointing the other way. And so we started yelling and screaming at each other. Like, F you this. And we're yelling and screaming. And he looked, and he was like, and you have a nice day. And I said, and you have a nice day, too. I tend to, because to me, that's real. That's a real person that's having a real conversation.
So basically, you're asking your neighbors at the block party to say, hey, bleep you!
To be rude.
I'm not.
Yeah,
no,
yell at you, curse at you.
I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying. I like genuine people.
I understand that. I get that.
You know what I'm saying? I like to talk to genuine people, and I'm pretty sure there's people out there that have interacted with me that kind of feel that it's those cookie cutter, like, generic conversations that, hey, so
what do you think?
What do you think of the Birds? Or when did you play? Oh, did you play with dog? If you're not an Eagles fan, that's fine. You don't need to be. You could just have a conversation, or the ones with this. Oh, I really love these. You're a big guy. Did you play? You must have played football. And I'll just say, yeah, back in the day.
The funny thing is with the opposite people don't get those. Like, no one looks at me and says, you're not that big. You probably didn't play a high-level sports. No, you're right. I'm not that big.
Most of the conversation I've gotten lately is about you.
It's about me?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
okay.
was like,
you enjoy those.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, because
sorry.
I defend my partner. Because people will say, how do you work with Joe Gill? I said, man, listen, Joe's a fan, and I respect his opinion. And I'll leave it at that. And we might get to, communicating a little bit after that. But I'm okay with those. It's those generic, hey, you're a big guy. Hey, what do you do for a living?
I think it'd be good for you to go to the block party tomorrow.
I ain't going.
Yeah, I think it'd be good. You and Skip and everyone in Claymont, that's where Hugh should go.
Hugh, I also want to say, like, in the pre-show meeting the other day, you brought up, like, the new Superman movie.
Yes.
Like, what if someone wanted to talk to you about that?
We can talk about that. We can chop it up.
Why don't you put it on the air right now? Put out stuff there. This is what I want to talk about with people so we can
I would find that funny. I am not, like I said, I'm not an ogre. I like to have real conversations.
How about you give the community a list of approved topics, and then everyone will present you those topics? Superman.
No.
Yeah,
I can pull it out for somebody if they need it. Like, this is what we can talk about.
Yeah, these are my topics.
I don't like.
Okay,
I'm not about to
see if we can convince Hugh by the end of the show to go to this block party tomorrow. All right, let's get this out of the way now while I'm in a good mood. Cowboy Jim is up. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Being a top 5 caller, Jay from West Philly is a great caller. He
is a moron. I mean, I don't know how to say it.
He should lead off every day.
He makes less sense every time he calls this radio station. It doesn't make any sense.
I have nonsense, but he brings it to you, Joe. Joe, you're going to need a vacation after that.
Well, I am. That's why I took his call earlier today, because I am going on vacation, so I can at least unwind after that nonsense.
Hugh,
yes.
You do not need to go to this block party.
I'm not going.
Why did I take this call? How is this helping us?
to be surrounded by a bunch of Chris from Middletowns and Aaron from San Diego's. He doesn't want to be around people like that.
Chris is a good dude. I like Chris.
Chris is a fun guy. Yeah,
Chris is fun.
He's come to a lot of our events.
You know, what did I say? He's like 5'2". I didn't know they could stack garbage that high. You want to be around someone like that?
This might not be the week to talk about stacking garbage.
Speaking of garbage, we got a little bit of a situation here.
Yeah, we got a problem. After July 4th, that garbage is going to be piling up.
Piling high.
Yeah, we got to figure this out.
Hey, listen, but Hugh, just go. Hugh would be better off driving to the new Buc-ee's, okay? Even if the traffic stunk, he'd be by himself, enjoying his drive, going to Buc-ee's rather than being around a bunch of morons, you know, in the neighborhood. I mean, he doesn't want that.
I like being around real people, man.
Well, maybe the people around
enjoy,
you are real. You don't know until you meet them.
No, I've met a few.
Non-athletic nerds. Non-athletic nerds. He doesn't want to be around.
That's who he hangs out all day here at WIP. Myself, Fran, Kyle. What are we?
He wants Jasmine and honeysuckle. He doesn't want nerds. Okay, he doesn't want that.
Okay. Well, but then what do you count as here?
I love your previous caller. I love your previous caller, typical Philly fan. It's okay not to win a championship. I just enjoy watching my favorite player.
Well, that's not what he said. That wasn't what he said.
That's what a typical, for me, listen, Danny White, Tony Romo, Dak Prescott, they are nothing to me unless they win a championship. But
why do I care about Tony Romo?
In Philadelphia, it's AI and Harper and McNabb and blah, blah. They just wish they had won something. No, Cowboy fans are like, no, you bring a championship and that's it. We don't, you're done.
But Jim, obviously the team there had a lot of success before those guys. So without success, it doesn't measure up. I can be real. The Phillies didn't have all that. So the Bryce Harper era is one of the best in franchise history. That's enough of Jim. I got to deal with Jim and Jay in one morning. What are we doing?
You getting ready to go on vacation? This shouldn't matter.
Well, but I have to. But again, it's still
today.
Annoying.
You got to get through the day.
Yeah, I got to get through the day. And I'm going to the block party tomorrow. You're not, apparently.
Well, I'm not going to my community.
All right. After he was called out, Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Aaron, how we doing?
What in the world is going on? Why would you guys put on Stewart as Jim? A Cowboys fan that has a fetish of enjoying to call in an arch rival's radio station. What is that? I don't understand that.
Well, it just gives me an excuse to yell at him. I like yelling at people sometimes.
Do us all a favor, Stewardess Jim. We need blankets. We need peanuts. Make it happen.
That is so disrespectful.
It's real, though. It is.
Look, you're coming right to his defense, Mr. Hey, give me a bottle of bourbon and I'll be anybody's buddy.
I didn't.
See, everyone knows this now. Aaron, get him. Get him, Aaron.
Wait a minute. I called it straight. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying he all right.
But why is he all right? Why is he all right? Because
you're hanging out with Nate Newton. You're taking bribes from Cowboy fans. I'm going to start calling you a sellout, Hugh. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Sellout Douglas.
Nate Newton is a friend of mine.
And whose golf out did you go to the other day?
Eric Williams.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I went to school with him.
Fraternizing with the enemy. And
we're a bunch of old people now. What are you talking about?
Dude, are you going to have dinner with Stefanoski and Larry Allen? Is that what's next or what?
Well, Larry Allen's he's not here. But if he was, then if the big fella wanted to go to dinner, I mean, we'll reminisce a little bit. I mean, we don't play anymore. I still root for the Eagles, and I still hate the Cowboys, and I let Nate know that every time that we talk. As a matter of fact, Eric took a shot yesterday and said, about time we start winning championships.
Oh,
I mean, but
and you hang out with these people?
Well,
you won't hang out with your neighbors, but you hang out with the Cowboys.
Well, because the conversations are a little bit more lively.
I can imagine.
They're a little bit more lively.
All right, Aaron, what do you got on the Harper era here? Success without a World Series?
Quick, Hugh, I completely understand your whole thing with not going to the block party. In my profession, when people find out what I do, they want to talk about it, and the last thing I want to talk about when I have my day off is what I do for work.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, I don't mind talking sports, but when you start, What do you think the Eagles are going to do this year? Listen to the show.
So hold on, but
I'm going to start telling them to go to the Odyssey app.
Well, that's that's how you be neighborly. Hey, Hugh, what do you think about Eagles this year?
Listen to Odyssey
Why
app.
don't you go to the
That's
Odyssey
promotion,
app?
though.
That is promotion, yeah.
I'm not going to say it in a rude way.
No, you can give them like a little snippet. Like, you know what, I think this, but you want to hear the rest, you go to the Odyssey app, you check that out.
There you go.
Like a little tease, yeah.
My guess is that you want to get in with good with you. Talk about zombie flicks. Talk about superheroes, and you'll fit right in with
Talk
them.
about Tubi, the acting community.
Talk about all of that.
Yeah, how's that going, by the way?
I mean, but that's easier to communicate about that's a real conversation, though.
Yeah,
like,
but,
you know what I mean?
But if people don't know you well enough, they might before I knew you, right? The first thing I might have talked to you about was like the Eagles. But now I know you, so I know you have a lot of interests, and I know you want to be an actor, so I critique you for that. I mean, like, maybe they don't know you yet.
But how about this? If you want to get to know somebody, don't open up with talking about the Eagles, because that's kind of, I know that's an icebreaker. Anything can be an icebreaker when you meet somebody.
No, but now, to be fair, it's not just an icebreaker for you. It's kind of like an icebreaker in this area for anyone. Right? Like you were an Eagle, so you feel it differently.
Yeah, but
anyone just says, like, go Birds. Like, that's kind of an icebreaker.
Go Birds is an icebreaker. That's better than, what do you do for a living?
An icebreaker for you is talking about the Cowboys, too. But, hey, let's get
That's
to the
a
topic
shot.
at hand today, right?
All right, what do you got on Bryce? Is this a success even without a World Series?
I want to start my opinion off with saying that I have nothing but love for Bryce Harper. Got nothing for love for any Philadelphia athlete that has played for a long period of time in this city, because as fans, we are absolutely the most critical and we are brutal.
But
so with that being
now
said,
here you're going to hit us with the but.
Okay. Bryce Harper, somebody posted on social media his stats of the last 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had some great moments. But the stats over the last 6 years have been very, very underwhelming. And unfortunately, you've got the head of the class is going to be the 2008 Phillies. It's going to be the 1980 Phillies. It's going to be the Steve Carltons, the Mike Schmidts, the Pete Roses. It's going to be the Jimmy Rollins. It's going to be the Ryan Howards, the Chase Utleys, the flying Hawaiian, Shane Victorino. And then there's going to be the, Bryce Harper. Unfortunately, without a championship, he's just a $300 million man. And I love the guy. I love the guy to death. And I root for him every day, and I want him to have success.
I think you're underselling it. Just a $300 million man, as if he didn't hit a home run to put him in a World Series. I mean, that happened.
Yeah. Hey, guess what?
What?
Let me answer this question for me. Who was the runner-up in the 1993? I'm sorry, let's not do that one. Who was the runner-up in the 1996 World Series?
The Braves?
You're guessing.
No, I know. It was the Yankees beat the Braves.
Okay. The point is that nobody remembers the World Series runners-up.
You killed that.
And this city now, especially, and this is why I'm such...
The 93 Phillies aren't remembered? The 93 Phillies aren't remembered? What are you talking about?
They're only remembered in Philadelphia. If you
well, that's where we are, Aaron.
In America,
we're on WIP.
The 1993 World Series, they would have to go to Google. They'd have to Google it.
I don't care about other people in America. I care about everyone here and Hugh's neighbors in Claymont. That's what I care about.
History does not remember second place. All they remember are champions.
That's baloney.
And
I don't believe that.
That is why I am such a proponent, and you call it the Super
half
Bowl
our air staff
syndrome.
played on the 04 Eagles. What do you mean nobody remembers runners-up?
Jalen Hurts will go down in history.
Now we're back to this.
Greatest Philadelphia athlete of all time.
You're insane. I mean, you have lost your mind. Mike Schmidt's the greatest third baseman that ever played the game. How is Jalen Hurts going to top that? What?
He's a world champion, but he's not the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team. He did not take his team to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. I love Mike Schmidt. Growing up as a kid, he was my guy.
How did we get back to Jalen?
Because he's a champion. That's why. He's a Super Bowl
They're
champion.
all champions, Aaron. That's the way it works.
I hate to say this. You want to feel good about Jalen, and you want to have confidence about Jalen.
I'm talking about Bryce.
Go back and watch the NFC Championship game.
He was awesome.
That Donovan played in.
Oh, well, Donovan.
For as great of a quarterback as Donovan was, he had just as many rug burners.
I know.
Putting the ball on the ground, costing his team the road to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I remember it. What does that have to do with Bryce Harper?
Bryce Harper is going to be loved in Philadelphia because the way that I'm looking for what's the word?
Endeared himself to the city.
Right, he became part of the Philadelphia sports culture.
The fabric of the city.
He endeared himself to the fans,
Mm-hmm.
and we appreciate that. And then his efforts, the moment that he's had on the field, is fantastic. But there's one thing, and this is what we have to realize because this is now a championship city. That without a championship, you're not going to be the king of the mountain. You're not going to be the supreme ruler.
So, Aaron, I'll meet you in the middle on that. Fine, and a good phone call. Yes, without a championship, he's not the best athlete in Philadelphia history. I mean, I didn't say he was.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. It would feel almost incomplete without a championship. I agree on that. My point is, though, the whole era could still be a success without that. Now, Hugh, part of the reality is we're 6.5 years in, right? We're Harper at the half. What are the next 6.5 years going to look like? So I was listening this morning when I was driving, and they had a doctor on, and he was trying to go through possibilities of what it could be and what the risk is. Hugh, the honest answer is I don't know what his next 6.5 years look like. I mean, you said the other day you think there's a chance he has one more great year left in his body when he gets back to feeling good. Maybe. I mean, he could. We also probably have seen the best of Bryce Harper, if we're being totally honest. He's got a wrist issue. He's 32 now. I think we've probably seen the best of him for an extended period. So that also plays into it. Hugh, I have no idea how great he's going to be the next 6.5 years. Like when he got here, if you asked me to guess the first half of the contract, I think I could have guessed it like pretty close, his numbers. I would have said he's going to hit a bunch of home runs. He might win an MVP. He's going to be one of the 20 or 15 best hitters in baseball. I don't know. I mean, the next 6.5 years, is he going to be a top 25 hitter in baseball? I don't know.
That's a good question. I feel like I think he's going to bounce back. I think he's going to have a good next couple of years. This story isn't written yet, people. So this is fluid. So it's a good possibility, a good chance that this might be the year. Hopefully, it's the year, because then it makes this conversation moot. But at the rate that he's going right now, Joe, there's something to what you're saying and his ability to perform. Maybe, and I hate to say this because I don't believe that to be the case, but there's a possibility that his best moments are behind him.
No, I think it's a real possibility. I mean, part of it is just natural, right? Like,
I mean, you're getting older.
Yeah.
You know, your body doesn't recover the way that it used to. And I would venture to say this as well. It's starting to weigh on Bryce a little bit, not winning a championship. Don't get fooled, people. The fact that when he leaves Washington, they win the World Series is not lost on him. He might not say anything about it.
It's got to eat at him.
He might not say anything about it. But in the back of his mind, that's something that he thinks about every day. And I think that's one of the reasons why he was so influential in trying to get other guys here. So for him, the money's nice. Like we all get to a point in our professional careers that you make a certain amount of money, you get to that point and you're happy about that. But the next level is the championship.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bryce is set for life. He ain't hurting. He got ends meeting like a mofo. So he ain't hurting on that end. It's that legacy that you're working on now. Because I tell you what, man, as you get older, like I didn't win the Super Bowl, but my consolation is I went to the Super Bowl. And that's because I had to adjust my mindset. It was no choice of my own. I just had to do that. Now, if I had written my own story, we go out on top. And that's how you want it. Because I remember conversations vividly with some of my teammates after every Super Bowl that was played, after the one we played in, and would say, damn, what would it have been like if we would have won one? So that's something that in the back of an athlete's mind, you know, you might the consolation might be the cash and the nice car that you're driving, but at the end of the day, it's about winning a championship because that's what you're remembered for. See all these old ass dudes running around here with these old dusty ass championship rings on. People remember those. Like, that means something. Like, that is you're a part of history no matter what happens when you're gone off this earth. People are going to remember that. He was a part of that championship team. They ain't going to say he was a part of the NFC champions. They're going to say he was a world champion, and that means a lot.
Well, yeah, it's a different.
It's levels to this thing, man. And you know, we all make, and especially nowadays, you're in a position you're going to make a ton of money. But what makes you feel? What makes you feel whole to me is winning that championship.
Yeah, I know. I get that. And he doesn't have that. And if he doesn't have that, it's probably going to gnaw at him forever. And it will be a hole in hhis career. I just feel as Bryce Harper's tenure with the Phillies, I'll consider a success even if they don't win a World Series because it's revived this thing. 215-592-9494 is how you hop aboard. Where do you come down on this? We're Harper at the half. We're halfway through his contract. Obviously, he's played mostly extremely well, including an MVP, and he's hit in the postseason. But they haven't won. If the Phillies don't win a World Series, is this a success? All right, your calls on that. We'll get to some of what happened yesterday. Phillies split the doubleheader, and there is a lot of good going on with this pitching staff, but there is one spot that's not good right now. We'll discuss that. What should the Phillies do? What are their options as Mick Abel really struggled in the opener yesterday? That's next. Your phone calls. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A skydiving plane crashed shortly after taking off in Gloucester County. All 15 people on board miraculously still alive. Day 3 of the DC-33 strike after not much progress was made in talks yesterday. And the Philly airport is preparing for a big bump in flyers for the busy holiday weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on Verizon. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. Now, there's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift card. See store for details.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's the 4th of July flash sales event here at Colonial. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or get 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Declare your independence from your old vehicle and get into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed only at Colonial Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with a 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Take advantage of these deals before they sizzle out. 3 days only, July 3rd through 5th. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer list price. Finance offer 20% down required. Term for 36 months. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 12, 2025.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app. making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Sunny and steamy with late thunderstorms with a high of 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is Harper at the half.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. It is Harper at the half.
Why you pick this song, man?
I don't know.
Fran's always got a Fran playlist back there.
No, this just reminds me of like back in the day when you go to a strip club, right?
Oh, is this
This is the song
what
that
metal
used to
reminds you of?
Well, no, because this is the song that girls used to, like. They used to have all the girls parade out to. One of the songs. Shout out to cheerleaders.
Enter Sandman.
Shout out cheerleaders.
I'm just going off of like Bryce. It's had an exciting
the,
years so
the
far.
beginning of the song is when they introduced the girls coming to the stage. Like we got, they parade them out.
The memories are flooding back.
Yeah,
to
they just had a
memory.
flashback. Like I said, shout out to cheerleaders. Shout out to my man John. So I was just like, wow. Sounds like I'm at the stripper club.
It's always funny with what
triggers my memory.
Yeah, like what something is said or music and where you go with
That's definitely where I was trying to go for with the Metallica there.
That's I thought that's where you're going to, Fran. All right,
good time.
We'll get back to the Bryce conversation in just a minute here. As Harper is at the half, we are halfway through the contract, which makes me feel old. I remember when I was
excited.
Oh yeah, and I was I was doing the evening show and. I mean, like it was just like it feels so long ago in one sense. Where were you, Fran, when the Phillies signed Bryce Harper?
Oh, I was at Westchester University in the radio station there.
Doesn't it feel like that's a big jump in your life?
You went to Westchester University?
Yeah.
You were like, what,
you ever go back
24?
to the homecoming?
23?
Oh, that was like 24. Yeah.
You ever go back from homecoming?
No.
I went to the reason why I say that because I went to Westchester's homecoming.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
Like recently?
Well, it was, it was like, what, a couple years ago. Yeah.
Why?
What were you doing there?
No, one of a sorority. It was a sorority event. She went to Westchester and they had like a little.
Oh, okay. You were invited.
Yeah.
You didn't
it
just
was like a Greek
crash it.
event. Yeah, I didn't crash. It was different.
Westchester, it's nice there.
Huh?
It's nice.
I mean, it's nice. It's different. It was different.
Different
First time
in that way?
Well, it was the first time that I went to a homecoming that was like that. So it was different.
What was going on?
It was just. It wasn't.
Well, you say like that. Like, what is it compared to another home? I'm trying to understand.
like say at a homecoming, like say I went to a HBCU.
Yeah, right.
So it's just different.
Give me whatever you can tell us. Give me one difference. Because I've gone back to my school's homecoming to Sales University. I don't know, like 3 or 4 times since we graduated. It's fun, but it's like nothing that wild is going on.
It was a little dry.
So it was
a little dry.
Not wild?
No, it wasn't. Was it
boring?
Yeah. I mean, since we're here,
It wasn't lively enough for you.
Well, you got to understand.
Like the bathroom at Buc-ee's?
You got to understand. It's hard to explain. The only way I can explain, like Francis, the closest HBCU is Delaware State. We probably had to go to their homecoming for you can understand where I'm coming from.
All right, WIP trip to the Delaware State homecoming.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Jackson. I mean, that's the it's kind of hard to explain. But I could say this, like the Greek fraternities and sororities is different. It's more of a homecoming feel. Like yours just felt like it was a football game.
That's definitely what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've gone one time, and that's definitely what it is.
It's more of a homecoming feel,
like a party.
It's
like
you
a
just
family
have to,
thing.
Yeah, you got to go because I know Dell State, they have a big Sigma community down there. So maybe we'll make a road trip to go
But
to
are we
homecoming.
invited if we didn't go?
We can crash. I mean, I know people.
Oh, you know people. Okay.
I know people.
All right, I'm in. If you want to do
we
that.
can go.
All right, you said tough to explain. Here's what's not tough to explain. Mick Abel has stunk lately. Let's call it for what it is. Showed a lot of promise.
He's struggled a little bit.
Yeah, he has. So he showed a lot of promise when he first got here, right? That first start against the Pirates was awesome. Pitched pretty well against the Blue Jays. I think that was the second outing. Hugh, we're going backwards here, though. So yesterday, first game of the doubleheader, 1 2/3, 5 earned runs.
Yeah, he got rocked.
He walked 5 guys. In fact, he had that at bat. The 9-hitter was up. He was up in the count. He walked him, and then basically the floodgates opened for San Diego yesterday. His ERA is now 5.04, and the question is, how much longer can we go with this, and what are the options? So we were there in the park the last couple days. We saw Aaron Nola throwing. And I think they said he threw again yesterday. So clearly we're moving in the right direction for Aaron Nola, but that doesn't seem like it's imminent. I don't think Aaron Nola's ready in the next couple of weeks. So we got to put that on the shelf. There's the Andrew Painter thing. We'll get to that. There's also another option I want to bring up. But Hugh, let's just go off of Abel. How much longer can they give him to figure this out? Because doesn't it feel like we have two separate thoughts when we talk about the rotation? The top 4, we expect excellence. And now he's really, I'll put it this way. We're bordering on you can't pitch him anymore. Like he's really struggling right now. Where do you come down on how much longer they should give him to see if he could kind of go back to where he was a month ago?
We got the All-Star break coming up, right?
Yeah. So they have the way the schedule works with some of these days off. They need to use that 5th starter spot one more time.
One more time.
They could use it twice, but with the off days, they only need to use the 5th starter one more time before the All-Star game.
He has to be feeling it. So I'm going to say one more start. You don't want to give up on the kid that early. We still don't know what's going on with Painter. So I'll give him one more start.
So I'm with you on this. I'd give him the one more start. But beyond that, like if he pitches again bad next week on the West Coast, we're bordering on like...
Got to have a hell of a bounce back, though.
I know. We're bordering on unpitchable. Like, you can't just go out there and go 1 2/3, give 5 runs. I mean, the ERA's over 5 now. It's pretty rough. Could we hear from Abel yesterday after the game as he's explaining what he's going through right now and where he is with his confidence?
Second inning, you had 2 outs and you kind of lost the command a little bit. What did you see happening there? What kind of got away from you there?
Yeah, obviously my command got away from me. I think I started to try to do a little too much. I got some leverage counts and was trying too hard to make the pitches, if that makes sense, and just not naturally letting it happen. I had all the confidence in the world that I could make the pitches, but sometimes trying too hard just doesn't work in your favor, and today was one of those days.
Yeah, it sounds like he's not letting it just rip, right? He's thinking too much there. He's talking about confidence in his pitches. I mean, he's up 0-2 in a count to a 9-hitter. You can't walk that guy and let the floodgates open there. And walks were his issue in the minors. Like, that was why he kind of took a while to get here, because he had control problems. So we're kind of reverting back to what we were. So, all right, so we have an issue with the 5th starter. One of the questions at Topper yesterday, could Andrew Painter's timeline be moved up a little bit here? Like, if they determine Abel's got to go back down, we need a 5th starter. Is it Andrew Painter time soon? Topper asked yesterday about the Painter timeline and how it all is part of this Abel thing. Here's Topper yesterday.
Committed round to waiting until after the break for Painter?
Yes.
Any flexibility there?
I don't think so, no.
So it doesn't sound like they are willing to move this timeline up. The issue with the Painter thing, Hugh, is he's not pitching great either at AAA. But at some point, I think we're going to see the swap. I think, if Abel keeps struggling, sometime after this All-Star break, it feels like that is the natural swap. Abel back down and Painter up.
Yeah, you're going to have to do something, man, because it was a nice problem to have early on.
Yep.
We had a bunch of pitches, but now it feels like, that's not the case anymore. And Abel's not the guy that we thought he was.
May I offer one other possible scenario if they're not ready to bring up Painter? So let's say Nola's not ready for another 3 weeks to a month. They don't think Painter's ready, or they don't want to call him up. There is door number 3, Hugh Douglas.
What's door number 3?
It's the door you know very well. It's Taijuan Walker door. would you go down it? Would you reinsert Taijuan into the rotation? I mean, he's just kind of sitting there in the bullpen. The bullpen transition for Taijuan has not gone, I think, the way they wanted it to go, right? They talked about how maybe his stuff would play up and he'd be a big part of the back end. It really hasn't happened. I don't even understand his role in the bullpen. I mean, the guy makes $18 million. He just sits there. Yesterday, he came in after Mick Abel. I think he might get you through 3 more weeks. I would consider it. If Abel struggles his next outing and they don't think Painter's ready, I'd roll Taijuan back out there for a few starts.
You're probably going to get a lot of conversation from Taijuan when you do that, and it probably will be some mean and hurtful things that he's going to say because he went into the bullpen reluctantly.
Yep.
You know, but if he's
he's on the
things
team.
like this happen.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say. Things like this happen. So you have to be a team player, but I would say that you probably have to give him a little bit of time to get ramped up a little bit.
Well, you have the All-Star break, and you have the next week or so where maybe you're going with bullpen games. Fran, what would you do? I mean, Abel's struggling. If he struggles again next week, they have some options here. It's either roll Abel out, continue to do that, call Painter up, or say, hey, Taijuan, we need you, buddy.
I mean, so yeah, give Abel one more start before the All-Star break. I want them to keep Painter on the track that they're keeping him on. They've been very...
So don't rush that track.
Don't rush that. I mean, look, Taijuan wants to start.
Yeah.
He was a good starter. But perfectly serviceable 5th starter. Perfectly fine with that.
I think in retrospect, they probably made the Taijuan decision too quickly because they pretty quickly were like, hey, we have enough starters. You know, Nola will figure it out. Abel's shown what he can do. Taijuan, go to the bullpen. And I think in retrospect, they might regret that because Taijuan was doing pretty well in the rotation. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast talking some Bryce Harper. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
Will, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man, listen, man. What I've been saying about Bryce for a minute now, man, like, and I agree with you, Hugh, man. This will solidify him being one of the greatest Phillies players ever, right? He needs this World Series, man. And I don't know what it is, if it's the injury or whatever it is. I think he just really need to, like, do like Jalen did, man. Like, really want to win, man. Look at them tapes, play it back in your head, how it felt when y'all left and walked off as a losing team in that World Series, man. And let that motivate you. But what I want to say about Bryce, man, like, this guy he brought a crazy energy to the Phillies team, man. Like, he is a leader, man. And he can be a champion. But it's only if he wants to be that. Because sometimes, like I say, man, we get in our own way because of things that we want to have, and just because we don't get it right away, that, it kind of makes us, take us off the true goal as being a winner. You know what I'm saying? But I think, Bryce, this is the season, bro. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, we got the team. Everybody is starting to hit.
Well, your guy Kepler will. I mean, you hit a home run last night. Man, it's your guy, you and Hugh.
Listen, man, I keep telling you, man, I know players, man. And I really believe, like, well, Bryce, man, I'm trying to tell you, man, this guy is the heart of the team, man. And he just brings that willing to win and that killer instinct, man. And I need him to tap into it this season, man. And this ain't got to be the only season that it can happen. We need you, Bryce. We need you to bring that winning spirit back, man. When you stared the Braves down, when you got that homer in, man, listen, man, that made you a true Philly player, man. Like, you became a true Philadelphian when you did that, man. And I love you for that. But what I need you to do, man, is whatever's going on with you, man, fight through it, man. This is the season to do it, man. And the team needs it. You owe it to the owner. You owe it to the fans.
There it is.
And
there you go.
You own it to the team, man.
About to peter out now. That's we waited too long.
Second wave.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, man. I didn't hear the music, but listen,
you got the music now, Will.
Let's do it, baby. We need you, baby. We need you to bring that World Series to us, man. We need that killer instinct back. We know you got it, man. The team needs you. The fan needs you. And guess what? All you got to do is tap into it, baby.
Bounce
We
back
need
game
you
pretty
to win
strong.
it
Back-to-back,
for the
yeah.
fans and for your teammates. And guess what? I know you want to do it because guess what? Now the hunting season is on, man. The hunt for Red October is here. Let's bring that World Series to Philadelphia, baby. Let's go Bryce. Let's go Phillies. And let's win this World Series.
We'll have a second wave there.
Yeah,
Second
you got a
wave with the
second wave.
music. Will, we appreciate the phone call. Will really thinks Kepler can play. He's a Kepler guy. Are you officially a Kepler guy now?
I don't know.
You a Kep head?
He kind of played me though, because I
He
had
kinda
it
played
wrong.
the Phillies. I mean,
well,
they paid him $10 million.
I mean, he ain't hit it in the first one. He bounced back though. His bounce back game is pretty strong. But I needed him.
He
to hit it in the
admired
first
that one last night too. He stood there and watched that one fly.
Do you know? In my first parlay, if I'd have hit my parlay, if I'd have hit my first parlay, I'd have got $60, dog.
Off a $2 bet?
Off a $2 bet.
Wow.
Oh, you talk about somebody that was going to come in here peacocking today, but he gave it to me in the second one.
It seems like it's been a cold streak for you. Someone tried to predict that and said you maybe quit while you're ahead.
I don't know. I'm gonna look into this tonight. I'm gonna look at my parlays. I'm gonna put together parlays.
Well, Phillies are off tonight.
Well, it's other teams playing.
I know. I'm just letting you know.
I'm just saying. I mean, and it kind of gives me a little, I can take a little break from the Phillies, but I'm gonna put together another parlay.
Nothing says America like July 4th and a Phillies parlay tomorrow.
I was going to say, have you put your Wimbledon parlays yet?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
France got
like,
getting
what
French
France
Open
here.
parlays all day.
Okay, well, let's do this then. Oh, not I can't get on my thing.
All right, we'll do it before the show ends. We need a holiday weekend parlay for everyone. All right, Alex is up next. Alex has a Bryce Harper thought and advice for Hugh Douglas, so he goes right to the top of the board. What's up, Alex?
Okay, I didn't want to say advice because I don't want to give someone advice, but hi, everybody in Philly and all you guys.
Hey, Alex, what's up? What are you thinking?
Okay. I'm going back and forth with what I should go first. So I'm going to go with Harper. Okay, so what I think about this is when I first heard the question, I think, to whom is it a success, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the ownership of the Phillies? Of course. I think, yeah, of course.
Of course. They've made money hand over fist off this.
Okay.
Yep.
No, whatever, yeah. And then I think of Harper himself. And then he actually breaks it up. Personal, his life, wherever he went was going to be successfully. Professionally, he would say, F no. Oh, no, this isn't successful for me being a Phil. So anyway, that's just me. And then for the Nationals, it was a success for them. For me,
I don't know if it's a success for the Nationals. Yeah, they won.
I'm saying that kind of tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I mean they won the next year. They've also been irrelevant since then. I mean they've.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's kind of like, hey, it was successful for them when he went to the Phillies. They won the World Series.
Right.
Hey. All right. So anyway, I'll leave that. Other than that, for me as a fan. Yeah, a little bit. A lot of exciting baseball. It was fun. Fun to watch.
Well, that's really where I simplify it down to. We've had a lot of exciting, interesting. Yeah. And I mean, I was at the World. I was at Game 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 of the World Series in 2022, and I didn't know if we were getting any of those atmospheres before Bryce Harper got here. And he's not the only reason we got that, but he's a big reason why they were in that World Series.
Right. Yeah, I went to Toronto. I went to a couple games too. I came back to Philly to see those. But anyway, okay, and that leads me into Mr. Douglas, who I love to death. Anybody who gives their heart for the Eagles, I love. I've been an Eagles fan for many, many years. But if I were to say I'm sitting back listening to you guys while I'm working, doing my painting in these offices and my signs, I can see you sitting in a rocking chair, on a porch, like with a house full of stacked newspapers that you have to walk through a maze to get through, and you're just sitting there, like in the neighborhood, and everybody's out having fun. That's what I see. That's what I hear. But I used to be like you, okay? And you think of how happy you're going to make people if you go out there and you suck it up and throw some catch with some kids. And imagine how happy you're going to make people.
Think about the people.
In the immortal words of Michael Jordan.
People happy. And I'm not giving you advice at all. You're a grown man, and I'm just a little bit older than you, and sometimes small talk leads to big talk. A little bit of small talk. I'm a talker, and it's a great thing. I'm from South Philly, and that's just how we are. And anyway, that's all I'm going to say.
So you live in Chicago now, right?
Yeah, I do. But I'm back in Philly a lot. That's all.
Okay, because I would want to ask somebody that actually knows you, because I think that you feel that small talk, like everybody likes that, but I would venture to say probably not.
I know. Listen, no, I'm not judging anything. I'm just saying that sometimes.
And I don't have a stack of newspapers stacked up anywhere.
I mean that as a joke. I'm just saying, if I were a person just listening, sometimes you get just. I don't know.
Some friendly advice from Alex.
Friendly advice to go play catch with kids in the neighborhood.
Yes, get out there.
First of all,
Block Party Douglas is our new favorite hue.
First of all, Alex, I always speak to the kids. Like, it's some kids in my neighborhood. I don't mind the kids because the kids aren't the problem.
Well, play catch with the adults.
It's the grown-ups.
Yeah, play catch with the adults.
I ain't playing with them.
Alex, good call, man. We appreciate it. People just want to see you at the block party. That's all.
I'm not going to the block party.
I know, but the audience is overwhelmingly voting for you to go to the block party.
They are?
Yeah, overwhelming.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, because I think there's two parts to this. One, they want to see you go to the block party and have a good time on July 4th. But two, they're hoping for a little bit of interaction with Skip and Claymont. Right? He has the keys. He wants you to be there. Come on.
And sometimes, Hugh, like when I was younger, my family would try to get me to do things that maybe initially I didn't want to do. But then I pushed myself through that initial thing, and I had a great time, and I was really happy that I pushed myself.
I'm
through
not going to the block party, Francisco.
Maybe you'll come in here Monday and say, "I met all these new people. We started off as small talk, and now we're hanging out."
Going to watch Marvel movies, talking Superman.
Yes, they're coming over your house, and when you get home from work, all that kind of stuff.
They'll find your keys.
Yeah,
they can have those keys. Don't need those keys.
Did you quote Michael Jordan when he was talking there about the kids? Yeah.
Yes, and we all know. You all know the famous Michael Jordan.
Of course. I mean,
I love the kids though, because Wu-Tang is for the kids.
How about those neighbors?
No, they're not the neighbors.
No, they need you to be there.
Kids are genuine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind children, because we got some kids, the kids that beat me like a drum the other day.
They rocked you.
See, I don't mind kids. It's just, and as a matter of fact, the parents were pretty great too, because they weren't about small talk. They were genuine people.
Very nice people.
It's just those folks that don't know how to start a regular, like I don't know what it is. Maybe they're not used to being around folks, but they don't know how to start conversations. Those are the ones that be like, because I meet people on a daily basis, and I've had interactions with people that I've never met before, and they've been great. But it's every now and then you meet and you interact with people that they're just different. And you know what, Joe? The thing about it is this, and you do a great job of this, and I always commend you on this every time we go out. You thrive in awkward situations like that. You speak to everybody, and you're a great buffer, because you're like, a lot of times we go out, you end up being the icebreaker, because we will, like, there's been moments where we've been out, and we'll just get like, who was it the other day that was invading Kyle's space? Where were we at when Kyle's space was being invaded? Where somebody just kind of stands there and
we were in CI.
It was like really, really close, like in close proximity.
It was odd. The guy was odd.
It was odd. And
standing over his shoulder for a long period of time.
He was hovering, and Kyle was nice about it. And you broke the ice, and you started speaking. It was like, hey, you do a great job of that, and I appreciate that.
Or is this you inviting me to the block party?
Oh no! If you want to go, let me know, because then that might help the neighbors out a little bit.
Well, I might not help you out. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop. All right, we got a lot to do here on the show. Bryce Harper, we are halfway through. It's amazing, halfway through this contract, 6.5 years in. Harper at the half. Is this thing a success without a World Series? I mean, let's call it for what it is. They haven't won one. They got close, really close twice, right? They were close in 22. They should have got back in 23, but they choked it away against Arizona. If they don't win a World Series, would you call this a success? I still would. Hugh, Mr. Ring Culture Douglas here, would not call it a success without a World Series championship. Where do you come down on Bryce Harper, and should Hugh attend the block party in his hometown tomorrow? 215-592-9494. We're going to talk to Jack Fritz as well. Jack, of course, with his new book out, Ring the Bell. There's a chapter in that book about the pursuit of Bryce Harper. Jack will join us. We'll talk some Bryce, the pursuit of Bryce. Moving forward, is this a success? And we got to get his temperature and where he's at. What are we, 6 days away from DeCamera vs. Fritz baseball? Next Wednesday, we'll get his take on that. All coming up. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One round down.
I chip onto the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive? Hammer! Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun to the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Dodgers ace Clayton Kershaw became the 20th pitcher to reach the 3,000 strikeout mark last night. Kershaw is a no-brainer Hall of Famer, but sometimes critics can be a bit too harsh on his legacy because of his inconsistent postseason play. While that's true, he's still the dominant left-handed pitcher of his era. So congratulations to an all-time great who's been a wonderful representative for the Dodgers and for Major League Baseball in his incredible 17-year career. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Zilli, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Hugh, it's Harper at the half. Halfway through the Bryce Harper contract. Is this thing and can this thing be a success without a World Series? You know, I think it's pretty clear it's been a success so far. I think most of us would agree with that. The first 6.5 years, like if you had said to me the day he signed, first 6.5 years, there's an MVP, there is a trip to the World Series, there's another trip to the NLCS. Yeah, I mean, I think that I'd say we're heading in the right direction. The question is, what if this is it? What if we've already seen the best? There is no World Series.
As it gets. What if this is as good as it gets?
What if it's as good as it gets? Will we remember this as a success? I say yes. Hugh Douglas, Mr. Ring. I mean, you've become Mr. Ring Culture guy. You've become that.
The audacity for a guy that's never won.
That's the ironic part. That is funny.
I mean, but I wanted to win one.
Well, so Bryce wants to win. They all want to win.
You want to win, but I would say this: if I had the cachet that Bryce has, and I could make the moves that Bryce made, I would have got a receiver a long time ago. I'd have got that's what we're talking about.
Oh, you mean with the Eagles?
With the Eagles.
Yeah, you would have added a receiver for T.O.
We'd have did that a while ago.
Yep.
Bryce Harper, I think, is a guy that when I think of this Phillies team from afar, when I was in Atlanta, and some of the moves that were made, that was Bryce Harper's doing.
Yeah, I mean the Real Muto re-signing, getting Trey Turner. I mean, you could draw a direct line.
One of the absolute most influential Phillies that I've ever seen. So that's why, for me, when I think of him and I think of his tenure here, when it's all said and done, if he doesn't win a championship, it's not a success.
See, I understand your point on that. I would feel like it, but if these players had all come in here and stunk and they were a losing team, I think that would be a significant knock on them. They're good. I mean, are they as good as we want? Are they all worth the money? That's a separate conversation. But the team's good. They're a contender, and they have been for years now. All right, before we go back to the phone lines, joining us right now on the phone line here is Jack Fritz, of course, of the afternoon show. Also, Fritz at 6. Also, the author of Ring the Bell, one of the co-authors, How the Philadelphia Phillies Built Baseball's Best Fan Base. I hold the book up here for the YouTube audience to see.
Okay, that's
Jack
a nice
joins
cover.
us. Yeah, and one of the chapters in the book, Hugh, is about the pursuit of Bryce Harper. Of course, Jack was with me on the evening show back then. Harper at the half. Jack, does it make you feel old that we're halfway through this thing?
It sure does. I mean, I think I was 24. I think it was 24 or 25 when we did that, and we had no idea what we were doing. And now look at us. We are, your show is doing great. I can't beat Joe DeCamera at golf. Things are going well.
Yeah, we still have no idea what we're doing, just in a different way now. All right, Jack, before we get to the Phillies stuff and your book and Harper, tell us where you're at mentally right now. We know we have a big baseball match coming up next Wednesday. You against the camera. Obviously, golf didn't go well. You addressed that. Where are you mentally as you prepare for baseball now?
Oh, we're good. Yeah, no, it was a bad moment. It's a mental game, hard game, tough game. found a video of Tiger Woods making a 10 on the par 3. That made me feel good. And, I threw the other day, arms feeling spry. I probably threw like 40-some strikes out of 50 pitches. So I've been really annoyed by this week. It's been a very trying week for the questions of my mental toughness. I think we've held together pretty well. And we're going to take this thing back 1-1 and have it heading down the stretch run with me and some wind at my sails.
I like that. There's some confidence there at the end. So I want to throw this at you. You've probably thought about this, but I think you really need to hone in on this. Jack, are you prepared for Joe not to swing next week? Like, you got to throw strikes. Because just judging by the way Joe handled golf and what the video I saw, I feel like he might just wait for you to walk him. Are you ready for that strategy from DeCamera?
Yeah, I'm expecting it.
Okay.
That's why I got to get strikes early. Strikes early, force him to swing the bat, or maybe he'll just stand there and take them all. But yes, I think once you get in a rhythm pitching, you feel much better about how your stuff's playing. So yeah, no, I am fully prepared for that. I am fully prepared for him complaining about the freaking error or whatever going his way and that counting. He's going to pull out all the tricks in the book. So it's going to be annoying. Golf was really annoying. But I just got to keep my head on straight and make sure that we're delivering strikes.
So if I'm not mistaken, would you say you've been throwing? Who have you been throwing to, and who's been kind of like gauging your pitches a little bit to see if they're coming across the plate?
Well, as an alum of the Westchester Adult League, I've been able to find some Westchester Adult League kids that can still catch. So I've been throwing to them. I've been throwing to them. The one guy I've been throwing to actually coached back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a little bit of that, a little bit of long toss. Got off the mound the other day for the first time. We're going to Plymouth White Marsh on Saturday to get used to the mound there. So we're progressing in the right direction. I played one round of golf before Sunday, and I played like twice last year. So I'm certainly ratcheting up the seriousness heading into this one.
All right, I'm feeling better about backing you in this. I like what I'm hearing.
Good. I mean, geez, it's been a whole week of you questioning everything about me.
Well, no, hold on. You know I have to call it like it is. Even if I like a player, I have to, if they stink, what am I supposed to say?
Once again, this is what you do. You're just like the wind. 1 week the Phillies suck. Yep. The next week they're the greatest team ever. I mean, would you stand on business one time?
New information, new opinions, Jack. I mean, I can't do it any different with you. I'm rooting for you, but if you stink, what am I supposed to come on here and say? Like, leave them alone? No, you stunk it up on the golf course. You know it. I know it. I have to be real about it. All right, Jack, let's be real about Bryce Harper. 6.5 years in, I think it's been a great success so far. But, Jack, if this ends without a World Series, is the Bryce Harper era a success?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's already been a success. Obviously, you want to win a title. That's the goal. But I think what Bryce has done, just from transforming this organization into a big boy organization, has aside from what he's done on the field, and yeah, I agree with a lot of people. I mean, we might have seen the best of Bryce Harper, totally. And I hope that's not the case. I love Bryce, but that wrist thing is really, really worrisome. Reminds me a lot of like the Utley knee situation where they don't really know what's wrong. It might just be a degenerative wrist. No idea. But from what he's brought this franchise and from what he's kind of pulled them out of and helped pull them out of, I think it's been an overwhelming success. He had the big moment in 22 that people are never going to forget. He had the attaboy moment. He's been one of the biggest and best postseason players of modern baseball. So I think it's already been a success on the field, and then off the field, I think he's really helped put the Phillies back on the map and got them well positioned for the future as well.
Yeah, what you said there about putting back on the map, I was trying to illustrate earlier how dead they were before he got here. I mean, I remember the shows we would do, and we spent 4 months talking about Bryce Harper rumors because they had nothing else. I mean, we were talking ourselves into Nick Williams and Aaron Altair. They really, for a good franchise and one that spends a lot of money, Jack, they had fallen so far there, and it just, I thought about when they signed him, the excitement, and then that first opening day the next year was like baseball came back to Philadelphia after being gone for a while.
Yeah, I mean, who could forget the Altair versus Nick Williams debates or the Pivetta versus Eflin debates, and were you pro-Double or not? I mean, like Gabe, I think, reinvigorated some baseball conversation in the city because we went from zero analytics to almost all analytics, and I don't think anyone was prepared for it. But they were a really, really down and out franchise that was trending towards just an abyss. Like, no one remembered how fun it was to be a Phillies fan. And, Bryce started it, but obviously they're running 2022. I mean, I remember that first game back against the Braves. It was like everyone in the city was just like, oh, wow, postseason baseball is the best. So, yeah, he brought them out of a really dark timeline.
Yeah, he did. And now they're in a great era for them. Now, hopefully they get over the hump and win a World Series, but they're in a great era. All right, Jack, before we let you go, and we know you'll be on with the afternoon show today, tell us about the book. Ring the bell. It's out now. I have my copy here. How the Philadelphia Phillies Built Baseball's Best Fan Base. What is it like to be an author? And what was your favorite chapter when you were writing this thing?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of, I guess, surprise. I would say not as surprised I lost to the camera, but there's been a lot of surprise from the people that have read it. I think even Jill, who I think believes in me, she was reading through it. I think she thought I was down there at 5 a.m., typing with one finger, very slowly. Like I didn't.
So she was kind of impressed that you pulled off a book?
Yeah, because I don't exactly exude brilliance. I would say that's a fair description of myself. But it's written in a real, at least my Kevin's a way better writer than I am. Kevin's written books before. He did a great job. Like, my side is strictly just fan emotion stuff. So, I think looking through it, it's like a fun encyclopedia-ish type look. We started in 1964. I'm not going back to 1883. I'm not we don't have time for that.
Well, no one listening went back there either, so you don't have to worry about it.
Exactly. But yeah, I would say the favorite chapter really was what 08 was great. I wrote the 08 chapter, but reliving 09, 10, and 11, and like remembering or going through the finite details in the middle of seasons and how people were feeling. I mean, the things that are written about that team that ended up where they ended up were pretty shocking. Like, no one seemed to believe in the Phillies, but I remember during that time it felt like everyone believed in the Phillies, but at least by the newspaper standards, it's not much belief that the Phillies were going to go on a run. So just kind of remembering how even the best team in Phillies history had some of their down moments during a season and trying to put that into perspective with the team that we have now.
Well, I'm excited to read it, Jack, and proud of you for writing it. How Philadelphia Phillies Built Baseball's Best Fan Base. Ring the bell. Check it out. Jack, good luck next week. I will be off next week, so I'll be watching from afar. Good luck, and please, we got to at least make this a match here. You can't go down 0-2. I mean, just win this, all right?
Yeah, well, I'll be off forever if I lose on Wednesday. So how about that?
Damn. So enjoy the show this week because you might never hear him again. Jack, we'll see you soon. All right, there he goes. Jack Fritz.
I like that. He sounds confident.
He does. The confidence is back. Good job, Jack.
That's a good job.
It's the first time I've heard him sound confident since what happened on Sunday.
Yeah, he needs that.
Yeah.
He needs that bounce back.
Yeah.
I feel better about him.
I do too.
I was a little worried about Jack.
I know. Well, I think we all were. I mean, based on what happened on Sunday. So Jack's with me. This thing is a success, even if Bryce Harper doesn't win a World Series here. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Hugh, before we go back to the phones, I just saw a headline I feel like we need to react to before we get back to everyone's phone calls on Bryce. Did you see this? So you know how Hugh, I would say over the last 3 or 4 years we've had more gambling issues with current players, like illegal gambling, which obviously now it's legalized, so it's a lot easier for this to happen. So we had Isaiah Rodgers, the former Eagle corner, who got suspended for a season. Now he's with the Minnesota Vikings. Just this past week, Malik Beasley, who was a player on the Pistons last year, he's
done.
He might be done. Well, we now have a Major League Baseball player who's in some hot water. So I saw a headline here from Ken Rosenthal. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz placed on leave due to MLB betting investigation. I think he pitched against the Phillies earlier this season. When the Phillies were in Cleveland, I think they played a Sunday night game.
Pretty sure
Luis Ortiz was the guy on the mound. So we'll kind of sort through the details of this. But Hugh, I don't think this is going to stop. Like, if anyone, it's so easy to do now. Like, I was reading some of the details of the Malik Beasley thing, the former Piston.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it started a few years ago with Porter, right? Jonte Porter. He was one of the first ones to get caught on this.
Yeah.
Like, if it's as simple as you control your own props, right? Like, one player can't control the outcome of a game. But like, players have props, right? They have props on how many threes they're going to make, how many points they're going to score. A pitcher has props on how many strikeouts he's going to have. the line there between the ability to gamble on a game or not, like, they control this. Are you surprised that this keeps happening?
I am, because I look at it like this. Why would you take the chance?
It seems like it's not worth it. I'm with you.
It's especially when you talk about the money that you're making.
Right.
You're making decent money.
Even if you're not a star, you're making
because I'm thinking, like, you're somewhere, maybe a couple mil. That's more than the average person makes. That's a lot of money. So why are you taking chances on betting? Like, I don't understand that. For the thrill of it, I know. Listen, I'm a $2 bettor, and I know people give me heat for betting only $2. But that's my comfort zone. That is my comfort level. But if it's anything, here's the bottom line for me. If it's something that's going to affect the bottom line, then don't do it, because your career is the bottom line. And if you get that sting of being a gambler and it gets you suspended and all that other stuff, hard to bounce back from that.
So I clicked into the story here. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave through the end of the All-Star break as a result of an MLB investigation. Now, no one is commenting until the investigation is concluded. Obviously, something's come up here. They're wondering if he actually did something. They're going to investigate.
They're trying to. The timeline, the tea leaves, or whatever. They're trying to get the paper trail. That's what they're trying.
And he was supposed to start in the next couple of days, and obviously that's not going to happen now. So we'll follow this, but it keeps happening. NFL, NBA, now maybe one in Major League Baseball. All right, let's go to Black Gritty, who we were supposed to see last night at the game. We gave away tickets, a couple weeks ago to the Phillies game last night, or it's supposed to be Tuesday, got pushed back to last night. So we were there hanging out at Pass and Stowe, and I thought Black Gritty was going to come by. Maybe he just went to his seats. We didn't get to catch up with him, but we got him right now. What's up, Black Gritty?
You guys never went to your seats. I was cooking up there like a roast pig. You know what I mean? I had to go down and find my peoples in the club suite. I came in on the first side base. I wasn't walking all the way over to y'all.
We were waiting for you.
Well,
it was hot. Hey, Hugh, I need my Hugh hug. You didn't try to get my Hugh hug, so I'm a little upset about it. But the game was beautiful.
The game was nice.
Fireworks was amazing.
Max Kepler had a home run. It was a good night.
It was a good night. It was a good night. I was there in spirit. You know it was hot. I wasn't taking that trek all the way around for y'all, you know what I mean?
To see Hugh Douglas?
To be. I've been out park where I was supposed to be at and everything. You got to be walking all the way around the park in that hotness. Oh, come on, baby. I'm not doing it.
This is the part of the show where I don't take accountability.
Yeah, that's what happens.
We about to throw Walt under the bus.
Oh, we're going to do that?
Yeah, we're going to do that right now because Walt didn't tell us where y'all was sitting.
So here's what happened.
Oh.
Well, here's the truth. Walter told me in person the section you were in a few days ago. I forgot.
Oh, that's the truth?
Yeah, he told me.
The lie is better.
He told me in person. But
you forgot.
Well,
forgot.
I forgot. But there was also a paper trail of emails, and in none of those emails was the section put. I checked. Because we were going to come see you, Black Gritty.
No.
And then I was like, I don't know where they are.
We knew that Black Gritty was there. I said, Black Gritty's here. But we thought, me and Joe sat at the bar.
For a while.
Because we thought that, from what we were told, that everybody was going to meet at Pass and Stowe.
And then we were there.
Yeah, and nobody came.
You stood us up is what happened.
Yeah, that's where we go with that.
To his credit, he did send that text, but the seats are on the direct opposite side of the park. And
I was about to make that walk.
Bro.
It was warm.
Like, I'm not walking all the way around there to have to walk back and then go up steps to get to my seat.
Yeah, I get it. All right, so here's what happened.
I forgot my tie.
While we're throwing people under the bus, what should have been articulated to us was, hey, they're in this section. Maybe you want to pick a bar really close to that section, and then that would have made more sense. Instead,
there you go.
Yeah, it didn't work out like that. All right, well, we're happy you enjoyed the game. All right, what do you think about Bryce Harper?
So first things first, the block party thing. I got invited to a block party in Philly. They got trash in the streets. I'm not going. They're thinking over there. It's too hot.
That's a hell of a deterrent.
Forget your party. I'm not going. You stay inside where it's safe. Secondly, Hugh, the difference between HBCU and everywhere else. HBCU, imagine yourself in a jazz club in a movie. You just out there partying and living. That's the HBCU experience. The other experience is a gathering in somebody's backyard when they ain't even got no forks or utilities. I mean, that's what the regular life is.
It was a little different.
HBCUs, they be rocking. Bryce Harper, thank you for choosing me. I said it ever since the day he signed here. Nobody ever just comes to Philadelphia. No, not Saquon, so I can say thank you, Saquon, for choosing me. But nobody ever just comes here. Bryce came here. He changed the whole world of Philadelphia baseball. Pander King, all you want to. This is his blood now. He got Wawa coming out of his nose. The Fanatic is his best friend. I know it in my heart. I love Bryce Harper. And during regular season, they got MVP. He's done a lot of things. But in the postseason, he's given us some of the most memorable moments available. He can't do everything by himself. He deserves a championship. He needs a championship. And he needs to get one while Will is here. Will, don't leave it, baby. I know what you said. Don't go. Oh, he's so good. You got to get this guy World Series. Thank you, Bryce Harper, for choosing me. Nobody ever comes to Philadelphia unless we trade for him or pay for him or draft somebody who don't want to be here. So you better shut up if you don't love Bryce Harper, because that guy saved baseball in this city. Woo! He don't deserve no attention, though. He ain't earned that yet.
Tell him, Black Critter. See, now, you listen to that? Were you listening to all that?
You said what?
He chose Philadelphia.
Yeah,
he
did.
chose the Phillies.
Yeah, and he chose some of his teammates as well.
Yeah, he did. And that team,
championship.
yeah, that team's good.
That's why I want him to choose a little bit of pepper with the salt. Yeah, I need more flavor with my seasoning, Bryce. Turn off the country music. Let's get some jazz, some hip hop. Let's do something like that. I love you guys. You owe me my hug, brother. I'm gonna come find you. I talk to y'all.
You got it, Black
Hey,
Critter. We
have a good one,
appreciate
man.
it. Glad you enjoyed the game last night. He's right. I mean, that is a part of the story. The Phillies didn't draft Bryce Harper. They
He
didn't
chose
trade
him.
for Bryce Harper. He chose Philadelphia.
No, I get it. And that's why people are torn. But the bottom line is this.
No, they're not torn. They get it.
They're torn because bottom line is win championships. Bryce Harper has been the most outspoken, the most Philly guy since I've been here.
Yep.
And now,
but he can control that. He can't control championships.
And now, I didn't say he could. I didn't say he could. But you asked me a question. You asked me, do I feel like if he doesn't bring a championship, is it a failure?
Yeah.
And I do, because he has the most influence in the clubhouse, and he's the one that it feels like, from my perspective, that he has his fingers on the pulse of this team. And with that being said, if he's making the shots or calling the shots, this team should be better positioned to win a World Series.
So, I understand your point. There's a LeBron element. LeBron's done this.
LeBron pulled the strings to a lot of places he went.
I mean, he got guys paid, right? Now the one difference is the one great basketball player can affect everything way more than the one great baseball player, right? Like LeBron could do that, and he could just carry some guys he got overpaid to a championship because that's what he did. That's how great of a player he was in his prime. I feel like in the postseason, Bryce has done everything but win it. I mean, you look at his numbers and the moments, it's all there. It's not like he's choked it away. You know, I think this would be a different story, at least for me, if Bryce had stunk in the postseason. He hasn't. And I think part of the issue lately in the last two postseason series they've lost, right, the Mets and then Arizona, and I was looking at some of the numbers this morning, they've stopped pitching to him. Like, the teams have really said, you know what, we're done with this. We're going to make everybody else beat us. Castellanos and Alec Boehm. We're not pitching to Bryce Harper anymore. So the funny part is, Hugh, he has chosen these teammates to a large extent, right? Like, not all of them, but he's chosen some.
Most of them.
They're going to have to help him win. Because it's not like he's not holding up his end of the bargain.
But see, that's the problem.
So it really, as the story writes itself, and especially if he is in decline, he's going to need them to help him become a success in everyone's eyes.
And to me, that's the problem, because
they're not good enough.
you brought your boys along. Like, if I'm going to assemble a team, I'm going to try to get the best individuals that I can. And with that being said, if they're falling short, then I'm gonna take them to task. I'm going to call them to the carpet and be like, yo, you're here for a reason. You need to do better. Doesn't feel like that suburban energy.
Well,
it has a lot of that suburban energy.
It's
Joe.
ironic you bring that up. All right, coming up on the other side, a trade rumor we brought up yesterday during Lead It Off. We're going to come back to it because, hey, Philly, like when some of the Phillies at the trade deadline, you expect, well, they're just going to add. Well, what if they subtract someone from the everyday team? We'll hit that next. 215-592-9494 for a trade rumor out there, a name out there the Phillies could move on from by the July 31st trade deadline. Your calls on all this. Bryce Harper, if the Phillies don't win a World Series in his tenure, will you consider it a success? I am. I would. I will. Hugh Douglas would not. And should Hugh go to the neighborhood block party tomorrow on July 4th? Of course he should. This is an easy yes. 215-592-9494. With the trade rumor, your call's next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies get the fireworks ready for the Reds. tomorrow. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos lines one down the line and right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ready to relax, recharge, and indulge in exceptional savings? It's the Freedom to Save event at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Right now, save up to $5,000 on exquisite hot spring and caldera hot tubs. Plus, receive a complimentary Freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Seeking wellness and elegance? Endless pools start at just $24,999 with 50% off all premium accessories. For a limited time, buy any 3 spa essentials and get the 4th for just $1. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton and celebrate your freedom to save in style.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on Verizon. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. Now, there's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift card. See store for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single-line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At LendSeek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Back to Harper at the half.
Harper sends it into the second deck.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And as much as none of us want to think about that, it is possible. I mean, it's certainly. I heard this morning, Hugh, they were discussing if you had to bet right now, would you bet on them winning a World Series with Bryce Harper or not? And I think James said he would bet against it. Joe and John both said they would bet on it. Either way, it's not I wouldn't say it's more than a 50-50 proposition. I mean, they haven't won it yet. Bryce already has been in his prime. He's probably out of his prime now. So I think it's probably a 50-50. They don't win one with Bryce Harper. I still think this would be a success, even if they don't win a World Series. Hugh does not. Mr. Ring Culture, where do you come now? 215-592-9494. But before we go back to the phones, Hugh, let's discuss a trade rumor that was out there yesterday that I just find so interesting because maybe we're thinking about the trade deadline all wrong for the Phillies. Because I think every time we bring it up, we're like, all right, they're going to add something, right? Mm-hmm. The only thing they'll subtract is minor leaguers or, Mick Abel's kind of fringe major leaguer. He's been up here a little bit, but, he could be part of a deal. But we think of it more like they're going to trade away the Justin Crawfords of the world or their minor leaguers to get help. Not they're going to trade away someone who's a big part of the team. But yesterday, Jim Bowden, former Reds general manager, now he writes for The Athletic, he polled 40 executives around baseball. And these are people that are other GMs or president of baseball operations, right? Like the Dave Dombrowskis of baseball. He polled them and said, give me names that are likely to be moved to the trade deadline. Not possible, likely to be moved. I think that's the important word, likely to be moved. So who are the names you're hearing when you have trade conversations? And there's a whole bunch of names in there. I mean, names that we've heard a lot about. And then there's some of the ones I'm like, that's kind of interesting. I hadn't thought about that name. Hugh, on the list yesterday, in the position player section, Phillies right fielder Nick Castellanos. And it said here, written by Jim Bowden, the Castellanos rumors just never go away. And for that reason alone, multiple GMs think there's a chance he could get moved if Philadelphia could find a better right field option. I've been thinking about this for over a day now, and I really wonder if maybe Dave Dombrowski is going to shake things up in a way we are not expecting. That maybe he's going to swap Castellanos somewhere to get something, and then something else out to get something else he needs. Maybe they're going to be more bold at the trade deadline than any of us anticipate. The more you think about the Castellanos thing, what do you think that means? Why are GMs hearing his name out there?
I think that maybe it's because of what happened a few weeks ago. It might not seem like a major thing to a lot of people, but the challenging of Topper, the way that he did.
Sure.
On the heels after that, you talk about what Kepler did, saying that, coming out and saying he's not playing a whole lot and things of that nature. I think that they feel like they're in a win-now window, and it might be one of those situations where you have to shake it up a little bit. And by getting rid of one of the core guys and getting somebody else. Because it's obvious that when they pulled him that day, that there was some issues they felt with his play in outfield. So that's not far-fetched, but I think that with everything that just happened, that it kind of ramped up a little bit, if you will.
So the other thing I thought about, I think that's certainly probably part of it, is there's so many teams in the race, right, because of the extra wild cards now. You look right now at the standings, how many teams are dead? 8, maybe 7, 8.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not, of the 30 teams, it's not like there's 15 that are sellers. So I also wonder if maybe there's a team out there that may have an extra relief pitcher or two, and they need a bat. And maybe it's not like your traditional trade where it's like, okay, we'll trade you this guy for prospects. No, you take Castellanos, we'll take your relief pitcher, and then we'll make another deal to get a different outfielder in here. I was surprised, but the more I think about it, they did spend a lot of the offseason discussing the idea of shaking this thing up. They didn't. Maybe it happens now. We shall see. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Demond. Demond in Delco, up talking Bryce Harper. What's up, Demond?
Yo. Good morning.
What's up, man?
What's up, Demond?
Good morning, fellas. Y'all hear me?
How you doing?
What's
we
up?
Hear you.
Y'all here? Oh, there y'all go. All right. I'm here, fellas.
What's up, Demond? Yeah, what do you got?
Hey, not much, man. Listen, I heard earlier they was getting on my boy Hugh. I kind of think he an undercover Dallas guy, a triple agent or something.
He's friends with Eric Williams, hanging out with Nate Newton.
I'm trying to figure out how y'all come to that conclusion.
Well, you're hanging out with a lot of Cowboys lately.
Hey, Hugh, I don't know what you're doing, bro, but leave them Cowboys alone. I know you're retired, bro, but it's still the Cowboys, man.
Can I defend myself? And by the way, I misspoke earlier because Cheney and Lincoln, they're closer than Dell State.
HBCUs. So we'll go to their homecoming.
Yeah, we'll go to theirs. But here's the thing. We all went to HBCUs. Nate Newton, Eric Williams. As a matter of fact, me and Eric Williams went to the same school. So there's a even though they're Dallas Cowboys, which I will say I remind Nate Newton every time that we talk that I don't like him as a Cowboy.
Good. Yeah,
but he also reminds me that we just started winning Super Bowls, and that's why I'm so bitter. So we're at the point now where, the HBCU fam is like the first fam, and like the Cowboy thing is secondary. Now, when we were playing, it was the other way around. But since we've gotten older now and, we're telling these, these old war stories and everything, that's kind of where it went to. But I still don't like the Cowboys, though.
I got you, Hugh. Now, listen, I ain't the one who called you a 007. Now, somebody else did earlier. I just went along with it because it sounded good.
But I'm just saying, I felt like I had to explain a little bit.
Well, good.
Just put a little bit
You
of,
do, bro.
what I'm saying, a little context to it.
Because you're an all-time great Eagle.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Explain why you mixing it, mixing it in like
I appreciate that.
And you know what? I believed him, Demond. Sometimes he does filibusters, and we know he's pretending. I think he was real on that. He just,
Yeah, that time.
Yeah, that time. The rest of the times he's lying. Go ahead, Demond.
Okay, all right. So with your boy Bryce, now, I'm going to be honest, I was excited like anyone when we first got him. The team, but then what happened is when he left his team that he was on, they won, and since then we only smelled the cookies, smelled the juice. We've been there, but we ain't did nothing. So with that effect, and so now you saying this is halfway. I didn't even realize it's halfway point 6 years in, and so now I'm kind of like thinking about now his career. He did some good things. He had moments, but for me, his moments don't add up to a chip, man. And if you want to become a great Philadelphia sports guy, and if you want everybody to love you, you got to bring us a chip, man. I don't care what sport is in, like Embiid right now. I think him and Bryce are on the same level to me because he ain't bought us nothing.
But we did get to a World Series. I mean, Embiid hasn't taken us to the finals yet.
That's what I'm talking about. But here's the thing, though. Even taking us to the World Series, the whole thing, the reason why I believe we watch so much TV and all the sports shows is for the ultimate goal, which is what Hugh said earlier, the championship.
Right.
So if I'm watching for the championship and you get there, but we ain't winning, it's still the same. Listen, it only counts. First place is the only place we care about. We don't care about second, man. We don't care about third. We don't care about fourth.
Demond, let me ask you a question. I'm curious because I think there's similarities so far with the guy I'm going to mention and like what he did here. Did you consider, like now that you look back, the Allen Iverson era a success?
Okay, yes. I'm going to tell you why, though. It's completely different. Because AI was only 6'1".
I know, but before you explain, I know it's not perfectly the same. It's a little different, like you're going to explain. But they both got to the finals, right, or World Series finals, lost, and then we haven't gotten back. I mean, it is the results are kind of similar.
Work ethic. That's what I say here. AI, we know when he showed up on the court, he was all in. He was going against 7-footers, getting knocked down, getting back up. I just don't believe Harper all the time is giving me AI effort. If you want to name it that, I call it an AI effort. And I don't think he's giving me an AI Kobe or MJ. I don't think he's giving me that effort in baseball every single time he got out there. Now, if that's the only comparison you got is AI, then no, because AI gave us everything. That's why we love him.
What about Donovan?
But he gave us
Donovan?
See, I hate Dirk Diggler. Don't mention him to me. That's Dirk Diggler. I like Dirk Diggler. I believe that my boy right now, Jalen's going to become the best quarterback, if not already.
I agree. But Donovan's era was pretty good. I mean, it was like they got to the Super Bowl, they got to 5 title games, but they didn't win one.
He was all right, man, but he killed me when he did the thing with T.O., his old nonsense. And then you know, like him, like he threw up, man. In the middle of the Super Bowl, he threw up. It looked like he was out of breath. He was lagering. That all turned my stomach upside down because a lot of times I seen dudes running wide open across the field, and he was throwing them down their feet. So that pissed me off about him. And he had some good wide receivers. Some of them wasn't all that great, like Thrash and Stinkston. But he had some other ones. Chris Carter. He had some dudes. He had number 10, my boy DJ. He had some dudes, man, and he didn't come through with it. So Dirk Diggler, don't name him. Anybody but Dirk Diggler, you know what I mean, we all right with.
I got you, man. Damon, we appreciate you, buddy.
Damon, I let you cook, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
good phone call.
That is
a
a
good
quarterback, though. Yeah. But you know, sometimes when you at the cookout and they call folks out, you just gotta let the brother speak, man.
Yeah, you let it breathe.
I just let it breathe.
Yeah.
Let it breathe. He's still my quarterback, though.
Yeah. It's kind of like what you do here on the show. Sometimes, you just let it breathe.
We got to lay out. You just got to lay out.
Let me cook and then let everyone get mad. let it go. All right, Reese.
Dirk Diggler is crazy, though.
I know, I like that, though. Reese at Pennsauken's up. Hey, Reese.
Oh, man. What's going on, guys?
What's up, Reese?
What's going on, man?
Just want to let you know, first and foremost, you're my guy, bro. I'm 42, so I was young when you was out there doing your thing.
Appreciate you.
But real quick, I want to try. I got 2 things I want to get accomplished real quick. I need you to understand something. Do you bet every day, or is it every so often?
Every so often.
I need you to come up to $5, guy.
Wait a minute.
Tell
wait
him, Reese.
Hold on. What's wrong? What
come
you
on.
mean?
I need you to
Come on.
up a little bit.
What
Come
you
up
mean?
to
Why?
5
But why though?
Because
Come
those
up to 5 with
$2
me.
bets
Check
are
this out.
sad.
What you mean
Check
that's
this out. You
sad?
can take my number. You can take my number, man. I promise. And if you ever hit me, I will give you my best parlays. But my guy, come up from the
You sound like some of my other friends. Like, dog, you bet $2. Why you wasting your time?
So, Reese, sometimes before you make your Bryce point, Reese, sometimes he'll reel off this parlay. It's like, wow, I got 40-1 odds.
Tell me about it.
He doesn't even have to win $100 if he wins. It's ridiculous.
Joe, and I'm like, bro, it can come up.
You know what, Reese? It's gotten to the point because I know there are people out there like you that get mad at me for doing that. That's part of the reason why I do it. I mean, not mad. I know what you know what I mean. Not mad, but they're irritated. That's a better word. Like, damn, dog, put some real money on it. I've got to the point now, I just like doing it to brag about the $2 parlay to make some folks, like, are you seriously bragging about a $2 parlay? Yeah,
don't get confused. I've done it.
Yeah, so you
and
feel
I've hit for probably more than you have off of $2 though.
Okay, well, like
the most I probably hit was like 5 off of 2.
Oh, okay, that's an
and I turned 5 into 9 once.
Okay.
And then I turned 10 into 14. And if I told you it was baseball season, you probably wouldn't believe me. But I turned 10 into 14.
Oh wow! So he a better. Okay.
So look, but I do smart. I don't do it every day. It's when I feel like I like the day. I get it.
See, now you got my
quick,
competitive juices flowing.
I don't want to hold y'all up too long. I don't know about Black Gritty. I get it. I see who I think he is on TikTok, and I get why he didn't go across. But man, if I'm going to meet you, I'm going around the building. I don't care.
I appreciate that, man. And we were sitting there chopping it up too. Me and Joe sat there for a while.
We did. We were there waiting on Blacker. So Reese, what do you think? Is this Harper thing a success?
Me to a game, I'm coming to meet you.
All right, we'll do it soon. All right, so if they don't win a World Series,
Bryce Harper has been good. We get it. He's been great. But I got to understand something. What did we bring Bryce Harper here for? Did we bring him here to look good, or did we bring him here so we could win the championship?
Win, of course, win.
So, and I'm gonna add another thing. Did he bring Trey Turner here to look good? Or did he bring him here also to try to win a chip?
The whole point is to win. That's the whole point.
All right. So at the end of the day, if this, like you said, if this tenure doesn't equal a World Series championship, it's not going to be a success. You will, this is like, all right, real quick. Andy Reid, would you call it a success?
I would call Andy's time here a success. Now, Reese, you might disagree.
We didn't win it.
I know you didn't win it, but
we had a good time, not a great time, Joe.
Well, okay, but I think sometimes.
Now do you get what I'm saying?
I do, but let me throw this in there because I think the Reed part is interesting. Think about how bad the Eagles were when Reed got here. Think about how down the Phillies were. I give those guys. I give a little extra credit. I give extra credit if you revive something bad. The Eagles were bad. Reed made them good. The Phillies were bad.
But did we
Bryce.
win it?
No. But that's like.
Could I talk to anybody in my family that's a Cowboys fan, right? Anytime.
No, you got to disown those people. Is what you got to do.
Man, that's family. It is what it is.
Yeah.
That's how I became an Eagles fan. Trust me, I was young when I sat and watched the Eagles Cowboys game. I was about 6. And listening to my cousins, that's how I became a Phillies fan. I looked at my mom. I said, isn't he right across the bridge? She said, yeah. Oh, I'm an Eagles fan. What you mean? Like, I don't like them. The way they talk and couldn't do it.
Yeah, well, Hugh needs to take your advice and dump Nate Newton and those guys.
Understand that listen, that's what we're here for. Any story franchise we talk about, where do you go with the conversation?
You go to championships. You go to that. It's the story. Right. I know, but I can't change my mind on this, Reese.
Yeah. Would you please help me here? He's not understanding. We had a good time, not a great time with Andy Reid.
But we were having a bad time before Reese.
In 2017, we had a great time last year.
Great time.
But any time before that, when we went to the Super Bowl 1 year, like he said, when they went, we didn't win, but I don't really account all that to Donovan throwing up chunky shit. Andy Reid was on his time management thing then.
Yeah, I know. Andy was not as great of a coach then as he is now.
He's got to take some blame on that.
I get it, Reese. It's a good phone, Reese. We appreciate you, man. It's a good phone call and happy 4th. And
Reese got me betting now.
Well, good. I'm glad he put you in your place.
I'm still doing $2.
No, why?
I just put a parlay in. I put it in
It's a parlay, and you do
parlay.
Think about the return is so much better when you just go from 2 to 5.
If I hit this $2 parlay, I'm gonna get $45.
Yeah, but
that's a nice little return.
Wait. If you do a $5 parlay on the same thing, it's probably $200.
I'll just take the $2.
Yeah, but that's not
$200.
So what is it? It's 2 to win what?
$2
to win.
To win like 45.
So it's 20 to 1.
Yeah.
So you went over 100. It's over 100. Come on, Hugh. That's the way to start a holiday weekend.
You want to hit my parlay?
Well, we're here now, so.
I took the Minnesota Twins, who right now are losing. They're losing right now.
The game started already?
Yeah. And then I got the Astros to win on the money line, Detroit Tigers.
Who are they playing? You're not giving me opponents.
Oh, do you need opponents?
Well, yeah.
The Nationals.
Well, you definitely do for the Astros. They're playing the Rockies.
Yeah, well, yeah, I got
that. So that's cheap. You went against the Marlins? The Marlins been the hottest team in baseball. You're cooked.
Hey, that's what juiced my parlay a little bit, though.
The Marlins. I think you're getting cooked on this.
Yeah, I think I might. After I put it, I looked at the score and I'm like, I'm already down.
I don't usually do baseball parlays, Hugh. There's nothing worse than a Sunday NFL parlay when the first one loses. I feel like crap.
It's
I don't
know.
You bet all the 1 o'clock games. Maybe they could. It's only 3-0. But sometimes I'll bet a 1 o'clock game, a 4 in the 8, or the Monday night
and then
game.
Your parlay is cooked.
It's 21-0 second quarter of the first game, and I'm like,
yeah.
This thing's a wrap.
I just like to do it for the irritation factor.
Yeah, I think you do a lot of things for that.
Yeah. I'm kind of that guy.
Yeah. All right, Tyler in Delaware has got some thoughts on you going to the cookout. What's up, Tyler?
Yo, young Thundercats, how we doing today, Joe?
What's going on,
Tyler? What's up, buddy?
Hey, first of all, Hugh.
Yes.
You always are sponsored by Hatfield. Got to put some pork on your fork. Don't you want to get some free food tomorrow?
That's right.
Not really.
Come on now.
No, not really.
Isn't that part of the time of the year that it is? Getting a chance to, put some bacon on there, get a burger?
No, I'm
get
good.
Some fried chicken?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Listen, Tyler. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I mean, you're fairly young, but everybody that's at the barbecuing don't know how to cook. Like everybody's not. They don't have that barbecue acumen.
You know what? You put your chef cap on and you go.
I'm not doing that.
You go by the grill.
And some people don't believe in seasoning. Most folks, it's a lot of folks don't believe in seasoning. So I'm not.
But maybe the people you live near are believe in seasoning and they're great cooks.
I don't believe it.
Why are you judging books by their cover?
I am, but I'm not. I'm not going to the cookout. I'm not.
But Hugh, you just answered your own question.
I
That's
did.
a way to endear yourself to people. If you want other people to see you other than, oh, I just play football or I just talk sports, You could talk about seasoning food.
That's right. You could help them. You
But
could be the
but
cook.
Tyler, see, here's the
To break
problem.
the ice.
Here's the problem, though, Tyler. Most of the time when I meet people, that's all they want to talk about is sports. They don't want to talk about seasoning.
Right, you are. You go in tomorrow and you say, "Everyone, back off! I'm manning the grill.
I'm seasoning the food.
I'm seasoning the food."
That dog is not. Huh?
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Not that friendly.
You know this is a fair point, because if Hugh doesn't want to talk sports all day long, and he actually wants to have conversations with people other than sports, food is a universal topic.
Everyone
I
eats.
don't know why that wouldn't be it.
We all eat.
I would say no. I'm not. Hey, Tyler, you're doing a good job of
This
trying to
seems
sell
like
me on this.
we're swimming upstream here, Tyler, because Hugh's already made up his mind that he's not going to the cookout, and that's a shame.
I'm not going to the cookout.
Okay, Tyler, what do you think about Bryce Harper?
All right, so you talk about everybody eats. When I think about everybody eating, when Bryce Harper came here, Bryce Harper brought cachet. He brought the stigma of, okay, you're a number one pick. He's felt that pressure since he was a teenager. And when I think about this era, Joe, and I'm going to be with you, I'm going to long talk just a little bit to back you up, Hugh, because this is really, really important. When I think about what we define success in this city with Harper, Joe, how can you not think that at the end of this, there can't be a parade down Broad Street? We sat here last year and talked about that interview actually earlier this season in spring training with Jimmy Rollins when he was interviewed about, if you don't want us to keep talking about the 2018, go win it. Go win it. Go do what we did, and then people will remember you for that. I'm not going to yell and scream and get crazy, but my point is that Bryce Harper has given us, as people in the Philadelphia area, he's given us hope again. But the issue now is that we're in an age of every year we have regressed. And what my hope is that when you look at the way that this team is built, this team does need some sort of a shakeup, because every year we hit what was supposed to be the mountaintop in 2022, and we've gone a peg down each and every year since then. And when I think of how awesome, I know you keep on saying, why do we keep on bringing up Hurts? And I got group chats that I argue for Hurts so much in.
You're not the only one. There's a lot of people around here who do that right now.
A couple years ago, Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And I know other people say, oh, the Eagles still lost and Hurts had that one turnover. But, man, he balled his butt off in that game. He had the 2-point conversion on the final drive to tie the game before the Bradbury hold and all that.
He had the octopus. He scored the touchdown, then the 2-point conversion. The octopus.
Yes, and when I think about him, he's going to be remembered in this city, regardless of what he does for the rest of his time here, as being a champion. And Hugh, that's why you make such a good case, because Bryce Harper, when you think about a player that this city would want, Bryce Harper is that player. To wear the fanatic socks, to hustle on plays, to be a leader. But my biggest challenge, because he listens to this station, is we talk about Kyle Schwarber being more of that lead dog on this team. We need Bryce Harper to be that leader, to give us that hope again. We've heard him talk about the atmosphere here, the winning here. And I still don't give up hope that we're not going to get the job done. But when a guy is on the clock, when it's the final 11 o'clock hour before the clock strikes 12, this is Bryce Harper's time to push the chips into the middle of the table and to galvanize the troops. Because I tell you, this is the season where if we don't get it done, we might be talking about, Joe, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, what could have been.
Tyler, I agree with that.
Yeah, opportunities to get the job done.
Well, I mean, this window the window is closing. I mean, now they're in first place. They're playing well. They have great pitching. And Tyler, we appreciate the call and happy July 4th. But it's closing. I mean, they're going to have to open up a new window in the second half of Bryce's career. They got this. I mean, Wheeler's under contract through 2027. It feels like the window is.
And he said he's about done.
He's about done, right? And this is not on a young team. So the window's now to change this. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on the whole Bryce Harper thing. Harper at the half. Can this be considered a success without a World Series championship? I think it can be. Hugh doesn't. Where do you come down? I already consider the Bryce Harper era a success for the Philadelphia Phillies, the way he's played, how the team has responded, how they've played. And I remember the lean years before Bryce Harper got here. Where do you come down on all this? On the other side, your calls, and I'll rank for you my 5 favorite Bryce Harper moments in the first 6.5 years, the first half of the contract. My favorite Harper moments. One of them, Tyler just alluded to there. That's coming up next. Your calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. Listen, this 4th of July, you can have big savings at Mattress Warehouse, up to $1,200 warehouse-wide. You can get $300 in free accessories with your purchase. I suggest, it's just a suggestion, that you go get some pillows with that purchase. And you can score a free adjustable base with select mattress purchases. So I suggest when you go in that, when you're looking for your mattress, try to find one that gives you the adjustable base, because that's clutch. That's a clutch thing that you need to have. So do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop the entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com. That's the mattresswarehouse.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Step up to the plate and add your favorite players to your lineup with Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is simple. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code ROAM and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Baseball never makes sense, which is why it's so beautiful. The Pittsburgh Pirates are not a good team, but they're having a week. 6 straight wins, outscoring the Mets and Cardinals 43-4. Those are the most runs a team has ever scored over a 6-game span while allowing less than 5 runs. And of course, it's the Buccos doing it. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Yo, Julie, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Phillies off today. Tomorrow opening a series with the Cincinnati Reds. I'm glad they're playing on July 4th. We've had too many years recently where they don't play on Memorial Day or July 4th. Give me baseball on the holidays. They just play on the holidays. Memorial Day and July 4th, Labor Day. So Phillies tomorrow, day game against the Cincinnati Reds. All right, back to your phone calls in just a minute here on the Bryce Harper era so far. And if it ends without a World Series, can we consider this a success? Let's check in on the Twitter poll here. Of course, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Couple polls up today, Hugh, and I think it's interesting how far in one direction one of the polls is going. All right, so the first one, can the Bryce Harper Phillies era be a success without a World Series championship? 65% are with you, Hugh, saying no. Without a championship, no success. 35% with me. But this is the poll I'm actually more interested in. Should Hugh Douglas attend his community block party on July 4th, and we are at 81% yes, overwhelming, that you get out there and mingle with the people.
That's not going to happen.
It's a pretty big number, Francisco. I mean,
81%,
y'all. You can't ignore that.
I appreciate
I think
y'all
80. If you're getting that much support here, you just do it.
You gotta
do it
have
for the
to.
people. You gotta do it for the people. Don't do it for you.
Bro.
Do it for the people.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
It's not about you. It's about the people.
I'm not going.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm not
that's what I thought. All right, now before
I love the people, though. I'm not going.
Well, if you love the people, you probably got to mingle
just
a little
don't be
bit.
bothered. Don't be bothered.
Yeah, mean, it's not. Is it hard to go have a few pieces of whatever, burger,
Like,
hot dog,
you can do a
glizzy?
thing. You do the thing where you go for an hour, and if you're not having all that much fun, leave.
Yeah,
it's fine.
There's no commitment
I
to a
think
block
there's
party.
nothing wrong with that. An hour of your time.
Yeah. Now, hold on. I think I've uncovered some of the issues.
What's that?
Do you not want to eat a glizzy in front of your neighbors?
I'm not eating a glizzy.
Do you know about his hot dog thing?
I don't eat
what's
glizzies.
his hot dog thing?
I don't eat glizzies.
No, it's not that. Hugh will not eat a hot dog like a regular person. He has to break it up into little pieces.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, you eat it with a fork?
Well, whatever his hands.
No, I don't eat it with a fork.
But he won't just eat it normal because he's uncomfortable eating it normal.
How do you not eat it normal? Like, how would you?
Well,
go
you know,
about...
I don't put the whole glizzy in my mouth. I don't do that. I'm not putting the glizzy in my mouth. I'm not doing that.
You eat it piece by piece.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But he'll break it up like a child.
Yeah,
and then
I'll
pick
break
it up piece
like
by
a child
piece.
and put a piece.
That's
in.
a little weird. Like, when you put, yeah, that's a little weird.
It is weird.
Oh, so you just put the whole glizzy in your mouth?
Well,
yeah, like eat it bite by bite.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
You realize everyone else thinks this is normal.
I mean, that's okay.
I know, but
that's okay.
I think you used to break the ice in the neighborhood. You go out there, have a few glizzies whole, and go back inside.
Definitely not having a few glizzies. Definitely not doing that. I hear what you're saying, but no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, all right.
It's not going to happen.
215-592-9494. It's how you outboard. All right, so I wanted to rank here my 5 favorite Harper moments in his time, first half of his contract here. So we're going to do these in chronological order. Wasn't most ranking really of like the best, but just kind of chronologically from the beginning to more recent. Let's start off with probably the first big Bryce Harper moment hit, August 2019, a Thursday night against the Cubs.
Holland ready again. And the 2-2 on the way. Swung on, hit high and deep, right field, and that ball is gone!
Look at Harper go around the bases. He's sprinting.
Bryce Harper headed for the plate at full speed. Game over, Phillies win it.
That was a blast.
Great moment.
Against the Cubs. A grand slam, and he did sprint around the bases there. That, to me, was the first big Bryce Harper moment. All right, number 2, playoffs against the Cardinals in St. Louis. I believe it was a Saturday night, Game 2 of the National League wild card in 2022. And remember, Bryce, when he came off the IL late August, he didn't hit in September. I mean, I remember doing a show before the playoffs started, and we were talking about, like, which hitter would you want at the plate in a big moment?
Mm-hmm.
And very few people were saying Bryce because his timing was off. He didn't hit in September that year. Well, he woke up against Miles Mikolas early in Game 2.
Bryce Harper leads off in the second. No score. He swings and hits one high and deep right field. Forget about it. Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on the board. His first playoff home run as a Philly. And it's 1-0 here in the second.
He crushed that ball. Fran, I don't know where you were at on Bryce in that moment, but I remember, I didn't know what we were getting out of him in the playoffs because he didn't hit when he came back. And then I was like, oh, that woke him up. Like that, we hadn't seen that kind of swing in a while.
I mean, that started everything for that postseason run, a historic postseason run. So, yeah
I also believe that was that David Robertson, the relief pitcher, got hurt. He was celebrating in the dugout, and he pulled his calf.
Wow.
I'm not
It
sure.
wasn't on the field?
No,
that wasn't Edwin Diaz. Right.
No, Edwin Diaz got hurt in the field. No,
Yeah.
I think Robertson got hurt celebrating that. We were all celebrating. Phillies won that game and, of course, moved on to the division series against the Braves. They knocked them out. And then a few weeks later, a Sunday evening, Game 5 here, NLCS. You know the moment against the Padres.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Suarez delivers. Swing and a drive, left field. It's deep. It's going.
Yes!
And it is gone.
Yes!
It is Bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
Are you kidding me?
His 10th career home run in the postseason. And he may never hit a bigger one.
I mean, listen to all these moments. And we got 65% of people saying we need a World Series for this to be a success.
I mean, that was a great moment.
We're there already.
But like I said, I was here for the first parade. And I remember the joy and the ridiculousness that I saw the night that they won that. And it was something like that was the first parade or the first not the parade, when they won. That was the first time I've ever that was the first time I've ever seen anything like that. And man, I'll never forget it. Like the tears of joy that kids were crying, it was one of the greatest moments that I've ever witnessed. And then to be a part of the parade and them going down Broad Street the way that they did. That's the moments that Bryce had. I'm not trying to diminish any of those because those are great moments. I'm not. But there's not I've never been a part. I've seen them, but I've never been a part of one of those. That is something that I think that anybody, the caliber athlete that he is, would want to have a part of their legacy.
I'm sure he would, and it really would put the cherry on top. But yeah. I don't need it for it to be a success. All right, let's go to the fourth one on my list. And I had to incorporate something with Bryce and the fans. Well, how about this one? A few years ago, Bryce Harper, when he hit home run number 299, he gave a shout-out to one of our favorite listeners here on WIP.
I was driving in today, and I'm listening to WIP like I do a lot, the 2 o'clock hour. And a guy named Chuck called in, and he calls in a lot. He's hilarious. But I said, he was talking about our team and talking about me and stuff. And I walked in the training room. I was like, I'm going to go deep tonight for Chuck. That guy had me fired up, man.
You know what?
$2.99 for Chuck.
It's the first time I've heard that. You're going to go deep for Chuck, huh?
Chuck and Mount Airy, it's so good.
That's the first time you heard that? That was in 23. You were here.
I always, no.
Yeah, we played it then.
No, because the shirts came out right, and it only said doing it for Chuck and Mount Airy.
Yeah, you forgot the cut?
No, I didn't hear it. I don't remember hearing the cut. But for him to say he going deep for Chuck.
Yeah. He's going deep for Chuck and Mount Airy.
I'm going deep. This was for you, Chuck.
That's right. Boom. How could this not be a success? You don't get that anywhere.
I'm going deep for Chuck.
That's darn right. And the last one on my list, October 2023, one game after Attaboy Harper, when he had the base running mistake in Atlanta to end game 2. Hugh and I were there. Almost got beat up in Atlanta by some Braves fans. Came back to Philadelphia, and Bryce Harper made sure Orlando Arcia didn't forget him.
The right-hander's pitch, swung on, belted, deep right field, and it's long gone for Harper! A second deck 3-run home run for Bryce Harper as he punishes that pitch from Bryce Elder, and the Phillies take the 4-1 lead.
Breaking ball hit in the air, center field, going back is Harris, back toward the wall, it is gone! He did it again! This time to center fields. Harper looks at Arcia again as he goes around the second base bag. Fireworks are shooting out in right center field near the bell, and the Phillies lead it 7-1.
That's a big T-Mac call. T-Mac had a good call on that one.
Yeah, that was nice.
You know what I was thinking about as I heard that? The first homer of that game was Bryce Elder. That's the pitcher the Phillies beat up this past Friday night in Atlanta. That guy's going to have nightmares with the Phillies when his career ends. I mean, he gets crushed every time he sees them. It's batting practice. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Dennis in Mount Laurel. Dennis, what's up, man?
Joey G and Mr. Hatfield. How you guys doing?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
You should wear that with some pride, Mr. Hatfield.
Yeah, I got a hat. I'm going to wear the hat.
You're good. Dennis, what's up? How are you?
Before I get to my trivia, and Harper, I just want to say one thing. The last time I called in 2 weeks ago, I did, what was Satchel Paige's nickname and how did he get it? He carried, and the first one was Joe Namath's Picture on Broadway. And I was listening and you felt like I was shunning him and just talking to you. So you get the trivia question.
Oh, no.
I like this. Now, see, now you get the trivia.
I wasn't shunning.
Why was Walt Frazier called Clyde Frazier?
Wasn't it Clyde the Glide?
Nope.
Why was he called Clyde?
Because I think it was 1967. He was enamored with the movie Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh,
and
okay.
Clyde wore those fedoras, and that's how he got the name.
The fedora. Okay, the fedora. Okay.
Walt Clyde Frazier is one of the most you see him and you know it's him. Like, no one dresses like him, and he always does. He has the
jackets and
the pants.
Yeah, the Beijing and he put in his beard.
When he was with the Knicks, he drove around town in a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, and he's still he's still broadcasts and still wears those outfits. It's a very, very interesting character. I've always been a fan.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay, on Bryce Harper, I'm siding with you because it is about championships. And Bryce has had a very good career in Philly, but he has not hit, this is his 7th year, and he's not going to do it this year. He has not hit over 35 homers once in a Phillies uniform. He's only had over 35 homers once in his career. He has had only one time in this will be 7 years, over 100 RBIs. So that, to me, Schwarber has significantly more homers and RBIs than Bryce. and you really need the championship. And I think that, the epitome of championships was Russell. I think he had 16 or 17,
right?
Counting the gold medal as a player, as a coach, high school and college. You need that championship to be considered, one of the greats. I firmly believe that.
So, all right. So I understand your point on that. And I think if we're talking about all-time great baseball player, yeah, I think that's kind of a tiebreaker that he doesn't have, right? You're comparing him. But if we're just talking about his Phillies tenure, I still think there's enough in the bank here, no pun intended, that this is a success.
Let me give you one other point. The year he won his MVP with us, the first 3.5 months, he didn't play well enough to make the All-Star team. Then from July 15th to September 15th, he was the best player on the planet. And then in that Atlanta series in September, when your MVP is supposed to drag you along, he went 0 for 12.
You're talking about the World Series?
No. The Atlantic series. Atlanta wasn't World Series. Atlanta's in the same division.
We're talking about 2020, like 2021?
The year we were down there. I think it was home.
Yeah. So, he really – he hasn't won a championship at any level in his career. Now, he's a very good ball player, but the champions are defined by championships. So I agree 100% with you.
Well, I understand. And he's not a champion. I mean, Dennis, good phone call. No one said he is. I mean, that's the truth. He's not a champion. But does that not makes this not a success? I mean, I keep going back to where Phillies baseball was when he arrived here. And it was dead. It was dormant. And now we've had years of big success and a trip to the World Series and the NLCS in back-to-back years. That's successful to me. I don't know. That doesn't come around very often.
Well, he revived the baseball culture here. No question about that. But with that being said, what do you think most fans are expecting out of this? Not just the revival. They want the jury. They want the hardware.
Well, we all want that. It's an interesting question. If we had polled people the day he signed, do you expect a World Series?
I would think most people say yeah.
I mean, we all said we all would have voted. I hope. I think it could happen. I don't know. I mean, again, if I said this earlier, if he went to the Yankees or the Dodgers or the teams that are typically in the mix, like the playoffs every year and all that, then it's like, well, they're good anyway. You better finish the job with that team and win the World Series. He came to the Phillies. I mean, the Phillies don't have a lot of rich history of success. They really have 2 5-year runs in 100 years, right? And now this run is probably the third best run they've ever had. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like it was mandatory to win a World Series.
So this is what it sounds like when you say that. So Bryce gets the pass because he chose us. He's one of the best baseball players to ever play the game. And so he chose us, so we don't hold him to the same standard.
So I don't view it. I understand what you're saying. To me, if they were bad, I'd be annoyed. If they were mediocre, I'd be annoyed. But like if they make the playoffs 5 more years in a row and they just never break through, it's the third best run the franchise has ever had. How is that disappointing?
I think that's unacceptable. I think that we've gotten so far. We've gotten enamored so far with a player of his caliber that chose us. Because like Black Gritty says, I'm not calling you out, Black Gritty, so don't get all up in your feelings on this weekend. But every time he calls, he says, Thank you for choosing me.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now get the job done. Like it just like being in this city and the standard that certain like other individuals are held to, like the quarterbacks. It just feels like it's different for him because of the caliber of person he was, and now it's like, hey, since you wear the Fanatics gear and you got the tattoo and everything, you're not being held to the same standard. No, the standard is to win a championship.
But all right, but no one said that about AI. I can make the same case. People liked AI. People like Harper, right? They're like opposite people, but people like them. They're likable.
I hear the AI comparison, and I strongly don't feel like it's the same because AI embodied Philadelphia, in my opinion. Now, AI didn't win anything.
Some people feel that about Harper. I mean, some people feel connected to him.
No, they do.
Because he goes out of his way to try to say, I'm one of you.
Because he feels connected.
Yeah, right.
But it's not the same because, like I said earlier, Bryce feels like he has his finger in the mixture. Mm-hmm. Like he's the one that makes the decisions, and he's gotten some of his boys. He's got some of his boys paid.
Yeah, of course.
And he's fallen short. And now he's sitting here, and I'm not like, listen, you feel the way that you feel.
Mm-hmm.
But Bryce, in a sense, since we're comparing him to AI was hurt. Every time I remember AI playing, there wasn't a time that I didn't remember him playing with a bad knee or a bad arm or whatever.
He weighed about as much as me. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and he got beat up, but AI brought it every night.
So,
like he brought it. Wait, let me just finish. He brought it every night. Bryce sat here a couple days ago, and we talked about it, and talked about how, hey, and I'm ad-libbing. I'm gonna put a little hot sauce on it because that's what I do. Hey, I don't know how I feel.
We'll see.
I'm gonna see how I'm day to day. I done took like 85 swings. I don't know what I'm gonna get. This is rehab. It only can go so far. That's what he said.
Yeah,
he said that.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Yeah, he said that.
So now we're sitting here and we're trying to figure out what the hell the next 6 years gonna look like. That's why we have it Bryce Harper at the half.
And they might not look great in the next 6.5.
That's what I'm saying. With AI, it was a respect there because AI, okay, dang, little fella out there getting beat up, but he brought it every night. I can't think of any time that I felt like AI was, when he was older and, he was done. But when he was in his prime, he didn't take days off.
All right, now I want to add to your comparison because I think I want to say this the right way. They're different and they're unique personalities and they're different. They both connect in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But when we like someone, we do give some passes around here.
And natural.
Okay, let me bring up the pass that AI gets. AI didn't take care of his body. We all know the stories, right?
No, he would take it. He would hang out.
He brought it on the court, and he gave every ounce of energy he had on the court, and everyone here appreciated it from him. But he didn't take care of his body. I mean, he didn't. He didn't take training seriously. I mean, we all laugh at the practice thing now, but think about that in retrospect. What was he saying? The little things didn't matter, but yet we liked him. And my point is this. If Bryce ends without a title, I still think the whole thing is a success because he revived this. And I could say the same thing about the Sixers. The Sixers had an amazing run in the 80s, and they won the title, and Dr. J and Moses. But since then, what have the Sixers been other than the Iverson era? Mostly garbage. And disappointment. They've been garbage and or disappointment.
Garbage. Mediocre.
The only time that this city was truly proud of the Sixers in the last 40 years was AI's teams. And I view the Phillies like that now with Bryce. Like, this city was proud of them in 22. The trip to the World Series, taking the Astros almost to the brink, I think it's similar. Let's grab Bruce in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Everybody good.
Bruce,
man.
What's up?
Oh man, I tell you, this whole Bryce thing is, I've been one of those people. I've been more of a critic of Bryce, starting when I think it was a year after they went to the championship, and his agent, he wanted a pay raise, and that controversy just kind of went away. But I kind of kept an eye open on him about that, and then I would get on about being a panderer in chief and all that. But let me just say something about Bryce. Is that I believe that if we don't win a title, it would still be a success story of his legacy. And I kind of just when you look at the Iverson era, when you look at the Donovan era with the Eagles, there are a couple of things that come out. I don't know. Sixers are probably in a different space, but let's just look at Donovan and what he did for the Eagles during the Donovan era. Although they did not win a championship, I travel all over the country, all over the world. Donovan, despite not winning a championship, took the Eagles that elevated the Eagles to a permanent winning culture forever. It transformed them since the 80s, the last time they went to the Super Bowl. And they've never really come down off of that, except plus or minus a few seasons. And so when I look at the Phillies over the last 5 years, what he has done has been phenomenal for the Phillies. The intangible things of getting agents and making them relevant. Would it be disappointing? Yes, it would. But the Phillies are in a place, even this year, if they make some adjustments, they could make another legitimate run. It's just
well, yeah. I mean, they have the pitching. It's a matter of figuring out the offense in the bullpen. Yep.
Right. But to that point, I just think that we just have to wait and see. The difficulty with what we're dealing with now is obviously Bryce is in decline, and we don't know what that's going to look like and how that's going to pan out. But that's neither here nor there. If they don't win, I've enjoyed the Phillies. I've enjoyed the excitement. I mean, it would be nice to get a title, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over because there's a lot of teams out there that can't say that they've done what we've done.
Unfortunately, that's true. Yeah, it is. All right, so Bruce, what do you want to say about DeCamera Fritz? Where you at?
Now, DeCamera Fritz. Look, I'm pulling for Fritz. I just listened to the morning show today. And freaking DeCamera was peacocking, I like to use that word, about maybe just quitting and showing him mercy. That just really got under my skin because I just don't like that guy. And I don't like that guy at all. Especially he's peacocking this morning like you does on this.
Yeah, we all get annoyed by that.
I don't peacock.
Well, stop, Bruce. We appreciate it. Happy July 4th.
I don't have to because I live rent free in y'all head every day.
No, you peacock.
I don't peacock.
No, what do you say? Oh, I find it fascinating. I find it interesting.
I do start out with that.
Yeah, that's peacocking.
Because that's not peacocking.
That is a soft way of I told you so.
I'm just saying.
Just say it. Just say I told you so.
Just say I find it fascinating. It just sounds better.
It does. Well, it sounds like, oh, I'm smarter than all of you. And
no, definitely not that. I'm just.
Well, when it comes to all defense luxury, you really think you're on something there.
I'm just saying, though, I get so many different examples of me being in that wheelhouse on a daily basis. I mean, I don't even have to say it. It's just like every time y'all hear something about it, y'all be like, damn it, he's going to be annoying.
Of course, the irony is the Eagles won the Super Bowl on the back of their defense, which you ignore. Yeah, that didn't happen.
They did a good job.
All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls. Harper at the half. Is this thing a success, the Harper era without a World Series? Yes or no? Where do you come down? And we'll check in with you people. I'm sure they have a lot to say on Bryce and probably us today. And should Hugh Douglas go to the block party in his neighborhood this weekend, tomorrow? Of course he should. Is he going to?
No.
Of course he's not. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hatfield just dropped something special, everybody. Marinated carnitas. And they're boneless and they're tasty. Juicy, flavor for days. This is your average pork roast, everybody. This is the next level pork roast. The new Hatfield Marinated Carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or when you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one or maybe two. Put some pork on your fork, everybody. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
One round down.
I chip one in the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive? Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Denton Day here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Tonight we're going to the WNBA and taking Paige Beckers over 19.5 points at plus 100. The Wings are in action against the Phoenix Mercury. The last time Beckers played Phoenix, she had 35. She's gone over 19.5 in 5 of her last 7 performances. I'm expecting a big game from the rookie. Take the over 19.5. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please get
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5.
And bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Every mile per hour over the speed limit increases your risk of a deadly crash. Speeding puts you, your passengers, and others at risk. Slow down and drive smart. Safety is everyone's responsibility.
It's not a sub, it's a hoagie. It's not water, it's water. But most importantly, it's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. No bubbles, no troubles, just 100 calories of ice-cold, refreshing, real brewed tea and real vodka. Surfside must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-593-0319. 800-593-0319. 800-593-0319.
Priority Tax Relief.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Harper at the Half. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, have you made a decision yet on the block party bar?
Oh, I'm not going.
Just ignoring 80% of the voters that want you to go?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I love you guys. Love you to death. Mm-hmm. I'm not going. I just don't feel like having little small. I don't feel like doing small
potato
talk.
salad and small talk.
Not definitely eat nobody potato salad.
There's gonna be good food there. It's
How do you know, Francisco, that the food
there's
is gonna be
normally
good?
food at parties.
At July 4th parties, yeah.
No.
Couple glizzies and you're on your way.
I'm not eating no glizzy.
Break the ice. Just tell people. Show people how you eat hot dogs.
Well, that'll be a conversation starter for
it's
sure.
Like it's a unique thing. Just be like, hey, this is how I eat hot dogs.
Not doing
and you can talk about that.
I feel like eating hot dogs the way you do is almost more conversational than if you ate it normal. No one even notice.
Just like, no. Just don't feel like, no, I'm not going. Yeah. I'll probably go to the movies, though, go see Jurassic Park.
It's supposed to be good.
I heard. Well, it all depends, because
It's gonna be bad.
Me and Spike, we kind of talked about it a little bit.
Is he going?
Spike's going with his actual wife, so I don't have a date.
What do you mean actual wife?
I mean, well, his wife.
No, he said actual.
Like I was his date. I'm using his date. So now he's taking his
movie.
I'm
wife.
his movie wife. What? Damn! I walked into that.
You did.
Walk right into that. Do not clip that either, Francisco. You better not clip that. We gonna have a problem. But I'm his movie date for the most part.
Yeah, sure.
And so now he said going with his wife. So now I got to figure out. I'll probably take my son.
You got stood up,
man. Got stood up.
He found someone. He found someone better to go to the movies with.
That way better.
Yeah, he did.
Way
All
better.
right, coming up in a little bit, we'll get to you people, what they're yelling about today. Probably us, and what one of us said. Probably some thoughts on Hugh's
one of us.
block party. And I did look in there to see what you people were saying. They were fighting about Bryce Harper, which means they're chiming in with the show today. Kurt in Overbrook is up. Hey, Kurt.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, Kurt. What's up, man?
Oh, man, just laughing at you guys. First off, I want to say it's cool that Hugh is hanging with the HBCU guys. I'm an HBCU alumni myself, Hampton University. So you got to hang with the guys. Even though we hate the Cowboys, HBCU love comes first.
So he gets a pass for the Cowboys.
Well, I mean,
stuff.
it just is what it is.
Yeah.
You go to HBCU, it is what it is.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's the brotherhood that you got to hang out with, especially as we get older. The other rivalries come second to the love. So I understand that. Even though I hate the Cowboys, it's all good. My thing with you, though, Joe, you with your crazy takes all the time.
Here we go.
Now you plant-based. You want to give.
I am plant-based.
I kind of inadvertently caught it straight.
Yeah.
I got to caught it straight.
So why am I plant-based? What did I do now?
Because you give Bryce a pass. He's like the assistant GM. Imagine if Donovan could have said, "Yo, I need a receiver now," like he was saying earlier. I need a receiver now, like earlier in the thing. We would have won. But they let Bryce pick all the players, give everybody $300 million, and they still falling short. So to be a true success, you got to win the chip.
So, but I think so. You may think I'm silly, but I am being consistent. Like I do think
that counts for something.
I'm always silly. Like I do think the Donovan era was a success. They were really good.
And
he went to 5 title games.
I didn't think you said that as I was listening. I was on hold. You said that, so I'm like, I can't go that way because he admitted that they were still a success in his eyes. But to everybody else, they were good. But until we win the chip, like my dad always said, without the chip, you can't.
Don't mean a thing if you ain't got that ring.
So Kurt, I agree I understand that. But don't you give a little extra credit if the guy comes in when the team is down? Like Bryce came in, the Phillies stunk, and now they're obviously a contender. When Donovan and Andy got here, I mean Hugh was here, but obviously the offense was a joke. They couldn't move the ball. So I give those guys extra credit because they made the team really good.
I'd give it to you. You consistent. Big Red and Five and Hugh and those guys, they turned it around, and we've been, pretty good until we started winning chips. Now we're great.
Right.
But without the chip, you can't be a true success. You can be good, but not a true success. Like you say, you keep bringing up AI now.
Yeah.
With AI was a different beast because it was like he revolutionized the basketball altogether with bringing kind of the street ball element in, the streetwear culture, changing the way people look, the tattoos, the cornrows.
More of an icon.
More than just,
yes, he was bigger. He was bigger than basketball. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Exactly. So you can't really. I mean, Bryce is cool, but he's not that. We love him here, fanatic. They call him the panda or whatever. But people eat it up, so everybody loves him. But we got to win.
Well, and I think that's what we all want. Kurt, we all want that. Kurt, we appreciate the phone call, and I mean, you could say I'm silly, but at least I'm consistently silly. I mean, that I'll accept that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So one thing, you mentioned something about AI because I keep coming back to the AI Bryce thing because I think although they are totally different people but they're similar in that they're loved here. Mm-hmm. Why they're loved, how they're loved, right? Like people love Bryce, people loved AI. Neither's got a ring. Both went to the championship round one time. We talk a lot about AI and how he kind of he was tough and he fought through injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bryce Harper did hit the Phillies to the World Series on a torn UCL. Like he needed Tommy John surgery and played the whole year with the injury, right? They had a DH him because he couldn't throw the baseball anymore. I think that counts for something.
Oh, no, and listen, came to play first base.
Right, when Reese got hurt.
When he got hurt and played it extremely well, I might add. But at the end of the day, it's a different feel because of the way. Like bottom line is this, and this is where when we started this conversation, I said a lot of this is based in illogical thinking. But at the end of the day, we are sports fans because on some level, the player that we love the most is relatable to us in a certain way. Like that's the bottom line. And that's why a lot of times when we had these arguments and stuff and people want to talk about it, they get upset because it might not make sense to you, but it makes sense to them. And with Bryce Harper, like when I think of when because it's a great comparison, because when you talk about the aura that is both of them and the fact that they were both highly touted when they came out, they both kind of had the similar careers. But Allen Iverson is remembered differently because he's looked at as the more gritty player.
Yeah, even though his size.
Yeah, even though Bryce, to your point, he's played through a lot of pain. But I think the thing that kind of sticks out, because we're always prisoners of the moment, is the last time that we talked to Bryce and we sat here in full panic mode, like, what the hell is he talking about?
It was not a great soundbite. It wasn't.
He said,
made me feel like crap.
I don't know. And to be fair, there might have been some AI moments where he did the same thing.
But we're here now.
But I don't remember those.
Yeah.
I don't remember those because I'm here. I'm in this moment.
Also, yesterday, he only played one of the 2 games of the doubleheader. Which,
yes, he did.
I was wondering this morning, like, I think they have...
That's what you wanted.
But that's what I wanted.
No, that's what we thought. We thought that was probably going to happen. We wanted him to play in both of them.
I think they have 75 games left. How many, if you had to guess right now, how many games the rest of the season is Bryce playing? Because I feel like they're going to start baking in once
like schedule days.
Yeah, right, like once a week maybe he doesn't play. It's
like 40?
Wow.
That's
not much.
Wait a minute. How many we got left now?
We have 70. We have 75 games left.
Did that quick ass math.
How many do you think he's going to play of the 75? Let's rule out 75.
50. Well, I mean, damn, Joe, you're asking me. I'm telling, like, it's not.
This is not great.
It's not great the way he said it.
I know.
To be honest, and another thing is for me is he handpicked some of the guys that are here.
It really gets you.
It does because,
and then it's not ridiculous. Like it's fair to bring up.
Yeah, and he's in an era where I guarantee you, if AI could have did it, he would have probably picked some different teammates. You know what I mean?
I was wondering how you were going to say that. He would have picked better teammates.
I was going to say
different.
Of
course he would.
He would have picked some different teammates. Because who was on that? Was Snow? Eric Snow? Yeah. Listen, I'm not trying to take a shot at Snow, but you don't want to remember one of the memories I have of Eric. When he was doing the broadcast.
He fell asleep.
Dog, I was like, oh, baby, that ain't, you know what I mean? That was when I first started out in this business, and I'm like, damn, he just set us all back by a couple years. I was like, damn, they ain't gonna never get a brother the chance now. He was, and then Joe, he said, oh, I fell asleep. Dog, now, no disrespect. I can see falling asleep at a baseball game if there's a lull. How the hell you fall asleep on the broadcast at the basketball game, though?
So I found the headline of the article the next day. Headline, so we're fairly certain Eric Snow fell asleep during Wednesday's Sixers game. I mean, just an all-time moment. So, yeah, obviously, AI would have picked better teammates. He dragged that team there to the finals.
Hey, and if anybody's out there, Eric Snow fan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up the past, but I just thought it was funny.
You know what it is? It's one of those things where when you say his name, you can't not think of it. You did nothing wrong by bringing it up.
He said, oh. I fell asleep. How you fall asleep at a basketball game?
You know what you can't ever do now?
What's that?
Fall asleep during the show.
No, I can't. Well, I have. I did, but hold up. First of all,
on YouTube now too.
But wait a minute. First of all,
you people will eat you alive.
I was on the show. Rhea probably remember this.
You fell asleep in the morning show?
Man, listen.
With Angelo?
And the only reason why I didn't cuss out immediately is because my head hit the microphone and was like, boop. And I woke up and Angelo was like, did you just fall asleep? And he thought it was funny. Any other time, I'd have got cussed out completely. Probably got kicked off the show.
You would have been done.
Yeah. But he let it go because man, it was at the Borgata. I remember that's where it was at the Borgata. And, you know, those riding down there and coming in late, that was rough. So, yeah, I fell asleep. Head hit the microphone. It was bad. It was real bad.
So I think the morning show is a little different because Angelo always, and Joe does too, and John, they have a lot of people.
Yeah.
So you could have a lull where maybe they don't go to you for a few minutes and
Yeah.
you fall asleep. If you fell asleep during this show,
That'd be a problem.
It'd be a different problem.
No, I fell
Because the
asleep,
conversation's
man.
pretty free flowing, and if you were out, we would roast you.
Man, I fell asleep, hit, boop. I remember hitting it, and Angela's like, "Oh my God, did you just fall asleep?"
I do have a plan now. I just concocted a plan. If you ever fall asleep during this show, I think what I'll do is I will walk over there. I will unplug your headphones so you don't hear us, and then Kyle and I will see how long we can talk until
It'll never
you
happen.
wake up.
The only time I fall asleep now is when we go to the ballpark or do fantasy football.
You
Then
mean, at like 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was falling asleep yesterday when we was at the game.
Yeah, you said it was past your bedtime.
It was way past my bedtime.
By the way, you teed it up, Hugh. We found it. Here is the audio of the NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast when Eric Snow.
Against some of the bigger, stronger power forwards in the NBA. And even now a little niche for Evan Turner and giving him the ball where he tends to excel. You meditating?
I thought I was trying to stay awoke. You have some people that kind of wear on you.
I hear you.
They're kind of get you a little sleepy.
He said, "What was that, Mark Zumoff?"
You meditated?
He said. So basically, that was Mark's fault because your voice is real soothing.
Oh, he's throwing his.
Snelly admitted it too.
Yeah.
He was like, "I was trying to stay woke."
Mark said, "You meditate."
Well, I mean, he didn't want to totally throw him under the bus, but like, what are you supposed to do? Because if he doesn't go to if he doesn't hear that voice, people are like, "Is he there? Why isn't he throwing it to Eric?" You can't avoid it. It's an all-timer. I mean, it is an all-time
I don't
moment.
think I would have admitted it. I'd be like, "Yeah, man, I had a senior moment." That's what I would have said.
So obviously, that's a game on TV. It's a little bit different because Mark had to bring it up. Did you ever see there was a clip of Mike Francesa, Hugh? He used to do the talk show up in New York, the afternoon host.
Mm-hmm.
He fell asleep hosting solo once while a guest was on. And there's video of it because the show was on TV at that point. Like he just was out as the guest was rambling on for like 5 minutes.
I mean, that can happen because some people have those soothing voices, man, that they do have the ability to put you to sleep.
Yeah, but you're
Must not have gotten good sleep the night before.
No, yeah. I mean, I tend to go to bed early, so I don't have that problem.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that problem. Let's go to Mark in Philly. What's up, Mark?
Hello?
Hello, Mark.
Hi. The moment was almost too big for me.
It was. We almost had to put you go 1, 2, 3, and you're out. Mark, what's up, buddy?
Real quick, side topics. Hugh, the only way to endear yourself with people is by being yourself, and you're a super genuine guy, so don't go to the damn thing if you don't want to. I do believe that Harper at the half has been a resounding success because it brought baseball back to Philly, and, I've been following the Phillies since the 60s, and they've lost 95 games every year, and so this has been glorious for me. It's like, oh my goodness, how great is this?
Yeah, so Mark, I think sometimes that's lost, right? Then you brought up the kind of the history of it. They had the great run, obviously late 70s into the 80s. They had the great run 07 to 11. But other than that, the Phillies don't usually have great runs. So this is one of the best runs, even though they haven't won it yet. This is a pretty special Phillies run they're in.
I agree, and bringing Harper here was like it was like bringing Tommy here would open the Citizens Bank Park. It was like, he kept Howard in the minors, but it was a genius move for the franchise. So I think it's a success. So, and I think regarding the Harper era, I think, they got good when Schwarber and Thompson got here, and that's not his fault. What I just wanted to say is I looked into him because I was trying to defend Harper with people I know, and what I found out is there's sort of a mythology about how productive he is.
In terms of we think he's more productive than he really is that what you mean?
I'm saying that exactly. I mean, so if I asked you to guess, since Bohm came up, who has more RBIs for the Phillies, Bohm or Harper?
So I would guess Bohm. I think to be fair with the context of that, Harper's on-base percentage hitting in front of Bohm is a big reason why Bohm gets all those RBIs. But I think it's Bohm.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Yeah.
And he's also a productive two-strike men on base hitter. But I looked at Harper's stats because I'm like, these guys are wrong. for his career, he averages like 72 RBIs a season, and he averages 83 runs a season and 27 home runs a season. And I think when people say, yeah, well, even if he diminishes, he'll get back to, hitting 280 and 30 home runs. Well, he doesn't hit 30 home runs, and his lifetime average before these injuries is 280. So I mean, I love the guy. I mean, he's a great player, and the postseason memories have been incredible. But I think we overvalue the productivity for his whole career, and I think that at the halfway point of his career, I couldn't have asked for any more from the guy because he's been great. But well, I mean, how do you picture if he does fall off? How do you picture fan perception of that?
Well, it's Marcus interesting because I think Ryan Howard, and we appreciate the call, Mark. Ryan Howard suffered from it, Hugh, because Ryan Howard fell off physically.
Yeah,
but he
was fast.
But he had a long-term contract here, so we had to watch. It's always kind of depressing to watch a former great athlete
go through what they go through.
Like, so Jimmy got traded.
Yeah.
Utley got traded. We didn't really have to watch them crawl to the end. Like Jimmy Rollins at the end was playing for the White Sox and the Giants, and like he was crawling to the end. And a lot of athletes are. We watched the Ryan Howard crawl to the end. I hope that's not what the next 6.5 years of Bryce are, but I mean it's certainly possible. The end is not great. All right, let's get to you people. See what they're talking about today.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
All right, so we got the late entry here, going off the sleep thing. Narcoleptic Douglas.
Oh, we'll throw that into the bracket.
I mean,
for next year.
I don't feel attacked by that one. That's a good one
because it's real.
I mean, yeah. I'll fall asleep in a heartbeat.
There's been a lot of negativity towards Bryce in the chat, and a lot of like just infactual stuff. Bryce is cooked. He's Bryce Embiid now.
Bryce Embiid.
But I've noticed a lot in the YouTube. It's a lot of Bryce crumbles in the big moments.
Well, doesn't make any sense.
That's not true.
The guy's OPS in the postseason is over 1,000. I mean, what are we talking about?
Doesn't make any
big
sense.
moments they talking about?
So I don't know. They're just saying he doesn't perform in the big moments. So I've noticed a lot of that.
Well, that feels like we're cherry picking what's a big moment and what's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is your definition of a big moment?
I mean, if you want to say Game 6 and 7 against the Diamondbacks, Game 6
where the bats went cold, the Mets,
right, against the Astros, but like the Padres moment isn't a big moment.
Yeah, Bedlam is the biggest moment.
They're all big. That's the postseason.
Yeah. Coming to Hugh here. Wonder if this is Brian in the chat. I wonder if gummies would improve Hugh's video gaming skills. That would be one hell of a live stream.
I'm not bad, Brian. You don't want none of this. I played that. Well, I haven't played in a while.
But what happened to MLB The Show with the kids?
Oh, no, I got crushed. That's what he's talking. Okay, Brian, I get it. That's what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't play MLB The Show. Kids took advantage of me, man. I don't appreciate that.
I'm still mad at you guys for bunting yesterday.
Well, we were we're trying to rally.
That's the only offense we have.
Yeah, we were getting shut down. I mean, they were throwing Wheeler. We were in trouble. Yeah. Also, I felt like we were getting desperate as the game went on. We were getting shut out.
Yeah, we were, and I just had to do something.
And I got, when we're pitching, Hugh's getting pitch clock violation after pitch clock violation. We were in a bad way.
Yeah.
You guys that hurt a little bit, Brian. You brought back a bad memory.
Of 2 days ago.
And then one more. Scott in YouTube, he said, Fran, ask if Hugh would do a hugging booth for charity.
I've done that before.
You have?
Yeah.
Hugging booth?
That's real
I did a hugging booth.
Yeah.
It was in Atlanta, so it was a lot different.
What does that mean?
It just was different. It was different.
All these different things. These strip clubs,
it was just a thought.
I'm going to ask a question I'm already regretting asking. Do people give hugs differently in Atlanta versus Philadelphia?
Well, it was
just like hugs.
Well, it was I put it like this. Being here in Philadelphia, I have a feeling just because they know it will make me squirm, that it would be more guys that would want hugs.
Oh, so the hugs are hugs. It's
hugs.
who the hugs are coming from.
Well, the volume of hugs, I think, would probably come from more men than anything.
Well, you're an Eagles Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, it would be more awkward than anything.
Yeah, when they're hugging you here, they're thinking about the hit on Sean King. When they're hugging you there, it's just like hugging booth. It's a little bit different. Let's grab Rob in Overbrook. Hey, Rob.
What's going on, guys? How you guys
doing?
Going
Good,
on?
Rob. What's up?
Listen, this Bryce Harper thing. I'm going to lay it out. I'm going to lay it out to you. Hopefully, you can understand this.
Okay, I'll try.
Don't ever compare him to Allen Iverson.
Why?
Ever.
Why?
In your life. Because the difference between him and Allen Iverson, and Hugh knows this, is Allen Iverson bought it. Now, his team wasn't good enough, but he didn't choke out in a finals game. He didn't choke out in a playoff game. He bought every playoff game, even when they lost to the Lakers. He bought it every night.
Bryce Harper didn't bring it in the playoffs against all of 2022 when he hit them to the World Series.
I'm talking about not the last 2 days. See, here's the thing, Joe. You keep. As an athlete, let me ask you this: if an athlete does great in the NFC Championship game, but he stinks in the Super Bowl, what is he considered?
He didn't have a good game. I mean,
well, you know, that's the big game. Don't tell me about the NFC, the NCLS.
I know you're going with it. Yeah, I know you're going with it. Yeah.
Don't tell me about it, because if you don't get it's like, and you put those games up, the Astros, the Diamondbacks, that's choking. Don't tell me about what he did before that, because there are big moments and then there are the biggest moments. All right. The biggest moments, this guy choked out.
So how about the rest of the finals after Game 1? I know his team wasn't as good. Allen Iverson did not play at the same level past Game 1 the rest of the series. He shot 34%, 40%, 40, 43. He missed 19 shots in Game 2. He made 10. He didn't play as well.
But he still bought it.
No. Hold on. He had 48 points in Game 1. They beat the Lakers. In Game 2, to go up 2-0, he had 23. How is that any different than saying Bryce Harper hit in one series and then he struggled in the final few games of the World Series? It's the same thing. They didn't. Yes, it is. They didn't do enough. They didn't. Neither did enough.
No, listen, because the Lakers were able to adjust their defense to stop that one
and
guy.
The Astros that were better had the best pitching staff in one of the best ever, and they dominated the last few games. It's the same thing, Rob.
It's not. Here's
because you don't want it to be, and that's fine. I mean, we got to go. But like it is similar. You just don't want it to be because you don't want it to be. It is what it is. Neither so far, obviously AI's done, was good enough to win a championship. Bryce hasn't been so far. I still consider it a success. Hugh, I consider Harper at the half a success. The show, I mean.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good day.
Fun day.
Good day.
Fran, we appreciate you hopping in for Kyle 3 days this week. Hugh, I am off to a little vacation.
Have fun at your vacation.
I'm going to be in the in Mount Olympic National Park.
Fun.
Yeah. In Washington State, hiking. Is that your scene?
No, I'm not.
I didn't think so.
Hey, man, make sure that with the Cougars, watch out for the Cougars and everything.
Cougars?
They've been attacking.
They have bears. There's bears there.
There's Cougars too.
All right, I'll watch out. You guys have a great July 4th. Enjoy the week next week. I'll talk to you guys soon. Hugh, enjoy July 4th, the block party with the
you as
neighbors.
well. Not going to the block party.
Oh, come on.
We'll see you there.
Yeah, we'll all see you there. All right, the afternoon show's next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Maybe Mike Brown will be a good hire, but he is not the hire I expected when the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau rather unexpectedly after making the Eastern Conference Final. No flash, no super resume, nobody that would win the press conference. But maybe Brown will win more games than any of those guys. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back on a Hertz Day. The WIP afternoon show. Harper at the half with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike, last day before a long weekend. How you feeling, brother?
Feeling pretty good on this Hertz Day. When we last spoke yesterday, we were sitting at a split in that series versus the Padres. Fightings took care of business in the second game of the doubleheader. We win the series, so I'm feeling good about that. And it's perfect timing because Harper at the half is here. Jackie Baseball, I'm sorry. Holla at your boy.
It's been a success. There it is.
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
we can go
home.
Half
is done. Right?
He's the greatest of all time. Yep. What?
Yeah.
We're done?
Well, we have a big show about Bryce coming up today.
Big show.
As we sit dead smack in the middle of a 13-year, $330 million contract for Bryce Harper. I think it has been this is less about success, not success, though we will talk about that. But his what he has done so far, his legacy here so far, what his legacy might be, what could have happened if he didn't choose Philadelphia and somebody else did. We have a really big show to talk about it. We do have Larry Anderson joining us at 3 to talk about Bryce, and then potentially some other special guests coming up later in the show. We don't want to name anyone because we're not 100% sure yet, but potentially a couple of very special guests. Also, what did you just... Oh. Well, I mean, what are you doing?
Well, I know what he did.
Yes. Yeah.
Having fun.
Yeah.
Having fun.
Okay. All right. Oh, I know. Just in case.
Just in case.
And we do have one non-Bryce thing to happen today on the show today. Is that at 4:00, Joe DeCamera will join us, and so will brand manager of 94 WIP, Rod Lakin, will join us, and we will shore up the rules for next Wednesday's physical challenge between Jack Fritz and Joe DeCamera. And what we want to make sure of is that everything is fair. This was set up in a way potentially to give Joe, a handicap and all of these things so he could compete. We didn't think he could compete with Jack. He won golf. I just want to make sure that the pitching part of it is fair. So Joe will join us at 4. We will negotiate the rules, and Rod Lakin will be here to be the final word on that. But we start with Bryce on Harper at the half. And by the way, 215-592-9494, because this is a group discussion. But we thought a good way to start off Harper at the half on our show is to ask you and for us to give your one sentence to describe the Harper era. What do you think when you think about the Bryce Harper era? So should I go first? I think I'll go first.
Yeah,
okay.
You go first.
So mine is, it's feeling like it might be a missed opportunity. So Bryce Harper's been really good since he's been here. We could debate whether he has been the 8th best player in baseball or the 20th best player in baseball, whatever he's been, but he has been a very good player since he's been here. He has changed the image of the team. He has changed largely how people in Philadelphia feel about the team. And I don't want to just credit him because, ownership has done that and they hired the right manager and they have other players here. But since he got here, a lot has changed in the positive way for Bryce Harper. He's also been very good in the playoffs. But I think the reason I say is that it's feeling like it might be a missed opportunity is that his prime is probably over. Now, that doesn't mean Bryce Harper as a good player is over. We know that. But his prime is probably over. And the idea of him being the best player or very close to over, and the idea of him being the best player on a World Series team, if it doesn't happen this year, you start to look forward and you're like, well, who's the player that they have that's better than Bryce? And I think if they don't rebuild in a way that makes them a contender very quickly, we will look back at these, if they don't win the World Series this year, we will look back at these years of Bryce Harper and say, we had a really good player, we had a very good team, and we didn't win it, and it is a missed opportunity. So that's my, I guess, fear. I think Bryce has been very good, but if I were to whittle it down to one sentence, it's feeling like it might be a missed opportunity is mine.
I was going to say, that was a run-on sentence.
That was a serious
Well,
run-on
I just
sentence.
wanted to give my reason why.
I said the same thing. I'm like, man, are we? Well, as long as we get the same amount of time,
Everybody's your show too.
Same amount of sentences.
Yeah, I didn't want to just give the sentence and go.
Right.
I wanted to say why. So my sentence is, it's feeling like you can't do it in a sentence anyway.
I'm just poking at you.
Yeah, it's feeling like it might be a missed opportunity. Would you like to go second, or would you like Jack?
Yes, it's time to bring positivity.
Oh, okay.
To this.
All right.
And I'll say this: success is measured in different levels.
Yes, of
right?
course.
Isn't it the ultimate success? Not until he's a part of a World Series team.
Yep.
Right? I think that's the ultimate success. But when you pay a guy like Bryce Harper to come here, or a guy like Bryce Harper chooses to come here as a free agent and gets the contract that he received, well, he was tasked with restoring baseball, in my opinion, in this city. That's the difference. Like, it isn't just a black and white sort of success failure. I think you have to look at what the team looked like when he came in, what the team looked like prior to, what was baseball like in this town prior to him being here, where it's at right now. All of those things are huge successes, in my opinion. Has not disappointed, has been a great ambassador, not only for the Phillies, but for the city. Like, he has really embraced being here. It's hard for me to say it's anything but a success. It has been a success, but it has not reached the ultimate success, and that's winning a championship. But I think him being here, signing here, doing his time at the halfway mark, if the only thing I have to sort of check off the ledger for him that he hasn't done is winning the World Series, winning a championship, halfway through it, I feel good about it. I feel good about it. And I think that's also how you measure whether or not it's a success. How do you feel about Bryce Harper here as a Philly? And I feel way more positive about it than anything else. So I see it with a glass half full sort of vision.
Well, let me ask you before. Actually, Jack, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know what Ike's sentence was, but Jack, your sentence.
I was told this is going to be a word, and then now you're asking me,
Give me 3
to
words.
speak in a complete sentence.
Yeah.
And that's not always the easiest thing. So I would say that, like, Bryce Harper to me is the savior of the Phillies franchise. Like, they were in the doldrums.
Wow.
They were in the doldrums.
Is that the sentence? Bryce Harper is the savior of the Phillies franchise?
Yeah. And what we have witnessed here is an all-time Philly. Like, we know that the ring puts him in another stratosphere, but, like, what he's done is the ultimate Philly. He's embraced the city. He's had big postseason moments. He's been box office since day one, and he pulled this franchise. With obviously getting good players helped, but he put this franchise back on the map because they were in the doldrums there. They were almost put out of mind, out of sight. We talking about pro-Double. Were you pro-Double or you were anti-Double? Nick Williams, Aaron Altair, Pivetta versus Zach Eflin. We had, who could forget Nola's 2018? I'll never forget Nola's 2018. It was Maddox level. But what Bryce Harper did was he brought the Phillies back from extinction.
Oh, so I didn't know you wanted a sentence like that. You wanted a sentence and then explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, so the sentence I would have
Yep.
is, the sentence I would have is, Bryce Harper has been everything I hoped he would be.
That's a good sentence.
That's the
There you
sentence
go.
I would
There
have.
it is. There it is.
Make sure you get that one in there, Justin.
Yeah.
Clip
Do that one. Clip it.
You put my video clip up. Make sure that's with it.
So of course, Jack, the savior of the franchise, I feel like is a little far. Okay, let me ask you. I agree that he's been as good as you thought he was going to be?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'll be honest about that.
That's
I'll
an
be
honest
honest
thing.
about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yes.
I think one.
I was expecting 30, 35 plus every year, home runs, 100 RBIs, All-Star every year. If I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
But what I'm still saying is, even with that, what he's done in his time, from an overall perspective, he's been everything I hoped he would be.
Right. Yeah, I think from an on-the-field perspective, I think you could say when you include all the time he's missed and you look at the numbers, my guess would be that people probably expected a little bit more on the field.
And that's fair.
And I also think Bryce Harper's image was probably always a little bit bigger than him as a player.
Sure.
I think, his impact, which speaks to something that Jack was talking about from an image perspective from the franchise. If you got, and we'll talk about Manny Machado in 10 minutes, you could have gotten another player who put up the same numbers as Bryce Harper that was not as effective in just sort of like in every way that Bryce Harper is effective.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this. And 215-592-9494. Harper at the half. We're talking about Bryce Harper and his contract halfway through. Give us your sentence to describe how you feel about the era so far. I know you say everything that you thought it would be, and if the only thing he hasn't checked off is the World Series, okay. Let's say we're in 5 years and they haven't won a World Series. What do you think the vibe around Harper will be? Will it be a guy that never got it done? Will it be how will the perspective? I'm sure how the next 5 years goes matters, but let's say there is no World Series.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that I find interesting about it is it obvious that the injuries have played a part in it? You know what I mean? Like if he's just laboring out there because of the wrist, I don't know if there's going to be this we got bashing of Bryce. But if he just turns into an average player and doesn't do it in the postseason, I think that the heat starts to turn up and you start forgetting about Bedlam and you forget about 2023 and some of the other moments. I think that it's sort of how he plays or how he looks does matter at the same time.
Sure. So no World Series. You think if he looks good and there's no World Series? Because it's a complicated few things, right? Yeah.
It would have to be, this is where I differ. Because I think the championship does matter.
Right.
I think it does matter. If I'm going to hold Bryce to the same standard, justifiably so, that the other stars in this city get held to, he gets held to this.
Right.
He gets held to the same standard that Joel gets held to, that Jalen gets held to, that McNabb got held to AI. Now, we can always appreciate them when they're done, but, I can look at AI's career and say, yeah, I enjoyed AI, loved him. I understand the team wasn't as great, right? I understand how difficult it could have been to put a team around him to sort of win. You sort of had to mix and match to make sure you got the best out of him. But ultimately, that was not a success, Allen Iverson. Ultimately, Donovan, as the face of our era, we didn't get it done. So that's how you're ultimately going to be viewed. We're no longer, and this is what I love, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. And this is where Bryce is a sort of a victim of also being in this era of athlete in this town. We no longer celebrate the almost wins.
Like we used to.
Yes.
Right.
We lived on that.
Yeah.
We no longer
93
do that.
Phils, 01 Sixers, blah, blah.
04 Eagles,
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
We get it. We get it.
Yeah.
Right? We don't do that anymore. It's championships. That's where we're at. And when you're a star of that caliber, how you're being viewed, the championship does matter. Now, again, it's baseball, so we know it's different than other sports. We get that. Bryce could be an all-star MVP level player every year, and they still cannot win the World Series. I understand that. I'm not saying he's the reason they don't win. What I'm saying is he's going to be viewed. That's going to be part of his story. So unless he does play at a all-star level every year, MVP caliber year, it's going to be placed at his feet.
Well, and the other thing is, to the blame part of it, is that if they do win the World Series, he will certainly get an outsized amount of credit
no
for
doubt
it.
about it. Yes.
You can't do he's only one guy on a baseball team only for the bad parts of it. If they were to win a World Series, I mean, Jack is crediting him with bringing the entire organization
franchise
back.
savior, yeah.
Right. So, I'm just saying,
No, I agree. It's part of it. It just is. And right now, because he still has half of a career left to go on this contract, we don't have to be as harsh about it. But if you're talking about at the end, there's no championship there. No, it's viewed differently.
Well, but then the extension. So why are we doing Harper at the half when there's at least going to be 3 extra years on that deal?
3?
Yeah, at least 3. At least 3.
2.
At least right now?
You
No.
just talked about how injured he is.
I don't care. I'm not writing checks. What I find so fun, I'm not. This is not me protecting Bryce or complaining about Bryce.
Sure.
Well, you can be the judge of that.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, here it comes.
I just think it's because the 08 guys, it was never like. I think Bryce is just a singular fate. Like I think you had Utley, Rollins, and Howard on those teams. You know, when we talk about the failures, or I don't know if any of those guys have been propped up. It was like the group did it. Whereas Bryce would be the one that I think would be propped up.
Yes, I think.
We're on Zach.
And Zach.
Yeah, Zach will get his props for it, too.
Yeah, but I think Bryce would be propped up to a level that we've probably never seen. Now, in terms of blame of those guys, the blame went to Ryan Howard and Ruben Amaro.
Yep.
It was never any Utley didn't get it done. It was never a Rollins didn't get it done. They all had their moments where we're annoyed with them.
Right.
But overall, it was Ruben. I am not blaming you, Ruben.
But he
I
knows
saying.
he heard WIP back then.
And Ryan Howard.
Yeah, he called.
Yes.
He had a show on here.
Yeah.
Yes.
215-592-9494. Harper at the half. Give us your one sentence to describe the Harper era. Gabe in Cherry Hill with his curveball machine. Gabe, you're on WIP. What's up, Gabe?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, Gabe?
My sentence for Bryce at the half would be he's done his part. And I say that because, when you talk about success, and I think the biggest thing that comes to mind when you mention success was that one postgame interview with Giannis when the reporter asked him, do you find the season to be a success? And Giannis kind of popped off on him a little bit and was just like, do you get promoted every year? And he's like, well, no. Well, then if you did a good job, do you still consider your year a success? And, the answer is yeah. If you do your part, if you do your job, you did what you came here for, what they signed you, what they paid you, $330 million just to come here and succeed, I think he's done it. He has carried this team. It's unfortunate that, the rest of the team hasn't really lived up to the expectation that was set for them. But I think that's a problem that starts at the top, which, what I say with
Well, let me throw this out there.
Yeah.
First of all, I hope Harper never uses those words that Giannis used.
Yeah, Giannis
at the
sounded
end
like
of
a
the
big
season.
loser.
Yeah, I don't need to hear that from Giannis.
Yeah.
But
he can get away with that in
my
Milwaukee.
point-
That's not going to work here.
Yeah, that he didn't consider it a failure. But okay, let me ask you this. Like, I guess you're talking about the failures of everyone around him, but everyone around him also gave them a 95-win team last year, right? And everyone around him took them to the World Series in 22, and everyone around him took them to the LCS in 23. So I guess, I guess to say that everyone else failed him, I can get with your thing that he did his part. I understand that. But I don't know if I concede that he sort of drug them there, and the fact that they didn't get over the hump is not on him too. I think it's on all of them.
I agree. No, I agree.
Okay.
And I will say, because what comes to mind is just the 22 World Series run. Like that was textbook, honestly. Like I was at that game when they clinched it, and just to see him hit a 3-run home run to send him to the World Series in a moment where that's what you needed him to do. Like you needed him to deliver in that moment, and he did it. And it's one of those, it's always going to live on in the memory of Philadelphia sports. So that's why when I say that he did his part, he did what he could. And I realize, yes, the rest of the team needed to come through for him. He obviously had not come through in certain aspects. The Arizona game, Arizona series comes to mind.
The strikeout against the Mets
series comes to mind. Yeah, exactly. Like he obviously is human. Obviously has fallen short. But when I look currently in terms of, we gave $330 million to a baseball player to come here and succeed, I think he's done that. And I hope that, throughout the rest of his contract, he's able to live it out and able to, deliver us a championship. But I also, I want to double down on the point that I do think that the rest of the team does need to step up a little bit, even though, yes, they did deliver him 95 wins. I get all that. But,
And how many games has he been out for the last 3 years that they carried the team while he wasn't there?
That's also a good point. Yeah, I understand that counterpoint.
Just I hear what you're saying. Thank you for the call, Gabe. I hear what you're saying. It's just like, here's what I want to do with the moment thing, because what I think will happen over years is that Bedlam at the Bank, great moment.
Man.
Every year that passes by, like it will be another year further in the past. And here's the only thing I want to say about that is that all we hear about Donovan from callers is that Donovan didn't win any big games. Donovan wasn't good in the big moments, blah, 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 blah. Donovan was in 4 NFC championship games and 5 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl. He certainly had good playoff moments, and he had bad playoff moments.
Yep.
So they
usually came in the NFC,
right?
Like it wasn't like it was a first round lost,
right,
or something. It was usually
like
at the end of the playoffs.
Bryce has had good playoff moments, and he has also had bad playoff moments. Now, overall, his numbers are good, but eventually, that one moment and that one run. And I know he's got as many home runs as anybody does in Philly baseball history in the postseason. But we just keep pointing to that moment, and somehow that moment outweighs the NLCS against the Diamondbacks failure, and it outweighs the failure against the Mets. And I know we like him, and I like him too, but there is a little bit of a double standard with him.
Well, here's the thing. The longer it goes, that's the only moment that we're talking about.
Right.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Because like you said, each year we get further away from 2022. And if we're still talking about 2022 as the last time he had the bright lights moment, then that will tell you in itself that it's been a long time.
Sure.
He needs to change sort of the storyline.
Yeah.
And I think eventually, you know this, man, it always, it's the one thing about being here. If you're here long enough, you're going to be here long enough to feel the tide turn against you. Right?
It's slowly starting with him.
A little bit, yeah.
You guys tell, well, Jack, you're not old enough. Spike, you may remember. I don't know if there's an athlete that was able to skate through here for a decade plus without having the highs and lows. If the great Mike Schmidt went through it, Allen Iverson went through it.
Sure.
Right?
Donovan went
through it. Like, who has played that long in this town without winning who doesn't get the other side of this thing, too?
I can't think of anyone.
Yeah.
Well, not anyone in that position. Yeah, I could say Doc, right? But he's not in.
It's different. Yes.
It's a different sort of player. You're Brian Westbrook, whatever.
Yeah.
But yes.
The guy, the star guy, the guy with all the pressure.
Yeah, I can't think of a guy who has not been through it in a negative way like Bryce, to be honest with you. All right, 215-592-9494. It is Harper at the half. We want your sentence to describe the Harper era so far.
Hamels won, and even he went through it.
Yes, the very next year.
Yes.
The very next year. Coming up next, if you remember, the big debate during that offseason was Bryce versus Manny Machado, who was just here for 3 games. We will look back on the decision to go after Bryce versus Machado and if it worked out the best way it could have. Look at Machado's stats versus Bryce. What would have happened if it didn't go the way that it did? This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on them. Now take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever you're headed. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift card. See store for details.
The Phillies get the fireworks ready for the Reds. Tomorrow, leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos lines one down the line and right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
4th of July at Cheerleaders, New Jersey will ignite your senses and give you something to celebrate. Friday, July 4th, join us for an explosive night of making memories on the deck. Watch stunning entertainers heat up the stage while a dazzling display of fireworks light up the sky. Doors open at 7 p.m. just in time for the show. Enjoy drink specials and soak in those summer vibes. This Independence Day, there's no better place to party than under the stars with our entertainers in the middle of the action. Friday, July 4th at Cheerleaders, New Jersey.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is Harper at the Half. Are you kidding me? Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A $330 million contract.
What a fast first half, by the way.
It is. It does. Now, when you start going through all the years,
sure.
But when I can't believe it's halfway done. It seemed like a 13-year contract seems like forever.
Yeah.
You know, that we'd be talking about the guy for forever. Larry Anderson joins us in a half an hour right at 3 o'clock to talk about all this stuff. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Is Bryce Harper on your Phillies Mount Rushmore? What do you think the response is so far?
This is interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to say majority no. I think being in the moment allows people to see sort of with clearer goggles, right? So you feel like Schmidt and Lefty are locks to be on there.
I agree.
And then you got to go 1 or 2 from 08 before you go Bryce right now. At least I would.
So you would say no?
I would say no, and I would say it's probably 58% no.
So it's 54% yes. So it's still
okay.
close to 50-50.
Still 50-50.
It's a difficult question.
It's a tough question.
Yeah.
It's hard to do without his career being over.
Sure.
Because, look, he could, I'm not saying this will happen. In 3 years, he could demand a trade. I'm not saying he's
for sure,
but like that would take him off the Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
Or in 3 years he could win the World Series, which would even as the second or third best player on the team, he would still be guaranteed to be on the Mount Rushmore, I believe, at that point.
Yeah.
I think at this point.
So.
At this point, I would do 2 of the 08 guys.
I think I would do 2 of the 08 guys too.
I just think I would. And I think when it's all said and done,
which 2 you want to do, but I do 2 of the 08 guys.
Got that.
Such an idiot.
No, I know. So in Ring the Bell book, the story about the Phillies built the best fan base in the history of the world.
Who wrote that?
Yeah, best fan base of all time.
Yeah, ringthebellbook.com.
So we actually did a Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
Not just steal it from Mount Rushmore week.
Yep.
Would never do that. So I put Harper on mine.
Okay.
So, but here's what I think will make everyone happy.
You put Harper, give it to me. Or do we have to buy the book?
This is a free preview. You guys already have your copies at your house.
Yeah.
So I went Schmidt, Carlton, Ryan Howard, and Harper.
Ryan Howard.
Yeah.
You left your guy off?
So I think Howard was the big piece.
Well, he was, yes.
He was the big piece.
Yes,
And I think he was the
got
big
that part right.
thumper in the middle of the lineup. Chase, I think overall the better player, but I think Ryan Howard from the standpoint of like he had the weight of the franchise on his shoulders during that time.
He's a big piece.
What do you give me that face for? I can see it in your face.
Well, if it's only one from the 08 team, it's Utley.
Well, so but here's my thing, is that, okay, I started, my bad. I jumped all over that.
You didn't, you thought I was going to say something different?
Yeah, I thought you were going to combat Harper being on mine.
No, well, I don't think Harper should be on it at this point.
The case for Harper being on it for me is that this is the third best run in franchise history, which is sad.
Yes.
Which is partially sad.
It is.
But I think that to represent this era, he's the face of this era. I mean, it's been 4 years of pretty dang good baseball.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's egregious to put him on there.
Yeah,
well, sure.
I would go big piece and J-Roll.
Yeah, I would go big piece and Utley. Now, what if I put Harper on it and said you had to pick one of the 08 guys?
I would go big piece first.
You would go big piece.
Yes.
Okay.
Jimmy's my favorite player, but I think Ryan Howard was the guy. Like Ryan Howard was the mythical figure in that lineup and everything. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Me as a... Actually, I'm not even going to go down that path.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. When I think about... No, I'm actually not going to go down this path.
We all want to know now.
To me, Utley is like the Jeter. He's not the best player, but he's still the guy.
That's fine, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't think Utley is a better player than... I didn't think... Ryan Howard was outrageous at the time. I still think Utley was better than Rollins, but I could understand, the arguments between the two. I could understand the arguments between the two.
Yes.
But to me, he's the guy that represents the era, the same way that Jeter, even though Jeter wasn't the best player on those Yankees teams, is the guy that represents the era.
Makes sense, yeah.
215-592-9494. Harper at the half. Your sentence to talk about, to describe the Harper era so far. Dot in West Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Dot?
Yo, Spike. Hey, what's going on? Fritz, what's going on with y'all?
What up, Dot?
What's going on? Hey, I think we're taking too much pressure off Harper as far as him being the main guy in the Phillies uniform. Like, if we give him 30 plus, and I'm putting my money into it. I'm just saying Mr. Middleton, but I'm part of the team because I'm a fan, so I say we.
Mm-hmm.
If he's getting 30 plus a year, that got to amount to some type of championship. Or like, I understand that he's not the only guy that had to play well, but he's the face. And like when in any other sport in Philadelphia, I'm not gonna go nowhere else because we talking about Philly. Any other sport we talking about, every other superstar got the brunt of the bad things that was said to them because they did not win. Even Eric Lindros. Now, I'm not a big hockey fan, but I do understand that he was the man. He was a great player for Philly, but we understand that he didn't win it for the Flyers neither. So every criticism that came his way, I'm not saying everything was fair, but most of it was fair. It was games that he didn't show up in big games. Allen Iverson, same way. He didn't show up in a couple games in the playoffs, but he didn't have a roster. He didn't give a chance to say, hey, instead of Eric Snow, let me get this, or hey, don't send KG over there. Let me get KG. Let me get Amaz or Paul Pierce. Somebody. He didn't have that like Harper do. And McNabb get crazy number 2 doing? And it's crazy how much he done for the Eagles, right? And I don't want to go off subject, but we comparing him to Harper. So I got to say something about this. He went to 5 in the Arizona one. He brought his back in there.
He had the lead. Yep, he did.
Because of the defense. I'm not hating on the defense.
No, you're right. No, you're
but
right.
The defense let us down. They gave up 3 touchdowns early. McNabb brought his back. And another one to Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald Hall of Fame. But 3, bro, the defense cooked this.
Including a flea flicker. Are you kidding me? Quentin Demps. I'll never forgive Quentin Demps for allowing that flea flicker that I could have defended at my old age at 36 years old.
But Dot, can I ask you something though? Can I ask you something? Because I'm kind of confused about what you're actually saying. Because you came on saying that Bryce should be held accountable for the fact that they didn't win a championship, and now you're singing the praises for Donovan. So are you saying that people like Donovan and Iverson and the guys who didn't win should be celebrated as a success? Or are you saying that Bryce should not? I can't figure out, because Bryce would be in the category with those guys.
Yeah, but no, not check though. I check because he didn't go to 5. He didn't go to or multiple trips like that.
He's been to the same amount. He's been to 1 World Series. Donovan went to 1 Super Bowl.
The way McNabb get crazy dookie going, it should be the same if Harper do not win the championship in 13 years. That's the way he played 10.
Yeah, but I'm asking you this though, Dot. Was Donovan McNabb's run in Philadelphia a success?
No.
Okay, all right. That's it. That's all I want. Okay.
No success for nobody.
It wasn't the ultimate success, but it was successful. If I told you, Dot, if I told you we're going to draft a quarterback number 2 overall, and he'll wind up leading you to the playoffs over half of his career, a Super Bowl, 5 conference title games, 5 division titles, you're going to tell me that's not a success if you draft a guy number 2 overall?
But listen, y'all, they had the better team. The Eagles teams had.
I don't know. We really had. He had a good offense 1 year, 2 years maybe.
No, but y'all had I said overall team. We wasn't supposed to lose to Tampa Bay, or we wasn't supposed to lose to Carolina. I'm going.
Oh, Carolina for sure. Yeah, Carolina for sure, and Tampa Bay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We wasn't supposed to lose them too. We was not supposed to lose to Arizona when we lost.
You're right.
A couple years ago to the Phillies.
You're right.
And that matters. The competition, who you playing against, that too. I'm saying, if Harper don't win the chip in 10 years, 30 plus a year, and he was the face, it cannot be successful. We could have got Manny Machado to do the same thing he's doing now. That's what I'm saying. We won chips. We only going to look back at two eras of Phillies. That's it. That's it. Then we going to just look back at 2 eras. That's it. No, he got to be the face. Got to be. It's no, you cannot let him pass off the hook like that. After we gave everybody hell in our city. Everybody got the hell.
I think I do agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Yeah.
He got to a fanatic. You gonna let him go? Come on, we cannot. Everybody put the pressure on Hart because he got to win the ring. And if he do win the ring at the end of his career,
he's getting a statue. He wins a ring, he's getting a statue.
Getting the stadium named after him.
Yes.
He get a statue before Rollins and Ali.
I'm just telling you what they're gonna do. I'm just telling you.
He's more popular than those guys.
Yes.
Ali, Hamels, and Rollins. They not do that.
Rolling.
What, JD Drew next?
Yeah.
Mike Smith. I'll take Mike Smith. I wouldn't even allow for him. But I know
Schmidt has a statue.
Schmidt has
he
one
has a
down there.
statue.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Dot. I'm with you on
I
it.
don't want to see no Harper up there. Yeah, unless he gonna win 2 or 3 in a row. I mean, he ain't do nothing better than what our 08 that team did.
Well, Robert Roberts has one.
Listen, I've seen
Spartan
Bryce
break.
Harper go 313, 58 homers, 150 RBIs.
Oh, ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
How did come up with a season like that? We shouldn't even be talking in that same phase.
All right.
Like, they didn't even win it.
Okay. All right, Dot. Thank you for the call.
I feel you.
All right.
I feel you.
I'll bring up something right after you tell everyone. 215-592-9494.
Tell everybody about the team over at Mark's.
Yes.
Yes, the team at Mark's Jewelers. Guess what? They're consumer advocates. Now, you heard me talk about my boy Jim from Mark. He's a proud member of the American Gem Society. For over 90 years, the American Gem Society has been fighting fraud and false advertising in the jewelry trade. Now, when you give a diamond from Mark's, you can be certain that you're getting exactly what you're paying for. Before buying anywhere else, ask if they are a member. And if not, go to Mark's Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's Jewelers, for diamonds that will make you proud. Don't forget to tell them Ike Reese sent you.
All right. It's Harper at the half. Talking about Bryce Harper halfway through his contract. There is something to parse here, though. That when we say, was it a success? I think there's like two different things here. Has the team been a success, and was the signing a success? Like, the signing was obviously a success. And by the way, you can be critical of him, just like Donovan's career here was a success.
That's why I said it the way I said it. Yes,
it was.
Yes.
He didn't win a Super Bowl. No, was the era a success? Oh, it was successful. The goal was to win a Super Bowl. I think you could parse that. And I think if you look back at this era and they never win a World Series, we would say that's a failure. But we would also not say that signing Bryce Harper was not a success.
Right. Yes.
It was clearly a success.
I completely agree with that.
I think they're just two different things.
Well, sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, that's what everything is, though. But he does. It's interesting for a baseball player. It feels like he wears the pressure more than we've had with baseball players around here. Because
Schmitty did.
Schmitty did. I agree. That's fair. I guess because the obvious pushback is, well, it's a different sport. Right? Like the reason why he's not like star in basketball is the basketball player touches the ball all the time. Or like a quarterback pressure is because the quarterback holds the ball all the time. Like, I think it's deserving for him.
I disagree that he wears more pressure. I think Ryan Howard and Jimmy Rollins had way more pressure on them. And that's after they won. So pressure is a part of what expectation is and how people react when you don't meet expectations. We don't spend a whole offseason ripping Bryce Harper.
No.
When they don't meet expectations.
Not yet.
Those guys, after they won a World Series and didn't win another one, didn't get the rope and the benefit that we give Bryce Harper. Jimmy was the face and the voice, and Ryan Howard was the big piece in the middle. Chase, as great as he was as a player, benefited from his silence.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? He was never out front. Those other guys were out front.
Yep.
They had to answer the questions, and they wore that. They wore that like Bryce wears it for the team. He's out front. I'm not saying he hides. He doesn't hide. He's out front, but he doesn't get the backlash when he doesn't meet expectations like the other stars in this city has. That can't be denied.
I do think if they don't succeed this year, we will hear it. I can feel it coming a little bit this year.
He's been given a lot of rope.
He has been given a lot of rope.
He doesn't get, other than you, which you rightly have pointed out since you've been here. I'm not, that wasn't a dig at you.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get the label that the other athletes in town who were injured got.
Right.
Wentz was injury prone, couldn't stay healthy. Embiid is injury prone, can't stay healthy, right? Like those guys, they got that. Like Bryce doesn't get labeled that.
No, Bryce actually gets, the reason he didn't have a successful year there is because he was hurt.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Well, it's true. Yeah.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. It's a different, the injury stuff, depending on how we feel about the guy, gets
gets
framed
excused.
a different way.
Yes, it just does.
So
Wentz couldn't stop getting injured.
The choice, if you remember that offseason, was, or the supposed choice, was between Bryce Harper and Manny Machado. Now, John Middleton, that's when he came on the air here after we signed Bryce and said that he saw the Todd Zalecki Twitter poll, right? Yeah, okay.
Although by that point, I think it was already moving in Harper's favor. Because the front office wanted to sign Machado.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt Klentak did.
Yeah.
The numbers said it.
Yep.
The analytics.
They did.
So here is a comparison of Bryce Harper and Manny Machado from 2019 till this very moment. So Machado has played 110 more games. So 895 games for Manny Machado, 785 games for Bryce Harper. Manny Machado slightly ahead in WAR, 25.5. Machado leads in hits, home runs, RBI. And Bryce leads in stolen bases, batting average, on-base percentage, slugging, OPS plus. They've both been to 2 All-Star games. Bryce has 3 Silver Sluggers. Manny Machado has 2. Just here's another way to look at it. Manny Machado has 300 RBI seasons in that time. Bryce has 1. Manny Machado has 5 seasons with at least 28 home runs. Bryce has 3. And Manny Machado has been top 5 in MVP voting twice. Bryce has only been once, but Bryce did win it that year. And Bryce does have postseason moments, whereas Manny Machado doesn't. Manny Machado is also a like otherworldly third baseman, whereas Bryce Harper is a good fielder, but he's not at the level of Machado. So I guess the question is, would they have been better off signing Machado?
So I don't think so, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think I think if you said who's the better player, you could make the case for Machado.
Okay.
But I just think that what Bryce brought, I think Machado would have came here, been a great player, but gone through the motions and not worn the Phillies brand or whatever and gotten the brand out there. So I think from the standpoint of like bringing other star players here, changing it from that trajectory, like I don't think Machado would have done that. I don't think they had the success over the last couple of years if it wasn't for Bryce being here. I think Machado would have basically just taken his $300 million and been a good player and maybe been a great player. But I don't think he changes things the way that Bryce did.
And by the way, Machado got a bigger contract. It was 11 years, $350, whereas Bryce was 13 years, $330, I think?
So, no, he opted out and then re-signed.
Oh, right.
He got $300 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
They're smart enough to put that opt-out clause in there.
Oh, he got the opt-out in, I think, 4 years in?
Yeah.
3 years
smart.
in? Yeah.
Still shocked Bryce didn't do that. I'm shocked that whatchamacallit allowed him not to do it.
Right.
But Bryce wanted.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm surprised the agent allowed him to do that.
Would you rather have Machado?
I'll tell you, funny thing.
Yeah.
I was a Machado guy.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. Not big, but when you know how we
Let's
do
bring
it.
this up next March when we're in Clearwater.
No,
okay.
I've cleared that already.
Okay.
I'm just saying, during that time when we were choosing, do you want Machado or Harper?
Yeah.
Harper he hadn't been here. So he still had the reputation from Washington and everything else. And I was just more or less like, well, a lot of the numbers say this dude is the better player.
Uh-huh.
And Harper didn't have this fan-friendly, lovable personality to him that he has now. So I was more of a Machado guy until they didn't let him in the building.
Oh, I remember that.
Had to come out to the front of the building to get him.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
So I knew we wanted to get him. Then it became all about Harper. We got to get Harper.
Right.
So, but I'll agree with Jack mostly. Machado's personality, I don't know if it has the same impact and effect on us as a fan base as Bryce has with his embracement of the city, the culture, and everything else. I think that has gone a long way with us as fans, and rightfully so. When you get a guy of his caliber, some of these dudes, they can be prickly, they get their money, and they're just here. They don't even live here in the offseason. They're doing other things. Like Bryce seemingly has been a part of the fabric since he signed here. And I don't know if you get that out of Manny Machado. So from that alone, I think it was the right choice with Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I think so. I think they needed somebody who could be represent the franchise in that way.
They needed that.
Be a forward-facing sort of player.
He brought baseball back.
Yeah. Machado would be a great player to add to a good team.
Sure.
But Bryce Harper, because we forget, maybe Jack, I'm sure you guys don't forget, but like the first few years of Bryce Harper's tenure here, and those teams were it was a disaster. Even when we thought they might be good, they collapsed in a way.
Gabe and Girardi.
Yeah.
Gabe and Girardi.
Yeah.
Well, the funny, because I remember that Bryce wasn't that great heading into his contract or into that offseason. His last year in Washington was not a great year.
Yeah.
He was hitting like under 250,
Remember
I think.
he missed games. It almost seemed like he was just trying to get out of
Washington. There's some stat where he didn't like dive for a ball in the outfield because he wanted to stay healthy for the contract. So and there was like a big, I think if you did the anonymous athletic poll of like who's the most overrated player in baseball, it probably would have been Bryce during that time.
Yeah. Well, and I remember, because the Nats won the World Series right after that, I remember being down in, I'll never forget this moment. I was down in Clearwater on a station trip in a bar somewhere, and two drunk...
Like you usually are.
You know me.
Yeah.
Mr. Drinker.
Can't put the bottle down.
Oh, dude, I was loaded.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
Yeah.
Does the day end in Y?
Dude, I was dancing on the bar.
Yeah.
I had a shot in each hand.
Yeah, you were saying 3 o'clock?
Yeah. It wasn't me not drunk at all, just dying to go back to bed. That's not what was happening.
Not at all. Not you.
No, but two female drunk Nationals fans came up to me. And they were making fun of me because the Phillies signed Bryce Harper.
Right.
And they were like, we won as soon as he left. That guy's a loser, blah, 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 blah. So I think he has done a lot for him.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, I think him on some level, when he made this choice and came here, has made a conscious decision to leave whatever and he's gotten older, but leave whatever the old Bryce Harper was behind and create this image here. Because I think if you talk to people in D.C. who are Nationals fans about how we perceive Bryce Harper and how they perceive Bryce Harper, it would almost be two different people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
I think we got lucky in a way that he's made whatever change he's made.
Yeah, only he knows the absolute truth of how he felt about his time in Washington, what he felt about the organization, the city, playing down there in that area. Certainly looked like he was having much fun doing it, and he couldn't wait to leave there. He certainly made a conscious effort coming here to sort of change his image, sort of rebrand himself. And I think he's done that.
Yeah.
I think he's done that since he's been here. He's almost, become one of the faces of baseball. He's become the face of baseball.
Yep, for sure. Yeah.
So we talk about having American-born players, right, that can promote the game.
Yep.
Especially his first 3 or 4 years. Bryce was a part of every promo.
Yeah, for sure. Larry Anderson will join us next.
L.A.
Talk to L.A. about Bryce. Now, back. By the way, are we back on the winning track or not?
We are.
Oh, yes, this game, too, was
because they won and lost yesterday.
Well, we talked to L.A. in between games when they walked 9. I don't know if we get a different L.A., but at least they won pretty convincingly in game 2.
215-592-9494. Harper at the half. Larry Anderson joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Backyard barbecues, hot day by the pool. How about sunny down the shore? The best memories are made when the sun's out with great people around. Surfside iced tea and vodka was made for the same. Real brewed tea with real vodka. No bubbles, no troubles, just a smooth, laid-back refreshment that tastes like summer always felt. Cheers to the can with the sunset. I almost had that with the sunset stripes. Surfside iced tea and vodka. Brewed with summer in mind, must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Mike Brown is the new head coach of the New York Knicks. And Knicks fans can now stop saying that the sky is falling. This isn't a disaster. It's not a miracle either. It's a professional head coach coming in to, at least in the Knicks' perspective, right the ship. The view on this isn't that Mike Brown's a home run. It's that Leon Rose, who runs basketball operations in New York, thought Tom Thibodeau was a disaster. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Shouldn't they? Shouldn't they be written down already?
They should be.
You know?
But am I surprised that they aren't?
No. And
No.
It seems like this entire time, love Rod, this entire time, it seems like he has been angling for DeCamara in a way. And I think keeping the rules vague in the way that he has kept them for the baseball thing, I think speaks to me that he wants to make sure DeCamara has a little wiggle room so he can compete next Wednesday. And that's why I want them both on the air, because I think I need first of all, I think we'll be able to hear DeCamara's intentions.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to hear Lakin's intentions, but we'll be able to get them on the record to what is legal and what is not legal next Wednesday.
Do we need the lie detector back?
Oh,
for Lakin?
For Lakin on who he wants to win.
If he's calling a fair match here.
Do you think he wants you to win on Wednesday, or do you think he wants DeCamara to win?
I think he would like for me to win this one.
This one.
Yeah.
So it stays competitive.
Get
Right.
back to 1-1.
Right. And then he wants DeCamara to win tennis.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know who he's rooting for.
Well, I'm going to tell you what he wants. He wants this thing to be 2-2 with basketball on the line at the end.
He might as well just be David Stern.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he wants. He wants this thing to be 2-2 with the 5th event to be all on the line. Because we've already told everybody that we're doing all 5 events regardless.
No matter what,
Yeah,
right.
no matter what. So it'd be better if the 5th event was the tiebreaker.
I will say this. Basketball with everything on the line. Oh, man. I mean, that is exciting.
Yeah.
Basketball with everything on the line, one-on-one.
One game of one-on-one, that's all it is?
Yeah. I mean,
Well, we
do
don't
a
know.
series.
We don't know any of the rules.
We do a series?
Well, I could say the best out of 3 to 7. If you go to 7 and
Best
play
out of 3 to 7?
Yeah,
No, you would have spent a
say 4
week there
hours.
at the basketball court? Best out of 3 to 7? First of all, physically, I don't think either of them are holding up for an entire 7-point basketball game.
In one day?
In one day.
Spread that points?
Spread that over 3 days.
Over 3
So
weeks.
what are y'all going to, 5?
No, right now, at least, it's scheduled 1 game to 11.
It
Oh,
should be
to
7.
11.
It's not going to be. See, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm good at basketball. Not
Oh,
great at
God.
basketball.
When was the last time you played competitive basketball?
I don't know. I played one-on-one like last year.
Okay.
Against who? Walk?
No, my buddy.
Oh.
Yeah. I know. And then
I've
everyone knows
never seen you with a basketball in your hand.
Yeah, well, hold on. I did the free throw
Yeah,
shooting.
he did do the free throw thing.
Oh, that's right. You did the free throw thing. I forgot about that.
Had to go against a ringer.
He was a ringer.
Pat Carroll.
Yes, Pat Carroll.
What do you want me to do against? He went 50 for 50. I went 8 out of 10.
I don't care. Free throws is
it's
a DeCamera thing.
I know.
Yeah.
Listen, we'll play one-on-one before. Me and you. Mano-y-mano.
We have?
No, I'm saying if you want to before the competition, we could do that.
I'm just saying
there's nobody here I would play basketball against.
Up to 11.
I don't respect anybody's basketball game here enough.
That's great.
If you guys play 1 to 11 and you start at, we want it to happen during the afternoon show.
Mm-hmm.
You start at 3 o'clock. Will that game be over by 6?
Yes.
Dang.
It'll be over in 15.
Spike's the one who sounds like he doesn't have any faith in you.
And again, like this guy, I know he hosts a basketball podcast.
Dude, I can in my day I could play basketball.
What about now?
Well, I can't run.
You're not even 50.
I can shoot. I can't run.
You got a bad hip.
Yeah. Can you twist?
Well, not a bad hip. You got a replaced hip.
Yeah, I got a replacement hip, a bad back. I just can't jump and stuff. But I can shoot.
White man can't jump?
Let's put it this way. If we went on a court and you saw me on a court, you'd see, he knows how to play basketball.
All right.
Let's put it that way.
Because I wouldn't think that.
It doesn't take long.
That
It doesn't take
pisses
long
me
to
off.
see who's dribbled a basketball before.
Yeah, if you know how to shoot a basketball,
Yes.
if you know how to dribble basketball.
Yeah.
My point is, I've watched a lot of one-on-one games, and one-on-one is one of those things where in your basketball in general is one of those things where in your mind it looks one way, and then in reality it looks another way. It's
true.
One-on-one basketball games between two guys that hardly ever play basketball
man.
is going to take a really
Like the
long
video of me playing golf. I know the end result wasn't great. You can see I know how to play golf. I had a bad.
Yeah, we can see the swing.
The swing's there. Basketball is going to be ugly.
Yeah, when we see that shot, that form.
In basketball?
Yeah.
I actually got a good form. I got a little Larry. It goes back a little
There's
bit.
no way Joe has a good form.
If he's stand, I think
no,
he's
no,
fine.
I'm talking about like you got to shoot off the dribble.
off the
don't you?
dribble.
Yes.
Yeah. He can shoot a basketball. Like he can shoot free throws.
Yeah.
It was actually
He has a
stunning.
free throw form.
Yeah. It was
Yes.
actually stunning how good he was at free throws. All right, 215-592-9494.
But you know a jumper and a free throw is not
is
the same.
different.
Yes.
100%.
Should I get a little back to the basket game?
Oh,
that would be your.
Oh, yeah.
That's your advantage.
We're taking him down. The problem is when I get a little tired, I'm at that free throw line. I'll take I do a little.
See, that's what's going to happen. Well, you're going to. That's what.
Yeah, you're gonna start shooting jumpers, and then none of them are gonna go.
Well,
in.
what's going to happen? They're both going to get tired very quickly. It's going to be 2-1 after 38 minutes, and they're both going to just basically be letting the other guy shoot just to have it end.
No, it will. Well, it'll be about one will go up by a little bit, and they'll be like, can we just get this over with?
Yeah.
It's the last event, so it may not be. You can't just look at it that way.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he'll look at it that way. You see how quick he wanted to quit on Sunday?
That wasn't quick. That was an hour and a half of pure torture.
Well, but after the
4
first
holes.
hole. Yeah.
And then, got hot with the rescue club after the 6th and made a run. Everyone talked
You
about
did make a run. We're all talking about it. 215-592-9494. Aaron in San Diego, you're on WIP.
Good.
Oh, you're so annoying.
Philadelphia.
Starting to, I don't know. Should I like this bit or not? I don't know.
I don't like it.
Is he an enemy of the show or is he a friend of the show?
I don't know. He likes the show, so.
Well, if you gentlemen would just give me a couple minutes, I prepared.
Oh my God. Let's see.
It's a kind of a motivational speech because I am on Team Fritz. I am a Team Fritz guy.
Okay.
Okay. So if you just give me a couple minutes. So Jack.
Did you say minutes?
Maybe 12 minutes, if that's all
right.
Wow.
No. You have 30 seconds, Aaron. Go ahead.
Give me a little bit more time.
No, you're
you're wasting time, Aaron.
It already started.
Jack, today is a day of self-realization, my friend. The realization that there is no tomorrow. Jack, there is no tomorrow. There is only today. And the blood, sweat, and tears that you're willing to sacrifice to the baseball gods to guarantee your place in Philadelphia sports talk history. And when that bathtub soaking, double groin pulling, morning show hosting Joseph Aloysius DeCamera steps in the box, Jack, all bets are off. Friendships out the window. Business relationships in the trash. It's mano a mano, my friend. And when you're standing on that mound, you stand with confidence.
This is a pep talk.
Yeah.
Jack, do not succumb to the peer pressure.
Peer pressure?
I think it's just pressure.
Yeah.
Go to camera, shake in his boots, rattle his cage. You give him that chin music. You make him realize that there is no tomorrow.
All right.
There's no easy
Aaron,
way out.
all right.
There's no shortcut home.
Now you're just taking
okay?
quotes from Rocky. Aaron, can I ask you something?
When he steps foot
Aaron,
on the baseball diamond,
Aaron,
he is walking
Aaron,
into the house
Aaron,
of Jack.
That's right.
And in the house
Aaron,
of Fritz, there is
Aaron.
only
He started
one
hurt.
rule.
Yeah, Aaron.
2 men enter.
Aaron.
1 man
Aaron.
leave. And Jack,
I think
Aaron.
he's just
you hear
talking
the
into
whispers
the
in your
phone.
voice.
Aaron.
Those whispers that tell you,
Aaron.
get up, you son of a gun.
Aaron.
Because Walker and Sutton
Aaron.
love you.
Oh, okay.
Let's go,
Aaron.
Team Fritz.
Aaron. Aaron.
Yes.
Are you just real quick? Are you an afternoon show guy? Are you a morning show guy? Are you a midday show guy? Like, what is your deal, Aaron? I just want to make sure.
I'm a 94 WIP guy.
Okay. All right.
I am a
That's fair enough.
Eagles, Flyers,
Oh, boy.
Sixers,
Chargers
and Phillies guy.
and Chargers
Okay.
and Chargers.
And hey, I love WIP.
All right.
I love this is my therapy.
Okay.
This cures my anxiety.
All right, Aaron, real quick. Aaron, can you give your prediction? All right, so just might as well while you're here. I'm sure we won't hear from you between now and then, but let's say we don't hear from you between now and then. Next Wednesday, Fritz goes against DeCamera, 10 at bats. How many times does DeCamera get on base?
I am going to say that the camera gets on base. Absolutely. You know what? He's going to get on base once.
Okay.
Because I think Jack should beam him right in the solar plexus,
All
right in the
Aaron.
back,
All
to
right.
let him know that he means business. So
Okay.
One time.
All right, Aaron. We'll see. Thank you for the call. What do we think of Aaron? He's annoying.
But it could be developing.
Yeah, it feels like there's something there.
Of course,
Well, I
there's
hope it
something
starts to develop.
Yeah, that's fair. He's got good energy. I like
Great
that.
energy. He likes the radio station. He knows what's going on. He cares. He's obviously there's something wrong there. He's obviously a lunatic. You know, he's obviously like something very, very wrong.
Well, I'm convinced he had his phone on a stand just talking into it.
Yes, but he didn't. I said
He didn't bat an eye either. Like
No,
he
that's what I'm
kept
saying.
going.
He had to just be talking into the phone.
Yeah. It was impressive.
215-592-9494.
The blood, hold on, real quick.
Okay.
The blood, the no tomorrow.
Well, that's all from Rocky.
No, I know.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was a whole Rocky
I know.
bit.
I know. People so people are really into this thing, which I appreciate. It's good.
Yeah.
Like I was walking in town this morning.
Yeah. In Westchester.
In West, I got stopped 4 times in like a 45-minute walk.
Yeah.
Just about please don't let him win. A lot of pleading. You
Yeah.
know? One guy stopped traffic.
Yep.
Like there's a 4-car pileup behind him, and he's like, what did he say? It was basically like, he said bleep him or man the bleep up. Right in front
While
of,
you were walking your kids.
right in front of Walker and Sutton.
Yeah.
So like the intensity level for this thing seems like it's being brought up.
So let me ask you this: you talk to those people in Westchester on the streets; they're bringing it up to you. Does this increase the pressure on you, or do you feel this as support? Like, is this wind at your back, or is it pressure on your back?
I really don't feel that much pressure anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I feel pretty good.
Okay.
There's just something about golf that there's an extra level of pressure. Like I just feel confident now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a big difference. And it helped because I threw the other day.
Yeah.
And I remember how easy it can be.
Yeah. Just throw a strike.
Free flowing 83 like I used to. Like that's what we're talking about. Little bit of two seam run on it. Yeah.
Still don't believe you're hitting 80 plus.
So people are bringing guns.
Okay.
Not like real guns. But I'm talking like I'm talking radar guns. Everyone
Clear it up. Yeah, make sure you clear
given
it
how
up.
it's like they're talking in the morning show,
Yes.
like the camera's like want Fritz to wear headphones. Like everyone take a deep breath. It's not going to be that loud.
Wait a minute. The camera.
He's like making a rally cry to bring people to Plymouth Whitemarsh and like get in my head or whatnot.
How many people does he think are going to be there?
I have no idea.
Yeah. How many? Yeah.
But I also wouldn't put it past our listeners now that everyone's talking about it that we get like Can we get like 500 people there?
No.
On
That's tough.
a Wednesday afternoon.
On a Wednesday during the summer.
Well, depending on that area, I don't know how heavily populated that area is.
Plymouth meeting, I think.
Wouldn't surprise me if a couple hundred showed up.
Well, if he's trying to rally people to get you off your game, that feels like dirty pool as well. You know what I
Well,
mean?
he's certainly doing that. He's leaning into the whole Jack folds under pressure thing.
Yeah.
So just to be clear,
I have to now get back on my side.
Yeah.
To be clear, he was complaining that you were breathing while he was putting,
which I didn't do on purpose.
Right, and he's trying to bring people out.
I really didn't do it on purpose. I promise you. I'm a pretty honest guy. I didn't think about it. I was just playing golf.
I feel you, which lets me know then you weren't locked in because
I was thinking about me when I was taking a deep breath.
Now I was trying to distract him, if we're being honest.
I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
if you played every weekend and you would know your natural reactions to being on the green, you would know you had to be quiet. You got to be quiet in the backswing.
I know. Not always been the most respectful golfer. To be completely honest.
Shocker.
Yeah.
It's a big surprise to everyone. Jeff in Wilmington, you're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
I like to do caller on caller crime, but as soon as that guy Andrew comes on, dude, I can't turn my phone down fast enough.
Okay, Andrew?
No. Okay, Andrew is cool. The dude that calls from San Diego.
Oh, Aaron. Yeah, he's super annoying.
I got his name wrong.
He's super annoying, but like, let me just say this, Jeff. You, as a radio host, as a former program director, you listen for. There's like this thing when people are like, no, it's like when people ask, how do you pick a host? Sometimes it's hard to explain. You just hear it. Mm-hmm. And with callers, you listen for the same thing. Maybe that guy's got something. I agree with you. Aaron makes me want to jump off the roof of this building. And I can't stand the sound of his voice. But I
don't
also
like the intro.
No, it's super annoying. But also, the old program director in me says there's something there. And I'm going to let him keep trying until I figure out what that thing is, but I feel like there's something there.
Look, everybody thought Herb was some kind of, I don't know what they thought he was when he first came on.
Right, and that was a Marks.
Hanging up on him.
That was a John Marks masterpiece. Yeah, give him credit. Yeah. You want to talk about Bryce?
Yeah, he's not on my Mount Rushmore. It's Schmidt, Carlton, I'm sorry, Howard, and Rollins.
Okay.
If Bryce were to win a championship, I might have to bump Ryan Howard off, even though I don't want to, because he's the one that carried that team. J-Roll leads the team in hits, the all-time leader in hits. It's hard not to have him on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if Bryce wins the World Series, I almost think I think he has to be on it. If Bryce wins the World Series and he's not like some bit player, 5 years from now, I think he has to be on it. He's been good enough. All of the things, though, I make fun of Jack for, the way that he frames Bryce Harper bringing baseball back to Philadelphia, a city that has, by the way, won 2 World Series. But there is some reality to him being a representative of the organization, bringing excitement back. All those things are real, So to an extent,
whether he meant it or not,
right?
He knows how to work it. I'll just put it that way.
Yep.
So I mean, having Jimmy Rollins. Look, there's between Howard and Harper, there's a whole lot of clutch moments, and like I said, the argument probably would be who to take off, Rollins or Howard, for me, just because of what they've done and what their stats show.
Well, and I think also you get into, I don't think you have to do this, but if he were to win a World Series, the idea of having somebody from every one of those eras would be, like, you would almost have to do it. Again, you don't have to, but, if you're Elliott, you put 3 guys from the 08 team on your Mount Rushmore, but you almost have to, So, all right, Jeff.
Jack, just throw strikes.
Throw strikes.
That's all we need.
That's all we need.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Just throw strikes. I want to get it tattooed on my face. Just throw strikes. Thank you.
That
for
hurt
the
a
call,
lot.
Jeff.
Yeah.
I think if they were to win a World Series under Bryce, he goes on.
Yeah.
For me, it would probably be Rollins that comes off. That's my favorite
leave
player,
Howard.
and I would leave Howard on there.
Yeah.
I just think Ryan Howard being the. I think sometimes we underappreciate what Ryan Howard was.
Oh, and how good he was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any way Harper gets on it if they don't win a World Series. Like if his prime goes longer than I think it does, like if he has if he figures the physical stuff out and for the next 4 years he's
if he plays the whole contract and Fritz and I we've been on 500 watch. He gets to 500 home runs.
He's not getting the 500.
You don't think he gets to 500?
No.
With 7 more years. Well, if he keeps this pace, we definitely won't.
We're definitely not getting it.
Yeah,
Praying for
pace.
400 at this point.
Yes. We're like, where are we? We're in the threes, though, right?
343, I still believe, or 344.
We can't get 160 more home runs.
Well, I'm hoping.
Okay, let's say an
Over
average.
7 years. What is that?
Let's say an average of 25 a year.
So what is that? That's 175.
That's 6 more years. Oh no, if you need 160,
Yeah.
so 7 more.
Oh, you mean 6 more years?
You need 6 more years would give you 150.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's also saying in 6 years he's hitting 25 home runs.
Right, yeah.
Like I don't even know if he's going to hit 25 home runs next year. I'm being honest.
I know
yeah,
you are.
yeah.
I'm not. Listen, you've been the bearer of bad news for a year now.
Well, let's say I think a realistic
the Grim Reaper.
Well, let's say a realistic thing for Bryce next year, if he really is sort of on the other side of the prime, is like let's say he hits 278 with 21 home runs, 85 RBIs in 148 games.
Yeah,
like that feels.
You can't
like,
get to Mount Rushmore with that.
Right. Well, you definitely can't get to 500 home runs with it. You know.
And that's what I would think he would need. You know what I'm saying? You'd have to have sort of these longevity numbers.
Right.
To where when your career is done, you're saying, well, he's second behind Schmidt in home runs. He's, I don't know behind who in RBIs and hits. Like if he's a top 5 player in just about all the offensive categories because he played here so long, then I guess that's one. He still would need one more World Series appearance. Like 22 can't be it.
I don't know.
Not for me. You can't. 22 can't be it, and he gets on Mount Rushmore.
Well, let me ask you this, Jack. Could he play himself off the Mount Rushmore?
I think so.
For you? Okay.
I think so.
Right. Okay.
Because if it keeps trending downwards, and it's really just the one postseason run, there's not another postseason run. Like I guess it's fair because of how it's looking right now, but they are currently on the 08, 9, 10, 11 run where they could be playing their way into losing in the wild card round. Like they need another run to at least not just one round and you're going home.
Right.
We need to turn this back around and have another kind of run to see what he does in the postseason.
Yeah. If he had another good postseason
but
run,
he could definitely play
helpful.
his way off it, and then you start propping up more of the 08 guys. And
right.
I think the Carlton and Schmidt should be pretty cemented.
I think they are.
Yes, I think they are. 2-1. They would need a couple of more. I think if they had 2 more eras, this era and another one, you could talk about taking one of those 2 off, so you could have
spread the
eras out. Yeah.
Hey, Matt Rushmore's tough, man. Can we get another president on there so we can at least get one more spot?
Joe and Ben Salem. Stop.
Excuse me?
Yep. Joe and Ben Salem. You're on WIP.
He would be up there.
Happy early July 4th.
What's up, Joe? Happy early July 4th.
What's up, Joe?
All right, so both things are true with Harper. 1, he does need to win a World Series. 2, there's too much Eagles elitism in here that championships matter. Getting to the championship is hard, but for it to go down as a complete success, yes, he does have to win a championship. But his numbers, since he's been with the Phillies, surpass what he's done with the Nationals.
Do they? Yeah, he was a 4 or 5-time All-Star with the Nationals. Hit a high of 42 home runs, 120 RBIs he had.
Well, his 2015 season is his best season ever.
That's when he was with the Nationals.
He's had more home runs with the Phillies. He has a higher batting average. His
Okay.
OPS is higher.
Oh, you mean total? Yes, I got you.
Total,
yeah,
yeah.
total, yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, it's been a success so far. But to go down as one of the greatest athletes in the city, I will agree. He does have to win a championship. And Dumbo Dave needs to go all in on this team and get that championship for him because it's going to go downhill real quick.
Hold on. He's got more home runs for the Nationals than he does for the Phillies.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's got 184 for the Nationals, 161 for the Phillies. He's got 27.7 WAR for the Nationals, 24.7 for the Phillies. He's got more home runs, more stolen bases for the Nationals. His batting average is essentially the same, 282 to 279. So
I took your word for that, Joe.
A lot of things you just said there were a lie, Joe.
I just figured you added it up already, Joe.
Yeah.
My bad. I mean,
leave it to Spike. He's checking numbers, man. Listen, we got a fact checker.
It didn't
here,
sound right. It didn't sound right. So, all right, Joe. Thank you for the call. All right, thank you for the call.
My bad.
So, you if you were listening to this segment to hear Larry Anderson, you didn't. But he's joining us next segment?
Yeah, so
is he punishing us?
No, so he told me that he was underneath his sink trying to fix it, and his ringer was off.
Oh, okay. That's what, dude, I don't try to fix anything.
What do we do in L.A.?
Yeah.
We hire people.
Call somebody. Keep the economy rolling.
Right.
Keep people working.
Spread that money out, L.A.
Yes.
Keep the economy rolling.
Rolling.
Is this your stump speech?
My garage door opener doesn't work. You think I'm going to try to fix that thing myself?
Do you have any thoughts on the trash around the city?
Little green light. I do not. I'm not talking about that.
Let's not go there.
No, we are.
Let's
we are
not
all
go
in a
there.
union.
Yes,
we
let's
are
not
all,
go there.
I hope it's resolved. I can tell you this, having lived in South Philly for 6 years or whatever, if there was a week or two when they didn't pick up trash, man, that neighborhood stunk to high heaven. Like, boy, I'm glad I don't live in the city.
I rode through South Philly before I got here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope
There's a
you
little
have the window
spot down there I like to go to get Mr. Wings.
I hope you rolled your windows up because
I did, but I happened to see one of the spots.
The locations to drop it off is probably a little overfilled, do we think? All right, Larry Anderson.
Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
In person.
Yep. It's a lot of trash. Well, it's a lot of trash. You know, you think about how much trash you produce in your house.
You don't realize it until you
it's
start
just
to
sitting
see
there.
it. Yes.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Larry Anderson joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on them. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. Now, there's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to superfast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift card. See store for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Day 3 of the DC 33 strike. The city and the union are still struggling to make progress on a deal. A Philadelphia man is riding his bike from California to the Jersey Shore in honor of his grandmother who died from lung cancer. And a researcher at Rutgers finds that some bats are eating spotted lanternflies.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Harper at the Half.
This fan base, this city, I love them.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Harper at the half, talking about Bryce Harper halfway through his 13-year, $330 million contract. We take a break from that at about 4 when we have Joe DeCamera from the WIP Morning Show along with WIP brand manager Rod Lakin on the show to discuss the rules for the Fritz versus DeCamera baseball challenge, which will happen next Wednesday at Plymouth White Marsh High School. High school, right? Is that where it is? Plymouth White Marsh High School. Joining us now, he punished us by not joining us at 3, but he celebrates us by joining us at 3:30. That is Larry Anderson. What's up, LA?
Yeah, it took me a while to get over the 9 walks.
Yeah. Dude, I could only imagine. Thank God they won that game after it, because if we had you on the day after the 9-walk game,
yeah, exactly. Wouldn't have gone well.
Yeah. By the way, before we get to Bryce, we've been talking about Bryce all day, Chris Sanchez is just like, I just keep thinking about Sanchez and then think about this pitching staff overall I hope they keep it up, because if they keep it up at the end of the season, we are going to look back and say this is the best pitching staff to ever pitch for the Phillies. I can't believe how good they've been.
Halfway through the season, and we're saying it. It's not like it's like a month or a month and a half or 2 months. It's 3 months worth plus, and it's been phenomenal. Where would we be if this pitching staff wasn't? If they were doing only 3/4 of what they're doing,
right?
We would be sunk.
Well, and even forgetting about the offense, like right now, and this isn't to. I'm not trying to dismiss any of the relief pitchers on the team. Right now, I have confidence when one reliever comes in. It's Kerkering. Yeah. I feel confident in Kerkering. So if you talk about the fact that their bullpen, the offense has been fine, and the bullpen has been basically a disaster, and they are in first place by 2 games, mostly because of how good the starting pitching is. And Sanchez just seems like he's just getting better and better as the season goes on, which he actually did last year as well.
Yeah, I mean he gets better every time he goes out. It seems like he's dominant. He's you look at Wheeler, Ranger, Sanchez. I mean, just those 3 right there. You're talking about 3 guys that should be in the conversation for the All-Star game. Mm-hmm. That's 60% of your rotation. I would say that's pretty good, and and Luzardo's couple of blow-ups. Besides those, he's pitched pretty well. I mean, he's had a couple of hiccups, maybe more pitches than he's wanted to throw, command-wise. But I mean, it's been unreal. It's just been fabulous, and I don't know. It's one of the best that we've ever had, I think.
So when you look at particularly Ranger and Christopher Sanchez, because we know Zach is Zach. He's been good 5 straight years, and I'll give Luzardo a little more time to get through the second half. But those 2 guys pitched well in the first half last year, L.A. Are you seeing – what's the difference between what they were last year and what we're seeing this year, or is there any difference in what you're seeing from those 2 particular?
I think one thing with Ranger, when he lost a little bit of velocity, he's still pitching. Mm-hmm. I think it was more of a frustration for him last year when he started losing a little bit, and maybe trying to force things. Now he's just saying, this is what I got. This is what I'm going with, and I'm going to make better pitches. And he's just, it's like, you know, his velocity is down a couple ticks, but it's not changing how you pitch. It doesn't change. It may change how he pitches, but it doesn't change your command. You can still, you know, if you lose a mile or 2 hours, a mile or 2 an hour off your fastball, it doesn't mean you can't pitch. It doesn't mean you can't locate. And that's, I mean, how many times have I heard him talk about just location? Instead of worrying about how hard a guy throws or his spin rate, what about where he's throwing it? And that's the difference. And his, even with that, he's not throwing 94 like he did last year in the first part. He's down more at 90. But his soft contact's no different. They're not barreling balls up. They're not hitting balls hard off of him. He's just and he's pitching, and that's, I think, the biggest difference with Sanchez and him. Both pitch very similar as far as where they're throwing the ball, or how they like to get guys out. Sanchez obviously with more velocity, but both of them, you know, I think it's really important for both of them to crowd right-handers, which they do very well, and then it makes their off-speed stuff even better down and away. It's just, I think. I don't know if Sanchez is learning or has learned things from Ranger, but just by watching him, it's like, oh, look what Ranger's doing with that. Well, I've got 5 miles an hour more on my fastball. I should be able to do the same thing even better. And I think it's just for him, it's almost like when you're golfing and you're putting, somebody goes first and they give you a little line, give you an idea of where to go.
Give you to read.
That's kind of like what Ranger is doing. Yeah, it's kind of what Ranger is doing, I think, for Sanchez. And I don't think it's intentional. Maybe it is, but I don't think. But it's certainly working. I think it's certainly working for Sanchez. I think confidence with Sanchez too is just continues to build. And so I don't see much changing with him throughout the rest of the year. I really don't. Either of them.
LA, we spent a large portion of the day talking about Bryce Harper. We're about halfway through his 13-year contract. 13 years, $330 million. Just a couple of basic questions on the top. Has he lived up to what you expected of him as a player since he has signed here?
I think so. Yeah. I think obviously the injuries you can't help that. That's part of the game. But I think outside the injuries, the hits he's gotten us to the World Series. He's had some huge hits. We've been in the playoffs pretty regularly. And that's really, to me, I mean, one guy can't make you win the World Series, but he can certainly help you get there and win a lot of games. It doesn't mean he can't help you win it, but it's more than just one guy. But I think he's held up his side of the bargain, I think, pretty well. I don't doubt that at all.
We've talked about a little bit today about his sort of role or position as an ambassador for the team. He's been he has been very fan forward, very positive. Like your impressions of him before he got here and after he's been here? Like what did you think of him, not as a player, but I guess as a personality before and as a personality now? Is there much of a difference there?
I think so. I think, and I said it to him after his first year here. I went up to him and told him how much I appreciated and respected him for the way he handled things. Early that first year he was here, he got booed a few times, but he handled it. He didn't jump on the fans. He didn't, pout. He just went about his business and basically saying, stay with me, I'll get better. And I think between that and then seeing, what he's done with the fans, with the kids, he seemed much more standoffish to me going against him. But having him here, he's not afraid to go out there and be with the fans and, for charities, stuff like that, making himself available. I think he's done that. Is he not Schwarber's style yet, but or I don't know if he ever will be, because very few guys are like that. But I think he's done his part. I really do.
It might be a point in his career, given how many games he's played, his age, that like you start to lose it a little bit physically. What does it take for a ball player to, I guess, sort of figure out what's going on physically and adjust their game to sort of lengthen how good they are, like in terms of years? Like, what is that approach like?
I think it's for him. It's just I don't think anybody knows Harper like Harper knows Harper. A lot of guys don't know themselves as well as he does. I think he knows every little bit about what he needs, whether it's rest, nutrition, more work, whatever. He knows himself, and he knows what he's got to do. One thing, he goes when he's up there hacking. He's not taking any mediocre cuts. He's not getting cheated, and that's some people talk about he swings so violently that it's gonna hurt him down the road. I don't see any evidence to prove that. Unless somebody comes up with something I don't know about. But I think he takes such good care of himself. He knows what he has to do, and he puts himself in a position to be an optimal player at all times. And I think that's, even if you start to lose it, it doesn't mean you don't lose what you feel you need to do to stay sharp, to stay focused, to stay intense, to stay whatever, all of it. Just staying power. I think because he knows himself so well, I think he can adjust if he starts losing it, slowing down a little bit. He'll make adjustments. He knows how to do that. He knows himself that well.
LA, it's easy for us to say an era is successful if they win a championship, and it's not if they don't. When you look at the era of Harper, do you think the only way to call it a successful era of Phillies baseball is if they win a World Series?
No. I think you look at the Braves, what was it, 13 or 14 straight division titles?
Yep.
And they won one World Series. But I don't think anybody looks back and go, they were failures. They didn't do it. They didn't. They got a World Series. Out of 14, you hope they get one, or 13. But I think people look back at the Braves and look at that stretch that they had, like that was a pretty successful franchise right there. It's icing on the cake to win it, but I think you get to the World Series, I still, agree. I still believe that one guy's not going to make you a World Series champion. Maybe they say that about Pete Rose coming here. That was bringing a different attitude, a different, mentality coming here.
Yep.
And I think people with Bryce expect a lot from him, and sometimes it's unfair. They did it with Schmidt, 3 home runs and then he strikes out and they're booing him. You can't forget about the 3 home runs, and you can't forget about the fact that Harper had a big part in getting us to the World Series and getting us into the playoffs, the last few years. So, it certainly helps. It makes it easier to say, yeah, that was definitely a success. But I don't think you have to win a World Series and be a world champ to say that, it's not a success, it's a failure.
The last thing from me, LA, just sort of a general question about this team, like this year, because I think we have all, and I think fans as well, are having a hard time. They keep winning, right? They're in first place. They win without Bryce. What does your gut tell you about this year's Phillies? Like, is this a team where you're like, this team could win the World Series? I know they could in a factual way, but what does your gut tell you about the team this year?
My gut tells me they're as good as anybody out there, and that doesn't mean there's a lot of good out there. There's not. There's a lot of parity. Nobody's running away with anything. Maybe Detroit's trying to. The Dodgers are starting to put a little distance between them and the Giants and the Padres, but they've gone through their streaks too, and their slumps, and their pitching is to me is suspect a little bit. So I look at the Phillies this year as like this is as good a year as any for them to win it all, just for that simple fact. But the other part of that is that there's a lot of teams in the same boat, and that they probably, to me, they're looking at it the same way. Like, why not us this year?
Right.
I think if the Phillies, having been there and getting to the playoffs the last few years, I think that does help them, gives them an advantage. And then we'll see. I think, coming to trade deadline, we've got flaws. I don't think there's any question with the inconsistency of the offense. When we face good pitching, we don't put up a lot of runs, and I think that's to me that's been pretty apparent throughout this year. We struggle against good pitching. Tomorrow and Saturday I think are big tests with if it's still Abbott and Lodolo, two tough lefties with good numbers. I mean, we have to do our part offensively too. I think a little more consistency there, and having Bryce back, maybe that'll turn things around or help to turn things around. Maybe not right away, but gradually getting there. I think that's going to be a big advantage for us.
My strategy against good pitchers is just send Stott up there and tell him to foul 400 balls off until the starting pitcher's out. That's
then he's just going to pop up to the left side.
But just foul balls. Foul balls.
You got to play some small ball too. I think that's becoming more apparent when in situations with our pitching the way it is. Get a couple runs.
You get them over, get them in. We've had a couple of those lately. It's actually feels good when it happens. You're like, oh, wow, there it is.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd to the Marchand bunt last night?
Oh, yeah.
It was damn near a standing ovation.
Yeah.
That was outstanding. It was great. Maybe not so much on going first to third, but
hold on. Baby steps. Baby steps. LA, I got one question for you.
Yeah.
How do you just throw strikes?
Yeah, Jack, do you know what's going on here? Jack is in this athletic competition against Joe DeCamara.
Right.
Jack lost in golf on Sunday, and I'm not going to give you the gory details, but he melted down. He truly melted down.
Oh,
like a dog, LA.
Yes.
Like a dog.
Well, would not have been proud, LA.
No, you would have been really upset watching.
Yes. So next Wednesday, Jack is pitching against DeCamara. It's 10 at-bats. If DeCamara gets on base 4 times, he wins. Now, that's by walk or hit or whatever. But we know that Jack, has the stuff. So you always talk about throwing strikes. Why can't these guys throw a low strike? Please tell Jack how he can go in there and just throw strikes.
The thought precedes the action.
There it is.
Okay? Go up there and think about what you're going to do, where you're going to throw that ball. Don't think about, I can't walk this guy or you'll walk him. I can't hang this or you'll hang it. I can't give him a cookie or you'll give him a cookie. Think about what you're going to do, not what you have to do or what you can't do. Think about what you're going to do. Gives you a much better chance.
What I was trying to do the other day, I was trying to remind myself, slow down the mound. Like slow, you get to the, slow down the mound. If I can focus on my legs, the body usually follows.
Yeah.
Slow down the mound.
I think you staying back. I wish Abel would have done that yesterday. When you throw 4 pitches in a row up and into a right-hander, that tells me right off the bat, instantly, your body's getting out in front of your arm. Your arm's just not catching up.
Yeah.
So stay back over your leg a little longer.
All right, Jack. Well, we'll keep our... actually... What's that?
Where's this going to be at?
It's at Plymouth White Marsh High School next Wednesday.
Wow, it's going to be a big crowd, I bet, huh?
Oh, yeah.
At least 100 people.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Noon?
Noon, yes.
Okay.
Oh, LA, please.
We'll see.
All right. Okay. All right.
Well, the Phils are, they're in San Francisco at 3:45.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I'm off for a while.
Interesting.
That would be great.
I'm looking for stuff to do.
Oh, I'll send a car for you. All right, LA.
All right, brother.
All right. Thank you, LA.
You got it.
All right, take it easy, brother.
Happy 4th weekend.
Yes, you
too,
as well. There he is, Larry Anderson. I have a question about Jack. Well, on Wednesday,
great.
Yeah. Well, 215-592-9494. Look, we have a holiday weekend. Wouldn't it be nice if you were going down to your own house at the Delaware beaches, your own shore house? Yours, right? Like, you don't have to pay thousands of dollars for a week at somebody else's. The guy who can help you get that shore house is Adam Kasebe, Ksebe, out of Long and Foster, has been the official realtor of the Rights of Ricky Sanchez podcast for years, and he specializes in the Delaware beaches, Rehoboth, Dewey, Bethany. I said Dewey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dewey's if you're young and having fun. I'm not a Dewey guy. I'm a Lewis guy. But he is the guy. You might think it's too tough. Maybe you tried before and you couldn't get it done because there's too many people bidding. Adam knows the lay of the land. He knows how to bid. He knows how you're going to get your house. And then when you get it, here's what you do. You rent it out for a lot of the summer. They pay your mortgage for you. You have your beach house to go to. It's in Delaware, so the property taxes are super low, unlike Jersey. When you're ready to take the leap, you got to use him. Adam Kasebe, Ksebe. You can call or text his phone. He has it right now. His cell, 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com. That is processrealtor.com.
And when you text him, make sure you ask him if he's on Team DeCamera or Team Fritz.
Yeah, actually, text. Here's what I want. Here's this. Everybody blow up Kasabi's cell. 302-864-8643. Text him and ask him if he's Fritz or DeCamera. He better give you the right answer. Fritz, let me ask you this. Are you because I'm just thinking about your energy. Are you from the stretch guy, or are you full wind-up guy?
Well, so I'm trying to stay as loose as possible. Because I don't want to get tight. Because when you get tight, that's one thing. So I'm just a little wind-up.
Okay,
like a little wind-up. But hopefully in rhythm and
Okay.
Trying to stay as loose as possible.
So not full-on wind-up.
Yeah, it's not. Okay. I'm not going to be like Doc,
Yeah.
You know,
Doc had the best wind-up ever.
Yeah. So when I was failing in college,
I
tried to do the Doc.
Really?
To save my career.
So
didn't save it.
Doc was the high knee, and then, I
tried to drop down at one point. It'd be a sidewinder. That didn't work.
Like a submarine pitcher, like Kent Tekulve?
Yeah. I thought maybe that would be a good way to save my career.
You didn't think the weight room or practicing more would get it done?
I already lost 20 pounds.
Okay.
I was at 195. That didn't work.
All right. Same 20 pounds.
Same 20 pounds, yeah.
Well, but that was going from 230 to now where I am 210, 213. That was from 220 to 195.
Okay.
215.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 210, 213.
Yeah, with 210, 230.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, this 213.
15, 17.
No. Down. Bang.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Is Bryce Harper on your Phillies Mount Rushmore? 55.8% say yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go. OG Wade, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up, OG?
OG?
I'm just trying to figure out something. Let me address Ike first. Okay.
Yep.
Ike.
Yes.
Now, this Bryce Harper thing, I understand your position, but
What's
you
that?
can't contradict yourself. You
Of course
can't
I
say
can.
Bryce has done everything. Then you said when Spike said, "Well, what about the champ?" Oh yeah, except it's no. Then you that's a contradiction. I'm saying the same ruler, measuring tape, everything that we use for Jalen and MB should be applied to Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper had an opportunity to win a championship. He hit the warning track. Bryce Harper had opportunities to get the Phillies over a certain threat. That's why you're here. You're not brought here just to. Philly eventually was going to get a baseball player that they could give $800 million to make the city relevant again. That's not that you don't get kudos for making a team relevant again. Eventually, it's going to be that. You get kudos for actually coming and doing the great things. I'm giving good. Bryce Harper's been everything the Phillies could have asked for. But, now Bryce Harper has to do everything that the city needs him to do, which is to win a championship. Be the guy to make the big play in the moment.
He should just hand it off to Saquon.
No. See, the Saquon thing, you know what the Saquon thing was?
Well,
we got to the Super Bowl without Saquon.
We did.
Saquon's never been to the Super Bowl. Never even sniffed one.
All right. I'm sorry.
But
I distracted you. I'm
Saquon-
sorry. I'm
Saquon-
sorry. Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm gonna give him his credit. He was the final piece.
Yep.
So he was something that we needed to win the Super Bowl. Bryce Harper is what we need to win the World Series. It can't be Wheeler is a great pitcher. But no, Bryce Harper is supposed to be, like y'all said, Mount Rushmore, right, in Philly. Bryce Harper, top 11 player at number 2, coming in ball. Well, where the hell is the production?
Well, hold on there, big dog. First of all, he has produced. He has not produced a championship. So that you can look at it two different ways. When I brought up the championship thing, or when Spike brought it up, that to me is more or less at the end of his career. If there is no championship, that's different than saying the halfway mark of his contract, where is he at? He's not done. So the championship can still be had. But to this point, you can't tell me Bryce Harper hasn't been a successful signing. Are you kidding me?
No, I can't.
Oh, stop it. No. See, here's the thing, OG. Here's the thing. Jalen, let me get this out of the way for you. Jalen didn't have the same pressure Bryce Harper had. That became pressure for Jalen after he exceeded expectations. Then it became go win the Super Bowl. Once he exceeded expectations, when Jalen took over for Carson, wasn't no damn body talking about championships. We didn't even know if we had a starting quarterback when that happened, right? So then when 2022 happened, he raised the expectation. Kudos to him because his play raised the expectation. What do you think, we're going to lower the expectation when he finishes runner-up for MVP and takes Patrick Mahomes to the buzzer in the Super Bowl? We're not going to lower the expectations. Yes, they're going to be raised. But they've been raised to where Bryce Harper's expectations were already there. They were already there. And kudos to Jalen for reaching those expectations this past year. He won a championship. Kudos. And he's solidified. He's stamped. He's a made man. We can say that at this point in his career. But let me ask you this, OG. Had they not won the Super Bowl and we were to say, well,
Jalen was a successful draft pick.
At this point in Jalen's career, has it been successful or is it a failure because he hasn't won the Super Bowl? Where do you think we would be at?
Well, according to y'all,
No. Don't do that. Don't do that, OG. We're talking to me. No, OG, you're talking to me. Don't get distracted by nothing else. I'm asking you, as a Jalen guy, I'm asking you, how would we perceive his career to this point had he not won a Super Bowl, but he's gone to two?
I'm going to answer.
Okay.
If it's you answering that question, you would say, yeah, he have exceeded. But
no, I would say he's been successful. What would the majority of the city say?
No.
You mean to tell me the majority of the city would say his career has been a failure?
The majority of the city right now is saying that they didn't win because of Jalen.
No, you're wrong. I disagree.
I'm just saying. Now let me.
We got to go, OG though. We got to go.
I disagree. You can't convince me.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that the majority of the city does not appreciate Jalen Hurts.
Dude,
stop it.
Well, and he said before they won the Super Bowl, he was the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yes.
So what are we talking about here? Right.
Come on, man.
All right, joining us next, Joe DeCamara. The first time Ike and I have talked to him, Jack, you haven't talked to him since Sunday, right?
Well, the text messages.
All right. Okay. Sending him pictures of your junk.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Just to let him know what he's dealing with.
Yeah.
So DeCamara joins us next, so we can work out the rules for Wednesday's baseball challenge. Also, we will be joined by WIP brand manager Rod Lakin. Of course, Rod is the boss here, so Rod will decide what the rules are. I just want everyone to know if the rules aren't up to my liking, I'm not letting Jack pitch. That is coming up next. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This 4th of July, which is tomorrow, we're honoring the USA and keeping it local with Glad Hair by Morgan Stern Medical, who are right here in Bala Kenwood. Now, skip the overseas gamble. Glad Hair is all about real results, expert care, and hair restoration that's made in the USA and trusted by Philly guys just like you. Go local. Go Glad. Check out Glad Hair this 4th of July. Visit gladhairmm.com or give them a call, 610-980-4000 for your complimentary consultation.
One round down.
I chip one in the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking for me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back.
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Summer is hot, sticky, and buggy. But Modelo is cold, crisp, and smooth. When you're sweating through your shirt and the beach is mad crowded, the lime and salt flavors of a Modelo Chelada hit just right. When the weather's perfect but you're still at work, it's time to clock out and stock up on Modelo. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Savor every last drop of summer with Starbucks. From bold refreshers to rich cold brews, the sunniest season only gets better with a handcrafted iced beverage in your hand. Available for a limited time. Your summer favorites are ready at Starbucks.
This is a special alert for Americans who owe more than $10,000 in back taxes. Get ready for a toll-free hotline number. Call and get free information on how to take advantage of new initiatives that could significantly reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Call Stop IRS Debt today at 800-655-6697. Learn how you can stop collection calls, IRS letters, bank levies, and wage garnishments, all by using a proven A+ BBB rated tax system that negotiates with the IRS for you. If you haven't filed returns in years or you're already in a payment plan, you can still get tax relief. The government is ready to work out a generous program that can resolve your tax debt quickly. Be warned, this situation won't last forever and your tax debt will only get worse if you don't act now. Do not try to handle it yourself. Call Stop IRS Debt now for free information. 800-655-6697. That's 800-655-6697. 800-655-6697.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. LeBron James is probably the best player in the history of the sport, and he clearly loves the part of Ohio he comes from. The Cleveland Cavaliers should still stay the hell away from him. They've built something special, they've moved on post-LeBron, and they're on the cusp of a championship. A retread on LeBron James, a guy who's a great player but not always a great teammate, would be a mistake. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We'll get back to Harper at the half, but we have something more important to discuss. That is Wednesday's matchup between Jack Fritz and Joe DeCamara at Plymouth White Marsh High School at noon as we go through the second matchup of the Fritz versus DeCamara Athletic Challenge. Joe won golf on Sunday in a dramatic fashion, and baseball is on Wednesday. We are joined now by WIP brand manager Rod Lakin and the victorious one, Joe DeCamara of the WIP Morning Show. Joe, thank you for joining us on the show.
My pleasure. Happy 4th of July, everybody.
You as well. And I would just like to give you a congratulations, and you have handled your victory largely like a gentleman, which is one of the few times I can ever say something like that about you, but you have been gracious in your victory. I do not hold the same respect for many of your co-hosts in the morning, but you have handled it like a gentleman.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm a big believer in crossing the goal line and flipping the ball to the referee, as I do with my beat the hammer victories with regularity.
Yeah.
No strutting with me, and head down, focused, and ready for the next challenge.
Yeah. Regular Barry Sanders, you are.
Oh yeah, everybody's saying it. So the reason we have Joe and Rod here at the same time is that it occurred to us probably earlier this week when we realized that, oh man, okay, this baseball matchup, this is going to be a big thing now that Joe's gone up 1-0, is we didn't know any of the rules. And it does seem like when we were thinking about it that the physical toll this will take on Jack is different than the physical toll it will take on Joe largely. And we want to make sure that there are rules to so everything is fair. So we're doing this in the fairest way possible. Joe, I think what I'd like to do is bring up some topics and propose some rules and talk through it. Obviously, Rod has the final say. Any thoughts from you before we get to that?
Well, yeah, it's good to talk through a few things. I mean, obviously some stuff's been agreed to, but beyond that, I'm happy to discuss things that you think, because I agree. I mean, we obviously should try to get to a point of fairness on open-ended issues, and let's discuss them.
Okay,
was that a political statement? What was that? Was it the first part of a debate?
So the first thing I guess I want to discuss is like a sort of an inning. Most pitchers in between quote unquote innings get to take a bit of a break. They don't face, unless they're failing, they don't take, they don't face 10 hitters in consecutively. So what I would propose is after every 3 at-bats, and Jack, you can tell me how much time you need or how much time you would like, in between every 3 at-bats, there is a rest period as a pitcher might normally have in this sort of situation. Jack, how much time would you propose?
3 to 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Joe, what say you?
Well, I wouldn't say every 3 at-bats. I mean, first off, because there are 3 at-bat innings, and then there are longer innings. So
3 outs. 3 outs.
3 outs, yeah. I mean, yeah, and by the way, my phone's kind of going in and out here a little bit.
Of course.
Interesting timing for that. Wow.
Of course.
Shocked that happened.
So, I mean, I think the idea of a rest is reasonable. I mean, I'd want to hear the whole, summation of the other things, you want to get into. But the concept of a rest, I'm open-minded. So I think there's something to be considered there.
Well, okay, just so you're aware, I know you're open-minded to it. It is on our side, yes. It's a prerequisite. Yes. And we can work out
non-negotiable.
Yeah, we can work out the time, but on our side, I am not letting Jack. But okay, we'll go to the next one.
Sure.
We want this to be as realistic as possible. Jack is throwing pitches like a normal pitcher throws. If a hitter would have to run to first base for a hit and would also have to jog to first base for a walk, also, even if he hits it and he doesn't think he's going to get a hit, in real baseball, the hitter runs to first base. So what we would like to propose is that in any of these situations, if it's a walk, that you have to jog to first like a normal hitter would, and if you hit the ball, you have to run to first like a normal hitter would.
I mean, I intend to run to first base. I mean, I there's never been a point where I've considered otherwise. I mean, if I guess the only thought would have been if if I walked, theoretically I could stand there if it was just awarding me a first base. But I mean, if you are requesting or demanding that I physically move to first base after being walked or hit by a pitch, I'm happy to do that. I mean, there's no issue there. I mean, obviously, with any ball on the ground or in the air, unless it's in foul territory, I plan on busting it down to first base. That's why I've been amping up my running and getting near full sprint, as we get closer to Wednesday. So I got to hustle my butt down there. That's baseball.
Okay.
All right. Just wanted to make sure. We didn't know. We didn't want you standing at the plate when you pop the ball up instead of running it out. Running it out to first base.
Like a real Philadelphian.
Yeah, like a real Philadelphian. Like you hit the ball on the ground to first base. We don't want you to just stand in the box like Cliff Lee. We want you to actually run down to first base.
Look, I intend to. I'll just say this. If I rope a ball to left center field that could otherwise be a double, and I choose not to run, and the left fielder gets it and throws it to the shortstop, and the shortstop throws it to the first baseman,
you're out.
I haven't moved, I'm out.
Okay, all right.
That's my fault.
So what we're saying is this is operating as a normal, and you're not roping the ball to left center field, but if you were to do so.
We would expect you to run. Then we're talking about the outs that you would perceive as an automatic out.
Yes.
Not running to first base.
I mean, there's no scenario in my mind where I wouldn't, be running to first base.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a pop-up, it's going to be in the air until I'm around first base. Theoretically, I could jog toward it because I got a little bit of time, but I plan to move to first base. I mean, the whole point of this is for me to get on base 4 times. And the only way I can get on base 4 times is my freaking foot has to touch first base.
Okay.
This is such a ridiculous grilling, by the way.
Yeah. Here's the next one.
Of all the things, that was not something I thought would come up.
Don't worry about that. We're focused on
Spike's got a list, Joe.
Yeah,
Just getting started.
Here's the thing, Joe, is that if we don't, what I don't want for everyone is to be in a situation on Wednesday where there's an issue that we hadn't discussed,
right?
And all of a sudden,
that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's very,
all
very,
of a sudden, you're doing your Joe DeCamera beat the hammer thing you do when you lose,
right? So, yeah, I didn't understand. The question was worded poorly.
Seltzer and everything else.
Okay,
yes.
If there's an error, that does not count as getting on base. Now, in baseball, if somebody reaches on error, that does not count toward their on base percentage. It is counted essentially as they made an out. So if you reach base on an error, that should not count as reaching base.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. So when Jack and I agreed to this, and we've talked about it many times on the air at WIP, on the air, the agreement was get on base 4 times. The agreement was not about on base percentage. And I was very purposeful when I proposed this, and he obviously agreed to it, knowing that it would be advantageous for me to get him to agree to 4 times on base. That was why I stated it that way. That's what he agreed to. I also purposely did that because I thought it would eliminate ambiguity instead of having, the boogeyman as some kind of, arbiter at the event to try to figure out, something in the hole. Is that an error or a hit? So, clearly the easiest way to avoid that scenario of some kind of chicanery is just very simply at the end of the plate appearance, am I standing on first base or not? And that was all part of the thought process.
So let me ask you this, Joe, understanding your thought process. If you were to pop the ball up to shortstop and the shortstop were to drop the ball and you were to wind up on first, in the competitive spirit of what we are doing, you would say that you actually succeeded there and Jack failed?
Yeah, I mean,
wow, that's a lie. You're lying. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean he's got to bring. Listen, I proposed to him a month or two ago. Go get Mickey Morandini and Milt Thompson and load this thing up with the best defenders you can. Now it turns out he got some varsity high school baseball team, which is pretty cool. But I mean, listen, I understand that that's the kind of thing that wouldn't work for a player's on base percentage. But I mean, the bottom line is I got to get on base, and if a fielder misses the ball and I'm on base, then I'm on base.
No. No, I'll tell you this, I would accept nullifying the at-bat and adding an at-bat.
Okay. That's a compromise.
Yeah.
But
we're not going to have an independent arbitrator there?
You want to get back into arbitration?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That guy that settled the Lindros case in '92.
Right. Yeah, we'll get him.
This is more important.
Well, I'll keep listening to all your stuff. But
Well, let me weigh in real quick.
Yeah,
because
thank
I
you,
think
Rod.
that
You
is
are here.
Yeah.
Thank you. And last time I was here, I was called a compulsive liar. So
Well, you are.
Good to be back. Yeah.
You were found out to be a compulsive liar. Yeah.
But I think that sounds fair too, because we also have to factor in, like Joe mentioned, the White Marsh High School varsity baseball team is going to be on the field. So A, I don't expect any errors. But B,
well, what was their record?
But I don't know. But I also don't want to put it on kids.
Right.
Of this competition. Like you said, it's not the spirit of it. So I think that's a fair compromise just to say, let's do another at bat.
If there's an error, then there's another at bat.
Okay. That's cool.
Now, Joe, you've repeatedly said get on base 4 times. There's some ambiguity. So the over-under then is 3.5. And if it is under 3.5, Jack wins. And if it's over 3.5, Joe wins?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
If you get on base over 3.5 times, you win. If you get on base under 3.5 times, Jack wins.
No, that's not what we agreed to. What we agreed to was 2 or less, he wins. 3 is a tie. 4, I win. That was very much agreed to and been stated many, many times on the air. Agreed to by both parties.
Do you think a tie is like
why is 3 a tie?
You're a tie guy?
Oh, I was shocked he agreed to it. But, he went with 3 as a push. And I was happy that he said that, a month or 2 ago. And I considered that a win before what I hope will be a win for me. And
Of course that's a win for you. What are you doing, Fritz? Who's your negotiator?
I was just happy to be there.
Yeah.
I'm not a negotiation guy.
Same guy that negotiated 9 holes in match play. Like, I knew what I was doing, guys.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it.
Well, you spread them out over about 6 weeks, too, which is,
right.
yeah.
And let's be real. I need all the help I can get.
I don't need Modest Joe.
Yeah.
Get Modest Joe out of here.
I know.
You guys got to remember, I'm going up against a scholarship.
A stud, yep, a
I'm going to put you on hold.
My ERA in college is 9.5. You want to keep putting that out there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a daunting task for me, and I'm hoping to do the best.
All right.
You are disgusting.
I think that's everything I had.
Well, let's circle back to the first one. Did
yeah.
we get consensus on that?
On a break in between outs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
4
that's
minutes.
a big deal.
Well, so I think we, at worst, so I think 3 outs is fine to have a break.
Okay.
At worst, can we have like 3 timeouts? Could we call timeout?
Use 3 timeouts.
By the way, that's another thing.
Yeah.
I want to find out how many times Joe is allowed to step out of the box and call time. Because you could use it as a, there's a limit to how many times you can do that in baseball. Like you could use that as a stalling tactic. You could use it to try to get into his head. So how many timeouts does Joe get?
Yeah. How many did?
All right, well, I would say this. I'm comfortable if there's a maximum of 1 time per at bat. I mean, I believe that's what it is in Major League Baseball, 1 time per at bat.
Yep.
So if you want to go, and Rod, if you can do me a favor and write this down if you don't mind, because I can't write this right now.
I can't either.
If only this were recorded somewhere where we could go back and check.
One time per at bat, like I'm fine with that. And then I guess the trade-off would be mound visits.
Yeah.
So maybe figure out in the midst.
I would say that I thought about that too.
You think Jack wants one of us coming out there to the mound?
Well, you get 2 mound visits in inning in baseball.
Okay.
So let's just say two mound visits
per inning.
Well, for the whole thing.
Okay. 2 mound visits for the whole thing.
Is that enough?
I mean, we do have a show at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Well, what do you need a timeout for?
We still do have to do a show.
Well, like if we're not going to agree to 3 outs, we take a break.
No, we are. You need to be quiet. I'm going to
you don't
negotiate
think I'm doing a good job negotiating?
No, you're negotiating against yourself.
No one better.
Yeah.
I'm a compromise guy.
Look, I'll agree to the rest of this when it's all together. But I'm very of the mindset that I think that's fair, but I'll agree to that at the end when I feel comfortable with all of it. But I think the idea of 3 outs that gets a break is the kind of thing that makes sense, but I'll sign off on that at the end.
Okay, so 3 outs, Jack gets a break, 1 timeout for Joe per at bat, 2 mound visits for the entire 10 at bat thing. Yes. Errors. If there is an error, we will have another at bat, and that at bat is nullified. That is what Rod has suggested.
Rod, what do you think that's a good compromise, Rod?
I do, but we also need to get a scorekeeper to decide if it's an error.
Well, that's where it does get really tricky. I mean, that's.
We'll find somebody good.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be good. Because you guys got to remember, while I have had my share of injuries, I can bust it. So something in the hole, I mean, that's going to be a tough play for a defender as the camera races down there like Juan Samuel. I mean, I'm going to be beating these things out. So just make sure the scorekeeper knows that.
We'll make sure he knows it. Can we just agree that an error is a nullified at bat?
I will agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I think.
And by the way, we keep using this term at bat. We should really use the term plate appearance because a walk does not count as an at bat.
Okay, plate appearance. And the other thing I'd like to get out there, and we don't have to settle this now. Whoever decided on the running being 100 yards rather than one lap around a track as 300 yards is out. This is outrageous. I want to propose that it should be a quarter mile.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed a shorter thing, and that's where we landed. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's two events away.
Let me ask you something. Yeah, have you just real quickly, since the original rules were set for any of these, have you called anyone and changed any of the rules at all?
Called anyone?
Like, have you added different caveats and standards to, even after the original rules were set, have you added anything extra that may be perceived as the contest going in your favor?
I mean, I'm racking my head here. Not that I can think of. I mean, I guess we, like, for instance, before we teed off on Goff, we decided who would tee off first.
Right. I'm just saying behind the scenes, there was no chicanery where you're like, well, I need this, that, or the other, because you seem to be unwilling to go back on anything that was agreed upon. I'm just wondering if you have gone back on anything that was agreed upon.
I certainly don't think so.
Okay.
I don't. I have. No.
Okay. All right. So is there anything else we need to figure out? I think we need just the time in between outs.
And the scorekeeper.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we get to basketball, we'll have to figure out the nature of, a ref and potentially fouls. You can't just have an open layup and the guy just freaking clobbers you.
Yeah,
of course. Deal with that.
Of course,
that's if we get to basketball. Because, look, Jack might beat me in the next three. I mean,
right, yeah, so unbelievable.
We're still doing
basketball.
We're doing all five. We're doing all five.
Let me tell you this. There's no way either one of you will ever get an open layup. That means you have to blow past the other guy. This is one-on-one. This is a team. How are you going to get an open layup and there's no one else for you to guard? You're guarding the guy. What are we talking about here?
Well, if the ball bounces far away, you got to go grab it, and maybe that's the way you can do it.
You never know. But I think
I can tell neither one of them have played one-on-one basketball.
That's why I said it's going to take 3 hours.
Open layups and it's almost unheard of.
Well, we'll see.
I haven't played one-on-one in probably 15 years. Listen, Spike, I think you bring up some reasonable points.
Okay.
Rod, you're going to have to figure out for this air thing who a fair, scorer is. And obviously the person's going to truly have to assess my running down the line versus a high school player's feeling. Because, the reality is it's not Jimmy Rollins. So, it's going to be, someone will have to have that feel.
Well, it's not Jimmy Rollins in the field or at the plate.
I would say that's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, Joe. Well, you have a good weekend. And then can we get this all, Rod, can we get this all written down?
Yeah, I was writing it down.
Signed off on? Okay.
Yeah,
that's good.
Right. Yeah.
All right,
we'll get Justin to write it down.
And let me just ask, did you guys, because, we had a poll this week on the show and our morning show, and Jack was still viewed as the favorite overall, which means obviously people think he's a huge favorite in baseball. Do you worry about him throwing strikes, or do you think he's going to land that ball over the zone?
I don't worry about anything with Jack.
Mm-hmm. Well, you should.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Jack is prepared. I think Jack, obviously, he had a as you were choking the game away on Sunday, he was making a momentous comeback, and then he let that go at the end of the match. I was disappointed in that, but I've never been more confident in Jack. And I've also never been more confident that you're not going to even swing the bat. So
I hope to swing the bat, man.
yeah, I hope to.
I don't know if you do hope to swing the bat, if I'm being honest with you.
Well, I mean, certainly you want to cap it with a double left center field. First base. So
Let's get the ball to the outfield first.
But I'll say this: it's been fun. I hope people enjoy it. I've enjoyed it, Jack. I hope you've enjoyed it. And it's look, this thing could go the distance. I could lose in 4. We'll see what happens.
All right.
Well, aren't you aware it's going 5?
It's going 5.
We'll find out. Listen, this is a big one.
No, we already know.
Even if you're up 4-0, we're still playing basketball.
We're still doing 5 events. Yes.
Well,
you did agree to that.
I did it one time.
Oh, okay.
Spike, you're a good older brother to your guy, Jack. I want you to know that.
He's a partner,
Mike. Like I gave you maybe the biggest compliment I've ever given anyone at WIP today. On the air, I said it is possible that your popularity has surpassed Ray Diddy's at WIP. People just love the Ike man. So I just want you to know that.
He's trying to soften himself.
I appreciate that, big dog.
Thanks, Joe. Have a great weekend.
That's going to be a morning show Twitter poll sometime.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you get out of here? We'll talk to you next week,
See you
Joe.
guys.
All right.
There he is, Joe to camera. Boy, he is.
Listen, we got some special guys at this station, man.
Special's a way to describe it.
Yeah.
The air conversation was very annoying.
Oh,
I'm already annoyed thinking about like the idea of dropping a pop-up. He somehow is on first base, and him thinking that.
But by the way, I'm glad that we discussed this because he would be on first base going, I'm on first base.
I know.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
There's no doubt he would be at first base.
Well, and the whole times on base versus on base, like he would. Only he.
And
think of it that way.
You are not allowed to negotiate anything on your own
almost
ever
like
again.
Goodness, yes.
Yeah.
It's almost like you get arrested.
Yes.
You tell them exactly
You're already talking too much. Yes.
Yeah. You're like, well, how about instead of giving me a break, just no.
Yes.
Let me do this for you, buddy.
So every 3 outs, we'll break.
Yes.
We'll break.
We're not even charging you 3%. You got agents over here,
Yes.
dual agents.
Yeah.
Jack, did you agree to the 100-yard thing? I don't remember that at all.
I don't remember that either. I don't even know if we agreed to anything with the running.
No.
I thought it was like 50. We were like, maybe like 50 yards. We'll figure it out
You
later.
want to do a sprint?
Yeah.
No.
Where did you get
Either
that?
one's fine.
What's that?
I don't know.
100-yard.
Somebody mentioned it on air. I just
No, I don't
assumed
think-
it
I don't
was.
think we
it
decided
should be a
that.
quarter mile. You know, I don't think Joe can even finish a quarter mile. That's why I want it to be a quarter mile.
A sprint would be fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Lakin. Enjoy your travels home. Traffic looks great.
No,
Out
it
there,
doesn't.
going through the city? Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got to go that way.
Oh, God.
Looks bad.
It does.
I think they moved the shore to King of Prussia. Yeah. All right. Coming up next, Jim Salisbury joins us. I think it's the first time Jim's been on. It's definitely the first time Jim's been on the show since I've been on the show.
Yeah.
And Jim covered the signing, obviously, of Bryce Harper, the ups and downs. It's so funny, and we'll talk about this with Jim. But like, I remember following it. There were ups and downs, and we didn't even know if anything had actually even happened.
Yeah.
Remember, because it was all just ups and downs based on rumors at that point.
Marks and I were literally complaining about Bryce, saying we don't even want him anymore, and then we signed him. It was like within an hour. It was the same thing.
The whole thing was like he loves me not.
Right.
Like with the sunflower. Mm-hmm. Seltzer and I recorded a whole high hope saying he's not coming. And then we left the studio, and he signed. The unearthed audio.
February 28th?
February 28th, yeah.
There it is. So Jim Salisbury joins us next to talk about it. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Now, Dietz & Watson's cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. Now, there's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodation, selections, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me, your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television, for going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Is your home keeping up with the summer weather? Summer storms and heat waves can lead to increased energy demand in your home. Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, and if it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, take up to $1,500 off installation plus 0% financing. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so book today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-593-0319. 800-593-0319. 800-593-0319.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Harper at the half, talking about Bryce Harper as we are at the midway point of his 13-year, $330 million contract. One guy that followed that signing quite closely as it was happening is Jim Salisbury. You can hear Jim on the Philly show with Todd Zalecki and our buddy Ruben Amaro Jr. I guess Zalecki's our buddy, too. Jim Salisbury joins us now. Thanks for giving us the time, Jim.
Yeah, my pleasure. How you guys doing?
We're good. Actually,
What's up, Jim?
Before we get to the Bryce Harper thing, we were just sort of figuring out the rules for Fritz's matchup with the camera next Wednesday, and we have heard that you have seen Fritz throw more recently than any of us have. So, as someone who has had a catch with Jack Fritz recently, how does the arm look?
That is true. I have what they call a fresh scouting report.
Yes. What's it look like? What would you write on the scouting report if the GM came to you and asked you about Fritz?
I would write, that's a great question. I would write, for an out-of-shape layman, it's a good arm.
That's about, I think we'll take it.
It's, he's got some arm strength and some carry through the zone. We'll see if he can throw strikes. To me, that's the big thing. If he throws strikes, I think Joe will have problems if he throws strikes. But I don't know if he can throw strikes because, Jack was quite boastful on the first leg of the tournament, and he was fed a large dose of humble pie. It sounds like
he was,
sure was.
Yeah, as someone who watched it, it was something to behold. Yeah.
Ike will tell you this. There's an old saying, the great athletes expect to win, but they don't assume they're going to win. And Jack assumed he was going to win, and that's a problem.
Well, that's why no one's called Jack a great athlete. if we're being fair, Jim.
Catching strays over there.
2012 first team all chess.
There it is. That was 13 years ago. So Jim, we're talking about Bryce, and the 6.5 years feels like it's gone by pretty quick. Now, when you look at it all, a lot has happened, but it's just weird to think that we're halfway through this contract that seems like, at the time, this contract will just go forever.
You're right. It does seem like it's gone quick, and I remember when he signed it, 13 years seemed like an eternity, and now you're at the halfway point. It has gone by fast. I think he's had a great impact, though. I know some folks will look at it and say, well, they haven't won a World Series yet, but you can't win a World Series alone. I think he's really carried his end of the bargain. I think it's been a really good investment. At the time he signed, $330 million was the largest package ever given to a major league player. And now it's like 10th or 11th because the market just keeps going crazy. I know this sounds funny, but I almost think he's a bargain. I know he's had some injury problems, but so far he's put a lot of fannies in the seats, and they've won a lot of ball games. And I think it's been a dynamite investment. Maybe Wheeler's been a great investment, but so has Harper.
Yeah. Has there been anything that has surprised you about him that you didn't anticipate that we've gotten to sort of learn or know about Bryce during his time?
Well, that's a good question, Ike. I'd probably answer that. Nothing has surprised me performance-wise, but maybe like person-wise.
Yeah.
From afar, I heard he was maybe a little difficult to deal with from a reporter-player standpoint, and I can tell you he has been nothing but a gentleman and nothing but accountable and nothing but approachable and accessible. I think it has a little bit to do with that contract. His agent, Scott Boras, is very conscious about, the image you portray, and I think Bryce is conscious about that, and I think the Phillies talked to him, and John Middleton talked to him that, with this humongous contract comes responsibility connecting to the fan base and the community, and you do that through the media. He's been great to deal with from a media standpoint. Like I said, accountable, a gentleman, always there, doesn't duck anything, and to me that is probably the biggest surprise for me because I had heard he could be a little prickly when he was in Washington, but I've never seen even anything close to that.
Well, and a credit to him, because your agent can tell you to do this all you want, and the owner can tell you this is what's important to me all you want. But then all of a sudden, when you're in the reality of 162 games and upset fans and, reporters asking you, the same questions 100, no offense to reporters, but just like the way that it works, and to never crack really is honestly one of the most impressive things. Yeah. I wait for him to break. And he never cracks,
Yeah, and no offense taken.
Yes.
That's what we do.
Yeah, no, it's just that. Yeah,
that's what we do, and he understands it.
Yep.
He gets it. He kind of knows who the guys that are around a lot, the guys who get it, and he's a real pro. He's a pro in dealing with you. Doesn't suffer fools, but I'll tell you what, he's been nothing but a pleasure to deal with. From my end, I've enjoyed dealing with him, and some nights when you're watching him, you feel like you have the greatest job in the world. I've done this job a long time, and watching Jimmy Rollins, watching Ryan Howard, Cole Hamels, Chase Utley, Roy Halladay, Zach Wheeler. It's fun to watch greatness, and it's fun to tell great stories. It's why you get in this business. And Bryce Harper, more often than not, I feel like I'm watching greatness. And he says interesting things and does interesting things, and he's interesting to write about, and he's interesting to talk about. So from my perspective, I've really enjoyed it.
Jim Salisbury with us talking about Bryce Harper. So, we've mentioned a couple times the pursuit and the signing. Do you think that there is another team? We remember the rumors of who was close and who Bryce was interested in signing with. As you followed it, do you think he was ever close with another team? And if it wasn't the Phillies, who do you think it would have been?
Well, I think Dodgers and the Giants.
Giants, yeah.
Both made kind of, very large AAV offers with a shorter term. But he was interested in going to one place and staying a long time and having a big number attached to it. And that was the Phillies. So I think, looking at it, it was those three teams. And, to me, it's funny, looking back at that, he's not here. He's not a Philly if Manny Machado says yes. I mean, Manny Machado was the guy they went after first. Manny Machado's the guy they made an offer to first. I think Matt Klentak and his crew were kind of high on Manny Machado because of the defense and the offensive package, the whole package. But it doesn't sound like, from what I recall, their initial offer was what Manny was looking for. The drama played out. John Middleton got involved, was very much interested in Bryce Harper. Then the personal meetings started, and, then they went hard after Bryce. But this could have been a lot different if Manny Machado says yes.
Mm-hmm.
But covering it like any free agent drama, it can be stressful. You can't blink. And for me, it really took a turn. I was at dinner one night in Clearwater, and somebody told me that John Middleton's plane is parked at the Las Vegas airport as we speak.
I remember that. Yep.
And that's when I knew that John had rolled up his sleeves and he was going to get something done. And Bryce Harper was going to be a Philly. And within a few days, he was a Philly. And it was a really exciting time because, when I first started covering the Phillies, they were in a real dark period of a long rebuild. And then they had acquisition. Kyle Schwarber has been a great acquisition. And they have an exciting team that has played in the postseason 3 years in a row. And I believe they're going to play there a fourth season in a row. So, baseball is back, and Bryce Harper, to me, is a very, very big part of it.
Before we let you go, Jim, this year's team, it's a weird team to talk about on the air every day because they're clearly good. They're in first place. They have one of the best pitching staffs I've ever seen in my life. Yet no one seems to, at least from the fan base, I feel like people don't trust the team. So, and you watching them from your vantage point, like what does your gut tell you, aside from the obvious, yes, they need bullpen, blah, 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 blah. Like what does your gut tell you about, can this team win the World Series?
Yeah, they can win the World Series, but you got to play good. You got to play good for months. And they've played good for months, several times, many times. And Bryce Harper was Player of the Month last year in May and June. They can play good for a month and win the World Series. To me, there's not a team that's a shoo-in to win the World Series. It's a team that gets in and plays the best. And, having a great starting staff is a great place it's a great launching pad. So that's a good thing to have. They have a lot of inconsistency on offense. They need to put together a good month. The bullpen is shaky. That's where the front office needs to come in and I think make a score for a big arm reliever, or maybe even a big arm and a nice secondary arm back there. But I understand that the fan base doesn't trust them because we put so much stock in October, so much stock in the postseason, and that's fine because that's what pro sports is all about: winning championships. And when you don't win one, and you come up short in the tournament, and your offense goes cold 2 years in a row, and your bullpen fades 2 years in a row, it kind of smacked at your confidence level a little bit. So I totally understand it, but I really think the foundation of the team is good. I think they're going to get there into October, and then it's about how you play. And I still believe that Dombrowski will do something to shore up that bullpen, and, maybe they'll get a right-handed bat. I'm not sure there's a right-handed bat out there that puts them over the top. But there's probably right-handed bats out there that would mitigate some of their shortcomings and help nudge it along. But get a good bullpen arm, and I think they will. I really think they will. And then you need your big boys, your Harper, Schwarber, Turner, Real Muto, all of these guys. If you're going to win this thing, you're going to win it with your core playing well in the month of October. And the bullpen acquisition that your front office can deliver, helping out. And there's so much to this. They finally have a handful of pieces in this farm system that everybody likes, that everybody's excited about. But they're probably going to have to sacrifice one or two of them. But it's time. This is the time to do that because you have a star-studded roster. You have a humongous payroll. You have huge expectations. You have an odometer reading that is very high with your core is all over the age of 30. You got to win now. You got to win this year. You got to win next year. You have an elite pitcher that is 35 years old, and we all know that, they only have so many bullets. So the time is now. The time is now to try to make something happen. And I'm just fascinated to see where this goes.
You've watched and covered a lot of Phillies baseball. We've given out our sort of Mount Rushmore of Phillies. I would love to hear who you would have on your Mount Rushmore of Phillies.
Wow. Pro sports is about winning championships.
Don't tell LeBron that, though. Don't tell LeBron that. Though.
Yeah,
But yes,
yeah.
I agree with you.
That's why I have such respect for the Eagles quarterback. I hear this debate that he's this, he's that. He's a champion for me. But anyway, Jimmy, Ryan, Chase, Cole Hamels. Cole Hamels was 24 years old. I could barely get out of the driveway at 24 years old, and he's putting the city on his back and pitching them to the World Series. Roy Halladay in just two great years was awesome. Kurt Schilling, covering Kurt Schilling was awesome because the teams were terrible, and you knew every fifth night he was going to go out there and do something, insanely special. And then after the game, he was going to say something to fill up your notebook and light up your story. So he was great to cover. Those are all my Mount Rushmores. But Bryce Harper is a Hall of Famer. We're watching a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
I know he's had injuries, and some of them are those type of injuries you wonder about, is he breaking down? But, he got hit with a 96-mile-an-hour pitch that shattered his thumb. That's not breaking down. That just happened. So all of those guys are on my Rushmore. This Schwarber guy is a tremendous offensive player and a tremendous leader in the clubhouse and a really quality human being. And Zach Wheeler, to watch him pitch every fifth night is something special. So that's a pretty big Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, that's about a 12-player Mount Rushmore. You outdone me. You beat me out. I stretched the Mount Rushmore. You really have. You like Mount Rushmore cube.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I put Jimmy, Chase, and Ryan because they won a championship.
Yeah.
They won a World Series. And Cole Hamels. For me, winning a World Series carries a lot of juice here.
Yeah, so 1980 didn't what about that squad?
Nah. I'm not that old.
By the way, last thing, Jim, is Fritz going to throw strikes on Wednesday?
That's the big question.
Oh, come on.
If I'm DeCamera, I'm taking until I see a good one.
Yeah. By the way, DeCamera was going to do that anyway. The guy's arms could break if he swings that bat. So.
What's the deal if you walk him? Does that count, like for him reaching base?
Yeah, yes. 4 times on base, it's a win for him. He won't get a hit, so it's probably going to be a walk.
Yeah.
And then 3 times the push and 2 times and under, I win.
Don't get cocky, Jack.
Yeah.
You hear it, don't you, Jim? You can hear it.
All right, Jim. Thank you so much for your time today, man.
All right, my pleasure. See you guys.
All right, there is Jim Salisbury, who clearly has a different impression of what Mount Rushmore is than what I do. I mean, that was unreal. That put Ike to shame.
It really did.
Yeah, and by the way, Jim was great. I mean, I thank him for coming on, but he was on like the 11th guy of Mount Rushmore. He got to Mount Rushmore in his first 4 seconds. It was Jimmy, Ryan,
and Cole.
Roll. Yeah, J. Roll. And I was like, whoa, that's 4. That's 4. You haven't gotten to Schmitty yet.
He never got to Schmitty.
Yeah. By the way, Jack, he doesn't think you're going to throw strikes.
Sounds like it,
Yeah, sounds that way.
Yeah.
Well, the last time we threw, I was a little wild.
Oh, now the truth comes out.
Yeah.
But the last time I threw, I wasn't wild.
All right.
Yeah.
215-5. Oh, by the way, Twitter question. By the way, this has swung in a way that makes me think Ike tried to influence it or something. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Is Bryce Harper on your Phillies Mount Rushmore? It was 55% yes, and now it's 50.6% no.
Yeah.
Was there an
50-50.
Ike quote tweet in there?
Yeah,
definitely was.
All right, you swung it. Okay. That's a pretty big swing. Doesn't happen that late in the show, is what I'm trying to say. 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus here on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, man. Jim Southgate might be the best reporter in Philadelphia, man.
He's great. Yep.
Hey, man, you heard what he said about the Eagles quarterback.
You heard me grunting, by the way.
Respect.
Man, look. It's like, hold on. It's like everybody has to get their Jalen take in.
Yep.
Because the reporters here,
they listen to the show. No, you're right. You're right.
You see, he made sure he came on this show and said it, because he knows where the nonsense comes from most of the time, But
BG also had a similar sentiment earlier this week.
Right. They listen, they hear it.
Yeah.
Best show in the nation, But when it comes to Bryce Harper, man, like what Bryce Harper has done for the Philadelphia Phillies, like it can't be overlooked. I get it, like they haven't won a championship. I'm a big Bryce Harper fan, and I know earlier OG tried to do the comparison with him and Jalen. It's different because like the type of position playing a quarterback and then playing the game of baseball. But like I personally have Bryce Harper on my Mount Rushmore. I mean, obviously, I'm like a younger person, so I mean, I was young when Mike Schmidt played. I mean, obviously, I have him on my Mount Rushmore, but just based off of like watching him play, I didn't see it. But what Bryce Harper has done for the Philadelphia Phillies, coming to Philadelphia when we were terrible for like missed the playoffs 10, 11 years in a row, and I get it, the first 2 seasons wasn't great with him, and it didn't start off great, but what he's done since the World Series, and I get it, this season hasn't been the best. But, I mean, he's an older player. But what Bryce Harper does, what I can be consistent about, is that he performs in the playoffs. Now, I get it. Last year versus Mets, everybody wants to bring up Game 2 and all that. Like, I get all that. Everybody going to have down moments. Like, not everybody can't be great every single time. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jalen had a down moment versus Tampa Bay. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody can't be great. But we gotta give respect to what Bryce Harper has done for Philadelphia and what he's brought back to the Phillies. Like we wasn't having like Red October and being excited for Phillies baseball, talking about it. We wasn't talking about the Phillies like that before Bryce Harper got here.
It was a decade before they were in the postseason.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was like
we
10 years.
Talking about them, and I get it. And look at it, like Kyle Schwarber is here because of Bryce Harper. Trey Turner here because of Bryce. And everybody got their, nicks and crannies that they want to pick with Trey Turner and Castellanos. I get all that. But these dudes is here because of him. You know what I'm saying? Like, we went to the NLCS. We went to the World Series. Like, and I get it. We taking steps back. But we having a good season this year. And when I guarantee you, when we get to the postseason, he going to show up. That's what he do.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
Man, you're right.
All right, Corey. Appreciate your call, brother.
Good call, bro.
Jack, in the top 5.
What do you think it's going to be?
Is it going to be Bryce Harper?
Top 5 Bryce Harper moments. I've been waiting for it.
Trying to find some other ways to spin the whole moments thing, so I did my 5 favorite Harper home runs.
Oh,
I like that matters.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We
Wonder
get
what's going to be number 1.
Yeah. Stick around to find out.
Yeah.
Stick around to find out.
That's coming
Pricey,
up.
baby. Pricey.
Also, later on, I did put together, I don't want to waste this, and maybe we'll do it at 5:30 or something.
You spent a lot of time on this.
Well, just the top 10 free agents in Philly sports history, and all the bad ones, too. It'll be fun to talk about. So.
Your top 10 might be more interesting than my top 5.
Well, from an interest, there's nothing interesting about it. Bryce thing will be fun to listen to.
Yes.
Yeah, we've heard those 1,000 times.
They're always.
Years.
I wish I was here for them.
That's it's the one thing I wish you were here for.
Yeah. All right, that is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's hot as hell out there, and it's hot as hell. And your windows are closed, and you're like, oh, well, the windows are closed. It's going to stay cool in the house. No, they're old, drafty windows. You fool. You've never replaced them. Same thing with your front door. And because of that, all of that hot air gets in. Your energy bills go up. Call Guida now. Replace those old drafty windows now. Your front door, your sliding patio door, your garage door, whatever it is now. And the reason I say now is because their 40% off summer sales event is going on. 40% off. It is what it sounds like. You get 40% off every high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane window. 40% off any door. Any door, they got to sell you 40% off. Not only that, you start your whole project with $0 out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not miss it. This is only going till July 31st. All prior sales are excluded. Here's what you do. You call 877-GO-GUIDA. You get all the details. You get yourself a free no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies get the fireworks ready for the Reds. Tomorrow, leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos lines one down the line and right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car. card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Breaking news coming in from Bet. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Celebrate the 4th of July with red, white, and huge savings at Mattress Warehouse. You can save $500 on Tempur-Pedic's best-selling Breeze mattresses, built to sleep up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Plus, my team at Mattress Warehouse is throwing in $300 in free accessories with your purchase. Enjoy 0% interest financing and free next-day delivery so you can start sleeping cooler sooner. It's all happening now during the 4th of July sale only at Mattress Warehouse. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th, so hurry.
Buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and
or odor. It is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Are getting into the boxing game, and all the traditional boxing people have developed no stars, so now they really have to tap into Jake Paul, who most people
This is Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station. This is Harper at the half.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So there we go. So couldn't hear myself. It's WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz here on the eve of July 4th weekend. If you're out there in your car, drive safe. Take it easy this weekend.
It's hard not to put the pedal down to the metal when this is on, though.
Well, yeah, but there's no. You look at it out there. Nobody's putting their pedal to the metal out there.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go.
Lakin's still here.
Oh yeah, he's waiting. I think he's trying to wait it out.
Yes.
Yep.
Usually don't see him past 4.
What's that? I know. What's he doing here? Him and Tucker. I feel like they take they carpool or something. You listen to us on the radio in the free Odyssey app and on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. I haven't said hi to YouTube. We stream live on YouTube. Let's get to our very special top 5.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
Listen, it's Harper at the halfway through what has just been a glorious, perfect, nothing wrong.
Yeah.
And I expected the final six and a half years.
Let's say the second half.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
To go just as swimmingly as the first half.
Oh, great. So no championship.
Well, but it's some moments.
Okay, yeah, some moments.
Some moments. Definitely don't need a downturn.
No.
That won't handle that well.
No.
Won't handle that
Be
well.
tough for you.
Yeah. But again, we don't take things personal on this show.
No, we don't. Remember?
Just keep our heads down.
We do our job.
Entertain
the masses. Yep.
All right, so I'm happy today
Yep.
are my 5 favorite Harper home runs, different from the 5 best Harper moments.
Yep.
And
this
5,
is your favorite.
and different than the 5 biggest Harper home runs.
Okay, yep.
Starting at number 1. Listen,
starting at number 1?
Starting at number 5.
Okay.
It's a holiday weekend. So, he didn't hit a home run in his first game as a Philly. No, he got booed. Who could forget?
Yeah.
The Hardos in the 400 level went out of LeBou because he ground, and they called after the game and said, "We're paying him $330 million. Do it." You know
Remember
what
that show?
I remember that show.
Yeah.
And Marks is very mad at those people.
Yeah.
Very mad at those people. But he did get on the board in his second game as a Philly. Bryce Harper's first home run in a Phillies uniform.
Swung on. Hit deep, and there it is. Way back to right into the second deck.
Wow.
And the fans get what they want as Harper has hit number 1 as a Philly.
Now, I don't really remember that one. So you said that was the second game?
It was the second game. So they played Thursday opening day, off Friday, and then Saturday at home. Yes.
So he hit a home run in his second game.
Yeah, funny enough, it was off of former first-round pick by the Phillies, Jesse Biddle.
Oh, I remember Jesse Biddle.
I don't remember.
He's active on Instagram.
Who was he playing with?
Yeah.
He was on the Braves.
Oh, the Braves.
Do you remember how his career fell apart here?
Yeah, he got hit with hailstones.
Yeah, hit with a piece of hail.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that well.
Yeah,
oh, really?
He got a concussion.
That was his career, kind of went off track. Yeah,
That was the first time I started questioning baseball players, man.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of the. Remember when Madsen broke his toe kicking the?
Yeah.
Well, he was upset.
Yeah,
kicking
a
the
That was in
chair.
the dugout, right?
Yeah. I think it was in the
I think
clubhouse.
it was on his way back to the clubhouse. Yeah.
I noticed that home runs to the second deck.
I almost said, what's the difference?
Between the dugout and the clubhouse?
It's good. It's good.
Football guy. Yeah.
Sidelining and locker room, any difference there?
Not the same.
Listen to Bryce hit the home run to second deck. Feels like it's been a while.
Yeah, well, he has one this year.
Second
I knew
decker.
Spike would pull that out.
Wow.
I did notice it, too. It was the second deck.
Well, he's 27.
Jack was celebrating a long 300-foot foul ball the other day.
Almost went out.
Yep.
Opposite way. Kind of shows the power still there.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yep.
My 4th favorite Harper home run is one that actually Spike was in attendance for.
Oh, against the Mets.
It was against the Mets.
Oh, last year.
Dead ballpark.
Yep.
MB3 brought back to life.
Severino's ready, and the pitch. Harper swings, drives it high and deep center field. Bader going back to the track, looking up, and it's gone off the batter's eye. 2-run home run for Bryce Harper. Straightaway center field. And there's life back in the joint as the Phillies trail by a run. It's 3-2.
Yeah, I was going crazy during that.
I was mad. I was at home.
Oh, yeah.
I went to
you
Saturday.
went to one.
Yeah, I went to the first game, and I was like, I ain't going to go back tomorrow.
Yeah. That was a moment where I had to be alone.
Yeah.
This is when I left
Yeah.
the group.
Yeah, this is when Spike found out that Jack does not stand there with us.
Yeah, Jack's a psycho.
Yeah. But yeah, he breathed that home run, brought life back. Castellanos next at bat went yard as well to make it 3-3. That game ended crazy. I mean, you had Stott hit the triple, and then Castellanos walked him off. So it was a really fun game. Highlight of the series. Everything after that was death.
Yep.
My third favorite Harper home run. So this is after. Bedlam at the bank sends them to the World Series, and they come back from Houston. It's 1-1.
Oh, this is a good one.
First at bat.
Yeah.
And CBP since Bedlam at the bank.
Man.
In a Phil's uniform.
And McCullers kicks and comes home. And the pitch swung on. Hit deep. Right field. And the Phillies are going to lead it.
Yeah, they are.
Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top with a 2-run home run over the out-of-town scoreboard. Simply amazing. Harper here at home has homered on back-to-back swings.
Listen to this. Crazy.
2-0 Philadelphia here in the bottom of the first.
Dude. You couldn't have convinced me we weren't winning the World Series after that.
That was the game that hit the 5 home runs.
Yeah. That game, there was no way we weren't winning the World Series.
Baseball's so weird, man. It really is.
No hit the next night.
Yeah, we didn't win another game.
Yep.
Game 5. Just the brutal. But that moment, and if you remember on TV, they show it because it was the first pitch, and Smoltz basically calls it. Smoltz is like, I bet Harper's sitting first pitch slider here.
Yeah.
First pitch slider launches.
Wow.
Launches it.
This hour, by the way, brought to you by Guided Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 18 months to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com.
My second favorite Harper home run. So if you remember, Game 2 down in Atlanta ends with Harper making an aggressive base running error as Michael Harris makes an unbelievable catch, doubles off Bryce at first base. After the game, Orlando Arcia heard laughing around the clubhouse. Attaboy Harper. Well, Bryce had something coming for him.
Long hold. Now the 2-2 swing and a fly ball right center field. It's deep. Harris going back to the track near the wall. He will jump and he makes the catch. Harper's around second. Has to double back through the infield. He'll slide into first. He's out. It was Austin Riley who took the throw from Michael Harris, and he throws out Bryce Harper, who took a gamble and lost. And so have the Phillies. The right-hander's pitch. Swung on. Belted. Deep right field. And it's long. Gone for Harper. A second deck 3-run home run for Bryce Harper. And the Phillies take the 4-1 lead.
By the way, the shocker that Harper gambled trying to get to second on a hit there.
Yeah.
That's hard to believe that ended poorly.
He's trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Trying to score from first base.
Yeah.
You can't fault him.
And Arcia actually got DFA'd this year.
He did.
So, yep.
Yeah, I love it. Every time it gets brought up on the broadcast, someone, whether it's Fransky or Stock, or last time it was Murph. So Murph from the back goes, "Attaboy."
Oh, really?
Yeah. Always appreciate it. Harper, of course, hit 2 that night. One member of this show had that plus 3,300.
Whoa.
Yeah, dude, that was a good night.
$10?
$10 always.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we're not getting too cocky.
Yep.
But no need to waste anyone's time. Here's the number one, my favorite, Bryce Harper home run.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Suarez delivers. Swing and a drive, left field. It's deep. It's going, and it is gone.
Yes!
It is Bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
Are you kidding me?
His 10th career home run in the postseason, and he may never hit a bigger one.
Well, that's what hurts about that end of that call. I hope it's not.
Yeah, you may be right.
You may
Maybe
be right.
prophetic there.
Maybe. I hope not. But
Those
yes.
are some great home runs.
Well, Bedlam at the bank, again, being there for that, I think obviously the crowd was loud, but it was almost like a state of, did that just happen?
Right.
So I always contend that the Hoskins home run was louder, like the bat spike, because it was like the roof went off the place.
Yeah.
The Harper home run was like, did he
Stunning.
Did he really just do that?
Yeah.
Did he really just do that?
I don't know when. I was watching I've brought this up before. You deny it. I'm going to find it at some point. At some point, I was watching a Facebook Live of you and Seltzer doing a pregame show for a playoff game, and you said he was the best Philly of all time.
So we haven't done Facebook Lives since like 2019.
Whatever it was. Maybe it was Instagram. Whatever. I was watching it.
Well, we did. Maybe we did YouTube. I think I said if I think I said what I think I said was he's the best Philly of all time. Like the best.
What's the difference?
Well, because I think Schmidt's the best baseball player to ever wear a Phillies uniform, but I think all that he encompasses, Bryce Harper's the best Philly.
He's disgusting.
How's that
man.
different?
He's disgusting.
How do you expect people to differentiate what you just said?
Yeah,
He's calling him like Mr.
Just
Philly.
walk with me.
He's like saying, this is like you saying that Brian Dawkins is the greatest Eagle of all time. He might not be the greatest player, but
Sure.
you're saying he encompasses the Eagleness.
Yeah, like Jason Kelsey, a great, Eagle. Bryce Harper, Philly. He's the best Philly of all time. At that current moment. We'll see how the career plays out.
I hear you.
Listen, we might have had a few Miller Lights during the game.
Oh, no, believe me, in that moment, I could totally see you feeling that way.
Yeah.
I thought he was the greatest. I know after that run, I was like, man, he's got to be the best postseason player I've seen here in Philadelphia.
I mean, a couple of runs there, man. Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, every big hit that was needed, he seemingly got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Hey, this weekend, with it being 4th of July, just a reminder, with all the fireworks happening, make sure your pets are safe, and a lot of them are scared, so make sure they have a safe place to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as the summer goes on and your pets need other stuff, Dogs and Cats Rule, that is the only place. There are 7 locations. I'll tell you where in a minute. But for summer stuff, they have all the summer stuff. Life jackets, you can take your dog on a boat. Cooling bandanas and cooling vests for when it gets to 90 degrees. They want to be outside anyway. Maybe a little puppy pool. They have it all at Dogs and Cats Rule. And the best staff you could ever hope for at a pet store. I know you've probably been in pet stores before. You ask a question about food, they give you a blank look. Not at Dogs and Cats Rule. They have the best staff anywhere. The lead dog, George Perenni, has made sure of it. So when you walk in there, you see all this high-end, awesome pet food, cutting edge when it comes to pet nutrition, whether it's regular kibble or any of the fresh diet stuff. They're going to be able to lead you in the right direction and give you the answer you need. Plus toys and leashes and all of that stuff. It's the only place you need. 7 locations, as I mentioned, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, Bluebell, Pennington, and Princeton in New Jersey. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Chuck in Mount Airy. You're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, what up, fellas?
What's up, Chuck?
What up, Chuck?
Hey, listen, it sounds like you guys are writing my man eulogy right now. You know what I mean? I've been listening all day. Don't give up on him yet. He ain't done yet. He got a lot more great baseball in him.
I hope so. Yeah.
And that's just the bottom line. Listen, I'm not going to let y'all forget how great this guy really is. He took this franchise single-handedly and flipped it and made him into a great franchise. Okay, made him a lot of money, put a lot of butts in seats, and the fact of the matter, I've done what Bryce Harper has done. To come in here and to ingratiate himself with the fan base the way he has. When he don't have to do that. To be as great of a player he is in the postseason as he's been. And I don't think he's been as healthy, the last couple years as he's trying to, say he's been. And he's not the guy to say, oh, it woos me, I have a knee injury, but I'm going to fight through it. You know what I mean? He's not that type of guy. He's just going to go out there and play.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't make sure that everybody knows that he's hurt.
Yeah, he doesn't. He
doesn't do that all the time.
He doesn't do that often. But here's the thing, though, right? Here's the thing, though, Spike, right?
Yeah.
You move him out the outfield, move him to first base. He becomes he becomes a Golden Glover. One of the best.
How many Golden Gloves does he have?
Yeah, he has one. He has one, right?
Yeah. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, well, he was up.
Should have had one though.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, he does. Well, anyway.
No, he doesn't.
Matter.
But it's okay.
He's still a good first baseman, a position he's never played before. And the thing about him is this, right? you can count on one hand how many great moments he's had in the postseason. He almost saved our ass last year with the Mets. But this team has let him down year after year after year. And I heard you, Spike, earlier talk to a guy and ask him, well, it's just the same team that's won 95 games for him. It's the same team that's kept them afloat when he's been hurt. But the fact of the matter is, this team goes nowhere without Bryce Harper. And that's just the bottom line. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying to you is this, right? The guy has a lot of great baseball left. His eulogy is not written yet. He's just been a little banged up. And I tell you, if we make it to the playoffs this year, I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar he's going to have more great playoff moments to lift this franchise up like he always does. But he gets no help, at least in the lineup.
Has he ever had any bad, in pressure situations in the playoffs? Has he ever had any bad moments?
I don't see. No.
No?
I didn't see any. He's never had any protection. You know what I mean? They had Alec Bohm batting behind.
I just asked you a question, man. When he hits the home runs, when he hits the big home runs, he has the same lineup as when he strikes out. So all I asked you was something very simple, was that in pressure situations in the playoffs, has he ever failed?
I don't know. When did you ever see him fail?
Well, last year against the Mets, he struck out with the bases loaded.
Against the Mets, but none of them did.
No.
So what I'm asking you is, you see him succeed more than fail.
Okay.
You trying to make him out to be
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to make him out to be anybody. But what you say is, Chuck, which is wrong, that he's the only reason they're good. And he's not the only reason they're good. He's one of the reasons that they're good. They have the same record, the same winning percentage with him and without him since he's been here. I think he's a great player. He's not the only reason they're good. They have the best pitching staff, starting pitching staff in baseball. He's not the only reason they're good. Like Kyle Schwarber's a great player. Trey Turner is a really good hitter. He's not the only reason they're good. Like he's not. He is no. It's not. It's not other sports. It's not basketball. He's not the only reason they're good. So he is one of the reasons they are good, and he is a great player. But like you blaming all of their failures on other players and all of their successes on him is a misrepresentation of history. It's not what happened.
That's wrong, Spike.
You're wrong.
It's more. No, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
You're trying to make this guy out to be an.
You're just trying to kiss his ass so he says your name again.
Trey Turner ain't been worth a damn since he's been here.
He has more hits than any player in the National League this year. He has more hits than any player in the National League this year. So when Bryce Harper was on the injured list again, who was the guy that led the team to continue winning while he was hurt?
It's about damn time. He's getting paid $300 and something million. He needs to have a good year. You know what I'm saying? He hadn't had a good year since he's been here.
He had a good year last year till he got hurt. But when he gets hurt, it doesn't matter. But when Bryce gets hurt, it's unlucky.
What I'm saying to you is this. I never said that. What I'm saying is this, right? You can say what you want to say about those tic-tac-ass players that you got on there with Bryce Harper, but the fact of the matter is, when he's out of the lineup, this team ain't worth watching.
They have the same winning percentage when he is out of the lineup.
Because he's been injured. So
no, you don't understand what I'm saying because you're so busy waiting to talk. Again, when he plays, they have a .536 winning percentage. When he doesn't play, they have a .536 winning percentage. Is that clear enough for you, Chuck?
Are you stupid?
No, you're dumb. You can't understand.
You count those same
If I kneel and get right in your ear.
Make it seem like it's the same. When you look at
it is the same.
Jackass, you see that is not the same.
It's the same number, Chuck.
And what the hell is wrong with you? Do you think you're just that damn right or that damn good that you just sit up here and you just run your mouth and think that you're just correct about everything?
No, you don't understand baseball. You don't understand baseball.
If the guy is not in the lineup, then those numbers are going to count against him. He's been injured.
No, again, Chuck, I don't think you understand this. I don't think you understand this. When just one more time, just so we're really clear. When since Bryce Harper got here, when he plays in the game, they have a winning percentage of .536. When he doesn't play in the game, they have a winning percentage of .536.
Okay.
I'm just breaking your brain.
I'm talking about when you look at the baseball team. Okay?
Yes.
You don't see the same. You don't see the same thing, the same production from this baseball team. They got guys like, Otto Kemp and what's the guy that's complaining about not getting enough time?
Max
on the field?
Kepler.
They got
Max
guys like
Kepler.
that coming up.
Yeah.
you
And also
don't see
Kyle
the same-
Schwarber and also Trey Turner.
Trey Turner. What about Trey Turner?
All right. I
What's
don't
your head about Trey Turner? What has he done in the playoffs? What has he ever done in the
All
playoffs
right,
besides meltdown?
All right. Good night,
Tell
Chuck.
me that.
Good night, Chuck. Have a great weekend. Don't drink and drive.
What I'm going to say to you is the guy is the best baseball player when he's healthy.
Yes.
On the planet.
No.
It ain't
No.
close.
He's not the best baseball player on the planet, Chuck. He's not even one of the 10 best baseball players on the planet. He's a great player. He's not the best baseball player on the planet. He might be the only player you've ever heard of. Like, I don't know if Chuck's a baseball guy.
No, they are only 500 this year without Bryce. And
Okay.
523 without Bryce.
I think what he really was trying to say is that regardless of the numbers, the team isn't the same without
Of course.
Bryson. I think
Of
that's
course.
what Chuck was really
Of course.
saying.
What I
They're
think
not the same.
Of course. Of course. They're a much better team with him there. But what I was trying to point out is that Chuck refuses to give any credit to any of the other players on the team. They're all bums. And that none of the failures that they have had he is responsible for too, or he's at least in part. Like this thing we do with Bryce, and again, I truly believe he's a great player. I love that he's a Philly. But the thing we do with Bryce is we say, look at what he did when they win. And when they lose, it's, one baseball player can only do so much. That can't be. Like, they either have to, do you know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
I know exactly what you're saying.
Like,
I know what you're saying.
It can't be.
Yeah.
He can't, and
it can't be the reason that they win, but it gets absolved when they lose.
And by the way, Salisbury and Larry Anderson said the same thing. They said, well, he can get him to the World Series, but he can't win it for him. It's like, no. He can't get them to the World Series either. They all get to the World Series. I mean, baseball, Bryce Harper's only up 4 times. He's only up 4 times.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now, if he happens to come up with the big hits to drive in the runs.
For sure.
Then
yes.
But he's not responsible for every run that they score.
No.
Yeah. He got great pitching.
Yes. The best starting pitching in baseball.
But you would agree the team is not the same with Bryce out of the lineup.
And he is, this year he hasn't been, but largely he is their best player.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's great. I just I don't think we need to we can talk about how great Bryce is without obliterating the rest of the team, who is pretty good.
Yeah, it's just like the Jalen thing.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it would be like giving the quarterback all the credit when they win, but then if they lose, you start blaming everybody else on the team.
Right.
Yeah.
And the key with Bryce is you just can't get personal like Chuck got, you know? We can't get personal with how much we love Bryce.
Right, we can't. Because then it'll hurt the show.
Yeah.
It'll hurt the show.
Well, but he's the number 1 Bryce guy.
Yeah.
Well, number 2.
Right. Well, I never hear you that passionate about him.
Yeah, I know. Because,
it's more in a Jack way, in an emo way.
What?
Your positivity about Bryce.
Bryce.
It's like longing. You know,
yeah,
it's like...
Well, I think I have more of a fear of what the next 6 years could be like with Bryce.
Yes. I hope they're not. I hope they're not that way.
I'm currently in protection mode with Bryce, and I don't do what Jalen people do and try to pretend that he's the best player in baseball.
He's not.
Or like the best quarterback in football.
Yeah. He's not the best player in baseball. It's fine.
He's not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Or the
But
second.
you do seem to give him way more leadway.
It's my man.
Yeah.
Well, don't bring up Jalen.
Well, no.
Because he gets no leeway.
All right.
With you, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up next, I am given the top 10 free agents in Philly baseball.
We'll see.
Yeah, well, all right. 215.
Only Chuck could derail the show.
Yep. Well, God bless him. Yeah. We did a happy show, the whole show, really. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Now, switch to Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on them. Take your favorite music to the beach. How about the backyard or wherever you want to go? Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to superfast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift card. See store for details.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the Hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa, that completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Garbage is piling up around the city as the city's blue-collar workers strike for a third day. The FAA is investigating the cause of a small plane crash in Gloucester County, and a submarine manufacturer is investing $100 million to expand its Navy Yard facility, adding 450 new jobs.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deals end July 5th. Restrictions apply.
Back to Harper at the half.
Harper sends it into the second deck.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Saturday's the Creed concert.
The Creed concert.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if we get Scott Stapp on,
Yep.
the Creed thing's done.
I thought I heard a small delay at the beginning there.
Oh, really?
Really?
I thought I did. That's why I was.
And forever.
Well, I think we swear off the band forever. That's
Okay.
usually our
Their
on this
band
show.
or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm
But so it could be the
working
last,
on it.
The
Yeah.
last week of
Well,
Creed is next week.
It's the last week either way, right?
Yes.
Because if they do it, then it's the last. Then we got to start.
We gotta get off this train.
Yeah, well, we gotta come up with some. I have some ideas.
Well,
but
I was gonna say we're leaving it up to you.
well, but I have an idea for each delegation. By the way.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
that would be interesting.
not that there's only 2 delegations,
Yeah,
but
okay,
of the
Way to
most
clear that up.
Right. I just
Yes,
want to
I
be
didn't even
clear.
think of that, yes.
But I'll share off air. But we'll
Okay. We'll come up with something.
We'll come up with something.
The
The
Lips of an Angel by Hinder. I'm
Lip-
sure that
Lips of
would
an
love
Angel
to sing that
is,
one.
but
Have
you
I
know,
heard that before?
I don't know if you would recognize it. You might.
Okay.
But
Lips
I
of
don't.
an Angel?
Yeah, I don't want to bring up the other one. Don't play it now. Don't ruin it. That's what he's doing. He's trying to play it now. Don't play it now. Don't play it now. Don't
He
play it
said,
now.
don't play it now.
I'm not everyone. Deep breath.
Well,
I
Spike
got the
kept saying
message.
it. I think I need to yell.
No, I got the message.
All right.
I got the message.
All right.
NFA.
Don't do the
NFA.
thing before the thing. Yeah. Twitter, because Jack is already in vacation mode over there. You're getting
coasting.
Yep.
Yep.
The Twitter questions brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for extraordinary diamonds and customer service. Visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Is Bryce Harper on your your Phillies Mount Rushmore? 50.4 no, 49.6 yes.
Half and half.
That's a good poll.
Can I give my list?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've been waiting on it all day.
And let me be clear. This is not really like, I don't feel particularly passionate about the order on this list. I think it's tough. But I went through and I tried to find the best free agents in Philadelphia sports history. Just one quick note, somebody call. Dr. J was not a free agent. They purchased his rights from the net, so he's not a free agent. He doesn't count. So number 10 is Nick Foles. Now, Nick Foles.
Here we go.
Well, yeah, he should be on the list.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think that's pretty low.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yes.
Aren't we over the 17 team now?
No.
I mean,
it's the first Super Bowl.
Yeah, we're about to have the 10-year anniversary coming up here in a minute.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we're almost 10 years away.
Starting to be more in on the 22 team or last year's team than the 17 team.
I told you.
Who could forget?
No, you're not.
With my quarterback?
Yeah, there it is. Now
he didn't like either quarterback.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
I hated Foles.
Yep.
I hated Foles.
Well, and the interesting thing with Foles, of course, is that they did draft him, and he had one run, but then as a free agent signing, he is there as number 10.
And no one brings up Andy Reid also helping the Eagles with Foles. Because Andy Reid saved Foles when he signed him.
That's right.
Oh, did he?
He did.
Yeah, 'cause he's a
remember
chief.
his backup for Alex Smith.
Chief.
Yeah.
Number 9 is Cliff Lee.
Ooh,
yeah. Now,
like it.
now it's. Oh, now Jack, what do you think?
Well, I'm curious who's ahead of him.
Well, the thing about
wait to hear the rest of the list.
Yeah, well, the thing about Cliff Lee,
got it.
Yeah, the thing about Cliff Lee is like it's not the longest run in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So, I tried to balance. There's a couple of guys on here that were not here for a very long time, but try to balance their impact with their amount of time here. Okay, number 8 is John Runyon.
Okay.
I think John Runyon's time here and his performance would put him over Cliff Lee. Runyon was a great Eagle.
And let me tell you, as a teammate of his, he definitely came in and helped change some of the culture in the locker room. When you talk about the toughness that he played with, he gave our offense an identity over there. I think when he came in, this is no disrespect to my my draft mate, Trey Thomas, who was our number 1 overall pick, but Trey was a outstanding pass blocker. That's what he was, left tackle. He was your quintessential franchise left tackle. Back then, the guy who played right tackle was always viewed as your grunt guy, your run guy. And that's what Runyon came in. When he came in, our run game took off, and more importantly, the physicalness in which they played with on that offensive line was spearheaded by John Runyon.
Yeah.
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 And hell, he took it out on teammates.
A nasty
in practice, yes.
nasty player.
Sounds like you know from experience.
Yeah.
I don't play that. But I do remember one time we had to jump him in practice. Oh yeah, one time he had I don't know if he ragdolled one of the undrafted rookies or what have you.
And you all went after him?
What? I mean, Trot led the charge from the sideline. Trot led the charge from the sideline. Yeah, it was. That's when we used to fight in training camp.
Right, real training camp.
Oh yeah,
It's hot out there, tempers flying.
And it was Andy had to. It's one of those times where Andy rarely gets mad and yells and a curse word or two comes out. That was one of the times.
Wow, curse word from Andy.
Yeah, because it was too much fighting. Because when you fight, you stop practice.
Right.
And Andy looks at it like, hey, we're out here wasting time breaking up fights and this and that and the other. So
Right.
Now, is that early in the Andy tenure? Or
This was John's first year, I believe, either his, which would have been 2000 or either 2001. Yeah,
Okay.
this was early in Andy's tenure.
Number 6, I was actually asked. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Number 7. Number 7 is David Akers.
Not about Runyon.
Forget that he was a free agent pickup.
And the best kicker in Eagles history.
Second best kicker.
No.
Jake Elliott has to. I mean, Jake Elliott, 2-time Super Bowl champ and big kicks in the postseason.
Oh, he won the Super Bowl. That counts, right, Elliott?
Yeah, well, it does. Dude, but Jake Elliott's been pretty. He had a bad year last year.
He did have a bad
But
year.
name the big kick that Jake Elliott's missed.
Well, here's the thing about Akers, maybe for me, maybe it's sentimental. Like, I have a hard time thinking that Jake Elliott's better than David Akers just because of, when I watched
Akers will always
Akers.
be my kicker.
Yeah.
Sure. It's my guy.
Of course.
You might have to go the greater kicker is Elliott.
Wow.
Don't know if he's better, but he's had the greater.
Was he a free agent signing?
They claimed
He
him off
was.
waivers.
No, yeah, we got him off. We got it from the Bengals. Off waivers.
Okay. All right. That counts. Then.
Yeah. So, and it's crazy because we got Akers, I believe, off waivers.
I didn't.
People don't realize because he didn't kick field goals until his second year here, but his first year here, all he did was kickoffs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Norm Johnson. Norm Johnson was our kicker.
Norm Johnson.
He had a weak leg, couldn't kick it past 40 yards, 45-yard field goal.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do kickoffs. So Akers did the kickoffs. That's how he made the team.
Number 6, I have Troy Vincent.
TV?
Yeah.
My
It was
dog.
awesome.
It's
Yeah.
big bro right there. I would not be where I'm at without Troy Vincent.
Really?
And a lot of players.
Yeah.
Troy to me was the teammate that made you think about life after football.
Oh, really?
He always pushed that. He always pushed having a plan and don't let this game use you up and be smart with your money. Like all those types of things, man. Financial literacy, all of that. He was all about helping the younger players. And so, Yeah, Troy, great teammate, even a greater friend.
Number 5 is Malcolm Jenkins.
Jenk!
Yeah, who was truly the leader of that defense and probably the leader of the team. And just,
definitely, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Just was not here very long. 4 years, maybe 5?
He may have got 5 in or
5
6.
in.
Was he Chip's second year? 14?
Yeah, I think it was 14, yeah.
Yeah.
And he lasted to 20? Was he here for the COVID year or no?
Is that when they made him like a linebacker? When did he go to the defensive coordinator and change the defense?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I mean, those last couple years when things were falling apart,
Yeah,
Malcolm was a big voice. One of these days, years, or what have you, we're going to have to do a top 5, I don't know, players you were wrong about.
Oh, were you wrong about Malcolm Jenkins?
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
I was a Jarius Byrd guy. I wanted Jarius Byrd, or I wanted the kid that went to Denver.
TJ Ford.
Not TJ Ford, he's a basketball player, but TJ something. He was a safety. TJ Ford is a point guard.
Yeah, you're right.
But I remember who you're talking about. He was the second guy on my list.
Yeah, it was always Bird and the second guy.
Yeah.
No, TJ Ward.
TJ Ward, that's what it was.
Yeah. Ford.
Yeah, TJ Ward. Yeah, couldn't have been happier about being wrong about Malcolm Jenkins. What a great Eagle.
The one Jank thing.
What a great Eagle.
There's 2 Jenkins stories I loved. One, there's that year where he could not catch an interception, so he spent all the time on the jugs machine.
Yeah,
it was infuriating.
I remember.
And then he finally it clicked for him, and then he was the guy that brought out the chair for DeMarco Murray when DeMarco Murray was sitting up.
Oh yeah.
Check out this stat with Malcolm. Now they didn't all happen here, but I think 4 or 5 of them happened here. Jink had 8 returns for touchdowns, 8 pick sixes, I believe.
That's a wild number for
career.
a safety.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He like Jack said before, he couldn't catch anything, and then all of a sudden he became a playmaker to where he was taking interceptions back to the house.
And who could forget the big one? Chip Kelly up in New England in his last year when we are convinced Belichick threw the game for Chip.
Definitely did. Definitely threw the game that night.
Number 4 is Zach Wheeler.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, it's an outrageous signing. It might, and by the way, the thing is, he's still got the rest of this year, 2 more years at least
Could
left.
Could be
higher on this list.
Yeah.
Could go into the Hall of Fame as a Philly.
Or he should if he's
But
going.
I mean, say go into the Hall of Fame.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
When they signed him, there was no idea of him being a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Ooh, Hall of Fame. I don't know. What's he got?
It's hard for pitchers, man.
How many wins does he have? 110?
We don't do wins. If he gets a Cy Young, you have all the postseason resume. I mean, there's some stat. I mean, if you go from 2020 until now, he's number 1 in all the pitching categories.
The only way he gets in the Hall of Fame is that
he's got to have
they're struggling putting people in the Hall of Fame anyway now.
Yeah.
So he would have to be one of those guys. And if you judge him differently on his era of pitching, which is what I think they should always do, you judge a player by the era in which he played in. Yeah, I mean, Zach, we would certainly need him to come back after those 2 years.
Listen, just do the Clemens thing.
By the way, I said, what's he got, 110 wins?
know.
He's got 111.
111, not
that was a pretty good,
pretty
off the
good.
top of the dome, by the way.
Nice.
Number 3 is Pete Rose. Now,
Pete. Okay.
For Pete Rose to be now, by the way, his numbers were fine. They weren't outrageous. He wasn't here for a very long time. But for a team that had never won, for a team that needed to get over the hump. And by the way, everyone on that team credits him with being that guy. The sort of like the Moses Malone of the Phillies, but Moses was a trade and Pete Rose was a free agent.
He told Mike Schmidt how great he is.
Yeah.
Mike Schmidt just had to believe it.
Yep. Number 2, and I can't believe I did this. Number 2 is Saquon. I know it's only been 1 year, but it's 1 year that was the most outrageous 1 year that, I don't know. I
heard somebody on the morning show say it. Saquon's year would be equivalent to if Roy Halladay threw 7 no-hitters in a season.
Yeah, it's sort of what it feels like.
7 no-hitters, though, in a season.
And by the way, Saquon's numbers were outrageous.
I think that was Seltzer that said that, too.
Saquon's numbers, as good as they are, more rushing yards than any player ever had in the regular season, it'll never match what it was like to watch him. Like
it will never match what it was like to watch.
Because people have seen guys run for a lot of yards before.
Yeah.
They say, I've seen guys run for 1,800 yards. What's the big? It was like, I've never seen a game breaker like that also be the guy that ran for all those yards.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a game breaker, but he carries the ball 7 times a game or something. He returns kicks, whatever.
Yeah.
So number 2, I have Saquon.
Right. It's just as a sports fan, I don't know how many different seasons. I guess I could go through them, but man, that's one of the greatest seasons to watch. Like you said, we experienced it every week.
Yeah.
And it was to the point we look forward to it every week. And he never disappointed.
The first offensive play in the NFC Championship game where he just took the ball and scored a touchdown. You're like, what is this guy on?
Yeah. Man, I wish we had broke that record.
Here we go.
There it is. 5:45.
I'm just saying.
The night before.
Yeah.
Now I'm madder about the Cowboy game.
Sure.
That we didn't leave him in
to get the yards.
yards. Yeah.
And number 1, the best free agent signing in Philadelphia history is Bryce Harper.
All right.
Wow, you going Bryce number 1?
I just think it is. I like all the things that he's been awesome.
Yeah.
But like the combination of everything that he's been, like it's really hard for me, anybody below him, to say that is more. Like Zach Wheeler's been more valuable as a player in his 5 years here, but like I don't think he's been more valuable as a signing to the team. I think that matters. So I have Bryce Harper as
good list there, Spike.
By the way,
who was 3 again?
3 was Pete Rose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now you'll notice there are no Sixers on the list. They only have people on the bad list.
Sure.
So
I had to sneak Paul George in that top 10?
No, maybe on the bad list. Some names to throw at you: Byron Maxwell, Adam Eaton, Jake Arrieta.
Oh yeah.
Stacey Andrews.
Yeah.
Demetrius Bell.
How did you remember Demetrius Bell?
A lot of research. Namdi.
Yep.
For the Phillies, David Bell, Danny Tartable, Lance Parrish,
Jake Arrieta.
I mentioned Jake. Yeah, Taiwan,
of course. Adam Eaton.
Now I loved Greg Jeffries, but Greg Jeffries was not a great signing. Bryce Huff.
Already.
Ilya Brizgalov.
See, the worst is way funnier.
Oh, yeah. Matt Geiger. Yeah, there's a lot of bad ones.
Geigs.
Elton,
Geigs did help us keep AI.
Elton, God bless you. Love you, Elton, as a guy.
Philly Max.
As an executive.
Yeah.
Didn't really work out as a player. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Can anybody but Jack back me up today? Bryce driving around South Jersey.
What do you mean?
Did you appreciate the support today?
Oh, my God. Yeah, nobody's been. What are you talking about?
That was the fairest show in history. By the way, mostly for you.
Yeah.
The friggin' show today was like, slap and tickle or whatever?
Yeah, slap and tickle.
Yeah.
Yep. It was.
Unbelievable. What's next?
From the exciting whites to the least exciting whites. The fans watching Jack and Joe play basketball.
To the least exciting whites.
Oh, that's funny, man. What's next?
We should make a promo, by the way, of that.
The least exciting whites?
Yes.
What's next?
Why is this guy just talking about fastballs down and away? LA's sink as he's trying to fix it.
Dude, LA said he was working on the sink for 4 hours today.
What?
Like, come on, LA.
Call the plumber, man.
I'm out there. Matter of fact, I'm not even going under there.
trying.
Yeah, I'm not even trying.
Yeah.
Dude, it's probably just a service call. It's like a couple $100.
Yep.
Just call the plumber.
Man, I'm like Roto-Rooter on speed dial.
What's next?
From the people who brought you Trust Me, I do 250 push-ups comes Trust Me. If you saw me on a basketball court, you'd know I can ball. Alex in Lancaster.
That is a mischaracterization. I'm just saying I know what I'm doing with a basketball.
Right.
I've played basketball in my life.
Yeah, you get the balls on a string when you're out there.
That's not what I'm saying. Good enough shooter, though.
Kyrie.
Yeah. What's that?
Jeopardy host. An Ed Hockley autograph session. Contestant. What is the only scenario in which Joe DeCamara would ever hand a football to a ref? Tim in Newark.
Because the camera said that he's a head down, just hand the ball to the ref when he wins. Right. Yeah. Yes. All class. All class.
He is something else.
He is. And by the way, aluminum bats is what we're using, not a wood bat.
I'm sorry. Is this Little League?
Well, I don't know. It's not the majors.
Certainly not the majors.
It's on a high school field.
High school and college. They use aluminum bats.
I don't like that. What's next?
The afternoon show all summer. Jack is going to crush the camera. Who cares about the details? The afternoon show today. So, Rod, we just want to make sure that Joe's baseball uniform is 100% burlap and that he has to wear penny loafers. Mark in Modco.
Situation's changed. New information, means a new attitude around here. We just want to make things fair for our Jackie boy over here. What's next?
Okay, officer, if you agree to play my favorite playlist for me on the way to jail, I will admit to committing the crime. Deal? Master negotiator Jack Fritz.
That was unbelievable. I was like...
He's negotiating against himself.
Yeah, I just imagine being his lawyer and, when we're in the jail and he's sitting there and I'm just like, shut up and let me do this.
Don't you say anything in there.
Let me do this.
I'm not a negotiator. I'm a compromiser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't compromise in that, man. Yeah. I had it. I had the program director over here. I had the other guy, DeCamera was on his heels.
Yes.
That entire time, he was on his heels. We negotiated. Real quick, Nick in Collegeville, you got 30 seconds. What's up, Nick?
Get my Michael Phelps song. Get my Michael Phelps
Wow.
That's a throwback, right?
That
yes,
is a
it
throwback,
is.
yes.
Yep.
All right. Did we watch the first game of the doubleheader yesterday?
Oh, yeah, we did. We watched it here. Yeah.
That's your question.
Yes. I'm like, yeah, we did.
We had a professional baseball star that we think is up and rising pitcher for the Phillies. His job is to throw strikes, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do?
Couldn't throw strikes.
Couldn't throw strikes. Didn't end well for him.
We want Jack to throw strikes. We can't just every day go, just throw strikes. Jack's going to be all right. His head, rub his nipple, and just smack him in his butt, put him on the mound, man. Let's